Rain was falling from the sky, the cold droplets mixed with the earthy stench as they invaded Uchiha Shien's nostrils. He lay prone behind a patch of slick rain-soaked shrubs. He clenched his molars with all his strength. Heavens, are you playing a joke on me? He had crossed over into the world of Naruto 14 years ago with neither a system nor any cheat to rely on. All he possessed was the surname Uchiha and a pair of double tomo Sharingan spinning in his eye sockets. Everything else had been stripped away. His original plan had been to rely on foreknowledge of the plot to muddle through Konoha's crises all the way to the grand finale. Instead, he had been thrown straight onto the front lines of the Third Great Ninja War. The Battle of Canopy Bridge had yet to erupt and Uchiha Shien was already on the verge of dying here. I'm about to be turned into a human sieve here, so where is my golden finger? Uchiha Shien stared fixedly ahead as he spoke. 3 dark shadows suddenly burst forth from within the curtain of rain. The 3 figures were rapidly closing in. From ahead came the voice of their squad captain Yamanaka Kenichi. Shiene Ming Kaze prepared to retreat. Deep furrows tightened between Yamanaka Kenichi's brows. This mission had originally been a simple reconnaissance of Iwagakura's supply line, but their squad had blundered into the main force of the Stone Ninja. Overhead, a sudden explosive shout shattered the sound of the rain. You think you can leave? The 4 of them jerked their heads up. 3 ninja wearing IWA forehead protectors dropped from the sky, landing with a thud in a triangular formation. They boxed the Konoha squad in, sealing off every avenue of escape. The leader was a burly man with a long knife scar slashing across his face. Scarface fixed his gaze intently on Shien and the others. On the opposite side stood 3 jōnin. The color drained from Yamanaka Kenichi's lips in an instant. Captain, what do we do? Uchiha Ming gripped his kunai so tightly his knuckles turned white. Cold sweat broke out across his palms. Beside him, Hyuga Kaze had already activated his Byakugan. His features were scrunched together in strain. There are 10 more Chunin surrounding us. We're encircled. The situation was a dead end. Yamanaka Kenichi's chest heaved violently once. He turned and stepped in front of the 3 of them. Shiene Ming Kaze, the 3 of you split up and run. I'll cover the rear. Don't joke with me. If we go together. Uchiha Shien immediately retorted. Abandoning his comrades to save himself was something he could not do. Veins bulged on Yamanaka Kenichi's forehead. That's an order. Yamanaka Kenichi's hands flew through a rapid sequence of seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. A massive fireball burst through the rain, roaring forward. It hurtled straight toward Scarface. The corner of Scarface's mouth twitched upward as his own hands formed seals. You dare flaunt such a petty fire-style? Earth-style earth flow wall. A towering wall of earth surged up from the ground. The fireball slammed into it and burst apart in a shower of embers and steam. As the wall rose, the other 2 IWA jōnin sprang into motion. The 2 split to the left and right, beginning a pincer encirclement. Relying on his Byakugan, Hyuga Kaze caught their movements. Be careful. Yet his warning still came half a beat too late. The sound of steel-piercing flesh rang out. A kunai drove straight through Yamanaka Kenichi's heart. His body went rigid in an instant. His eyes locked onto the blood-slick blade protruding from his chest. Captain. Uchiha Ming's voice trembled uncontrollably. Yamanaka Kenichi coughed up a great mouthful of blood. He turned his head to glance at Uchiha Shien. Stay alive. With those final words, Yamanaka Kenichi collapsed backward into the muddy water, his blood spreading out across the puddle in a thin red veil. A blood-red fissure burst at the corner of Uchiha Shien's eye. No. Since Shien had crossed into this world, Yamanaka Kenichi had always looked after this raw recruit. Now that man had died right before his eyes. Uchiha Shien's teeth ground together audibly. Bloodshot veins crept across his eyes and the 2 tomo spun wildly within his sockets. I'll kill you all. Uchiha Shien sprang to his feet and charged straight forward. Panic flooded Uchiha Ming's face. Shien, don't rush in. He reached out to grab him, but his hand closed on empty air. Beside Scarface, one of the IWA jōnin let out a cold snort and slammed his hands together. Earth-style earth spear technique. Jagged earthen spears thrust up from the ground, barricading the space directly in front of Uchiha Shien. Relying on the vision of his double tomo Sharingan, he rolled and twisted through the gaps between the spears, barely evading the attack. Shien had only just steadied himself when the other IWA jōnin's assault arrived before him. A dozen shurikens sliced through the air with a howl, sealing off every avenue of retreat. There was no way to dodge. Suddenly a shadow lunged out from the side, slamming Uchiha Shien hard to the ground. It was Uchiha Ming. Several shuriken buried themselves deep into flesh. Uchiha Ming's back bristled with blades, his combat uniform soaked through with blood. Why? Uchiha Shien's voice was completely hoarse. Blood kept bubbling out of Uchiha Ming's mouth, the corner of his lips twitching upward in a stiff, strained smile. You are Uchiha's hope, stay alive. A violent splitting pain suddenly tore through the depths of Uchiha Shien's mind. What hope was there? When he could not even protect his comrades. Uchiha Shien's breathing grew harsher and harsher. A rending pain erupted deep within his eyes. He let out a scream of pure agony. Blood red surged and churned within his gaze. The two tomo that had been spinning so rapidly began to stretch their edges, warping and distorting until at last a third tomo condensed into being. His triple tomo Sharingan awakened. With its awakening, the raindrops in his field of vision seemed to fall more slowly, and the movements of his enemies likewise became sluggish to his eyes. Scarface drove a heavy punch toward him, the fist cutting through the air with a chilling gust. Before, Uchiha Gen would never have been able to dodge such a blow, but now he merely shifted his shoulder half an inch. The punch grazed his cheek and thundered past, smashing straight into the tree behind him and shattering it. Scarface's eyebrows shot upward, surprise flashing across his face. He dodged. Scarface had not expected this brat to still have such a burst of power in him. Uchiha Gen left no opening at all, lowering his body and lunging forward. Reversing his grip on the kunai, he slashed straight for the man's throat. Scarface instantly raised his arm to block. The kunai clanged against the arm guard, scattering sparks. A tremendous shock traveled up Uchiha Gen's arm, driving him back several steps. The chakra within his body was rapidly nearing depletion. The triple tomo Sharingan devoured chakra at a fearsome rate. After only a few brief exchanges, weakness was already creeping into Uchiha Gen's legs. Scarface watched him gasp for breath, that same mocking curve returning to his lips. So this is your limit. Even with opened eyes, it's useless. Without true strength, it's all for nothing. Scarface advanced on him step by step. A heavy tightness pressed against Uchiha Gen's chest, making it hard to breathe. Not far away, Hokage lay wounded on the ground, felled by another jōnin, his body already motionless. It was all over. Uchiha Gen's legs trembled beneath him. One knee sank into the muddy puddle. Darkness crept across his vision, his sight beginning to drift. Uchiha Gen dug his 10 fingers into the earth with all his might. You're not leaving here today. Scarface's voice came from above, condescending and inescapable, drilling straight into Uchiha Gen's ears. The icy voice fell with the pounding rain. Mockery filled the scar-faced man's eyes as he interlaced his fingers and rapidly flipped through hand seals. The muddy ground began to tremble as a dozen boulders, each as large as a millstone, burst from the earth, their surfaces bristling with spikes. Earth-style rock iron cannon technique. A haze of blood red filled Uchiha Gen's vision. He panted heavily, chest heaving violently, each breath ragged and hard. His three-tomo Sharingan spun frantically, tracking every trajectory of the falling stones, yet his body felt unbearably heavy. He could not even lift a single finger. There was no way to evade. His chakra was nearly exhausted and his muscles had been torn on a large scale during his previous outburst. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hugafone lying in a muddy puddle beside him, half his body soaked in blood. His Byakugan stared blankly at the sky. He no longer had the strength to even twitch. The rocks howled as they came crashing down. Uchiha Gen bit through his own lip with a savage snap, forcing out his last shred of strength through the surge of pain. He drove his feet into the ground and hurled himself forward. His shoulder slammed hard into Hugafang's waist, knocking him clean out of the area covered by the falling stones. Dull thuds echoed one after another as the rocks smashed into flesh. A heavy blow smashed into Uchiha Gen's back. A string of hair-raising cracks rang from his ribs and sternum. His whole body was blasted skyward, and in midair he spewed a great mouthful of blood laced with fragments of his own organs. His body crashed into a tree trunk more than 10 meters away, snapping it clean in half at the waist before he slid along the slick bark and tumbled into a muddy pool. Rainwater mixed with mud flooded into his mouth. Uchiha Gen stared with unblinking eyes as the world before him fractured and doubled. The sky turned a dark crimson and the sound of his own heartbeat grew weaker and weaker. Hugafone lay not far away. From the corner of his eye he saw the scene. His lips opened and closed in futile motion as tears slid down his cheeks, merging with the rain. It was all over. The Konoha reconnaissance squad had reached a dead end. The scar-faced man lowered his hands and sauntered forward through the muddy water. His gaze swept over Uchiha Gen's twisted body, the sneer at the corner of his mouth stretching to its limit. How touching. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, fools like this die the fastest. The scar-faced man tilted his head and jerked his chin toward an Iwanin Shunin at his side. Go dig out those Sharingan. The eyes of the Uchiha clan fetch a solid price on the black market, don't damage them. The Iwanin Shunin bared his teeth in a feral grin, reversed his grip on his kunai and stepped toward Uchiha Gen lying in the mud. Uchiha Gen heard the approaching footsteps drawing nearer and nearer. A wave of vertigo crashed through his mind. He felt as though his very soul were being stripped away from this ruined body. Was he going to die like this? He had crossed into the world of Naruto for 14 years with no background and no talent, living every day under the shadow of the night of the massacre, on edge and afraid. He had finally made it to the battlefield only to die like a stray dog in some nameless corner, without even avenging his captain, without even protecting the life of his dearest friend. How could he accept that? He refused to accept it. I want to live. I will grind this whole pack of scum into meat paste. That unyielding thought roared from the depths of his soul. The will to tear apart everything and protect everything boiled over completely within his dying shell. At the very instant the Iwanin Shunin's boot stepped into the puddle beside Uchiha Gen, a cold mechanical voice exploded in the depths of his mind. Intense protective will and near-death state detected. Soul frequency analysis complete, conditions met for activation of Saiyan bloodline. Commencing fusion with host's bloodline limit Sharingan. Saiyan bloodline awakening system formally online. Host identity confirmed Uchiha Gen. Uchiha Gen's dim pupils suddenly contracted. It had arrived. This damned sheet finally came in the very second before the King of Hell flipped his book of life and death. The mechanical voice did not pause, continuing its cold broadcast in his mind. Near-death empowerment mechanism triggered. Base combat power will undergo a permanent massive increase. The moment the words fell, Uchiha Gen felt his heart give a violent pump. A ferocious searing energy erupted from its depths, surging in an instant through his 4 limbs and 100 bones. His shattered ribs and sternum wrapped in that energy crackled softly and were reassembled and knit back together in the span of a heartbeat. Torn muscle fibers writhed and healed at high speed, becoming tougher than before. His dried meridians were forced open by that wild power, and waves of strength like an incoming tide filled every inch of flesh. Hyuga Foam lay in the mud, barely maintaining his Byakugan. He had only wanted to look at his comrade one last time, but when his gaze fell upon Uchiha Gen, his entire body froze. In his vision, the blue chakra within Uchiha Gen's body that had been on the verge of going out was suddenly swallowed by a blinding golden energy. That golden energy was tyrannical beyond belief, rampaging through the meridians. Wherever it passed, every injury was brutally forced to heal, and the overall energy level of the body climbed madly at a rate that defied common sense. It was a density of power Hyuga Foam had never seen in his life, like a miniature sun stuffed into the body of a teenage boy. This was not chakra at all. By now the Iwanin Chunin had reached Uchiha Gen's side, looking down from above at the mud-smeared face as he raised the kunai in his hand. Kid, in your next life don't be born a Konoha ninja. The Chunin let out a vicious laugh and swung the kunai down, driving it straight toward Uchiha Gen's right eye socket. Bang! Mud and water exploded upward. The grin on the Iwanin Chunin's face froze instantly as his pupils shrank, reflecting a pair of eyes that had snapped open. Within those eyes blood surged, 3 tomos spinning so fast they seemed ready to suck a person's soul straight in. What terrified him even more was the mud-smeared hand that had somehow risen, closing lightly yet unshakably around his wrist. The tip of the kunai halted less than an inch from that Sharingan and could not advance another millimeter. You just said you were going to dig out my eyes. Uchiha Gen's voice was hoarse-laden with a bone-chilling killing intent that made scalps prickle. The Iwanin Chunin yanked hard, only to find the other's fingers clamped to his wrist like an iron vice. He could even hear the strained grinding of his own wrist bones. Impossible. You little brat, was clearly already cold sweat burst across the Chunin's brow, his voice warping with fear. Uchiha Gen had no intention of letting him finish his nonsense. His fingers suddenly tightened. Crack! The crisp snap of bone echoed through the rainy night. The Chunin's wrist was crushed into a grotesque angle and the kunai slipped from his grasp, falling into the mud. Before his scream could even rise from his throat, Uchiha Gen's other hand had already clenched into a fist. Muscles on his arm bulged in an instant, and with a shrill whistle of air his fist slammed squarely into the Chunin's chest. Boom! The sound was nothing like flesh striking flesh, it was more akin to a heavy hammer smashing through a drum. The Iwanin Chunin's chest caved in the instant it met the fist, and the back of his flak jacket burst open with a sudden tear. His feet left the ground as his entire body was flung backward, skimming just above the muddy earth. Along the way he shattered 4 or 5 large trees, gouging a trench nearly 20 meters long into the sodden ground before he finally slammed into a massive boulder. When he slid down from it, he was nothing more than an unrecognizable pile of mangled flesh. Rain washed over a ground littered with broken branches and leaves. The scar-faced man stood not far away, still frozen in his pose with one hand on his hip, his entire body rigid. Another Iwanin jōnin gaped as well, his eyes bulging as his trembling finger pointed ahead, unable to utter a single word for a long time. What had just happened? What on earth had happened in that instant? The scar-faced man rubbed his eyes hard and stared again at the nearly 20-meter trail of destruction, his scalp tingling. That Chunin might have been only average in strength, but he was still a battle-hardened ninja, yet he had been killed in one punch by a 14-year-old brat whose chakra was exhausted and whose bones had supposedly all been broken. No hand seals. No chakra fluctuation. Only pure extreme physical strength. Damn it, what forbidden technique of Konoha is this? The scar-faced man swallowed, forcing down his panic as his mind raced through every scrap of intelligence he knew. Even the Akimichi clan's human bullet tank isn't this outrageous. Medical ninjutsu could not restore injuries like that in an instant. Illusion techniques could not create such palpably real destruction. The only explanation was that this brat had been playing dead, using some life-draining forbidden art to gain a brief explosion of power. Yes, that had to be it. The scar-faced man's gaze turned venomous once more as his hands moved toward the ninja tool pouch at his waist. He snarled at the jōnin beside him, "Don't just stand there. The brat used a forbidden technique, he can't hold out for long. Use long-range ninjutsu and wear him down." In the muddy pool, Uchiha Gen slowly rose to his feet. The body that had felt so heavy now seemed impossibly light. That raging energy within him, called chi, surged with each heartbeat through his 4 limbs and 100 bones. Every muscle clamored for combat and destruction. Near-death empowerment, the most unreasonable bloodline gift of the Saiyan race. Every time they crawled back from the gate of hell, not only would their wounds heal, their base combat power would also skyrocket. Uchiha Gen lowered his gaze to his own hands. He clenched them, released, then clenched again, savoring the force that seemed ready to overflow from his knuckles. A cruel arc slowly tugged at the corner of his lips. So this was what it felt like to possess power. No more painstaking calculations of chakra, no more exhausting his mind on tactics, he only needed to smash every obstacle before him into dust. Uchiha Gen lifted his head. Through the curtain of rain his three-tomo Sharingan locked unerringly onto the scar-faced man. His gaze carried a crushing pressure. He slowly raised his right hand and hooked his index finger toward the scar-faced man, his tone dripping with contempt. Come on, keep going. Let me see what waves you trash can still stir up. The taunt completely infuriated the scar-faced man. His eye twitched violently, veins bulging on his forehead. Arrogant brat, you really think a dying flare from a forbidden art is enough to turn the tables? I'll blast you into scraps right now. His hands flew through hand seals, chakras surging wildly without restraint. The jōnin beside him immediately joined in and two powerful earth-style chakra flows converged in the air. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth-style Yellow Spring Swamp. The ground heaved and rolled as mud and stone turned into a roaring mire. A massive earthen dragon burst up from the swamp jaws, yawning like an abyss as it lunged at Uchiha Gen with overwhelming crushing force. Faced with the combined killing strike of two jōnin, Uchiha Gen stood his ground without even a move to dodge. Feeling the system's prompts once again flicker through his mind, Uchiha Gen's eyes turned utterly cold, his blood igniting like boiling magma. That raging power needed an outlet. The camera of fate moved inexorably toward release. The earth beneath Uchiha Gen turned into a quagmire as the earth dragon opened its sandy maw and roared, biting down. The scarred face pressed his hands firmly against the muddy water, veins bulging on his forehead as chakra leaked out uncontrollably. In the hell of Huanchuan, combined with the strangulation of the earth dragon, this set of combination ninjutsu could ensnare even a shadow-level powerhouse. Die, you little brat. The corner of the scarred face twisted into a cruel grin, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Gen in the mire as if he could already envision his opponent being torn apart. The rock-hidden jōnin beside him did not hesitate. He pulled out two shurikens from his ninja tool pouch, flicked his wrist and sent them flying into the air. The explosive tags on the shurikens crackled and burned, creating a dozen red lines in the rain, sealing off all space above the hell of Huanquan. The shadow of the earth dragon loomed over Uchiha Gen's head. Uchiha Gen remained still, unmoving. The mire beneath his feet indeed tried to pull him in, but that force was insignificant, unable to budge him. He quietly watched the charging earth dragon and the falling explosive tags. The memory of Yamashiro Kenichi blocking blades for him flashed through his mind, along with his hoarse words, survive. He also recalled Uchihame taking all the shurikens on her back, her fragmented voice saying, "You are hope." A scene so similar. The same attack. Just a few minutes ago he could only watch his companions pave the way with their lives. A surge of anger ignited from deep within his heart. This anger was directed at himself, at the weak version of himself born from his frustration. Why? Why was he so weak back then? Why could he only watch his companions die one by one before him? Just before the explosive tags were about to detonate, a cold voice echoed in Uchiha Gen's mind again. Detected a surge of willpower from the host due to intense anger, meeting the conditions for the activation of the Mangekyō Sharingan Mutation, currently dispelling negative emotions. Injecting pure protective power. Uchiha Gen suddenly threw his head back, veins bulging on his neck, and let out a furious roar, shaking the entire forest. This was no longer a wail of despair from near death, it was a roar born from anger at his own weakness. The scorching energy within him seemed to hear the call of the roar, breaking through the constraints around his heart, rushing up along his meridians and crashing directly into his mind. Blood vessels split across his eyes. The three tomos in his pupils spun rapidly, leaving countless afterimages in the whites of his eyes, tearing, merging and reconstituting into a new form. The blue chakra was devoured by that energy. When the three tomos expanded to their limit, they shattered violently, instantly forging into a hexagram pattern. In the center of the pattern, a point of emerald green illuminated. Boom! Dozens of explosive tags detonated simultaneously. The blinding firelight and tremendous roar swept across the area. The shockwave raised waves of mud several stories high, uprooting over a dozen trees around and crashing them into the distant bushes. The earth dragon collided into the explosion's center, collapsing heavily. Thick smoke mingled with rain rose up, obscuring that area of the swamp. The rock-hidden jōnin let out a cold laugh, lowering his hands from the hand seals and looked towards his leader. "Captain, that little brat is nothing but dust now." The scarred face exhaled a breath of foul air, pulling his hands from the muddy water, straightening up, the vigilance in his expression dissipating. The forbidden technique is quite powerful. But in the end he is just a little brat whose chakra is nearly depleted. Faced with the bombardment of two jōnin, even an elite jōnin from Konoha would die here, let alone a nearly defeated Uchiha. "Hurry up and find the eyes with such a big explosion, don't let the Sharingan get damaged," the scarred face said, casually preparing to head towards the explosion center. As he lifted his foot, the scarred face froze in place, his pupils constricting, suddenly his gaze locking onto the swirling thick smoke ahead. A heavy pressure emanated from the smoke, intensifying with each moment. Raindrops falling from the sky were pushed aside by an invisible force, forming a rain-free space in midair. The air emitted a sound of overwhelming pressure as if it would shatter at any moment. Then a golden beam of light tore through the black smoke, breaking through the rain curtain, shooting directly into the sky. The surrounding air did not grow warmer, rather it became exceptionally heavy due to the concentration of energy. The ground beneath emitted creaking sounds as if pressing against an invisible mountain. What? What is that? The rock-hidden jōnin stepped back in fright, his legs weak. The golden beam slowly retracted. The raging energy wave swept outward, blowing away the remaining smoke and dust. Uchiha Gen stood at the bottom of the crater, the original hell of Huangquan, forcibly pushed aside by a repulsive force forming a dry circular area. His clothes were tattered from the recent explosion, revealing his solid muscles. His black hair defied logic, standing upright and fading from black to a brilliant gold. A pair of emerald green eyes coldly regarded the two individuals ahead, the hexagram pattern in his pupils slowly rotating, devoid of any. He was enveloped in a blazing golden aura. Super Saiyan Level 1. This aura merely burned quietly, yet exerted a slight distortion in the surrounding space. Hinata lay on the dry ground in the distance, barely managing to open the eye, not covered in mud. He saw Uchiha Gen's figure and began to tremble. In the view of his Byakugan, the energy density within Uchiha Gen had reached a level that was completely incomprehensible to Hinata. It was not chakra flowing through the meridians. It was fundamentally an energy source radiating terrifying power outward. This level of energy Hinata had only seen recorded on the tailed beasts in the village's ancient scriptures. No, it was even more pure and oppressive than the chakra of the tailed beasts. The scarred face's teeth ground together, his hand involuntarily reaching for the kunai at his waist, veins bulging on the back of his hand, clearly panicking. No hand seals. No change in chakra properties. That golden flame, untouched by the rain, simply appeared out of thin air, blocking all the lethal ninjutsu and explosive tags power. This is not ninjutsu at all. This is the power only monsters possess. Stop your tricks. Die. The scarred face suppressed his rising panic, bloodshot eyes grabbed a kunai and charged forward. The other rock-hidden jōnin gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to flee, collaborating with his captain to encircle from the side, his hands filled with poison sunban. The two moved quickly, reaching the golden figure in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Gen slowly withdrew his foot from the pit, twisting his neck as a series of crisp cracks echoed. Looking at the charging scarred face, Uchiha Gen could not be bothered to dodge, standing there casually. The scarred face let out a loud roar, channeling all his chakra into his right arm, the sharp kunai shrieking as it thrust towards Uchiha Gen's heart. The tip of the kunai halted just half an inch from his chest. Blocking the attack was that layer of golden flame. The poison sunban thrown by the rock-hidden jōnin from the side struck the golden flame, not even creating a spark, and was shattered into iron. Is this the power you are proud of? Uchiha Gen slowly lifted his eyelids, his emerald pupils fixed on the scarred face, his voice icy. The scarred face's scalp tingled as a deadly sense of crisis instantly engulfed his rationality. Run. He must run. If he stayed, he would definitely be torn apart by this golden-haired monster. The scarred face immediately released the kunai, stamping his feet against the ground, propelling himself backward while shouting at the other jōnin to retreat. Uchiha Gen stood in place, watching the two flee frantically, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He raised his right hand, his index finger slowly pointing forward. A point of golden light rapidly gathered at his fingertip. The surrounding space began to visibly distort under the high density of energy compression. This is a power you have never seen before. Remember it in your next life. Uchiha Gen gently tapped his index finger. A beam of golden light shot out instantly, the width of a finger. The prototype of the death ray. The speed of the beam exceeded that of sound, leaving a long golden afterimage in the air. The retreating scarred face didn't even turn his head. The golden beam pierced through the body of the jōnin on the right without raising a drop of blood. The wound along with flesh and blood vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. The beam's speed did not slow down, and it pierced through the scarred face's back. The two bodies maintained their fleeing posture, pausing in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Uchiha Gen slowly lowered his right hand, the golden light at his fingertips fading away. Feeling the continuous flow of power within him, Uchiha Gen turned his head, looking toward the distant quiet woods. 2 kilometers away, atop a giant tree that required 3 people to embrace, a white-haired youth knelt on the trunk, his muscles taut. Kakashi tightened his grip on the white-toothed short blade behind him, the pupil of his exposed right eye shrank to a small black dot fixated on the distant golden silhouette. The 2 Konoha Chunin who had come to support him crouched beside Kakashi, too frightened to speak, their legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to grip their ninja tools. Kakashi felt as though his breath had stopped. As a friend of Obito, Kakashi was very familiar with the Uchiha Sharingan. He still possessed the one Obito had given him in his left eye. However, everything happening before him made him question his understanding of ninjas over the past decade. No hand seals. No change in chakra properties. Just standing there, he unleashed power that could disperse large amounts of rainwater and effortlessly obliterate 2 elite rock-hidden jōnin. Especially that last golden beam, fast enough that even the Sharingan couldn't capture it. This was not any known form of body technique or ninjutsu in the ninja world. What kind of monster-level power did the Uchiha clan hide? Kakashi swallowed hard, slowly releasing his grip on the short blade, forcibly suppressing his shock, preparing to issue the contact order. The towering golden light pillar gradually dissipated. Uchiha Gen's upright golden hair reverted to black, and the fierce aura radiating from his body vanished. The oppressive pressure enveloping the battlefield vanished instantly, as if nothing had ever occurred. A sharp cramp twisted in his stomach, hollow, ravenous. Unable to bear it, Uchiha Gen dropped to one knee, gasping heavily. The toll of this new form far exceeded his expectations. Within his mind, the system's voice chimed. First activation of the Mangekyō Super Saiyan I form has triggered profound physiological depletion. Immediate replenishment of substantial energy and protein is required. A beginner's gift has been granted the fundamental manual of ki application, covering perception, self-healing, and physical enhancement. Ignoring the system entirely, Uchiha Shan struggled to his feet and strode toward Hyuga Fong, who still clung to life nearby. Hyuga Fong lay sprawled in the muddy water, staring blankly upward. The distinctive vein patterns of his Byakugan had faded, evidence that even sustaining his bloodline limit had drained him utterly. Uchiha Shan crouched beside him and placed 2 fingers upon Feng's wrist. Knowledge newly imprinted in his mind guided him. He summoned a faint thread of ki from within his own body and gently channeled it into Feng's. This golden energy bore none of Chakra's suppleness, it was fierce, domineering. It surged through Feng's damaged meridians, forcibly stabilizing fractured bones and wrenching back the last fragile breath slipping from his grasp. Feng's body jerked. His hollow eyes flickered with sudden awareness. He fixed his gaze on Uchiha Shan, mouth parting soundlessly. "Shen, you. Don't speak, conserve your strength." Shen withdrew his fingers, his voice was hoarse. At that moment, rustling stirred from the forest. Dozens of Konohanan emerged from behind the trees, forehead protectors gleaming. At their head stood a silver-haired youth, half his face masked, the famed Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi's team encircled the scene, but no one dared draw near. Each gripped their kunai so tightly their knuckles white, all held their breath silent. Kakashi's left eye, the Sharingan with its 3 tomo, spun rapidly, straining to decipher what had just transpired. What was that? Not a ninjutsu, no hand seals had been formed. Nor a taijutsu technique. Kakashi had witnessed the crimson steam of the 8 gates, but this blazing golden aura belonged to an entirely different realm. More terrifying still, 2 Iwagakure jōnin had been erased by a single beam of light, no chance to counter, no time to flee. Sweat soaked Kakashi's back. He steadied himself, then advanced slowly, keeping a precise distance from which he could retreat at any instant, his throat dry as he spoke. "Uchiha Shen, what happened here?" Shen lifted his head, meeting Kakashi's gaze. Within his black pupils 3 tomos swirled, then fused into a single radiant 6-pointed star. Kakashi's Sharingan contracted sharply. Mangekyō Sharingan. That pattern unrecorded in any scroll, unseen in any archive. "Exactly as you saw," Shen replied, voice low but unflinching. "Iwagakure's trash, cleansed." "That power?" Kakashi faltered, uncertain how to frame the question. "A breakthrough luck in battle," Shen said calmly, rising to his full height. "A unique variant of the Mangekyō. This is the Uchiha's strength." The Uchiha's strength. A chill pierced Kakashi's chest. Did the Uchiha clan possess such a hidden trump card, transformation golden aura, overwhelming might? If this power were not exclusive to him. Kakashi dared not pursue the thought further. The implications were too grave. He must report to the 3rd Hokage immediately. He asked no more questions. With a single searching glance at Shen, he signaled the medical nin forward to treat Feng. The entire squad then escorted both young men back to Konoha at top speed. The journey home hung heavy with silence. Members of Kakashi's team unconsciously widened the gap between themselves and Shen, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters. It was the body's primal response to power beyond comprehension. 2 hours later, the great gates of Konoha rose before them. Konoha Hospital. In the emergency ward, several senior medical nin huddled over Feng's injury report, brows deeply furrowed. 7 ribs shattered. Lung perforated. Multiple internal hemorrhages. With injuries this severe, most would have died long before reaching the village, yet he survived. "Look here," a female medical nin pointed to the residual energy analysis on the report. "An anomalous energy signature, distinct from chakra yet intensely vital. It is this force alone that sustained his life." Feng regained consciousness briefly and claimed Uchiha Shen saved him. He also stated clearly that he witnessed Shen erupting in golden flame and slaying 2 Iwagakure jōnin in an instant. Silence fell abruptly across the room. The assembled medics exchanged glances, no words spoken, yet every expression hardened with gravity. Deep beneath the Hokage Tower. Within the dim austere chamber of Root. Danzo Shimura sat motionless upon the dais, listening intently as a kneeling subordinate delivered frontline intelligence. Hatake Kakashi reports Uchiha Shen awakened a novel Mangekyō Sharingan form mid-battle, capable of converting bodily energy into a blazing golden aura with confirmed lethality against 2 elite Iwagakure jōnin. Preliminary assessment: power level equivalent to a Kage, or possibly surpassing it. The candle flame trembled faintly. Danzo's bandaged right hand twitched, fingers curling slightly. His sealed right eyelid fluttered. "Golden aura. Uchiha." He murmured softly, only for himself, mouth twisting into a predatory smile, eyes gleaming with raw avarice. Another Uchiha prodigy. Another pair of eyes destined for his collection. And that unprecedented golden power. Assign surveillance to Uchiha Shen, absolute priority. Track his every action, down to the number of rice bowls he consumes daily. Nothing may be overlooked. Yes. The shadow dissolved into darkness. Uchiha compound. The clan head's residence. Here the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the outside world, electric with fervor. Fugaku Uchiha sat rigidly upon the dais, holding the intelligence dossier relayed by Anbu, his expression stern and unreadable. Yet below him, elders and jōnin had already splintered into 2 factions. Ha ha ha. Heaven itself favors the Uchiha. roared a hawkish elder, slapping his thigh until his face flushed. Golden aura. 2 jōnin obliterated in a single strike. Clan head Fugaku, this is our ancestors' blessing. Proof that the Uchiha are supreme. Precisely. Cried another radical jōnin, eyes alight. Why plot a coup? With such power we march straight into the Hokage tower and the old man surrenders authority without resistance. That is true glory. This is the dawn of Uchiha ascendancy. Defy us and taste the scorch of golden fire. The radicals exulted, already envisioning Uchiha dominion over Konoha by dawn. But on the opposite side conservative elders sat pale and grim. Fools. You hurl our entire clan into the abyss. Trembled an elder, finger shaking. Such ostentatious power, how will Konoha's leadership interpret it? They'll deem the Uchiha an existential threat and eradicate us without hesitation. Exactly. That viper Danzo is sharpening his fangs even now. This isn't glory, it's a death warrant. This power's origins are unknown, its visibility only deepens our rift with the village. Shien must conceal it immediately, claim it's merely standard Mangekyō. Cowards. Snapped the hawkish elder. To hide such strength is to grovel like dogs and shame the Uchiha name. You are the traitor who dooms our clan. Chaos erupted, the chamber filled with furious clashing voices. Radicals rejoiced, conservatives brooded, neither side yielding. Fugaku remained silent, thumb grinding fiercely against the edge of the scroll until his knuckles turned white. His own heart churned. Had he not secretly dreamed of the radicals' vision? Yet the conservatives' fears weighed upon him, as clan head they were his burden to bear. Uchiha Shien. A 14-year-old boy, and the power he wielded was both blessing and calamity for the Uchiha. Wielded wisely, it could lift the clan from its present despair. Wielded poorly, the entire lineage would be extinguished. Silence, all of you. Fugaku's eyes snapped open. 3 tomo blazed within their depths and a palpable wave of pressure silenced the chamber instantly. Until facts are verified, no one approaches Shien, not for praise, not for questioning. His voice cut like ice. He is the Uchiha's hero, not a criminal. He turned first to the zealous faction. Power without wisdom breeds ruin. Anyone who acts rashly, disrupting my plans, will be tried as a traitor. Then he faced the cautious elders' fear and retreat yield no peace. From this day forth the Uchiha need no longer hide their claws. Fugaku rose, surveying every face before him, each word deliberate, resonant. This power belongs to the Uchiha. At that moment a member of the Uchiha police force entered swiftly and knelt. Clan head, urgent summons from the Hokage tower. The 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi requests an immediate audience with Uchiha Shien. Shien stepped on the wooden floor and walked to the end of the corridor on the top floor of the Hokage tower. The 2 redwood doors were slightly ajar, and without a second thought he pushed the door open and walked in. Behind the desk sat the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe. On the sofas to either side were his advisors Naruto and Mito Gaiden. In the shadows at the back of the office sat a one-eyed old man, half of his body wrapped in bandages. Shimura Danzo's eyes were fixed intently on Shien, who had just entered. The top brass of Konoha had gathered today. Shien stopped 3 meters in front of the desk, standing straight. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe, tapped off the ash and forced a gentle smile. Let's hear it. He cleared his throat and inquired about the situation on the front lines of the land of grass, focusing on the power that could take down 2 rock-hidden jōnin in an instant. Shien was too lazy to engage in small talk and directly activated the chi within his body. His black pupils instantly turned blood red and the 6-pointed star pattern in his eyes began to spin rapidly as the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. With the activation of the kaleidoscope, the system's detection feature sprang to life. The world in his eyes changed. Different colored energy orbs appeared above the 4 old men, each marked with a combat power value. Shien's gaze quickly swept over the 4. Naruto and Mito Gaiden's energy orbs were dim grayish-white with values just over 2,000. These 2 advisors were long past their prime, spending their days playing political games in the office, their bodies severely deteriorated, not even as strong as an elite jōnin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's value was 6,005. He was surrounded by a mass of earthy yellow light which, while large, was somewhat scattered. His chakra was decent, but his vitality was clearly declining with signs of aging that couldn't be concealed. Shien's gaze finally landed on Danzo in the shadows. A glaring red light swirled around Danzo and his value shot up to 7,001. But this energy felt disgusting, cold and viscous, carrying a rancid smell that did not belong to him. Shien knew in his heart that this old dog must have had something ghastly implanted in him. Having figured out these individuals' true natures, Shien smirked coldly. He turned off the kaleidoscope and his eyes returned to pure black. The ability to see through others' hidden cards was practically a cheat in information warfare. Shien looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and directly stated the prepared remarks. He claimed that he had nearly died on the battlefield and the intense desire to survive had stimulated the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, causing the fundamental forces of his spirit and body to collide, resulting in an ancestral mutation. This energy surpassed chakra and he referred to it as chi. As for the appearance of golden hair and flames erupting all over his body, he called it the Saiyan Form. As soon as Shien finished speaking, Mito Gaiden slammed his armrest heavily. Nonsense, he exclaimed, his expression stern, taking on a tone of condescension. The ninja world has used chakra for thousands of years. Where does this chi even come from? Don't think that just because you achieved something on the battlefield you can spout nonsense in the Hokage's office. Naruto chimed in. Exactly, this unknown power is highly unstable. If it goes berserk like a tailed beast it would bring disaster to the village. You must submit intelligence and undergo a thorough examination. Shen looked at the two old men, too lazy to refute a single word. Arguing with these stubborn old fools was a waste of breath. The best way to deal with them was to directly throw the power in their faces. Shen raised his right hand, extending his index finger. The chi within his body surged through his meridians, gathering at his fingertip. A pure golden light glowed at the tip of his finger. As soon as the light appeared, the air in the entire office became suffocating. A heavy pressure swept across the room centered around Shen. Midogate-en's arrogance froze on his face. He began to struggle to breathe, his body pressed deep into the sofa, his bones creaking. Naruto turned pale, his hand that was holding the teacup trembling uncontrollably. Hot tea spilled onto his hand and the pain left him unable to utter a sound, only able to stare wide-eyed at the golden light at Shen's fingertip. Sarutobi Hiruzen also stopped his movements, his expression turning serious. Such overwhelming power. This was definitely not chakra. There was no need for hand seals, nor did it exhibit any characteristics of the 5-elemental release. That golden light was pure energy, yet the aura of destruction it emitted was even more chilling than a tailed beast's jade. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that as long as Shen moved a finger the top floor of the Hokage tower would be vaporized. This was the power of the Saiyan form. Shen looked at the terrified expressions of the old men and with a flick of his wrist he dispersed the golden light at his fingertip. The oppressive feeling vanished in an instant. Midogate-en and Naruto gasped for air, their backs soaked with sweat, not daring to make a sound, even lacking the courage to glance at Shen. At that moment Danzo in the corner could no longer hold back. There was no fear in his single eye, only an overwhelming greed that was about to overflow. This unreasonable and powerful force was precisely the weapon he had dreamed of. Danzo's cane slammed heavily against the floor, making a dull sound. Although this Saiyan power is strong, it is too dangerous in the hands of a child. Something could go wrong at any moment. Danzo croaked, immediately placing the blame under the pretext of the village's safety. For the sake of the village, this unstable factor must not be allowed to slip out of control. He demanded Sarutobi Hiruzen to immediately order that Uchiha Gen be incorporated into Root. He claimed it was for protection and guidance, but in reality he just wanted to capture Shen underground for research. The atmosphere in the office became tense again. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, biting his pipe but saying nothing. Midogate-en and Naruto exchanged glances, surprisingly consenting to Danzo's proposal. They felt that locking up the dangerous Uchiha would be beneficial for everyone. Shen turned his head, his black eyes coldly fixed on Danzo in the shadows. A more turbulent golden aura erupted around him and the floor beneath his feet began to crack with fine fissures. Shen let out a laugh filled with scorn. Becoming a lab rat en route. This old man is dreaming. Shen walked up to Danzo and stopped looking down at the old man. Power is meant to snap the enemy's neck, not to be confined in a basement for others to study. Shen spat directly. Whether my power is a threat depends on whether he has the life to take it. After finishing, Shen's gaze turned icy and the violent golden energy wave slammed directly into Danzo's face. The chair Danzo sat on creaked as it cracked and he was pushed back, unable to keep his eyes open, blood seeping from the bandages on his face. His cane snapped with a loud crack, breaking into two. Danzo trembled with rage, his single eye shooting out a venomous glare. Never before had a junior dared to curse at him like this. Shen did not give Danzo a chance to retaliate. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and directly declared if even the Hokage thinks him a hazard and that this power should not see the light of day. Then fine, I'll hand over my forehead protector right now and I won't be a ninja anymore. From today on I'll stay in my clan's territory and go nowhere. As soon as these words were spoken, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer sit still. If a genius capable of taking down several elite jōnin was forced into retirement, it would not only be a loss for Konoha but also a grave offense against the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stood up, tapping the table with his pipe to forcibly interrupt the standoff. He replaced his expression with that of a kindly elder, beginning to smooth things over, assuring Shen that the village trusted all heroes going to battle and that any oversight from Root was nonsense. He recited a lot of platitudes about the will of fire, finally waving his hand, urging Shen not to take Danzo's words to heart and to go home and rest first, promising that discussions about power assessment and military rewards would take place after a meeting. Shen was too lazy to listen to the old man's empty promises any longer. He turned and left without a farewell or a bow, pushing the door open and leaving the few old men with grim expressions behind. Upon exiting the Hokage tower, a cold wind blew and Shen stopped, his gaze turning even colder. The earlier confrontation was a deliberate test. A sound echoed in his mind as the system's alert module locked onto the building behind him. A cold, sinister energy laced with killing intent was clinging tightly to his back. It was Danzo. That old dog could not resist any longer. Rather than feeling troubled, Shen found it exhilarating. He just hoped he wouldn't act like a turtle. As long as Danzo dared to reach out, he must be uprooted entirely. What high-ranking officials, what checks and balances, were all jokes in the face of overwhelming violence. Shen turned back to glance at the Hokage tower, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The prey had taken the bait, it was time to prepare the knife. He strode along the streets of Konoha, heading towards the Uchiha clan's territory. He had already started to plot his next move in his mind. Danzo's side was already in turmoil and the old men of the Uchiha clan must have received the news. He needed to establish his authority in the clan quickly and seize the right to speak. Moreover, he needed to find an opportunity to bring the stubborn Uchiha Shisui onto his side. What Koto Amatsukami with its flashy techniques could not compare to the effectiveness of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. The rules of the new era would be determined by the fists of the Saiyan. Xian clenched his fist, the joints cracking ominously. The golden energy flowed within him, ready to tear apart the next fool who dared to cross him. Upon returning to the clan's entrance, the guards on duty looked at Xian with awe in their eyes. The news of him single-handedly taking down the rock-hidden team had long spread. The Uchiha clan had always revered the strong, not to mention a clansman who had awakened the mutated kaleidoscope Sharingan. Xian ignored them and headed straight for the southern shrine at the center of the clan. Fugaku and the elders were surely waiting there. The drama of seizing power within the clan was about to begin. Xian pushed open the stone door of the underground chamber of the South Shrine and walked down the steps. The chamber was devoid of outsiders. 12 stone pillars engraved with the family crest supported the dome and a long low table was placed in the center. The clan leader Uchiha Fugaku sat at the main seat with 12 core elders seated on either side. The atmosphere in the chamber was oppressive. Fugaku pressed his hands against his knees, his expression grave. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes slowly rotated, emitting a pressure that enveloped the entire room. His gaze was devoid of its usual wavering, replaced instead by a chilling resolve. Fugaku summoned the elders today and called for Xian to consolidate the will of the entire clan, aiming to seize this power within the Uchiha clan's grasp. The sound of Xian's footsteps echoed in the chamber. He walked to the end of the long table, calmly scanning the room, exuding an air of composure. This composure caused the elders present to feel a sudden jolt in their hearts. The hawkish elder Uchiha Shana was the first to speak. Leaning forward, he fixed his gaze on Fugaku, his voice laced with suppressed excitement. Clan leader Xian has arrived. There's no need to wait. This power is the sword bestowed upon the Uchiha by our ancestors. We should immediately consolidate the clan and show Konoha our fangs, reclaiming everything that belongs to us. Shana's words had barely left his mouth when the conservative elder opposite him snorted coldly. Show our fangs. Shana, you madman. Do you want to make the Uchiha the second whirlpool country? That golden power is too conspicuous and has already crossed the village's bottom line. Now we can only have Xian claim that this power has defects to first lull the higher-ups of Konoha and buy time for the clan. Shana suddenly stood up, his three-tomo Sharingan glaring at the second elder, pointing a finger at him in accusation. Coward. Even at this moment you still think about compromise. The Uchiha's reputation has been ruined by you spineless fools. The second elder stood his ground, retorting defiantly. This isn't cowardice, it's for the sake of the clan. You are pushing the entire clan into the abyss. Fugaku's eyelids twitched, yet he remained silent, waiting for Xian to express his stance. The future of this power still relied on Xian's own intentions. Xian looked at the elders, who viewed the new power with outdated perspectives, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Ignoring the bickering between the two, he directly addressed Fugaku at the main seat. Xian's eyes instantly turned blood red and the six-pointed star pattern spun rapidly. The combat power detection function was activated. A series of numbers in differently colored energy orbs appeared above everyone's heads. Above Uchiha Shana's head was a red energy orb with a value of 3,950. Above the advocating elder's head was a blue orb with a value of 3,800. The remaining elders had values around 3,500. Only Fugaku at the main seat held the deepest secret. Above his head was a deep purple energy orb with a value of 6,500. With just 3 tomo activated, he possessed shadow-level strength. After reviewing the data, Xian found it somewhat amusing. A group of old men with combat powers in the thousands were bickering, trying to decide the future of a Super Saiyan with a power exceeding 10,000. Truly laughable. Xian finally spoke, his voice not loud, but it drowned out the elders' arguments. Before coming here, I visited the Hokage's office. Fugaku's gaze instantly pierced through to Xian. The bickering in the chamber came to a halt. Xian's tone was very calm. Danzo suggested that I be locked in the root, claiming it was for protective research. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the chamber instantly turned cold. Shana slammed his hand on the table, shouting. What? That old dog dares. The faces of the conservative elders turned pale. Their fears had finally materialized. Everyone knew Danzo's nature. Being targeted by him meant no good would come. Xian ignored the elders' reactions and continued to focus on Fugaku, enunciating each word carefully. I refused. I also told him that whoever wants my power must see if they have the life to take it. As his words fell, Xian stepped forward. With a loud crash, the floor tiles shattered. A wave of energy radiated from beneath Xian's feet. The fire in the brazier extinguished and the teapot on the table shattered into pieces. The 12 elders' faces changed drastically, all feeling a heavy pressure descend upon them. Their shoulders felt heavy and breathing became difficult. Shana gritted his teeth, unleashing all his chakra to resist. The 3 tomo in his eyes whirled rapidly, his legs trembled as he stared fixedly at Xian. You insolent junior. Do you really think a bit of fortune allows you to run rampant in the Elder Council? Xian's hands were preparing to form seals. A golden flame erupted from Xian, enveloping his entire being. The power of the first stage Super Saiyan was fully released. The violet energy pressure instantly suppressed the entire room. Several thuds were heard. All 12 elite elders, regardless of faction, were pressed down onto the ground, their faces pressed against the cold stone slab. The sound of cracking bones echoed throughout. The low table before them was crushed into fragments by their fallen bodies. The scene was quite chaotic. Xian's eyes were bulging as he desperately tried to lift his head. Veins bulged on his neck, muscles twitching, yet he couldn't move a single finger. This was overwhelming. Thousands of combat power were utterly insignificant before a power exceeding 10,000. Only the clan leader Fugaku remained seated. He had pushed his 6,500 combat power to the limit. His hands gripped the cracked table tightly, fingers sinking into the wood. Veins bulged on Fugaku's arms and his 3-tomo Sharingan bled from exertion. He stared fixedly at Xian, who was enveloped in golden light, his eyes filled with uncontrollable joy and trepidation. This power was utterly unreasonable. With this sword, the balance of power among the higher-ups in Konoha would be rendered worthless. As the golden flame around Xian retracted into his body, the pressure dissipated. Xian didn't even glance at the gasping elders on the ground. He strode confidently to Fugaku, pulled out a chair, and sat down calmly, looking steadily at Fugaku. "Clan leader, this is my stance. Now I need to know your stance." Fugaku took a deep breath, looking into Xian's eyes. His heart made a decision. He was going to bet the fate of the entire clan on this 14-year-old boy. Fugaku still needed to confirm one last thing. "Xian, your report states that the Saiyan power can resolve the side effects of the Mangekyō's blindness. Is this your speculation, or is it true?" Fugaku's voice was somewhat hoarse. Xian laughed directly. "Blindness. Clan leader, that is not a bloodline curse, it is the Uchiha's mistake over the past century." Xian extended his finger, a golden light glowing at the tip, illuminating Fugaku's astonished face. "The evolution of the Sharingan is a change in spiritual energy. But the ancestors stimulated the opening of the eyes with negative emotions like pain and hatred, as if using poison. The Mangekyō blindness occurs because the Uchiha clan's bodies are too weak to withstand this violent spiritual energy, causing their eyes, being the carriers, to collapse first. And Chi is the key to solving the problem. This is not unique to me, every living being possesses it. I will teach the clan how to cultivate it. When the clan members master Chi, their bodies will be strengthened enough to withstand the power of the Mangekyō, and the blindness issue will be naturally resolved. At that time, the flames burning on them will be white flames." "White flames?" Fugaku seized the keyword. "Yes, white." Xian nodded. "This is the most basic form of Chi, allowing the Uchiha to break free from the curse and also strengthen the Susanoo. My golden flames are because my Mangekyō ability is different." Xian's eyes displayed the 6-pointed star pattern once more. "My Mangekyō, the left eye is insight, which is the combat power detection. The right eye is transformation. This ocular technique allows me to transform Chi into the golden Super Saiyan form. This is a more powerful application of energy, far superior to ordinary white flames. However, it is still the power of this world and has not reached its intended strength, otherwise the Super Saiyan would have been able to overpower the Otsutsuki." Xian thought to himself. Fugaku's breath had stopped. Xian's explanation was clear, rational, and the temptation was immense. This resolved two of the Uchiha's rising challenges: the popularization of high-end combat power and a leader that no one could challenge. In Fugaku's mind, a picture appeared: hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clansmen, their bodies ablaze with white flames, their eyes possessing the Mangekyō that would not go blind. At a single command, countless Susanoo enveloped in white energy stood up. At the forefront, a figure radiating golden light with just a lift of a finger would make the entire ninja world tremble. At that time, all the higher-ups in Konoha, the will of fire and the glory of the Senju clan, would have to kneel before this power. This is the Uchiha's path to dominate the ninja world. Fugaku's heart raced, blood boiling. The hesitation in his eyes disappeared, leaving only a burning ambition. Xian observed Fugaku's expression, nodded, and stood up. "Clan leader, do you still think it is necessary to compromise with those worthless fools?" Fugaku suddenly stood up. The ambition he had suppressed for half his life erupted at that moment. He smashed the cracked table before him with a slap. Splintered wood flew everywhere. Fugaku stepped over the debris, his gaze sharp, declaring with a voice infused with chakra in the chamber. "Convey my orders. From now on, Uchiha Xian is the vice-clan leader of the Uchiha clan. The police force, the Umbu intelligence, all weapons and resources are to be fully accessible to the vice-clan leader. The entire clan must fully cooperate with the vice-clan leader." Fugaku turned sharply, his eyes filled with killing intent, glaring at the elders on the ground who were too scared to move. "Whoever dares to oppose the vice-clan leader's decisions will be treated as a traitor and executed on the spot. The meeting is dismissed. You all may leave." Xian stays. The stone door of the secret chamber closed behind him, isolating the sounds from the outside. Fuyue instructed the elders to leave. Now only he and Uchiha Gen remained in the chamber. The Uchiha clan leader paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. The 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes flickered quickly due to emotional fluctuations. He kept muttering new terms like Chi, white aura, and Super Saiyan. Gen did not urge him, quietly sitting on a chair and tapping his fingers on the armrest. He needed to give Fuyue some time to digest the information. After about 10 minutes, Fuyue finally stopped and sat down across from Gen. The excitement in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a calm and sharp demeanor. Gen, you just said that Danzo wants to capture you for the root. Fuyue's voice was heavy, as if confirming something important. Yes, Gen nodded. What about the Hokage? What is his stance? Fuyue pressed on. He is playing it safe. Gen replied succinctly, he dares not offend me, nor can he offend Danzo. So he will feign ignorance, waiting for one side to completely crush the other. Fuyue's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Not again. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, a hint of self-deprecation on his face. Forever maintaining a balance, forever compromising, that is the third Hokage. He wants the Uchiha to be the village's dog, but fears that the dog will bite back if it becomes too strong. So he intends to keep Danzo, that mad dog, by his side, ready to bite us whenever necessary. Gen's tone was icy. Leader, do you think we have any retreat against such a Hokage? Fuyue fell silent. Gen's words shattered the last shred of hope in his heart. Indeed, there was no retreat. Either they would be slowly consumed by Danzo and the higher-ups of the village ultimately being labeled as rebels and facing the extermination of their clan, or they would use a power they could not comprehend to overturn this disgusting rule. I understand now. Fuyue took a deep breath, his eyes becoming resolute. But I need evidence that can silence all the clansmen and make them abandon their fantasies. Gen had been waiting for this very sentence. The corners of his mouth twitched and his black pupils instantly turned blood red, a six-pointed star pattern rotating in his eyes. Leader, the evidence is right before your eyes. You just need to switch your perspective. Gen stood up, walked to Fuyue's side and pointed to a certain direction at the top of the secret chamber. That direction is the Hokage building. The combat power detection function activated. In Gen's line of sight, the entire Konoha village transformed into a three-dimensional map filled with energy light points. Underground the Hokage building there was a massive and terrifying source of energy. It was a dark red light exuding a chilling and decayed aura with a combat power value of 7,100. Surrounding this main energy source there were nearly 100 small light points, each with combat power exceeding 1,500, far stronger than regular Anbu. This is the root. It is the power Danzo has hidden beneath Konoha, the capital he needs to become Hokage. Leader, my eyes can see that beneath the Hokage building lies a large base. Gen's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. There is a strong and chilling energy there, surrounded by at least 70 masters whose strength far exceeds that of our police force's elites. The strongest energy there belongs to Shimura Danzo. This faction does not heed the Hokage's orders, only Danzo. Do you think he has raised so many people to protect Konoha? Fuyue's body began to tremble. He had suspected the existence of the root and knew that Danzo was up to something, but he had no idea the scale of the root had grown so large. 70 elite subordinates. And a Danzo whose strength was comparable to his own. This power could destroy any major clan in Konoha at any time, including the Uchiha. He and the elders were still arguing endlessly about whether to stage a coup. How ridiculous. It turned out that in the eyes of the enemy the Uchiha were already meat on the chopping block, and the timing of the strike merely depended on their mood. A chill surged from Fuyue's soles to the top of his head and cold sweat broke out on his back. His target has always been the Hokage. Fuyue's voice was dry and hoarse. Exactly. Gen retracted his Mangekyō Sharingan. The Uchiha are merely a stone he must move aside before becoming Hokage. So he needs us to instigate a coup, providing him with a legitimate excuse to eliminate us. I understand. I fully understand. Fuyue closed his eyes, his face filled with anguish. He suddenly opened his eyes, the three tomo pattern sharper than ever. Fuyue grasped Gen's shoulders firmly, his tone resolute. Gen. From now on you are the sword bearer of the Uchiha. All resources of the clan, intelligence from the police force and inside information from the Anbu will be at your disposal. Whatever you need, just give the order. I have only one request: eradicate this malignant tumor named Danzo so that the Uchiha clan can live proudly under the sunlight. With the highest authorization from the clan leader, a hint of a smile appeared on Gen's face. The first step was complete. Next it was about finding the right person to take action. I need one person, Gen spoke. Who? Uchiha Shisui. Fuyue paused upon hearing this name, then furrowed his brow. Shisui. He is indeed the most talented young man aside from you known as Shunshin Shisui. But he is too loyal to the village, so he probably won't agree with us. He will. Gen interrupted Fuyue. He is merely naive, not foolish. He wants to use his strength to protect the village and the clan, which is not wrong. The mistake lies in his choice of the most foolish path. Koto Amatsukami. It sounds great and can change people's minds, avoiding conflict. But in the end it is an illusion. It cannot change a person's ambition nor the higher-up's suspicion towards the Uchiha. Gen felt that Shisui was like a child wielding a powerful weapon, only wishing to use it to persuade others to be kind. The final outcome would only be that the weapon would be taken away and he would die in vain. I will make him understand what true power is and what the correct way to protect is. A glimmer of light flashed in Gen's eye. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Gen immediately activated the intelligence network of the police force. Immediately locate Uchiha Shisui's position. I want all his current movements. As the newly appointed deputy clan leader, his orders were executed immediately. Within 5 minutes the intelligence was delivered. Report to the deputy clan leader Shisui, the jōnin left the clan grounds an hour ago and is currently cultivating near training ground No. 7 by the Nanga River Waterfall. Nanga River Waterfall. A forbidden area of the Uchiha clan. The corners of Gen's mouth curled up as his figure flashed and disappeared. At the base of the Nanga River waterfall the sound of rushing water was deafening and everywhere was mist. A shadow moved rapidly over the river and slippery rocks, only a streak visible. It was Uchiha Shisui. He was practicing the body flicker technique, combining speed with the insights of the Sharingan. Suddenly Shisui stopped standing on a rock and vigilantly watching the woods behind him. He sensed someone approaching. There was no killing intent, but the presence was strong. From the woods a figure slowly emerged. It was Uchiha Gen. Shisui relaxed slightly upon seeing the newcomer but remained on guard. His feelings towards this peer who had just gained fame on the battlefield and was promoted to deputy clan leader by the clan leader were complex. He admired Gen's strength but felt somewhat uneasy about that power. Gen. What do you want with me? Shisui asked. Gen did not respond. His gaze passed over Shisui, looking at the waterfall, calmly activating his Mangekyō Sharingan. Combat power detection. Target Uchiha Shisui. Combat power 6500. Evaluation highly talented, pure will, refine chakra, powerful mental energy, a genius. With combat power of 6005 he was on par with Fuyue. At this time Shisui was indeed the strongest among the Uchiha. Unfortunately this power was being misused. Gen retracted his gaze, his focus returning to Shisui, his eyes sharpening. Uchiha Shisui. Gen slowly spoke, his voice soft yet clearly penetrating through the sound of water into Shisui's ears. As the deputy clan leader of the Uchiha, I command you to immediately cease your naive and foolish plan. Your Koto Amatsukami cannot save the Uchiha, nor can it save Konoha. The words of Uchiha Shien made Shisui's heart sink sharply. His pupils constricted like needle tips. What nonsense are you talking about? Shisui didn't think at all. His Bodis instincts were faster than his mind. He was known as Shunshin Shisui, relying solely on speed. A sudden explosion of sound filled the air. Shisui left behind a residual shadow at the spot, and in the next second he was in front of Shien. The cold kunai pressed firmly against Shien's throat, its tip piercing the skin and drawing a trickle of blood. The entire process was so fast that even the splashes of water from the nearby waterfall seemed to momentarily freeze. Shisui lowered his voice, cold and piercing. Shien, what did you mean by that? His Tritamo Sharingan slowly revolved, fixating intensely on Shien's face. What do you mean by a naive and foolish plan? He could not tolerate being looked down upon for the resolution he had staked everything on. But Shien showed no sign of emotion on his face. He didn't even lift his eyelids, calmly looking at the kunai on his throat as if it were merely a branch. The Shunshin technique is indeed fast enough for you to become famous in Konoha and even be said to be the strongest among the younger generation of Uchiha. Shien's tone was very flat, as if he were discussing something unrelated to himself. Shisui's brow twitched violently and his fingers instinctively tightened around the kunai. However, Shien finally raised his gaze, his pitch black eyes meeting Shisui's Tritamo Sharingan. To me your speed is no different from a turtle's crawl. You're asking for death. Shisui's anger surged instantly. He was about to make a move to show this oblivious deputy clan leader what true speed was. But just as the thought crossed his mind, Shien suddenly blurred in front of him and vanished. The kunai stabbed into thin air. Shisui's heart skipped a beat and a chill ran from his feet to the top of his head. His proud Tritamo Sharingan spun wildly, slowing down everything in his field of vision as he captured every subtle flow of energy. Nothing. There was nothing. He couldn't see any residual shadows, feel any chakra fluctuations, not even a ripple in the air. That person seemed to have been erased from existence. Shisui suddenly looked up, a primal instinct directing his gaze to the highest point. At the top of the waterfall, on the smooth rock washed by water, Uchiha Shien stood there, he didn't know when. His black robe rustled in the wind as he looked down at Shisui by the waterfall. Shisui's scalp prickled and cold sweat soaked his back. How could this be possible? His Shunshin technique combined with the insight of the Sharingan made him confident he would not fall behind even when facing the third Hokage and the clan leader. But just now he couldn't even catch a trace of Shien's movement with his eyes. This was no longer a matter of speed. This was a crushing of levels. At the top of the waterfall, Shien quietly observed the astonished boy below. He knew it was pointless to reason with someone like Shisui. It was better to let him witness firsthand what despair meant, what true power was. Thus Shien stopped wasting words. Bang! A golden aura erupted from Shien, soaring into the sky. The violet energy vaporized the surrounding mist, causing the shockwave to even reverse the waterfall for a moment. Shien's black hair stood on end, transforming into pure gold. His pupils turned into a cold emerald green, the six-pointed star kaleidoscope pattern within slowly rotating, exuding an unapproachable majesty. That pressure did not come from hatred or murderous intent, but instead was filled with a sense of sanctity, like a war god descending upon the earth to judge this land. The immense energy wave caused the waterfall to curl backward, the ground trembled and even the air became heavy. Below the waterfall, Shisui looked up at the golden figure, his mind blank. What is this? What is this immense power that seems capable of tearing apart the heavens? Is this what Xian described as a chi that transcends chakra? Shisui's proud 3-demo Sharingan felt a stinging pain just from looking at this power. His ultra-dynamic vision, his ability to see through illusions and physical techniques now felt like a joke. He couldn't even analyze the composition of that energy, all he saw was a dazzling, unreasonable gold. Is this your kaleidoscope? Shisui's voice was dry as if his throat were blocked by sand. Other than this he could think of no other possibility. Xian slowly descended from the air, his toes touching the water's surface without creating a single ripple. The golden aura around him receded and his hair and eyes returned to black. My kaleidoscope is merely the key to opening this door. Xian looked at Shisui, the Uchiha genius seen once in 100 years, and spoke each word clearly. Shisui, it's not just you, the entire Uchiha has been on the wrong path for 100 years. You all believe that the evolution of the Sharingan comes from the pain of losing a loved one from hatred. Hence Uchiha's history is filled with tragedies and curses. But you are wrong. Power derived from hatred has its limits, it is poison that devours your reason in life. On the other hand, power born from the will to protect knows no limits. This is the new path I've found for Uchiha. A path that does not require bloodshed and sacrifice to reach the pinnacle of the world. Xian's words struck Shisui's heart like hammers, each word landing heavily. Power born from the will to protect. Shisui stood dazed, turmoil churning within him. Hadn't he always fought to grow stronger in order to protect his village and family? But why had he never touched the kind of power Xian spoke of? I know all about your Bontention plan, Xian's tone suddenly shifted. The idea is good, but the execution is too foolish. Using it against the clan leader. That's treachery. You would become a sinner of Uchiha. Using it against the higher-ups of Konoha. Do you think Danzo, that old dog, wouldn't notice your ocular technique? Once he discovers it, he will go to any lengths to seize your eyes. At that time your eyes won't bring peace, they will only incite war. Most importantly, Xian stepped forward, staring intently at Shisui. Can Bontention change a person's thoughts or change the higher-ups of Konoha's suspicion and greed towards Uchiha? Xian answered himself no. His voice was decisive, leaving Shisui no chance to retort. That would just be a false peace, self-deception easily shattered. And you would sacrifice yourself and your eyes for this ridiculous illusion. Shisui fell silent. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. Xian's words were like a knife slicing open the reality Shisui was unwilling to face. He knew his plan carried risks, he was even prepared for sacrifice. But he had no other options, it was the only way he could think of. Yet now Xian had given him a new choice. A path he had never considered. Shisui's voice trembled, filled with confusion. Then. What should we do? It's simple. Xian's lips curled into a cold arc. We won't trim the leaves, instead we will directly uproot the rotten tree roots along with the surrounding rotten mud and burn them clean. Xian said, I want you to join me in setting a trap. A trap that will eliminate Shimura Danzo and all his root subordinates, not leaving a single one behind, causing them to vanish from Konoha. Shisui's eyes widened in disbelief. Directly taking out Danzo and Root. Wouldn't that be equivalent to staging a coup in Konoha? That would spark a full-blown civil war. Don't worry, it won't. Xian seemed to see through Shisui's fears. I will control the situation to the minimum, finishing everything before the third Hokage and others can react. This is a surgery. Your Shunshin technique and my power are the sharpest surgical knives. Shisui's mind was in disarray. The beliefs he had held onto for many years were shattering piece by piece. On one side was the false peace gained through the illusion of Bontention. On the other side was Xian's display of absolute violence to eliminate darkness and create true peace. Without giving him time to hesitate, Xian took another step forward, his powerful aura suffocating Shisui. Shisui, choose. Will you trust that one-time false illusion or trust my fists that can forge the future? A fierce wind blew, causing both of their garments to flutter. Shisui looked into Xian's calm and profound eyes, where there was no madness or ambition, only a powerful confidence capable of overturning the world. He recalled the sacred golden aura when Xian transformed and remembered the words, the will to protect knows no limits. Perhaps he had been wrong from the very beginning. After a long time, the kunai in Shisui's hand slipped and fell into the water, creating a small splash. He looked at Uchiha Xian before him, and under the other's calm gaze slowly knelt on one knee. The Uchiha genius known as Shunshin Shisui lowered his proud head, his voice filled with unprecedented heartfelt respect. Deputy clan leader, please give the order. Shisui has already taken his side. Xian's plan is about to commence. Xian does not intend to remain idle while waiting for that old dog Danzo to reveal himself. Before taking action, he must first unite the hearts of all the members of the Uchiha clan. The next day, under the support of Fugaku and Shisui, Xian held a guidance meeting at the largest No. 3 training ground using the name of the vice clan leader. It was specifically aimed at the young members of the clan under 30. The event was grandly titled Bloodline Limit Potential Development. Once the news spread, the entire Uchiha clan was stirred. The young clansmen were all extremely excited, clamoring to attend. Xian's transformation into a golden monster on the battlefield single-handedly defeating two Iwagakure jōnin had already become a legendary tale told by Kakashi's team upon their return to the village. Now this newly appointed vice-clan leader was going to personally provide guidance who wouldn't want to join in. Perhaps they could learn something that would save their lives in future battles. Uchiha Izumi signed up immediately. Her feelings toward Xian were hard to describe. She had known him since childhood and realized that although he appeared cold, his heart was warm. But now the new oppressive power surrounding Xian made her feel a bit apprehensive. More importantly, she couldn't see a clear direction for the family's repressed future. Xian's appearance seemed to have torn open a gap. She wanted to see for herself what lay behind this gap. On the day of the guidance meeting, the No. 3 training ground was crowded. Almost all eligible young clansmen had arrived. It was a sea of heads. Curiosity was written on each young face. Xian, dressed in simple black training attire, stood atop the central platform of the training ground. Shisui and several captains from the police force followed behind him, helping to maintain order in the venue. His gaze swept over the young eyes below, and without saying a word he began. I know why you are here. You simply want to understand the power I wield on the battlefield and learn how to grow stronger. Before teaching you, let me ask a question. Xian looked at the clansman below and slowly spoke. Why does our Uchiha Sharingan evolve? The crowd exchanged glances. A bold young man shouted because of intense emotional stimuli. We've known this since childhood. Exactly. Another young man, appearing a few years older, stood up proudly and added, but that only leads to the third tomo. Beyond the third tomo there is the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. Mangekyō. What is that? I think I've seen that term in the clan's old scrolls. Does it really exist? The young people below immediately began to discuss animatedly, most of their faces showing confusion. Clearly for these ordinary clansmen, Mangekyō was just a distant story. The older youth enjoyed the attention and cleared his throat, raising his voice. Of course it's real. That is the strongest power of our Uchiha, granting godlike abilities. However, he shifted his expression to a serious one. The conditions for awakening the eyes are far more brutal than ordinary awakenings. You must witness the death of the most important person right before your eyes. Moreover, using the eyes will lead to blind. With this statement, the atmosphere turned cold. Xian listened to these words, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and let out a cold laugh. So does our Uchiha's power have to be built upon tragedy and death? So to become stronger, must we watch our relatives, friends and lovers die before our eyes, relying on that pitiful hatred to awaken our eyes? What kind of nonsensical reasoning is this? Xian's final words were shouted out loud. Everyone below was stunned. They had never thought someone would dare to publicly declare that the ancestral rules handed down were nonsense. Xian looked at their ghostly expressions, his voice calmed down. Today I will tell you that the old saying is wrong. It is garbage. The root of the Sharingan's evolution is misunderstood by all of you. It is not hatred but love. It is our Uchiha's deep-seated desire to protect those who matter most. Suffering and hatred only twist that love, turning it into poison. Mangekyō, born from such things, will bring blindness and madness. Xian's words echoed like thunder in the minds of all the young clansmen. The education they had received since childhood taught them that the Uchiha's love was the deepest, and thus so was their hatred. But now Xian was telling them that they had always misunderstood. Uchiha Izumi stood at the front of the crowd, staring blankly at Xian on the platform. She felt as though her heart had been struck hard. This was it. She had always had a vague feeling inside her but couldn't articulate it. The Uchiha eyes were meant to be used for protection, not for hatred. From today onward, forget that harmful doctrine. Xian's voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable momentum. What I will teach you is how to cultivate a pure and powerful strength using the thought of protection. This power, I call it Qi. Xian opened his right hand and a small orb of gentle white light illuminated his palm. This light was not domineering, it was warm, illuminating every shocked face below. This is not chakra, it is the primal energy that every living being possesses. It lies dormant in your bodies, you just don't know how to awaken it. Now everyone close your eyes. Xian's command bore a force that made the hundreds of young clansmen present subconsciously obey. Carefully feel your heartbeat, the flow of your blood. Think of the person you most want to protect. It can be your parents, siblings, or your lover. Find that feeling, grasp it, and then tell yourself that you will use everything to protect. Xian's voice had a peculiar guiding power that immersed everyone into their own inner selves. The training ground was silent, only the sound of wind and breathing could be heard. Most people looked bewildered, they could only feel the chakra flowing in their bodies, completely unable to sense what Xian referred to as Qi. Time passed second by second. Some began to grow impatient and secretly opened their eyes. But more people, especially those ninja who had seen blood on the battlefield, truly calmed down, searching their memories for that protective thought. Uchiha Izumi closed her eyes, the smiling faces of her parents flashed through her mind, her friend Itachi's face appeared, and finally she fixed her gaze on the figure of the black-haired youth on the platform. She wanted to protect all of this. Protect her family, her friends, and this man who gave her hope. This simple thought of protection coalesced into a warm current in her heart. Suddenly she felt something at her dantian, it was as if a seed had been watered and trembled slightly. A faint but warm energy began to emerge from that seed. That's it. Izumi felt a surge of joy and quickly focused all her energy to guide that warm flow. At that moment Shien on the platform smiled slightly. He saw it. In his vision a very faint, almost imperceptible white light point shone on Uchiha Izumi. She was the first. Shien's figure vanished from the high platform in an instant, appearing right in front of Izumi the next second. He extended his index finger, the tip carrying a wisp of white flame gently touching Izumi's forehead. Concentrate, follow my guidance. Shien's voice echoed directly in Izumi's mind. A warm and strong energy surged from his fingertip into Izumi's body, guiding the faint chi within her to flow through her meridians. Izumi's body trembled, an indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout her. The next moment a gentle orb of white flame slowly rose from her body. This flame was faint but pure, causing those around her to feel a sense of warmth and tranquility. It worked. Look. Izumi is glowing. It's different from the Vice Clan leaders, it's white. The surrounding clansmen all opened their eyes, staring at Izumi enveloped in white flame with expressions of shock and envy. Shien's claims had been validated. They could indeed obtain a brand new power without relying on hatred. Did you see that? Shien withdrew his finger and looked at all the excited young clansmen. This is Chi, the hope for our Uchiha's future. As long as you can master it and use it to nourish your body and eyes, the curse of blindness from the Mangekyō will no longer be a problem. Each of us can become a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Shien's words ignited the hearts of everyone completely. The fire of change began to burn within the Uchiha, starting. A group of young people led by Izumi who held immense admiration for Shien emerged at that moment. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of Konohagakure, Shisui used a crow clone to deliver a forged piece of information to a masked Umbu. The content of the information was simple: target Uchiha Shien, who was unstable during the clan's guidance meeting, suspected to be suffering from side effects of bloodline limit mutation, and his mental state is very unstable. The Umbu received the scroll, nodded, and his figure melted into the darkness. A few minutes later at the root base, Danzo held the information, his face changing unpredictably. The night grew deep. On a rooftop in the Uchiha clan, two figures stood. Deputy clan leader the fish has taken the bait. Shisui's voice was filled with excitement. Just now I sensed at least 3 teams from Root monitoring your residence. The level of surveillance is at its peak, on par with when they were tailing the Jinchuriki of the Ninetails. Uchiha Gen leaned against the eaves with his arms crossed, merely nodding. That old geezer Danzo, greedy to the core, wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. Alright, we can proceed to the next step. Gen's voice was calm. Tomorrow I will cooperate with them to stage a play. The rest is up to you, Shisui. Shisui nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute. Rest assured I won't let the Hokage notice anything amiss. The next morning. The No. 3 training ground of the Uchiha police force was packed with people. The newly appointed deputy clan leader Uchiha Gen was publicly demonstrating taijutsu in the center of the field. Since the last guidance meeting, Gen's reputation among the younger clan members had soared. Each time he made a public appearance, a throng of people gathered to watch, eager to learn something. In the field, Gen's movements were broad and powerful, each punch and kick accompanied by a whistling sound. The onlooking clansmen were excited, continuously cheering. Facing a row of practice wooden stakes, Gen casually threw a punch. This punch seemed unremarkable, even lacking any chakra fluctuation. Yet at the moment his fist swung out, the air in front suddenly trembled, emitting a dull thud. Boom! The row of sturdy wooden stakes, along with a half-height wall reinforced behind them, exploded. Crushed stones mixed with wood splinters shot up into the sky. The training ground fell into silence. All cheers were caught in the throats of the spectators, staring dumbfounded at the enormous crater over 10 meters in diameter. One punch. Just one punch had caused damage comparable to an rank ninjutsu. Is this the power of the deputy clan leader? As everyone remained in shock, Gen's body suddenly swayed. He suddenly clutched his chest, his complexion paling, breaths rapid, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Not again. Gen muttered, his voice tinged with irritation. This detail caught the attention of several pairs of eyes in the crowd. Today's training ends here. Gen waved his hand and turned to leave, his back appearing somewhat unsteady. This weak appearance caught the eyes of the Root ninjas, who were secretly monitoring. It seems the intel was correct. This variant power indeed has significant side effects. The most crucial step of the plan had been initiated. Hokage's office. Uchiha Shisui rushed in, looking anxious without even knocking on the door. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled while reviewing documents. Seeing it was Shisui, he frowned. Shisui. What's the urgency? Shisui was panting heavily, worry etched on his face. Hokage-sama, it's about Gen. Something is very wrong with him. Shisui recounted Gen's earlier loss of control during training and his weak performance, embellishing the details. I suspect the side effects of his power are beginning to manifest, and his mental state is quite unstable. Moreover, Shisui's tone dropped lower. Clan leader Fugaku not only hasn't restrained him but has instead given him the position of deputy clan leader, which is highly irregular. I'm worried. I'm worried that the clan will take a wrong turn because of this power. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, puffing on his pipe, the office filling with smoke. A powerful but unstable Uchiha genius paired with a clan leader harboring great ambitions. Together these two pose a significant threat to Konoha. Shisui, are you suggesting Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke. I want to privately counsel Gen. Shisui's expression was earnest. I've arranged to meet him tonight at the No. 7 training ground outside the village. There are no monitors, making it convenient for us to talk. I want him to understand that power is not for showing off, it is a tool to protect the village. Shisui said, gritting his teeth, suddenly raising his head to meet the third Hokage's gaze. Hokage-sama, please trust me. I will do my utmost to convince him. If persuasion fails to prevent the Uchiha and the village from heading toward the worst outcome. Shisui's eyes displayed the 3 tomo and he spoke the final sentence word by word. I will activate my Mangekyō to prevent the tragedy from occurring. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. Mangekyō. He was aware that Shisui had activated the Mangekyō and understood its potency. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, Shisui's willingness to use the Mangekyō on a fellow clan genius for the safety of the village was the true embodiment of the will of fire. With such a loyal Uchiha standing on the side of the village, he felt somewhat reassured. Alright Shisui, I trust your judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen extinguished his pipe. Go ahead, the village needs you. Shisui nodded firmly and left the office. After he left, a member of the Umbu guarding the area quietly retreated into the shadows. This conversation soon reached the root base word for word through special channels. In a dim secret chamber, Shimura Danzo listened to his subordinates report, his single eye bursting with greedy light. Opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An Uchiha Gen who is losing control over his power, and an Uchiha Shisui who has used the Mangekyō and is on the verge of weakness. 2 peak powers in the ninja world are about to be delivered to him unguarded. As long as he obtains both Gen and Shisui's Mangekyō, not to mention the Hokage position, even unifying the entire ninja world is not out of reach. Ha 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 ha. Danzo let out a harsh laugh, suddenly slamming his hand on the table and issuing orders. Transmit my command. Gather all elites tonight, target the No. 7 training ground. I want the 2 Uchiha geniuses to become the cornerstones of my route. As night fell, the moon was obscured by clouds. At the Nanga Shrine, Gen and Shisui stood on the rooftop making final confirmations. Shisui, you handle the perimeter. Gen's voice was clear in the night wind. Use your genjutsu and barrier to turn the entire No. 7 training ground into a closed box. I want to ensure that nothing that occurs inside leaks any sound or energy out. I want Danzo and his men to call for help without response. Understood. Shisui nodded, his gaze cold. I will use the crow killing formation in conjunction with the barrier technique to ensure that no one can fly in or escape before the battle concludes. He had now understood Gen's plan. This was not an assassination, it was a premeditated slaughter. Very well. Gen nodded, looking towards the direction of the training ground outside the village. The stage is set and the actors should be in position. Then, the hunt begins. Half an hour later. In the center clearing of the No. 7 training ground in Konoha, Uchiha Gen stood alone, eyes closed as if waiting for something. He suddenly opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils instantly turned blood red and an eerie 6-pointed star pattern began to rotate slowly at the bottom of his gaze. Battle power detector fully activated. In his vision, the entire world transformed into a model composed of energy lines. Dozens of red light points representing hostility were rapidly converging towards his current location from all directions. Each light point had a battle power reading above 1,500, forming an elite force capable of annihilating a medium-sized. Among these light points, one particular light mass stood out. It was a dark red viscous energy with a battle power reading firmly stabilized at 7,100. It was none other than Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Gen watched the approaching dark red energy, grinning widely, revealing a row of white teeth. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, and softly murmured in a voice only he could hear, the fish has taken the bait. On training ground number 7, the night was deep. The surroundings were eerily quiet, not even the sound of insects could be heard, and the air felt stifling. Shen stood in the center of the clearing with his arms crossed. The hexagram symbol in his left eye was spinning and dozens of red energy orbs filled his vision. These orbs formed a circle that was rapidly shrinking, compressing his space little by little. Shen's gaze pierced through the shadows of the trees, clearly seeing the position of each light point. The few at the forefront had energy values around 1,500, moving lightly and deliberately avoiding the dry twigs and leaves on the. This was a unique stealth technique of the roots designed for assassination training. A hint of derision curled at the corner of Shen's mouth as he steadied his breath, allowing these dark assassins of the leaves to encircle him. The shadows of the trees flickered as dozens of masked ninjas emerged simultaneously from the trees and bushes, landing steadily around him, blocking all escape routes. Half of them pressed their hands against the hilts of their short blades, leaning forward with their toes gripping the ground tightly. The other half had already assumed their hand-seal positions, chakras swirling at their fingertips, ready to strike at any moment. A chilling murderous intent intertwined like a net, firmly locking onto Shen in the arena. The crowd in front parted, creating a path. The sound of a staff striking the ground echoed as Shimura Danzo emerged from the shadows, half of his face wrapped in bandages. He walked slowly as if everything was under his control. The single eye exposed fixed greedily and fervently on Shen, its desire unmasked. Danzo stopped 10 steps away from Shen, his gaze audaciously surveying him from top to bottom, finally resting on Shen's eyes as if looking at a rare treasure or a specimen about to be dissected. Earlier the Umbu reported that Uchiha Xian was severely overexerted after exhausting his power and the mutated energy was now out of control. This was the time of his greatest backlash and weakness. Danzo watched Xian standing there motionless with only one Sharingan activated and his certainty about the intel grew stronger. This kid probably struggled just to refine chakra and standing here was already his limit. As for Uchiha Shisui, who was said to be stopping the coup, he was likely still on his way or had already been detained by those on the periphery. If he could take down this prime material before Shisui used his Koto Amatsukami on Xian, not only could he eliminate a great hidden danger but he could also gain immense power. The winner of tonight could only be him. Danzo slightly lifted his chin, adopting an elder's demeanor, and said in an undeniable tone, Uchiha Xian, stop your futile struggles. For the peace of Konoha, hand over your uncontrolled power. I will place you in the safest location and let the roots take over your eyes. This is your best refuge and also for the glory of Uchiha. Xian scoffed at this insincere speech. He lowered his arms and stared directly at Danzo's single eye, his gaze filled with disdain as if looking at trash. Old dog, you finally crawled out from the gutter. I thought you were going to hide in that stinky mud until you died. Always using the pretense of doing it for Konoha while engaging in unspeakable acts, your stench can be smelled from 10 miles away. Danzo's muscles twitched violently at the corners of his eyes, his single eye instantly filled with murderous intent. His face reddened with anger. Having held power in Konoha for so many years, even Hiruzen Sarutobi had to address him respectfully as Danzo, and no one had ever dared to insult him to his face. The root ninjas around felt their leader's fury, their grip on their blades tightening. The sound of unsheathing blades blended into one, ready to chop this arrogant brat into pieces at any moment. Danzo let out a heavy snort, driving his staff forcefully into the ground. He concluded that Shin was just putting on a brave face to buy time. His voice turned cold as if he had crawled out from hell. Unaware of your own demise, since you refuse to surrender voluntarily, I will personally gouge out your eyes and make you understand what true despair. Danzo raised his right hand, preparing to give the order for capture. Just as his finger was about to wave down, the ground trembled without warning. The gravel began to float and the surrounding tree trunks emitted creaking sounds as they bore the weight. For dazzling purple light pillars shot up from the corners of the training ground, tearing through the night sky, converging in midair to form a semi-transparent purple barrier like an inverted bowl enveloping the entire training ground number 7. As soon as the barrier formed, countless black feathers began to drift inside as if a black snowstorm had descended. Hundreds of crows with red glinting eyes emerged from the void circling the edges of the barrier while emitting piercing cries. This sudden turn of events threw all the root ninjas into disarray. A few ninjas close to the edge attempted to use the body flicker technique to escape and assess the situation, but as soon as their bodies touched the purple barrier, it was like hitting an electric wall, producing blinding sparks, and they were thrown back 10 meters, hitting the ground and spitting out blood. Their masks shattered. Lord Danzo, welcome to the box I've prepared for you. Tonight you will not leave. This barrier will isolate all sounds and chakra fluctuations, preventing anyone from entering. A cold voice pierced through the cawing of the crows. Everyone turned to follow the sound, and Uchiha Shisui was seen perched on a branch, arms crossed. His eyes, once possessing the 3 tomo, had now transformed into the shape of a 4-cornered windmill, looking down on the people below, the night wind fluttering his clothes. Danzo suddenly turned to look at Shisui in the tree, then back at the smirking Xian. His single eye widened in disbelief, quickly replaced by a dark expression. The intel was wrong. Xian was not at all out of control. These two Uchiha geniuses were not in conflict at all. Everything was a lie. From start to finish it was a trap designed specifically for him, leading him to bring his own people into this dead end. A sense of humiliation surged to his head, making Danzo tremble with rage, his staff digging deep pits into the ground as his chest heaved violently, his breaths turning rough. Uchiha Shisui. You dare to conspire with this little brat against me. You are betraying the village, betraying the will of fire. I have long known that your Uchiha clan is inherently evil, unworthy of trust. Danzo shouted hoarsely, trying to maintain his image of righteousness in front of those below. Shisui's figure flickered, transforming into several afterimages, instantly landing beside Xian. He turned his head to look at Danzo, who was furious, his gaze as cold as ice. You do not represent the village, nor are you worthy to mention the will of fire. You are merely a tumor parasitizing in the shadows of Konoha, feeding on the blood of your comrades to grow stronger. Tonight this is where the roots will be uprooted. Your evil ends here. Danzo realized he had fallen into a trap, but after glancing at the dozens of killing machines he had personally trained, feeling their abundant chakra, his confidence returned. So what if he fell into a trap? In the face of absolute numbers and elite combat power, 2 still growing Uchiha brats couldn't stir up much chaos. As long as he killed these 2, took their Mangekyō Sharingan and disguised the scene as a mutual slaughter, he would still emerge victorious. In the darkness of Konoha only his voice was needed. Arrogant. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Danzo suddenly swung his arm down, hysterically issuing the order: kill. Do not leave any survivors, just bring me their eyes intact. Dozens of rude ninjas received the command, no longer holding back as their chakra erupted. Half of the ninjas skilled in taijutsu and sword techniques turned into afterimages, rushing towards Xian and Shisui from all directions, their blades tracing deadly arcs that sealed off all avenues of escape. The other half, proficient in ninjutsu, neatly completed their hand seals, slamming their hands against the ground or pushing forward. Fire release, wind release, lightning release, water release, earth release. 5 different advanced elemental ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously. A raging wind blade intertwined with a searing sea of flames, forming a towering fire tornado over 10 meters high. Thick bolts of lightning wrapped around a high-pressure water dragon, producing deafening roars. Massive stone spikes tore through the ground, shooting skyward. All the attacks merged, creating a destructive force that roared towards the center of the encircled duo. The air in the entire training ground was sucked dry, and the terrifying energy blew the ground apart layer by layer, with thick trees being pulled in and ground to dust. The eyes behind the masks of the Root ninjas displayed no emotion. To them, under such a massive combined assault, it was impossible for anyone to survive. Soon Lord Danzo would acquire those two pairs of eyes he had long coveted. Faced with this instant annihilation capable of destroying several jōnin squads, Shisui tightened his grip on the short blade, his Mangekyō spinning wildly, ready to use the body flicker technique to evade with Xian. However, Xian reached out and pressed down on Shisui's shoulder, shaking his head, a mocking smile still on his lips. He made a gesture that left everyone confused. Xian stood there unflinching, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, even closing his insightful Mangekyō Sharingan. He stood there completely defenseless, as if he had utterly given up resistance, quietly awaiting the moment he would be torn apart by ninjutsu. The heart of Shisui sank. He noticed that Xian's face bore no trace of fear, only an indescribable calmness. Just as the sea of fire and the lightning were about to collide with Xian, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a howl towards the heavens. That howl was not one that a human could produce. It resembled the awakening of an ancient beast, filled with an air of majesty and ferocity. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy erupted violently from Xian's body. This was neither chakra nor any known form of energy. It was a pure and domineering golden wave. The golden flame surged skyward, forming a tornado that pierced through heaven and earth. The wind and fire tornado that took the brunt of the impact vanished without a sound the instant it collided with the golden flames, leaving no sparks behind. The water dragon and lightning that followed met the same fate. Their force was as fragile as a child's water gun before the golden flames instantly scattered by the ferocious energy wave and disappeared. As for the stone spears that shot up from the ground, they were crushed into dust by the golden flames, turning into a cloud of powder. That devastating joint ninjutsu was completely erased in less than a second. The violent golden energy wave continued to spread outward, dyeing the entire barrier in a golden hue. Shisui was pinned in place by Xian as the golden flame seemed alive, wrapping around him and creating an absolutely safe zone. He stared blankly at everything happening before him, his mind a complete void. He witnessed how the jutsu which the Root elite took pride in was easily and mercilessly crushed. He saw Xian's body slowly rising into the air, enveloped by the golden flames. The black hair blown by the fierce wind gradually turned golden, standing upright. Those black pupils had completely transformed into a chilling emerald green, devoid of any human emotion, only a cold indifference that looked down on all. A heavy pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the entire training ground. Crack! Crack! The ground could not withstand this pressure, and cracks began to appear, spiderweb-like fissures spreading wildly as if the entire No.7 training ground was wailing. The Root ninjas turned pale, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Breathing became difficult and their legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. Danzo looked up, his single eye wide with shock and disbelief. What kind of power is this? This is definitely not ninjutsu. This pressure, which seemed capable of burning souls, this pure destructive energy, had completely surpassed his understanding of power. Is this the true power of Uchiha Xian? Is this the true face of the power he had dreamed of obtaining? The hunt has begun. Xian's voice slowly emerged from the air. His voice was no longer clear, but carried a metallic resonance, cold and dignified, leaving no room for doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian's figure vanished from the spot. There was no smoke from the body flicker technique, no afterimages of high-speed movement. He simply disappeared into thin air. The next second, piercing screams echoed within the barrier without warning. Danzo's pupils suddenly shrank to a pinprick. In his line of sight, a golden shadow darted like lightning, weaving through the crowd at a speed that exceeded the limits of his vision. Too fast. So fast that his brain could not process the information before his eyes. He could only see a flash of golden light as a Root elite to his left had their chest caved in entirely, their body flying backward and crashing against the barrier, turning into a puddle of flesh. Before he could react, the golden light flashed again. A ninja behind him, forming seals, had their head twisted 180 degrees by an irresistible force, the crisp sound of bones cracking echoing painfully in the night. This was not a battle. This was unilateral slaughter. A bloody feast of a fierce tiger invading a flock of sheep. Xian had not used any ninjutsu, nor had he formed a single seal. He was merely using the most pure and primitive of fists and feet. Yet such simple actions under the enhancement of the golden flames possessed the might of a deity. The Root ninja's proud body flicker technique appeared slow as a leisurely stroll before Xian. Their sturdy armor and honed bodies crumbled under Xian's fists as if made of paper. Their counterattacks, whether blades or ninjutsu, could not even touch the hem of Xian's clothes, being automatically repelled or evaporated by the flowing golden flames. Screams rang out one after another, only to cease in a very short time. In just a few seconds. Nearly a matter of seconds. The dozens of Root elites that had surrounded Xian and Shisui with murderous intent moments ago now lay all on the ground. Some bodies twisted into strange shapes, others had transparent holes blasted through their chests, and some were directly turned into bloody mist by the violent force. Not a single survivor remained. The entire training ground apart from Shisui, who had not moved a step from his spot, only Xian and Danzo were still standing. The golden flames gradually receded but did not dissipate, still swirling around Xian's body like breath. Xian's figure reappeared, stopping 3 steps away from Danzo. He was not a speck of dust, nor was there a wrinkle on his clothes, as if the bloody slaughter just now had nothing to do with him. Only those emerald eyes remained still cold and devoid of warmth. A deathly silence enveloped the entire barrier. Danzo felt icy all over his limbs, stiff, a chill rushing from his feet straight to the top of his head. Is it over? Just like that, it is over. The elite force he had spent decades cultivating through the most brutal means, the darkest and sharpest blade of Konoha, had not even lasted 20 seconds against this golden power. Weak, laughable, utterly vulnerable. Danzo's lips trembled. He wanted to say something but found his throat gripped tightly by an invisible hand, unable to utter a sound. Everything he took pride in, his ambition, his bargaining chips, his confidence in that moment, was crushed by that golden figure. Now it's your turn. Xian's voice resonated calmly, yet it struck Danzo's heart like a heavy hammer. Fear washed over Danzo like a tidal wave, but he was after all the tyrant who had controlled Konoha's darkness for decades. After the fear, what surged in his heart was a more frenzied rage and unwillingness. He could not die here. His ambitions had not yet been realized. He had not yet become Hokage. Danzo's wrinkled face twisted in a grimace, a hint of resolute madness flashing in his single eye. Kid. Don't celebrate too early. Danzo's voice was hoarse as he slowly raised his left hand, grasping the layers of bandages wrapped around his right arm. My battle has only just begun. With a low roar, Danzo violently tore off the bandages. An arm sickeningly contrasting with his aged skin was exposed to the air. The skin of that arm presented an eerie white hue from wrist to shoulder, embedded with a dozen blood-red Sharingan glistening ominously. Those eyes seemed alive, their pupils moving chaotically, emanating a sinister and evil aura fixated on Xian before them. Izanagi. You used it in such an unpleasant way. Treating others' eyes as treasures embedded in your own body, thinking you are a god. Old dog, your ugly face truly reflects your inner self. Townsai's skin twitched, the muscles on his face tensed. Every word from Xian pierced his heart like a knife. But thinking about his current immortality, his courage swelled once again. Sharp-tongued brat. Wait until I step on you and then see how you boast. Townsai roared, his aging body burst forth with incredible speed. He formed a hand-seal, wind-style blades wrapped around his arm and lunged at Xian in midair. He intended to tear through Xian's defenses up close, making Xian understand that in the face of Izanagi any attack was futile. In the face of Townsai's desperate strike, Xian didn't even blink. Just as Townsai was about to touch Xian's figure gently swayed and vanished. Townsai's strike missed and his heart skipped a beat as he intended to turn around. A hand surrounded by golden flames had already pierced through his chest from behind. Too slow. Xian's cold voice rang in Townsai's ear. Townsai struggled to lower his head, staring at the large hole in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He hadn't even seen how Xian moved. In the next second, the golden energy exploded within him, shattering his organs and consciousness into pieces. Almost simultaneously, 10 meters away from where Townsai's body exploded, his figure reappeared unharmed. Only the Sharingan near his right wrist had closed. Ha ha ha. Townsai gasped for breath, yet his face showed a morbid grin. Useless. You brat, you can't kill me. As long as the eyes on this arm aren't completely blinded, I am immortal. Is that so? A playful voice echoed behind him. Townsai's laughter stopped and the hair all over his body stood on end. He abruptly turned his head only to find Xian standing behind him, a hint of mockery in his eyes. The 10th time. Xian softly uttered a number. As soon as his voice fell, Xian's figure vanished again. Townsai felt a chill at his neck and the world before him spun. A great force twisted his head off, sending it flying into the sky. In the final moment of consciousness, he saw his headless body still standing in place, blood gushing from the severed neck. Not far away, Townsai's figure reappeared and the second Sharingan closed as well. The 9th time. Xian's voice rang out perfectly as he resurrected. This time Townsai had no time to react. A foot enveloped in golden flames had already stamped onto his face. The force drove his head deep into the ground, causing a loud boom as countless cracks spread outward. Another Sharingan closed. The 8th time. Bang. Just as Townsai appeared on the other side, a golden finger pierced through his forehead and he fell straight down. The 7th time. Boom. He was struck skyward by an uppercut, his body shattering in midair. The 6th time. Townsai's initial confidence and arrogance slowly transformed into terror, leaving only bone-chilling despair. He realized something that chilled him to the bone. No matter where he resurrected, no matter which direction he tried to run, Xian always managed to appear beside him, first using a new humiliating method to kill him decisively. Each time he resurrected, it seemed like he was within the opponent's control. No. Not control. It was seeing through. How is that possible? Izanagi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, sacrificing one Sharingan to turn an unfavorable reality into a dream. It is a divine skill that reverses causality. How could this brat see through it? He had no idea that in Xian's green pupils this world appeared entirely different. The inside of the left eye under Xian's current state was no longer as simple as reading combat power. In Xian's vision, every time Townsai died, his body didn't simply vanish but disintegrated into countless energy particles. These particles would briefly disappear and then reassemble in another location within the barrier according to some rule. To an ordinary person, this process would be as fast as an illusion. But under Xian's insight, the energy particles preparing to reorganize looked like a lamp in the night, glaringly bright and impossible to hide. The so-called immortal body was nothing but a joke. The fifth time. Xian's figure appeared in front of Townsai, not attacking immediately, just quietly watching him. Townsai's body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. He was truly afraid. Dying once is not scary. What is terrifying is dying again and again, unable to fight back, only able to watch as his life counts down. What? What kind of monster are you? Townsai shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with fear. Monster. Xian tilted his head, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Compared to the eyes on your arm, my abilities are hardly monstrous. There are still 4 times left. No. I'll fight you to the end. Townsai seemed to go mad, no longer fleeing, channeling all his remaining chakra, forming hand seals. Wind-style vacuum great sphere. A massive sphere of wind shot from his mouth, whistling towards Xian. Xian didn't even glance, casually waving his hand. The golden flames turned into a wall. The wind sphere that could shatter stones crashed against it without making a sound and simply vanished. 3 times left. Xian's figure passed through the barrier, pointing a finger at Townsai's forehead. Once again Townsai resurrected. The fighting spirit had vanished from Townsai's eyes, leaving only fear and despair. His remaining rationality told him that he could not go on like this. The last 2 chances for resurrection were his final trump card. He must escape. 2 times left. Xian's voice sounded like the final judgment, striking at Townsai's heart. Don't kill me. Townsai finally lost all dignity, kneeling on the ground with a thud, crying with snot and tears streaming down. Lord Xian. No, clan leader Xian. I was wrong. I am willing to be your dog. I hold all the secrets of the roots and I know all the dirty deeds of Konoha. I can help you. Dog. Xian's gaze showed no ripple. You are not worthy yet. With a single stomp, Townsai's chest completely caved in. Last time. When Townsai's figure appeared in the barrier for the last time, the dozens of Sharingan on his right arm had only one remaining, open near the shoulder. That was his last life. He knew that begging for mercy was useless, resisting was useless, and escaping was merely a dream. Despair and fear of death ultimately turned into a frantic madness. Uchiha Xian. Townsai climbed up from the ground looking like a madman, his wrinkled face twisted with rage and ferocity. You forced me to this. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he forcefully unleashed the power within him that he had always repressed. The fabric on his right shoulder ripped apart, white flesh writhing and rapidly enlarging. An expressionless face emerged on his shoulder, resembling the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Countless thick branches burst forth from his back, clawing towards Xian. Wood-style birth of the forest? The white flesh on Danzo's right shoulder was writhing. It absorbed the surrounding natural energy, quickly expanding with repulsive slime oozing from its surface. Gradually a face began to emerge from the flesh, that of the first Hokage. The face bore no anger, its eyes tightly shut, exuding a sinister aura. Danzo let out a roar, quickly forming hand seals with one hand so fast it was nearly impossible to see. Countless thick vines erupted from his back, intertwining to suddenly form a dense forest of wood. This uncontrollable forest forcibly pushed aside the golden flames remaining around Xian. Thick branches whipped through the air with loud thuds, scattering wood chips everywhere, hurtling towards Xian in midair. The entire ground of Training Ground No. 7 was torn apart, the soil rolling up with countless tree roots burrowing into the earth to absorb nutrients. Xian floated in midair, looking down at the chaotic wooden forest below. His emerald eyes showed no emotion, only unabashed disdain. The power of the first Hokage to suppress chaotic times in the hands of this old dog is truly a disgrace. Xian let out a cold laugh, shaking his head. The stolen cells giving rise to this abomination do you even deserve to use would release. In Xian's view, the chakra within those wooden branches was a chaotic mess filled with repulsion and instability. Compared to pure chi, it was nothing but trash. At the edge of the barrier, Shisui gripped his short blade tightly, his Mangekyō Sharingan rapidly spinning, capturing every change in the air. Seeing the overwhelming trees, Shisui's heart tightened, his breathing becoming heavier. The wood release of the first Hokage was a legendary technique known to pacify chaos and suppress tailed beasts. Back in the day, the god of shinobi relied on this to command respect from the entire ninja world. Even if Danzo was merely an uncontrollable half-finished product, the fluctuation of his chakra was enough to take down an entire squad of Anbu. With such an attack range, there was nowhere to hide. The barrier was filled with deadly branches. Shisui instinctively wanted to rush in to help, but he hesitated mid-step. He realized that Xian had no intention of dodging. Xian simply floated there calmly, hands at his sides as if watching a monkey show. Seeing Xian so composed, Shisui's anxious heart unexpectedly calmed down. Xian slightly bent his legs, lowering his center of gravity, and brought his hands together at his waist. As his palms met, a blinding blue light erupted. The golden flames enveloping his body seemed to be drawn towards his palms. The surrounding air was sucked out, forming a visible vortex with wind swirling, causing Xian's golden hair to fly wildly. High-density chi was compressed in Xian's hands, emitting a humming sound. The debris on the ground was swept up by the wind, and before it could reach the ball of blue light it was ground to dust by the overflowing energy. The purple barrier began to flicker under this pressure, looking as if it might collapse. Danzo stood at the center of the wooden forest protected by vines, his single eye fixed intently on the increasingly bright blue light in Xian's. He couldn't comprehend what kind of technique this was. There were no hand seals, no flow of chakra, only a pure terrifying aura of destruction. Stop pretending! Danzo roared internally. Before the wood release of the first Hokage, everything is futile. Today I will crush you and your arrogance with my wood release. Danzo shouted, his hands forming seals again, squeezing out the last bit of chakra from his body. Dozens of the thickest tree trunks like crazed dragons opened their mouths wide, roaring as they lunged at Xian in midair. Xian's gaze sharpened, the blue sphere in his hands pushed to its limit. The blinding light even overshadowed the golden glow surrounding him, illuminating the entire interior of the purple barrier as brightly as day. Just as the wooden dragon was about to engulf Xian, he uttered several strange syllables: ka, me, ka, me, ha. Attribute. It feels incomplete. Without a shout, he thrust his hands forward with a blue energy wave over 10 meters in diameter surged forth from Xian's hands with the momentum to flatten everything in its path, forcibly compressing the space it traversed. Where the blue light passed, the air heated up, sparking electrical discharges, and the space rippled. The blue energy torrent collided with the wooden forest. There was no enormous explosion, nor was there a stalemate. Only a chilling zzz sound remained. The wooden branches that Danzo took pride in upon encountering the blue energy wave disintegrated like ice meeting magma, unable to resist, even slightly vaporizing instantly. The first layer of the thick trunk defense wall vanished in an instant. The second layer of entwined vines barely held for a second before turning to ash. The third layer of poisonous spikes didn't even touch the blue light before being evaporated by the heat wave. The sturdy trunks crumbled inch by inch, turning into invisible particles, leaving not a trace behind. The energy wave maintained its power, piercing through the entire wooden forest, clearing everything in its path, and slammed directly into the floor of the entire training ground. No. 7 shook violently, resembling an earthquake. A bottomless chasm over 10 meters wide was forcibly carved out by the blue light. The soil at the edges of the chasm turned a glass-like color, emanating high temperatures with heat waves radiating outward. The shockwave shattered the entire training ground into chaos. Shisui was pushed back repeatedly by the shockwave, his feet carving deep ruts into the ground, and he barely managed to steady himself by driving his short blade into the earth. His eyes widened as he gazed at the apocalyptic scene before him, his mind blank. Was that wood release? The legendary invincible wood release evaporated by a single blue light. No hand seals, no chakra, only pure destructive power. This was no ordinary ninja battle. Shisui swallowed hard, his hand trembling as he gripped his blade, his reverence for Xian escalating to a new level. He finally understood how absurd the chi that Xian spoke of was chakra. In the face of such power was merely a child's plaything. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. At the end of the chasm, Danzo lay on the ground like a broken sack. His right arm, adorned with Sharingan, was gone, along with the face of the first Hokage on his right shoulder, both erased. His body was battered, blood mixed with charred dirt, presenting a pitiful sight. His clothes had become rags, with large burn marks from his chest to his abdomen. A faint fluctuation of chakra flickered. Danzo's broken body vanished like a shadow, reappearing several meters away. For the last time, Izanagi activated, pulling him back from the gates of hell. Although his body healed, Danzo's spirit was on the verge of collapse. Now standing again, Danzo gasped for breath, his entire body trembling. He looked down at his right arm, finding nothing there, not even a shred of flesh. All of his Sharingan were gone. His strongest trump card, would release, hadn't even managed to counter a single attack. My would release. My eyes. Danzo's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, his single eye filled with unshakable despair and fear. All of his plans over the decades, the bloodline limits he had gathered, had turned into a joke in the face of that single attack. Xian slowly descended from the air, stepping onto the scorched earth, the golden flames retracting, yet the pressure remained unchanged. Xian walked towards Danzo step by step, each step feeling like a stomp on Danzo's heart. Looking at the disheveled Danzo, Xian's lips curled into a cold arc. You've used up all your trump cards, old dog, Xian said. What last words do you have? Danzo shot his head up, his single eye fixed on Xian, filled with madness. There's no escaping now, begging for mercy is useless. Then let's go to hell together. If I can't have it, no one else can. Danzo roared, ripping apart his tattered clothes. His dry chest was covered in black curse marks, forming a deadly pattern. Danzo's nails dug deeply into his flesh. This was his final act of desperation. He intended to use the 4-symbol seal to trap this monster alongside himself in the darkness. Danzo's emaciated chest was covered in dense, writhing black curse seals, ink dark lines that stirred to life, racing along his veins and voraciously devouring his vitality. Blood seeped from fissures in his skin, tracing the grooves of the seals before dripping onto the ground, staining it pitch black. Mutual annihilation. The old man could not even wait to form hand seals. He raked his fingernails across his own chest, tearing flesh to expose bone and forcibly activating the inner 4-symbol seal etched upon it. For towering pillars of ink-black energy erupted from his back, crisscrossing violently toward Gen, who hovered midair. Where the ink pillars passed, the air tore open into vacuum trails. Scattered stones were sucked inward and instantly reduced to nothingness. Danzo's despair twisted into a feverish, unhinged fervor. He bared his blood-smeared teeth in a grotesque grin, his features contorted in agony as a guttural roar forced its way from his throat. Die, you Uchiha! Even if I shatter into dust, I will drag you down to the Yellow Springs. The darkness of Konoha cannot tolerate a monster like you, uncontrollable, untamable. Gale winds howled as the ink pillars surged forward to engulf the golden figure. Gen hung motionless in midair, golden short hair whipping wildly, emerald eyes utterly still. His gaze upon Danzo held no anger, no hatred, only the cold dismissive contempt one reserves for refuse. You wish to take me with you to the grave. Gen sneered, a cruel arc lifting one corner of his mouth. You don't even possess the privilege of death. The moment the words left his lips, Gen vanished, leaving behind only a shimmering golden afterimage. The ceiling pillars struck it and shattered it into nothingness. Danzo's triumphant grin froze his lone eye, bulged wide, his heart skipping a beat. Where? Before the thought fully formed, a hand clamped down on his throat from the front, lifting him clean off the ground. GHK. Danzo clawed desperately at that iron grip with both hands, legs kicking frantically in empty air. His eyes bulged, his face purpling with suffocation. Gen tilted his head slightly, observing the creeping curse seals across Danzo's chest, then spoke no further. With his free left hand he formed a blade-like gesture, fingertips wreathed in white incandescent flame, and brought it down. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of snapping bone. Danzo's arms went limp, tendons severed by the blazing aura. Before he could even scream, Gen drove his right knee upward with brutal force. The sickening crunch was unmistakable. Both of Danzo's leg bones shattered just below the knees, splintered white bone piercing through skin, tendons torn apart by concussive force. All four limbs ruined, and still it was not enough. Gen slammed the broken lifeless body into the earth. He clenched his right fist, compressing golden aura into a searing, blinding sphere of light. He drove that fist straight into Danzo's curse-marked abdomen. A thunderous detonation shook the training ground. Violent energy surged from the impact, surging unchecked through Danzo's body, smashing every defense in its path. His dantian, the chakra reservoir, collapsed instantly. The cells responsible for chakra synthesis crumbled under that onslaught, incinerated en masse. The spreading inner four symbol seal, starved of chakra, seized abruptly. Its black lines withered, rapidly peeling from his skin like dead bark, dissolving into viscous pools of ink-black sludge. Seal failure. Danzo lay sprawled in the crater, vomiting thick black blood flecked with internal fragments. His limbs were severed, his chakra pathways utterly destroyed. From this moment forth, the man who had commanded Konoha's shadows for decades, the leader of Root, was less than a jōnin. A complete, irredeemable ruin. Gen withdrew his fist and rose. Golden aura rippled across his body, not a single drop of blood stained his skin. At the crater's bottom, Danzo gasped helplessly, jaw slack, breath ragged. His clouded solitary eye locked onto Gen in pure terror, now raw and unvarnished. His power was gone. Decades of scheming reduced to ash. He lacked even the strength to bite his tongue, his jaw had dislocated in the impact, hanging uselessly, saliva and blood mingling as they dripped down his chin. Kill me. A wheezing broken rasp escaped his throat, a plea delivered with desperate hollow eyes. Gen stepped forward and planted his military boot squarely on Danzo's age-spotted face, pressing down, grinding slowly. Kill you. He leaned in, voice glacial. That would be far too merciful. For a dog like you, the cruelest punishment is to live utterly stripped, utterly powerless. I will confine you to the deepest cell, where every day you'll hear how the Uchiha clan assumes control of Konoha and unifies the entire shinobi world. Gen's voice remained low yet carried absolute finality. I will make you watch as the very family you scheme to erase ascends to glory upon your ashes. And you will be nothing. Danzo's pupils convulsed, his breath hitched, then his eyelids rolled back and he slumped into unconsciousness. Gen withdrew his boot with visible disgust, not deigning to glance at the fallen man again. He turned, bent down and seized Danzo's right arm, the one grafted with Hashirama's cells and multiple Sharingan. With a sharp, brutal yank, the arm tore free. Blood sprayed. The severed limb, bearing over a dozen closed Sharingan, would never open again. Gen held the severed arm aloft. Above, crows shrieked as the purple barrier of the four violet flames formation fractured and dissolved into shimmering motes of light. Night winds swept once more across the ravaged training ground. A shadow dropped from the treetops, landing silently at the crater's edge. Itachi Uchiha. He sheathed his short blade, his gaze sweeping across the flattened forest, the ash that had been Root's elite, and finally settling on Danzo's mangled, unrecognizable form at the crater's bottom. His heart hammered uncontrollably. Itachi drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the shock that threatened to overwhelm him. It was over. Root, the organization that had suffocated the Uchiha, that had made shinobi across the land tremble, had been shattered in a single night. By one man. No tactics. No jutsu exchanges. Only overwhelming absolute domination of force. Itachi stared at the golden silhouette ahead, holding the severed arm, and his perception shifted irrevocably. On the banks of the South River he had admired Gen's theories and speed. Now he understood true dimensional annihilation. This power transcended shinobi limits entirely. The will of fire, political machinations among the elite, it all seemed childish, trivial beneath that golden aura. Konoha needed such a king. The Uchiha needed such a god. Itachi strode forward and knelt on one knee, withdrawing a glowing crystal orb from his equipment pouch, holding it high above his head with both hands. Lord Gen, this is the recording crystal. Every event within the barrier is captured here, including Tanzo's confession of coveting the Sharingan and initiating hostilities. Unedited. Untampered. The title had changed, without him realizing it. The honorific came naturally willingly. Gen turned. The golden aura receded from his body, his hair darkened back to black. The icy detachment faded from his emerald eyes. His left eye's six-pointed Mangekyō Sharingan spun once, then vanished beneath the surface, hidden once more. Gen took the crystal weighted in his palm and smiled, a cold knowing curve of his lips. Evidence, both physical and testimonial, was secured. With his current strength he could storm the Hokage tower and seize authority from Hiruzen Sarutobi by force. Yet to win the unquestioning loyalty of every clan and ensure the Uchiha's ascent was legitimate, undeniable, certain formalities remained necessary. Killing was easy. But dismantling an era's idols demanded stripping away their veneer of benevolence. Gen strode to the crater's edge, seized Tanzo's hair and dragged the ruined man from the pool of blood. A long crimson trail smeared behind the severed limbs. "Well done," Gen said, glancing at Itachi, voice calm, uninflected. "Clean up the perimeter. Leave no root operative alive. Eliminate every hidden agent tonight. By dawn I want no trace, no scent of root remaining in this village." Itachi bowed deeply, killing intent flashing in his eyes as he accepted the order. "Yes, mission guaranteed." Gen said nothing more. Gripping Tanzo's hair in one hand and the Sharingan-bearing arm in the other, he turned and walked toward the village center. Night still clung thickly, but the eastern horizon glowed faintly pale as a fish's belly. His boots crunched over brittle twigs. Gen dragged Konoha's deepest darkness toward the red-domed tower. Inside the building, the hypocritical old man still sat behind his desk, puffing on his pipe, dreaming peacefully. It was time to settle the score. Hokage building, top floor. The sky was dimly lit and the corridor was eerily silent, with only a few shadowy ANBU guards standing like wooden stakes in the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, pinching the bridge of his nose. After staying up all night, his head felt heavy. The documents on the desk were piled high, filled with mundane matters of border skirmishes and resource allocations. He picked up his pipe, but before he could light it, the heavy redwood door of the office was kicked open from the outside. Bang! The loud sound echoed throughout the entire building. The two ANBU guards stationed outside didn't even have time to react before being blown away by a shockwave, crashing against the wall at the end of the corridor and sliding down to the floor motionless. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell onto the desk, rolling several times and scattering tobacco everywhere. He was momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly darkened. How dare someone cause trouble in the Hokage building? However, when he saw the figure standing at the door, his anger evaporated instantly and he was frozen in place. Xian stood in the doorway. The morning light streamed in behind him, outlining his entire figure. The lingering smell of blood and killing intent had yet to dissipate, and his gaze remained calm, betraying no emotion. Shisui followed closely behind Xian, his expression stern, hand resting on the hilt of his sword as his eyes scanned every corner of the office. Uchiha Xian. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, his chair sliding far away behind him. "What do you want? Are you staging a rebellion?" Xian ignored him, merely shifting to the side and tossing something he had been dragging into the office. A figure was thrown inside, dragging a glaring trail of blood across the carpet. Upon recognizing the person's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. It was Danzo. His limbs were twisted in an unnatural position, bloodied all over, with a distinct footprint on his face. His mouth hung open, weakly exhaling but unable to inhale. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart felt as if it had been tightly gripped by a hand. He had considered many possibilities, Xian and Shisui being taken down by Danzo, or both sides suffering heavy losses, or even them teaming up to resist. But he had never imagined this result before him. Danzo, the leader of the Roots who had controlled Konoha's darkness for decades, now lay in this state after just one night. "Hokage-sama, I have captured a traitor for you." Xian's voice rang out in the quiet office, devoid of any emotion. He walked up to the desk and casually tossed two items onto the pile of documents. Bang! The first item was a bloodied, severed arm embedded with several closed Sharingan. The intense smell of blood immediately spread, dyeing the documents Sarutobi Hiruzen had been reviewing a deep red. Plop! The second item was a softly glowing crystal ball that rolled to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at Xian, his lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. At that moment, two elderly figures rushed in from outside, the informed Midogate Kuranai and Uchiha Shisui. They were about to reprimand but froze upon seeing the scene in the office. Especially when they saw Danzo half dead on the floor, the color drained from their faces. Outrageous! Uchiha Shisui was the first to react, pointing at Xian and screaming, "Uchiha Shen! Do you have no respect for the Hokage? What have you done to advisor Danzo? This is insubordination." Midogate Kuranai also shouted, "This is simply outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. They must be arrested immediately." Xian couldn't even be bothered to look at them, merely toying with another recording crystal in his hand. It was Shisui behind him who stepped forward, coldly stating, "Gentlemen, you can't speak recklessly. We captured a traitor. What crime is that? Do you mean to say that Shimura Danzo is more important than Konoha's laws?" You. Uchiha Shisui was left speechless, his face turning red. Enough. Xian seemed a bit impatient, finally lifting his eyelids to glance at the two old men. Just a glance. Uchiha Shisui and Midogate Kuranai felt as if something had tightened around their throats, their hearts skipping a beat, a chill rising from their souls to the top of their heads. They opened their mouths but couldn't utter a single word, forgetting even how to breathe. The entire office was terrifyingly quiet. Xian withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to the two paralyzed fools. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and pointed to the crystal ball on the desk. Hokage-sama, I believe you are also eager to know what happened last night. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed several times before he resignedly sat back down, waving his hand. Immediately an ANBU stepped forward to take the crystal ball and infuse it with chakra. A light curtain unfolded in the center of the office. The scene began to play. First it showed Danzo surrounded by dozens of root ninjas shouting that he would gouge out Xian's eyes. Then golden flames ignited around Xian, effortlessly killing all the root ninjas. Next Danzo revealed the Sharingan arm, using Izanagi repeatedly to resurrect, only to be killed time and time again. With a shift in the scene, Xian unleashed a massive blue beam engulfing a large expanse of forest along with Danzo. Finally Danzo initiated the four-symbol seal, only to be subdued by Xian in an instant, rendering him incapable of movement. Every detail was crystal clear. Danzo's ambitions, his trump cards, his disgraceful defeat, all were recorded. In the office the only sounds were the breathing of a few individuals. Uchiha Shisui and Midogate Kuranai's faces went from anger to shock, then to a pale gray. Their bodies swayed slightly, nearly unable to stand. They could not fathom how Shimura Danzo, who had fought against them for decades and made even the Hokage wary, could be completely crushed by a mere teenager. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, feeling as though all the strength had been drained from his body. He gazed at the figure on the screen, who resembled a deity, his murky old eyes filled only with shock and helplessness. That power had surpassed his comprehension. Ninjutsu chakra, in the face of such pure strength they felt like a joke. The light curtain extinguished and the office returned to darkness. Hokage-sama. Xian's voice sounded again, cold and devoid of fluctuation. Shimura Danzo privately building an armed force, attacking fellow village ninjas, plotting for bloodline limits with irrefutable evidence. According to Konoha's laws, how should this be handled? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He looked at the severed arm on the desk and recalled the scene of Danzo's last desperate struggle, his heart aching. After all, he was a comrade who had fought alongside him for many years. But he knew better in his heart. Today he couldn't protect Danzo. The evidence was overwhelming, and the death god Uchiha Xian was still here watching. If he dared to shield him in the next moment, the entire Hokage building might be gone. It had to be severed. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked as if he aged a decade in an instant, the wrinkles on his face deepening. In a hoarse, dry voice he issued the command word by word. Take Shimura Danzo to the highest prison, depriving him of all positions, life imprisonment. Dissolve root. All members report to the ANBU immediately for examination. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. This decision almost drained him of all his spirit. Very good. Xian nodded, seemingly satisfied with this outcome. Midogate Kuranai and Uchiha Shisui both breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter was settled. Now the next question. Xian suddenly took a step forward, leaning his hands on the desk, his body slightly inclined. His emerald eyes gleamed with a dangerous light in the dim light. He fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, speaking slowly. Hokage-sama, during the Ninetales incident, why was the Uchiha clan as the Konoha police force forbidden from participating in the battle? Who issued that order? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his head, his entire body stiffening. He looked into Xian's emotionless eyes, a terrifying thought clearly surfaced in his mind. This kid knows everything. Cold sweat trickled down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead, following the wrinkles of his cheek. The profound question had struck right at his most sensitive spot. During the Ninetales turmoil, the Uchiha clan was isolated. This was a move he made to solidify his power and divide Konoha. If this were to come to light, his position as Hokage would become precarious. Hiruzen, listen to me, the situation back then was very complex. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to calm down, trying to use his usual rhetoric to gloss over the matter. At that time the village was in chaos, and someone saw that the one controlling the Ninetales was using the Sharingan. To avoid further misunderstandings and to protect the Uchiha, I had to. Misunderstanding. Protect. The man interrupted him with a light laugh. The mockery in that laughter was unmasked. He did not pursue the matter further, nor did he look at Sarutobi Hiruzen again, leaving behind only a cold remark. I will find the answers. After saying that, he turned and left, striding out of the Hokage's office with Shisui. Once they left, the office fell into a terrifying silence. Tsunade and Mito stared at each other, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. They opened their mouths wanting to say something but found their throats too dry to speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if all his strength had been drained away, collapsing into the Hokage's seat. He looked at the bloody severed arm on the table, the blood-soaked documents, and then at the unconscious Danzo on the floor. A chill rose from his back, leaving his hands and feet icy. He knew that their era might be coming to an end. Dawn broke. The news of Shimura Danzo's downfall and the Root's disbandment spread overnight throughout Konoha. The entire village was in an uproar. Ordinary villagers were discussing endlessly. They didn't understand what root was, but they knew that the high-ranking official named Danzo had fallen toppled by a new genius from the Uchiha clan. For Konoha's major ninja clans, this news was like a storm. Hyuga clan. The head of the main house, Hyuga Hayashi, sat in the main seat, his hand holding the teacup, trembling slightly. He listened to the intelligence reported by his subordinates, his expression fluctuating. One person took down Danzo and killed dozens of elite from root. Yes, clan head. It's said that the floor of the Hokage's office hasn't even been cleaned yet. Hyuga Hayashi fell silent, putting down the teacup and closing his eyes. Nara clan. Shikaka bit his cigarette, his brows furrowed tightly. This is troublesome. This is really troublesome. He puffed out a smoke ring, muttering to himself. That kid doesn't play by the rules at all. What balance would compromise in his eyes was probably all nonsense. This game could no longer be played. The heads of the Inuzuka Aburame and Yamanaka clans sat together, the atmosphere in the room oppressive. They all understood that the sky over Konoha had changed. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan was in a state of jubilation. As soon as Hiruzen and Shisui returned to the clan, almost all the clansmen rushed out. They stood on both sides of the street watching the boy walking in front with fervent eyes. The great mountain that had weighed down on them for decades had finally crumbled. The man who had always targeted them, Danzo, had been trampled into the mud by their very own clansmen in the most direct and satisfying way. We won! We won! Nobody knew who shouted first, but then a thunderous cheer erupted into the sky. All the grievances and frustrations they had suppressed for too long erupted at this moment. Some clan members excitedly embraced one another, tears streaming down their faces. Some youths pounded the walls in excitement, shouting loudly. They looked at Hiruzen, their eyes filled with admiration. That night the Uchiha clan held a grand celebration banquet. At the head of the banquet table, clan head Uchiha Fugaku personally poured wine for Hiruzen. He stood up, raised his wineglass and surveyed every excited clansman present, his voice booming. I, Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan head, have been negligent in my duties. Fugaku's opening remarks instantly silenced the noisy banquet. In the face of the pressure from the higher-ups, I chose to yield, allowing my clansmen to suffer far too much injustice. I thought I was protecting the clan, but the truth proved I was wrong. Fugaku's gaze turned to Hiruzen beside him, filled with appreciation and guilt. It was Hiruzen with his strength who shattered our shackles and brought justice back. He made me understand that dignity is not bestowed by others but forged with one's own fists. Fugaku took a deep breath, raised his wineglass high and announced with all his might, today I, Uchiha Fugaku, hereby announce. I will resign from the position of clan head of the Uchiha clan. I propose that Uchiha Hiruzen take over as the new clan head. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into applause and cheers even more intense than during the day. Hiruzen clan head. Hiruzen clan head. Hiruzen clan head. No one objected. Whether they were once hawks or doves, in this moment their thoughts were united. This boy who stirred the dynamics of Konoha with his own strength was the only hope for the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen stood up under everyone's gaze. He did not refuse, calmly accepting the flame-patterned fan shortcoat symbolizing the clan head's power handed over by Fugaku. He surveyed the passionate faces below, his voice not loud but clear enough to reach everyone's ears. Toppling Danzo was merely reclaiming the justice that belonged to us. But that is just the first step. Hiruzen's voice suddenly rose. Next I will lead you all to reclaim everything that belongs to the Uchiha. Power, status and our glory. He paused, throwing out a piece of news that made everyone hold their breath. Starting tomorrow I will establish a will training ground underground at the South He Shrine. I will personally teach you the methods of cultivating chi. I want to make you all understand that the power of the Uchiha comes from the will to protect, not hatred. All clansmen who have mastered chi will find it easier to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan and will no longer bear the curse of blindness. Boom! This statement made the Uchiha clansmen present even more excited than when Danzo was overthrown. The Mangekyō. That legendary eye. No more blindness side effects. What does this mean? It means that the Uchiha clan will give birth to a powerful team composed of Mangekyō. Everyone went wild, their eyes on Hiruzen shifted from fervor to faith. After the banquet ended, the night fell silent. Hiruzen secretly summoned two people in the new clan head's residence. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Shisui, Hiruzen looked at the once-in-a-lifetime genius who had become his #1 supporter. From today on you will detach from the police force and form a dark guard that only listens to my orders. Your task is to investigate all the dark dealings during Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure, especially the mysterious deaths of important figures from various countries as well as the flow of resources within Konoha. I want you to expose all his dirty secrets. Yes. Lord Hiruzen. Shisui knelt on one knee, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Hiruzen nodded, turning his gaze to the silent Itachi beside him. Although Itachi was only 11 years old, he was much more mature than his peers. He looked at the new clan head with a complex expression. He saw the glory that Hiruzen brought to the clan but also felt a slight unease about Hiruzen's hardline approach. Deep down he was still the boy who believed in the will of fire. Itachi Hiruzen saw through Itachi's thoughts. He did not issue a command but calmly asked, what do you think of Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage? Itachi was taken aback for a moment, then replied solemnly, the third Hokage is a great ninja who dedicated himself to the village. Great. Hiruzen laughed. Would a great Hokage allow the hero's son to live in conditions worse than those of a beggar? Itachi's pupils shrank sharply. What do you mean by that? The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze is your idol, right? Hiruzen retorted. He and his wife Kushina Uzumaki sacrificed themselves to seal the Nine Tails. They are the heroes of Konoha, right? Of course. Itachi answered without hesitation. Then how is their son Naruto Uzumaki doing now? Hiruzen's voice suddenly turned cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen told everyone that he would take care of the hero's orphan. And the result? I won't give you an answer. Hiruzen stood up, walked to Itachi's front and patted his shoulder. I have a task for you. From today on you will secretly find Naruto Uzumaki without alarming anyone and with your own eyes see what kind of life this hero's son is living. Record everything about him. Go see how that so-called great Hokage is taking care of your idol's only bloodline. Hiruzen's words struck heavily at Itachi's heart. He had always thought that the third Hokage was a kind elder, the embodiment of the will of fire. But Hiruzen's words tore a hole in his beliefs. He wanted to refute, but Hiruzen's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, left him speechless. In the end, Itachi lowered his head and answered in a hoarse voice. Yes. The next day Itachi changed into plain clothes, hiding his tracks, searching for the golden-haired boy's figure in every corner of the village. Finally he found him in a remote park in the village. The boy named Naruto Uzumaki was sitting alone on an old swing, his small body curled up, watching other children happily playing with their parents. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. Itachi stood under a tree not far away, watching that lonely figure, glancing at Naruto's faded clothes and the dirt on his face. Shien has become the new king of the Uchiha clan, but he rejected the main house offered by Fugaku. He found a newly completed building in the center of the clan's territory. This place was originally intended to be a high-level conference room, but Shien transformed it into his command center. The room had no lavish decorations, just a long table and walls covered with blueprints. The architectural structures on the blueprints were bizarre, with lines and symbols that exceeded the understanding of ninjas from this era. Gravity amplification array, energy circulation core, mimetic combat space. Each of these terms was enough for the Konoha research team to study for a lifetime. But Shien was merely copying them. These concepts were not original to him, they were part of a manual titled Basic Applications of Chi that appeared in his mind when he awakened his Saiyan bloodline. The manual not only contained methods for cultivating Chi but also detailed how to construct facilities that aid in training. The gravity amplification array could hone the body, the energy circulation core served as the power source, and the mimetic combat space could be used for practical simulations. This was the Will training ground that Shien aimed to create. Behind him, several hawkish elders of the Uchiha clan were holding their breath, craning their necks to comprehend the blueprints. They couldn't understand, but they were deeply shocked. On the first day of the new clan leader's tenure, instead of conducting a purge, he locked himself in this temporary command center to fulfill the promises he made at the banquet. This decisive action reassured all Uchiha clan members. The atmosphere of the entire Uchiha clan changed overnight. On the streets, members of the patrolling police force stood tall with their backs straight and a glimmer of light in their eyes. In the training grounds, young clan members were sweating profusely, with their training volume doubled compared to usual. Even the children still attending the ninja academy had become less carefree, their eyes filled with aspirations for the future. Everyone understood that the Uchiha sky had brightened. Shien put down his charcoal pencil and rubbed his brow. He picked up a construction materials list from the table, glanced at it, and casually called out Quan. A figure immediately rushed in from outside. Uchiha Quan was dressed in a sharp short outfit today, her hair tied up high, and there was a mix of nervousness and excitement on her face. She quickly approached the table and slightly bowed, waiting for orders. Clan leader. From now on, when there are no outsiders, just call me Shien, he said without looking up, continuing to read the list in his hands. You don't need to worry about the training ground matters. Starting today, I will establish a new department for you called the Life Energy Research Institute, and you will be fully responsible for it. Life Energy Research Institute. Quan was taken aback, confusion filling her big eyes. Yes, Shien finally looked up at her. The chi I taught you is life. What I want you to do is to research how to combine chi with medical ninjutsu. Shien's fingers lightly tapped on the table, the sound soft yet imbued with an undeniable intensity. I want more than just simple healing techniques. I want limb regeneration, cellular level repairs, the activation of human potential, and even longevity. Quan's breath hitched for a moment, her heart pounding. What Shien said had gone beyond her understanding of medical ninja. This was no longer ninjutsu, it was something only a deity could accomplish. Can I do it? Quan's voice trembled, slightly uncertain of her own abilities. If I say you can, then you can. Shien's tone was calm. Remember, you are the first medical ninja to master chi, you are the pioneer in this field. Be bold in your endeavors. For personnel and resources, consult Fugaku. The former clan leader will assist you, he is now my steward. Looking into Shien's calm and profound eyes, Quan's unease and doubts vanished. A sense of mission and motivation surged from the depths of her heart. She nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushing, her voice crisp and determined. Yes. I will never let you down. Quan's back as she turned to leave was filled with vigor. Shien watched her walk away, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To change a family that was rotten to the core, he couldn't rely solely on himself. He needed to promote a group of young individuals whose minds had not been shackled, allowing them to become the cornerstone of a new era. Quan was the first, but she would not be the last. In the afternoon at training ground number 3. This place was temporarily transformed into an exclusive training area for the youth division. A group of Uchiha children aged 7 to 10 gathered together, chattering excitedly about something. In the midst of the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, looking cool as he listened to his companions praise the new clan leader. "Let me tell you, Brother Shien single-handedly took down that old man Danzo. My dad said Brother Shien possesses a golden power capable of shattering a mountain with a single punch. From now on, our Uchiha will never have to bow to anyone again." As the children were enthusiastically discussing, a faint voice suddenly rang out. "Are you done chatting?" All the children trembled and turned around, standing straight. Shien had somehow appeared behind them. "Clan leader," the children exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with admiration. Shien waved his hand, surveying the youthful faces, finally fixing his gaze on Sasuke. "Before we train, I have a question for you all," Shien began. "Why do you want to cultivate? What do you wish to achieve?" The children were momentarily stunned before eagerly raising their hands to answer. "To become stronger. To protect the Uchiha. To become powerful ninjas like the clan leader." The answers were a jumbled mess but radiated the children's enthusiasm. Shien said nothing, merely looking at Sasuke, raising an eyebrow. "And you, the little brat with that look as if someone owes you money, what are you after?" Sasuke called out, felt his cheeks flush slightly, but he straightened his neck and replied in what he thought was the coolest tone, "I want to surpass my brother." "Surpass Uchiha Itachi?" Shien chuckled. "That's easy. But what comes after surpassing him?" "Protection is what allows you to crawl back from hell even when you're near death. The reason your brother is strong is that he has something worth protecting." Shien knelt down in front of Sasuke, meeting his gaze. "Sasuke, what do you wish to protect?" This question struck Sasuke's heart hard. Protect. He had never thought about it. All he could think about was how to catch up to that distant figure, how to gain his father's approval. Seeing the blank expression on Sasuke's face, Shien did not press further. He stood up, clapped his hands, and addressed all the children. "From today onward, forget everything you learned about chakra refining. Close your eyes, think about nothing, and feel with your heart if there is a warm sensation inside your belly. Find it, feel it, and try to make it obey you. Whoever accomplishes this first, I will personally teach them a cool technique." After saying this, Shien turned and left, leaving a group of children who were half understanding yet extraordinarily excited. Sasuke stood in place, watching Shien's retreating figure, and for the first time he felt a hint of doubt about his persistent goal. Protection. Night fell. Only one lamp was lit in the command center. Shien leaned back in his chair, eyes closed as he rested. In the air, a faint wave flickered and Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared in the center of the room. He knelt on one knee, head bowed, devoid of any vitality. The once vibrant and bright-eyed Uchiha genius was nowhere to be found. Now he resembled a hollow shell after a collapse of belief. Lord Shien, Itachi's voice was hoarse and dry, devoid of any emotion. Shien opened his eyes, looked at him calmly, and asked, "Did you see it?" Itachi did not answer, merely pulling out a scroll from his bosom and presenting it with both hands. Shien took the scroll and slowly unfolded it. It contained no neat characters, only hurriedly scribbled notes in charcoal. The handwriting was messy, indicating the writer's trembling hand. Day 1 found him. In a small alley, he was pushed to the ground by a restaurant owner who scolded him for being a monster. The reason was that he wanted to eat but had no money. Day 2, he sat alone on the swing for an entire afternoon. I saw some villagers deliberately avoiding him, muttering bad luck. Day 3, I followed him and saw him digging half a box of expired milk out of a trash can, drinking it happily. Day 4, he wanted to play with other children, but they threw stones at him and one of the children's fathers stood nearby watching, smiling. Day 5, he was cornered and beaten by several older kids. No Umbu came out. I saw him secretly hiding in a deserted place at night, crying and calling for his mom and dad. Day 6, he stood in front of the memorial stone, staring blankly at the name of the 4th Hokage. He didn't know that was his father. He just felt that name was warm. The scroll was long and Shien read it word by word carefully. The air in the room seemed to freeze. The flickering light cast a long shadow of Shien. He had no expression on his face, but his black pupils gradually turned cold. There was no aura of aggression from him, yet Itachi, kneeling on the ground, felt an overwhelming pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. It was a pure intent to kill. Shien slowly closed the scroll. The paper turned to dust silently at his fingertips, slipping through the gaps in his fingers. The son of a hero. Shien's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling aura that froze the soul. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen calls protection. Itachi's body trembled violently, lowering his head even further. Lord Shien. My will of fire has been nothing but a joke from the beginning to the end. His voice was full of self-mockery. A joke. Shien stood up, walked in front of him and looked down at him. No, Itachi. This is not a joke. Shien's voice suddenly turned cold. This is a crime. The timing is almost right. Notify Shisui to prepare all the evidence collected regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's corruption. 3 days from now I will personally tear off the false mask of this benevolent Hokage in front of all the villagers of Konoha. In Konoha, the central shopping street, it was mealtime and the streets were bustling with people, the sounds of vendors mixing with the aroma of food. A small slender blonde boy was hiding around the corner of an alley swallowing saliva incessantly. Naruto had been hungry all day, his stomach already flat. He leaned against the cold wall and glanced back towards the end of the street where there was an Ichiraku ramen shop. The handmaid uncle was one of the few people in the village who didn't look at him with that strange monstrous gaze. Just the night before last, when the ramen shop was about to close, the handmaid uncle had secretly called him in and stuffed a bowl of tonkatsu ramen with double portions of chashu into his hands, even smiling and ruffling his messy blonde hair as he left. Naruto was very grateful to that uncle. It was because of this that he didn't want to go near Ichiraku ramen today. The handmaid uncle's shop was small, and if he kept going there to eat for free, it would definitely cause him to lose money. Naruto would rather go hungry than drag down the only person who was kind to him. He withdrew his gaze, enduring the cramping pain in his stomach, and focused on an izakaya across the street called Dahiya. Outside the izakaya, a small table had just been vacated by a group of drunken customers. On the corner of the table there was a rice ball filled with seaweed and salmon that had been untouched by the previous customer. Naruto swallowed again, his legs feeling a bit weak as he slowly edged out of the alley and approached the table. He reached out with his small dirty hand and grabbed the rice ball. However, his wrist bumped against an empty sake bottle nearby. The glass bottle rolled to the ground, shattering with a crisp sound. The plump owner of Dahiya rushed out from the kitchen, cursing, wielding a large iron clamp used for grilling meat. The shout startled Naruto, causing him to flinch. The plump owner instantly recognized the blonde hair, grabbed Naruto by the tattered collar from behind, lifting him off the ground and throwing him into the middle of the street. The rice ball flew from Naruto's hand, rolling several times on the dusty ground and getting covered in black mud. Naruto fell onto the bluestone pavement, letting out a muffled groan. His left arm scraped a large patch of skin, blood quickly oozing out. Although he was dizzy from the fall, Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the dirty rice ball. Get away! Uncultured monster! The plump owner waved the greasy iron clamp, his face a mask of disgust as he spat a thick phlegm beside Naruto. Dare to steal from Dahiya? Do you believe I will break your legs? You've dirtied my territory. Who would still dare to eat here? Naruto covered his bleeding arm, got up from the ground, gritting his teeth, and shouted. I didn't steal. That was something someone else didn't want. I'm hungry. Still dare to retort? The plump owner kicked the rice ball on the ground away, pointing at Naruto's nose and scolding, monsters should die outside the village. Don't be an eyesore on the shopping street. Just seeing your blonde hair brings bad luck. Villagers and diners passing by quickly gathered around. The crowd formed a circle, trapping Naruto in the middle. Hundreds of people stood, not a single one stepped forward to speak for the 7-year-old child, nor did anyone go to help the child with the bleeding arm. The villagers looked at Naruto with indifference, fear, and a certain thrill of watching a show. Why is this monster out again? It's really disappointing. I can't even eat. The third Hokage is too soft-hearted. He should have kicked this little demon out of the village long ago, or else there will be trouble eventually. Well done. This kind of thief should be taught a lesson to prevent future harm. Harsh words came from all directions, each piercing into Naruto. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, desperately holding back the tears in his eyes. He had long gotten used to it, but his empty stomach ached, his arm burned painfully, and his shoulders couldn't help but tremble. Suddenly, a heavy sound of military boots hitting the ground came from outside the crowd. Do not move. The police force is patrolling. A cold shout drowned out all the noise. 2 members of the Uchiha police force wearing uniforms emblazoned with the Fan Clan insignia pushed through the crowd. Both were young, standing straight with sharp eyes. These were newcomers promoted from the bottom after Shien became the clan leader. Shien had set only one rule for the new police force: enforce the law normally and do not bow to anyone. Seeing the Uchiha's black uniforms, the villagers instinctively took a step back. One officer approached Naruto, showing no sign of disdain, bent down and grabbed Naruto's arm, pulling him up from the ground. The officer brushed the dust off Naruto's clothes, looked at his scraped bleeding arm and furrowed his brows tightly. Another officer strode up to the plump owner of Dahiya. The officer's gaze swept over the large iron clamp in the plump owner's hand, his voice stern. This is the Konoha police force enforcing the law. You just assaulted someone in public. Put down what you are holding and come back with me to the police station for questioning. The plump owner froze, still holding the iron clamp. The surrounding villagers were also stunned. Was this still the Uchiha police force that used to avoid trouble? The plump owner regained his senses, emboldened by the number of people around, and shouted loudly. What's wrong with me teaching a thief a lesson? The Uchiha have no right to meddle. Are you going to cover for this monster now? His words ignited the villagers' emotions. The boss is right. What's so great about the Uchiha? Get out of the shopping street. We don't need your show of power here. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, closing in tighter. Several hot-headed strong men even rolled up their sleeves, looking like they wanted to make a move. The 2 police officers stood firm, not retreating a step. They exchanged glances, both placing their hands on the hilts of their weapons. With a flick of the thumb, the ninja swords came out half an inch, producing a crisp metallic sound. The red Uchiha Sharingan appeared in both of their eyes. A murderous aura locked onto the leading strong men. Last warning: obstructing police operations will be treated as the same crime. Whoever takes another step forward will be arrested on the spot. Seeing those spinning red eyes, the unruly villagers instantly shrank back, swallowing their saliva, their legs uncontrollably retreating. At that moment the air at the end of the street trembled. There were no explosions, no light. Only a foot in black military boots gently stepped on the bluestone. The footsteps were not loud. But at that instant a terrifying sense of oppression swept over the entire street. The noisy shopping street fell silent all at once. Everyone felt a tightness in their chest, struggling to breathe. The few strongest men who had shouted the loudest earlier suddenly went weak in the knees and fell to the ground with a thud. They were all sweating profusely, supporting themselves on the ground, lacking even the strength to stand up. At the center of this oppressive feeling, Xian walked into the crowd with one hand in his pocket, unhurried. Xian wore a black high-collared robe representing the clan leader, his black hair slightly swaying. His eyes didn't even glance at the kneeling villagers on either side but passed over everyone to land directly on Naruto at the center of the crowd. The two police officers saw Xian and immediately released the grips on their weapons, kneeling on one knee and bowing deeply. Clan leader. Xian nodded slightly, not stopping his steps, and directly walked up to Naruto. Naruto stared blankly at the black-haired big brother in front of him. In his whole life, apart from the handmaid uncle who had given him a bowl of ramen, no one had ever stood in front of him against so many people, nor had anyone ever looked at him with such calm eyes. Xian crouched down, looking at Naruto's dirty little face and the bleeding wound on his arm. He extended his right hand, a soft white aura glowing in his palm. Xian gently placed his hand over Naruto's scraped arm. A warm breath surged into his body. The wound on Naruto's arm healed rapidly, the flesh knitting together, swelling, receding, leaving no scar. This warm current didn't stop flowing throughout his body, banishing hunger, cold, and fatigue. Naruto even felt the monster that had been thrashing in his stomach quiet down under the soothing aura. "It's okay now, don't be afraid." Xian reached out to ruffle Naruto's messy blonde hair, his voice gentle. This sentence made Naruto unable to hold on any longer. Tears streamed down Naruto's face in big drops. He didn't know who the person in front of him was, only knowing that this was the first person willing to use such warm power to protect him. Naruto suddenly lunged at Xian, tightly hugging his arm, burying his tear-streaked, snot-covered face into it, and began to cry silently. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, a dark figure wearing a raccoon mask suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee and speaking urgently. Third Hokage, urgent situation. The target has clashed with the villagers in the central shopping street, and the Uchiha police force has intervened, leading to a larger standoff. Now Uchiha Xian himself has arrived at the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell to the ground with a thud. He stood up abruptly, the wrinkles on his face knitting together in shock. Naruto. Uchiha. Xian. Each of these three words gave him a headache. Now these three factors he least wanted to see were unexpectedly mixed together in broad daylight. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed under his breath, knowing that this matter could not escalate any further. That kid Uchiha Xian was a madman capable of anything. If he let him take advantage of Naruto's incident, all his years of planning would be ruined. Immediately gather all the direct Umbu. Come with me to the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed the Hokage hat from the table, not even tying the belt of his robe, and his figure flashed away. On the shopping street, the atmosphere remained tense. Xian ignored the kneeling plump owner and villagers, quietly letting Naruto cling to his arm, releasing 7 years of pent-up grievances. Several masked Umbu figures landed on the rooftops and power poles around, sealing off the street entrances and exits. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing his ceremonial robe, walked briskly through a crowd of Umbu, his brow tightly furrowed. He pushed through the crowd, seeing a large group of villagers kneeling on the ground, and then glanced at the plump owner, who looked terrified, his old face ominously dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the authority of the Hokage. What happened? How could the police force clash with the villagers? What kind of situation is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern gaze swept over the two police officers, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the blonde boy standing behind. His heart jolted, his eyes twitched violently, and that ominous premonition turned out to be true. How could Naruto be here? Why was Uchiha Xian shielding Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the panic in his heart, turned his head, ready to use his position as Hokage to reprimand the police and forcefully categorize this incident as a public disturbance. As long as he dispersed the crowd and took Naruto away, this matter could be brushed aside like before. But Xian had no intention of giving him that opportunity. Xian stepped forward, his tall figure completely blocking Sarutobi Hiruzen's line of sight. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze piercing into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. In those black pupils there was no awe for the Hokage. Only coldness and mockery. Third Hokage. Xian's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Is this the child you promised the whole village you would take good care of, the biological son of the fourth Hokage? The phrase, the biological son of the fourth Hokage, instantly silenced the bustling central commercial street. Several aunties in the front row were still clutching wilted vegetable leaves, their arms frozen in midair, mouths agape. And that surname Uzumaki. The villagers all knew that the previous generation's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, who was also the fourth Hokage's wife, bore the surname Uzumaki. Some common knowledge and memories collided in the villagers' minds, gradually revealing a chilling truth. The crowd began to stir uneasily. What a joke! How could the fourth Hokage have such a monstrous son? Impossible. The Hokage couldn't be hiding this from us. This is a fabrication by the Uchiha. The shouts erupted again as the villagers instinctively refused to accept this reality. They turned their gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was surrounded by ANBU, hoping that this old Hokage would step forward and vehemently refute this nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there as if rooted to the spot. His murky old eyes were filled with terror and the color drained from his face, leaving him paler than a corpse. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, following the creases of his skin to his chin, dropping with a soft thud onto the ground. There was neither rebuttal nor clarification. This ruler of Konoha for decades was rendered speechless by a single statement from Shin, his lips trembling uncontrollably. As they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen like this, the villagers' shouts gradually diminished. Panic began to spread through the crowd. The most unlikely speculation seemed to be true. Schwann had no intention of giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to breathe. He took a step forward, straightened his back, and cast a cold gaze over every face present. A powerful pressure caused the villagers in the front to weaken in their legs, nearly collapsing onto the ground. "You don't believe it?" Schwann scoffed, his voice dripping with mockery. "Then open your eyes wide and see how this Hokage who constantly preaches the will of fire takes care of the hero's descendants." Schwann forcefully pulled Naruto from behind him, pushing him to the front of everyone. Naruto flinched, gripping Schwann's clothes tightly. His worn, faded clothes were full of patches, the sleeves cut short, his arms covered in dirt and bruises. Due to chronic malnourishment, he was shorter than his peers, his complexion pale and his cheeks sunken. Drinking expired milk, eating moldy rice balls, living in a house that leaks wind in winter and rain in summer. Schwann's voice suddenly rose, causing the glass on both sides of the street to vibrate. "Walking down the street insulted and beaten by you fools. Being chased out of stores by shopkeepers with sticks. Even rummaging through trash bins for food earns me the label of a monster. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this your promise to Namake's Minato? Is this your so-called protection?" Each question landed like a heavy punch, striking directly at the villagers' hearts. The fat shopkeeper from the darkroom fell onto the ground, looking at the iron clamp he had just used to hit Naruto as if it were a burning hot branding iron, and hurriedly tossed it away. Those who had once thrown stones and spat at Naruto turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. They had always thought they were punishing the demon fox, ridding the village of a threat. But now someone told them that the child they tormented every day was the only son of the hero who saved the village. A massive guilt was about to engulf them. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his tongue hard, forcing himself to wake up from the pain. He couldn't let Schwann continue. "Shut up. Uchiha Schwann." Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted hoarsely, waving his hand to give orders. "ANBU. Capture this traitor who spreads falsehoods. Immediately take away the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." A dozen masked figures jumped down from the rooftops, rushing towards Schwann with short blades. Schwann didn't even glance at them, only letting out a cold snort. An invisible wave of energy exploded from Schwann's center. Those ANBU members were still in midair, not even able to get within 3 meters of Schwann before being blasted away, each one spitting blood as they crashed into the shops on either side, smashing large portions of the walls. They were utterly incapable of withstanding even a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched violently. His most proud direct ANBU fell apart before this youth in less than a second. Schwann leisurely took out a scroll from his pocket which contained all the evidence Itachi had collected over the past few days. He casually tossed it, and the scroll arced through the air, landing with a thud at Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet. Before the fourth Hokage and his wife died, they left behind an inheritance worth enough to buy half of the commercial street. All this money was taken away under the guise of your custody. Where is the money? Where did it go? Schwann didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to answer. His gaze directly passed over the crowd, looking at the rooftops of the tall buildings on either side of the street, a cold smile with killing intent curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you think that by destroying the ledgers this matter would remain unknown? Do you think that by hiding in the shadows and staying silent I wouldn't be able to find you?" Schwann suddenly raised his right foot and stomped heavily on the stone pavement. With a deafening bang, the entire commercial street shook. A golden aura materialized around Xian. The terrifying pressure once felt at the 7th training ground was unleashed without restraint. The strong wind prevented the villagers from opening their eyes. Hyuga Hizashi. Nara Shikaku. Akimichi Choza. Yamanaka Inoichi. Schwann called out one renowned name after another in the village, his voice booming like thunder. "Get down here." The heads of the major clans hiding in the shadows were locked on by this violent aura, their hearts gripped tightly as if by a hand. They had heard about how Schwann single-handedly took down Danzo and annihilated the entire route at the 7th training ground. That kind of unreasonable power filled all the major clans with awe towards this new Uchiha king. Now being publicly named by Xian, if they didn't come down, the consequences would be unimaginable. Several figures reluctantly leaped down from the heights, landing in the center of the street right between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Schwann. Hyuga Hizashi's face was ashen. Nara Shikaku's expression was bitter, while Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi lowered their heads, not daring to meet Schwann's gaze. The crowd erupted into an uproar. The villagers hadn't expected that even these usually aloof clan heads were present. "Let me tell these fools." Schwann raised his chin, looking down at these clan heads. "Do you know about Sarutobi Hiruzen's greed for the 4th's inheritance?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically as he suddenly turned to Shikaku, his eyes filled with warnings and pleas. If even these clans turned against him, his position as Hokage would truly be over. Narashikaku felt the increasingly terrifying pressure from Shin, the back of his clothes instantly soaked with cold sweat. There was no choice left. The old Hokage was already rotten to the core, and this Uchiha youth who possessed godlike power was the future of Konoha. For the sake of his clan, he knew what to do. Shikaku took a deep breath, took half a step forward, avoiding Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, and slowly spoke to all the villagers. After the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, the immense wealth belonging to Namake's Minato and the Uzumaki clan was indeed transferred in a very short time. Most of the money went into a secret account in the Hokage building, which later became a large batch of resources stored in the Sarutobi clan's private warehouse. Hyuga Hizashi spoke in a deep voice with his eyes closed. The Hyuga clan can testify. After the Nine Tails incident, the Sarutobi clan purchased a large amount of land and mines outside the village, and the money came from that inheritance. The words of several clan heads became the last straw that broke the camel's back. There was no need to look at the scroll on the ground. The public acknowledgement by the most powerful clan heads in Konoha was the strongest evidence. The crowd erupted completely. All hope was lost. The villagers' worldview shattered in that moment. That old man who always smiled at third Hokage, who constantly preached the will of fire, turned out to be a thief who embezzled the hero's inheritance and persecuted the hero's orphan. Bastard! Spit out the fourth's money. You beast! How dare you wear the Hokage's hat? Anger spread across the street. The villagers' eyes turned red as they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, their expressions shifting from respect to disdain and hatred. If it weren't for the ANBU around, the enraged villagers would have rushed forward to tear this hypocritical old man apart. Sarutobi Hiruzen swayed slightly, retreating 2 steps to steady himself against the telephone pole. It was over. All over. His decades of prestige and reputation were thoroughly destroyed by just a few words from these clans. Do you think greed for money is your greatest crime? Schwann's deathly voice echoed again. Your greatest sin is your malice. Schwann pointed at the angry villagers surrounding them, speaking each word deliberately. During the Nine Tails incident, you, the former Hokage, failed to protect the village, causing the fourth to sacrifice his life. You feared the villagers would blame you for your incompetence, feared losing your power, so you hurriedly sought a scapegoat. You deliberately revealed that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, yet you concealed the truth that he is the fourth son. You allowed, even guided the entire village to hate an innocent infant. Because you knew that as long as the villagers vented all their hatred on this monster, no one would question your negligence as Hokage. As long as you occasionally feigned sympathy for him, this child would be grateful towards you, becoming your most obedient weapon. You used the foolishness of the entire village as your shield, paving your way with the blood and tears of an innocent child just to secure your seat. The truth sliced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's vile thoughts like a knife, laying them bare before everyone. Among the crowd, those who lost loved ones in the Nine Tails incident were trembling violently. A retired ninja who lost an arm fell to his knees with a thud covering his face and wailing loudly. They had always thought that beating Naruto and cursing him was revenge for their deceased loved ones. But now they realized they were just a group of fools manipulated by the Hokage. They had been used as pawns, hurling the most vile curses at the child of their benefactor. The humiliation of being deceived, the anger of being used, and the guilt towards Naruto erupted completely. Kill him. Kill this old thief. Someone shouted, and the villagers on the entire street lost control, rushing forward with red eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen, his eyes vacant, lacking even the strength to resist. Schwann stood in place, coldly watching this farce. The time had come. He bent down, his hands passing through Naruto's arms, lifting the shocked, tear-streaked blonde boy. Naruto stared blankly at the dark crowd below. Those who usually wanted nothing more than to devour him were now kneeling on the ground weeping. Schwann raised his head, scanning the entire scene. Look closely. From today onward, the fourth Hokage's son Uzumaki Naruto will be adopted by me, Uchiha Schwann. His needs for food, clothing, and training will be entirely covered by me, Uchiha Schwann. Anyone who dares to touch a single hair on him, anyone who dares to call him a monster again, will suffer the same fate as those Root members who were turned to ashes at the 7th training ground. This threat silenced the rioting villagers, instantly making them lower their heads in reverence. Schwann carried Naruto and turned to face the third Hokage. His gaze was like a knife piercing into Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your so-called will of fire has long rotted away. You are unworthy to wear that hat, much less to decide the future of Konoha. Your era ends today. The cold voice echoed in the wind. No one rebutted, not even Narashikaku and the other clan heads, who lowered their heads in acknowledgement of this fact. The central commercial street lay in a deathly silence. Just moments ago, villagers had been shouting about tearing apart Sarutobi Hizashi, but now they all lowered their heads, breathing cautiously. They gazed at the man in the black robe holding the blonde-haired boy, their eyes filled only with fear. Uchiha Shin's words were etched in everyone's minds. Protect the son of the fourth Hokage. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on him will be turned to ashes. 2 newly appointed Uchiha police officers stepped forward, standing behind Shin, immovable, blocking all prying eyes. More police officers emerged from around the corner, moving in unison to disperse the crowd while also capturing the villagers who were kneeling and crying on the verge of breaking. The entire process was efficient and cold, devoid of any unnecessary action. Shin paid no mind to those foolish villagers. He held the quietly sobbing Naruto in his arms and turned to leave. Shin's footsteps were not fast, but each step felt like it was stepping on everyone's hearts. The crowd automatically parted, watching their figures disappear at the end of the street. It was not until the suffocating pressure completely dissipated that Narashikaku let out a long breath, feeling his back soaked with sweat. A madman. This guy is truly an unreasonable madman. Shikaku muttered, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and taking a hard drag. Beside him, Hyuga Hayashi's expression was grim as he sneered, but he won. In a crude yet effective manner. Hayashi glanced at the distant Hokage rock the stone face of Saratobi Hizashi glaring under the sunset. Hizashi spent a lifetime building his reputation power in the people's hearts only to have it shattered by a few of his words in front of so many people. The leaders of the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans exchanged glances, seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. They had played the political game for a lifetime, emphasizing mutual concessions and calculations. Yet Uchiha Gen came in and directly overturned the table. He did not engage in any of the superficial games, he simply used his fists to show who was in charge. Go home and manage your own people. Narashikaku extinguished his cigarette. The sky over Konoha has completely changed. Before the new rules find us, it is best to learn to bow our heads first. In the Uchiha clan territory. This was Naruto's first visit to this place. The streets were impeccably clean with neatly constructed houses lining both sides, and at every intersection ninjas in fan-patterned attire stood guard. The air lacked the raucousness of the commercial street, instead offering a quiet and solemn atmosphere. Naruto held Shien's hand tightly, following closely behind. He noticed that all Uchiha clan members passing by would stop upon seeing Shien placing a hand over their hearts and bowing deeply, their eyes filled with admiration. No one looked at him with strange eyes. Not a single one. Shien brought him to a quiet, independent courtyard. The yard was small but impeccably clean, with a small patch of bamboo planted. A gentle older sister in a plain kimono was already waiting at the door. Clan leader. Uchiha Izumi bowed to Shien, then crouched down, looking at Naruto with a gentle gaze. You must be Naruto, right? I am Uchiha Izumi, and from now on this will be your home. Naruto, unsure of what to do, instinctively shrank behind Shien. Shien patted his back, saying, Go on, Izumi will take care of you. First go take a bath and change into clean clothes. Izumi smiled as she took Naruto's small hand. Her hand was warm, unlike those aunties in the village who grabbed him just to hit him. Naruto was led into the house. The room was spacious and bright, with tatami mats on the floor completely free of dust. Izumi took him to the bathroom, where a large tub was already filled with hot water. Izumi was gentle and skillful, carefully helping him out of his tattered clothes and placing him in the hot water. The warm water enveloped his body, and Naruto felt so comfortable he almost cried out. This was his first time using such clean water, taking such a comfortable hot bath. As Izumi helped him wash, she noticed the old scars and bruises on his body, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, but she said nothing, only becoming even gentler in her movements. After the bath, Izumi took out a new set of black training clothes for him to change into. The fabric was soft, and wearing it felt warm. Then Naruto was led to a room. The room had a soft bed, clean bedding, and a small desk. Izumi pointed to the room and said, This is your bedroom, do you like it? Naruto stared blankly at the bed. He had only ever had a moldy mattress before. He reached out his small hand, carefully touching the fluffy quilt, which felt as soft as clouds in the sky. Gore. His stomach betraying him, let out a loud growl. Izumi laughed lightly, ruffling his blonde hair. You must be hungry, dinner is ready. On the dining table there was steaming white rice and fragrant miso soup. Beside it was a large plate of braised pork belly and grilled mackerel. Naruto stared at the table full of food, nearly drooling. Eat up, it's all made for you. Naruto picked up his chopsticks and shoved a large piece of pork belly into his mouth. The flavor exploded so delicious it nearly made him swallow his tongue. He desperately stuffed his mouth with food. Izumi sat opposite him, quietly watching him eat, constantly helping him with more food and refilling his rice. Halfway through, Naruto slowed down. He looked at the food on the table, then at the gentle Izumi, and suddenly tears fell one by one, splattering onto the rice. He didn't cry out loud, just silently let the tears flow, continuing to shovel food into his mouth. This was the most delicious meal he had experienced in 7 years. It was also the first time in 7 years that he felt what home truly meant. Shien stood outside the door, not entering. He used his chi to soothe Naruto's fluctuating emotions. At that moment, Shien's brow furrowed slightly. In his perception, a massive and ferocious consciousness awakened within Naruto. That consciousness, filled with immense hatred, fixated on the gentle chi he released. It was the Nine Tails. Inside the ceiling space it was dim. Behind the massive iron gate, a nine-tails fox as big as a mountain suddenly opened its red eyes. Not this disgusting feeling again. Just like that old man of the 6 paths. The Nine-Tails growled low, its massive chakra transforming into a crimson storm, slamming against the seal. It wanted to tear apart that kindness it loathed. However, just as the chakra storm was about to break through the seal, an even more domineering and purer force descended like the sun. This force was strange, neither chakra nor natural energy. It was a golden energy, scorching hot like the heart of the sun. The red chakra storm in the face of this golden flame was like a candle flame meeting the sun. It couldn't hold out for even a second before being completely incinerated. The Nine-Tails' massive body froze, fear appearing in its beastly eyes for the first time. What? What is this power? From this golden flame it sensed a pressure more terrifying than Uchiha Madara's Sharingan and a vitality more magnificent than Senju Hashirama's Sage Art. This was a kind of power that crushed from the very root. At the same time on the Sarutobi estate the atmosphere was stifling. Sarutobi Hizashi sat in the main seat completely soulless. He seemed to have been drained of his bones, aging decades overnight. Below him dozens of loyal Sarutobi clansmen and Umbu ninjas knelt on the ground, their eyes red and faces filled with indignation. Third Hokage. We cannot let this go. A scar-faced Umbu captain Sarutobi Shizen suddenly raised his head hoarsely shouting. That Uchiha Shien has ruined your entire live's reputation. This is rebellion. A coup. Exactly. How much blood has the Sarutobi clan shed for Konoha? Why should a mere brat be allowed to humiliate us like this? As long as you give the order we will charge out now and confront the Uchiha. Angry shouts echoed in the hall. Sarutobi Hizashi raised his murky eyes to look at those still loyal to him, his lips moving but unable to utter a word. Fight. With what to fight? He had witnessed Shien's power with his own eyes. It was no longer ninjutsu. Enough. Sarutobi Hizashi's voice was dry and hoarse. Everyone withdraw, this is my failure. I lost. No. You did not lose. Sarutobi Shizen suddenly stood up, a crazed fire burning in his eyes. The will of fire has not been extinguished. As long as you are alive you are Konoha's eternal Hokage. That Uchiha Shien is just deceiving people with strange power, he has no support from the people. As long as we can kill him everything can return to the way it was. Shizen looked around at the others, loudly inciting advisors. Narashikaku and Mito Kamen are still in the Hokage building. They are the staunchest supporters of the Hokage system. We can first seize control of the Hokage building using the names of the two advisors to hold them hostage, announcing Uchiha Shien's crimes to the entire village. As long as we have the reason forcing Uchiha Shien to come alone, we have already prepared thousands of explosive tags and several barriers, and even if he is strong he will surely die. This crazy plan made everyone's breath grow heavier. Sarutobi Shizen raised his right fist, shouting fervently for the will of fire. To protect Konoha's traditions. We must eliminate Uchiha Shien, this traitor. Eliminate the traitor. Their foolish loyalty was completely ignited. In their eyes they were not rebelling but doing the most righteous thing. In Naruto's new home his small body curled up in the warm blanket, breathing evenly. This was the first time in 7 years that he slept so soundly. No nightmares, no hunger and no cold. Shien stood beside the bed quietly watching his sleeping face. After confirming that Naruto's emotions and the nine tails within him had completely calmed down, Shien turned and quietly left the room. In the Uchiha command center the lights were bright. Shien sat back in the main seat and closed his eyes. His left eye's inside ability activated and the entire Konoha village appeared in his mind. In his vision the whole village was composed of countless energy light points of varying sizes. The light points of ordinary people were faint while those of ninjas were brighter. Now dozens of light points representing jōnin chakra were stealthily moving from the direction of the Sarutobi estate towards the center of the village, the Hokage building. Shien could clearly see their movement routes, the chakra fluctuations on their bodies and the killing intent of each person through his insight. A cold smile curved at the corner of Shien's mouth. Has still wanting to resist. In the Uchiha command center the sky had just begun to brighten. Fujitaka paced back and forth in the room, his brows tightly furrowed, unable to hide the anxiety on his face. He stopped looking at the black-robed youth sitting in the main seat with his eyes closed. Shien, there was a commotion at the Hokage building all night. That group of die-hard Sarutobi supporters has taken 2 advisor elders hostage using loudspeakers to announce to the entire village that they intend to put you on trial. Fujitaka couldn't help but speak up. Shouldn't we send someone? What's the rush? Shien didn't even open his eyes, calmly uttering 3 words. Beside him Shisui and Itachi stood straight motionless. They had an almost blind confidence in Shien. No matter how chaotic things outside got, as long as Shien was here the sky would not fall. Fujitaka sighed, falling silent. He knew he was still stuck in his old ways of thinking, always trying to figure out how to cope with and resolve the immediate troubles. But Shien seemed to have never taken this so-called rebellion seriously from the start. It wasn't until the first rays of morning light streamed into the room that Shien slowly opened his eyes. In those black pupils there was not a trace of sleepiness, only an unfathomable calm. Shisui. Here. Shisui immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Relay my first order. Shien's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. I command your newly formed Dark Guard to immediately take over all functions of the former Umbu and surround the Hokage building. Outwardly say that there are defectors causing chaos inside the building and no one is allowed to approach. Shisui suddenly looked up, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, but it quickly turned into admiration. He understood. Shien was not passively responding, he was taking advantage of this rebellion. Those Sarutobi individuals thought they were setting up a platform to judge a new king, yet they had no idea that they were merely tools for Shien to cleanse the old Umbu and conveniently take control of the intelligence and monitoring systems. Yes. I will ensure the mission is completed. Shisui nodded vigorously and with a flash he disappeared. Fujitaka. Shien's gaze turned to the former clan leader. Here. Fujitaka quickly concealed his thoughts, bowing to listen. Second Order Xian continued. You personally lead the police force to seal off all exits from Konoha. Then take over the Ninja Academy, Konoha Hospital and the Mission Center. Declare that the entire village is to enter the highest level of martial law, citing the need to purge the remnants of the traitorous factions that conspired with the former Hokage, the third Hokage, to overthrow Konoha. Fujitaka gasped. This accusation directly nailed Sarutobi Hiruzen and the rebellion to the pillar of shame. It was not a matter of cleansing the monarch's side but rather the new king cleaning up the remnants of the previous regime. This method was ruthless. Also, Xian picked up a scroll he had prepared earlier and threw it to Fujitaka. This is the Third Order and it pertains to the future of Konoha. The Konoha United Council draft. You will personally go and visit the Hyuga Nara and other clans, letting them prepare to welcome a new era. Fujitaka received the scroll, his hands trembling slightly. He knew that this thin piece of paper would completely rewrite the power dynamics of Konoha for decades. The term Hokage would starting today become a thing of the past. Underling. Obey. Fujitaka deeply bowed, turning and leaving swiftly, his steps carrying an uncontrollable excitement. In the entire command center only Xian and Itachi remained. Itachi looked at Xian's profile. This clan leader, only a few years older than himself, had grasped the entire military, political and future of Konoha with just a few words. That sense of control made Itachi's heart race a little faster. Just then a hurried sound of footsteps came from the door. Uchiha Izumi rushed in holding a stack of documents, her expression not looking too good. Lord Xian, here is Naruto's detailed health examination report. Izumi placed the documents on the table, pointing to one of the pages. It's strange, Naruto's body is very weak due to long-term malnutrition, but his vitality is far stronger than that of ordinary people. Moreover, I discovered that his chakra pathways are somewhat abnormally twisted, as if they have been eroded by a cold energy. This causes his emotions to be easily unstable and to attract malice from those around him. Izumi paused for a moment, her voice becoming even lower. The most critical point is that I felt a layer of chakra on the seal in his abdomen that does not belong to the fourth Hokage. That chakra is insidious, filled with the aura of mental pollution. Xian's gaze instantly turned cold. He picked up the report and flipped through it before standing up. Let's go take a look. In Naruto's new room, the little guy was still sound asleep, even sporting a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Xian walked to the bedside, signaling Izumi to remain silent. He extended his right hand, not touching Naruto's body but hovering his palm an inch above Naruto's abdomen. With the inside of his left eye maxed out, a pure energy slowly penetrated in. In an instant, a scene more malevolent than what was described in Izumi's report appeared in Xian's perception. Outside the 8 trigram seal left by the fourth Hokage, a layer of black jutsu made up of tiny curse symbols was firmly attached. This jutsu was extremely weak, so weak that even elite jōnin would find it hard to detect. It did not affect the strength of the seal, serving only one purpose: mental pollution. It continuously emitted a distorted mental wave 24 hours a day, causing those around to unconsciously dislike Naruto and harbor hatred towards him. At the same time, it would act like a toxin, slowly corroding Naruto's own spirit, amplifying his loneliness, pain and anger, making him more susceptible to darkness, more likely to go berserk. This was not protection at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not only utilizing the villagers' hatred, he was actively creating a despised, mentally twisted monster. What he wanted was not a Jinchuriki but a bomb that could explode at any moment, a tool he could use to suppress and showcase his greatness. What a malicious intention. What a will of fire. The air in the command center seemed to freeze at that moment. Uchiha Izumi and Itachi felt a chilling sensation rising from their feet, involuntarily shivering. They looked at Xian's calm face, but in those black eyes it seemed as if a deep sea that was beginning to freeze was hidden. It was pure emotionless killing intent. Xian had originally intended to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now he had changed his mind. Some sins cannot be redeemed by death alone. Xian slowly withdrew his hand, covering Naruto with the blanket. His movements were gentle, as if he were afraid of waking the child who was dreaming sweetly. After doing all this, Xian turned around and, facing a waiting member of the Dark Guard at the door, issued a cold order. Relay to Shisui. After sealing off the Hokage building, let him personally lead the team to surround the Sarutobi estate. Not a single fly is allowed to escape. After saying this, Xian did not return to the command center but instead sat back down by Naruto's bedside. Looking at the serene sleeping face, a hint of coldness in his eyes melted away, transforming into something more resolute. This disgusting curse lingering for even a second longer is a desecration of this child. He took a deep breath and extended his right hand once more. This time he gently pressed his warm palm against the seal on Naruto's abdomen. Don't be afraid, Naruto. I'm here to teach that big fox who has been living in your body for too long a lesson. Xian closed his eyes, his consciousness guided by the chi plunging into the seal space shrouded in darkness for 7 years. Behind the giant iron bars, a pair of massive blood-red beast eyes suddenly opened. This is a dark and damp place. The space is vast, with water reaching up to the knees, chillingly icy. The air is filled with an inescapable malevolence. The consciousness of Xian silently appeared in the center of the space. He looked up, gazing ahead. At the end of the darkness there stood an iron gate as large as a mountain. A talisman bearing the character seal was affixed to the gate, yet the entire iron door was covered in black incantations exuding a nauseating aura. Behind the iron gate a pair of enormous blood-red beast eyes snapped open. You again, you insect. The roar of the Ninetales shook the entire space. With the roar, a torrent of hate-filled red chakra burst forth from behind the iron bars, aiming to shred Xian's consciousness. Faced with this impact that could shatter even shadow-level powerhouses, Xian did not even flinch. He didn't even move. A thin layer of golden aura appeared on the surface of his body. The golden light was faint and gentle, devoid of any killing intent. In the next second, the world-destroying red chakra collided with the thin golden light. There was no explosion. There was no thunderous clash of energy. The violent chakra, upon encountering the golden aura, simply vanished. Without a sound, it created not even a ripple. The roar of the Nine Tails ceased. Its enormous beast eyes were once again filled with disbelief and shock. What kind of power is this? It had witnessed the sage chakra of Senju Hashirama and felt the cold eternal Mangekyō Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. It even remembered the creation-like power of the Sage of Six Paths. But the power of this person before it was different from those. This power was more primal, more pure, and more domineering. It sensed a divine pressure from the golden aura, something that came from the Sage of Six Paths but was above him. Be quiet, you big fox. Xian's calm voice clearly reached the ears of the Ninetails. I have come to clean up this dirty and smelly doghouse. After saying this, Xian ignored the frozen expression of the Ninetails and slowly walked towards the enormous iron gate. The Ninetails growled lowly, threatening him. It instinctively felt that if this person touched the seal, something terrible would happen. But Xian completely disregarded its threat. His right hand gently pressed against the iron bars covered in black incantations. This time he did not use the golden aura. What emerged from Xian's palm was pure white energy representing life and purification. The white light was soft and warm. When it touched the cold, dark incantations on the iron bars, a harsh sound erupted. The malicious curses filled with spiritual pollution planted by Sarutobi's descendants could not withstand even a second before this pure life energy. They twisted and struggled madly. But it was futile. They were gradually disintegrated and purified, eventually turning into black smoke, vanishing completely. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The enormous iron gate regained its original metallic color with the golden sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage radiating a gentle light. The entire dark ceiling space became much brighter. The Ninetails was utterly stunned. It looked at the inscrutable man before it. The ease with which he erased a complex curse exceeded its understanding of power. Alright, much cleaner now. Xian retracted his hand, dusted off non-existent dirt, and then turned back to look at the Ninetails behind the iron bars. This child will be my disciple from today on. Xian's tone was very calm, as if he was stating something quite ordinary. You will stay obediently and cooperate with his training. In the future, if I feel pleased, perhaps I might consider taking you out for a walk. The enormous beast eyes of the Ninetails suddenly shrank. A walk? What does this man take it for? A dog that can be casually taken out. Raging anger was about to ignite, but when it met Xian's calm black eyes, all its fury was instantly doused as if drenched with a bucket of ice water. From those eyes it saw no hint of jest. There was an absolute control, a sense of what I say I will definitely accomplish. The Ninetails fell silent. After living for over 1,000 years, it once again felt a powerlessness within a human that even bred no thought of resistance. In the end, the strongest tailed beast slowly lowered its proud head, its massive body lying down, tacitly accepting this unequal transaction. Outside in Naruto's room. In his sleep, Naruto's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. He felt as if he had been trapped in a long nightmare, locked in a dark and cold cage, surrounded by voices that despised him. Now the cage suddenly opened. A warm ray of sunlight poured in, driving away all the cold and darkness. He felt light all over, and the weight that had pressed on his heart for years shattered at that moment. The entire world became exceptionally clear and warm. Xian slowly opened his eyes, retracting his palm. The next day, Xian began formally teaching Naruto. Naruto, close your eyes and feel your body with your heart. Xian's voice carried guidance. Do not think about chakra, that is a stolen inferior power. Feel each beat of your heart, each flow of your blood, sense the most primal life energy that belongs to you deep within your body. Naruto obediently closed his eyes and tried hard to follow Xian's instructions. He was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, naturally possessing immense vitality. Now that Sarutobi's curse had been purified, his spirit was purer than ever before. In just a few minutes, Naruto excitedly whispered, I can feel it. Brother Xian. There is a small but warm flow of energy in my belly. Very good. A smile appeared on Xian's face. Remember this feeling, it is called Qi. From today on, this is the power you will cultivate. Is it stronger than chakra? Naruto asked cautiously. Stronger. Xian snorted, ruffling his golden hair. When you can use it to form a light sphere in your palm, you'll realize that all the ninjutsu you've seen before were merely child's play. This power is what allows you to stand tall and protect yourself, to protect all those you care about. It is true strength. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding, but for the first time a desire for power burned in his eyes. He clenched his little fist, silently vowing to master this power called Qi and become as strong as Brother Xian. The atmosphere in the room became very warm. At that moment, whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared at the door of the room, kneeling on one knee with swift movements. It was a member of Shisui's shadow guard. His voice was urgent, breaking the tranquility. Lord Xian. The traitors at the Hokage building have issued their final ultimatum. They demand that you go to the top of the Hokage Tower alone within 1 hour. Otherwise they will execute the 2 advisors Narashikaku and Mito Menju first. Attention all residents of Konoha. Attention all residents of Konoha. A furious fanatical roar blasted across the entire village through the Hokage office's public address system, brutal, unrelenting, and impossible to ignore. The voice erupted from the spire of the Hokage Tower. Countless villagers poured out of their homes, craning their necks upward toward that distant towering peak. At the tower's precipitous edge, dozens of ANBU operatives clad in dark uniforms stood rigid, weapons drawn, their expressions grim and resolute as they shoved 2 figures forward into the open air. It was Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado. Once revered elders and trusted advisors, now pale with terror, their throats pressed coldly against the sharp edges of kunai, trembling violently in the high-altitude wind. Behind them stood a scarred man gripping a megaphone, roaring down upon the village below. I am Sakusha Sarutobi jōnin of the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Gen, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Through treachery and deceit he has poisoned the minds of the people, slandered the 3rd Hokage, and shattered the sacred legacy of Konoha. He is the village's greatest traitor. Today we restore order and rectify chaos. Uchiha Gen is hereby commanded to appear alone atop the Hokage Tower within 1 hour, to kneel and submit to judgment. Should he fail to arrive by then, these 2 complicit elders shall be executed first, to serve as a warning to all who dare follow in their path. Sakusha Sarutobi's voice brimmed with self-righteous conviction. He believed that once he exposed Uchiha Gen's crimes, the entire village would rally behind him without hesitation. But the scene he envisioned never materialized. Though the plaza beneath the Hokage Tower quickly filled with people, they gathered at a cautious distance, as if watching a stage performance rather than witnessing a crisis. Hey, do you think they'll really kill the elders? Doubtful. Would Lord Gen truly let them succeed? Put. Those old men were loyal only to the 3rd Hokage, not exactly paragons of virtue. If not for Lord Gen yesterday, we'd still have been blind, still aiding them in persecuting the 4th Hokage's son. Exactly. The Sarutobi clan's sudden uprising. Pure desperation, their grip on power slipping like a cornered dog lashing out. All this noble talk sounds more like rebellion to me. Voices buzzed thickly, but not a single word condemned Uchiha Gen. In the villagers' eyes lingered curiosity, apprehension, even cruel amusement, but not one trace of support for the Sarutobi faction. Even the Uchiha police force officers assigned to maintain order refused to lift their gaze. They merely cordoned off the plaza with clinical precision, cold, impassive, utterly detached. The wind atop the tower chilled Sakushu Sarutobi's face. The crowd's reaction defied every expectation. No outrage. No chance. No fury. Only mockery, glinting in their eyes like theatergoers watching a farce. How could this be? Where were the torchbearers of the will of fire? Where was the 3rd Hokage's decades-long legacy of reverence? Lord Sakushu, this. A nervous rebel beside him faltered, his voice trembling. Do not panic. Sakushu Sarutobi suppressed his rising dread with a low, sharp command. Gen must be using genjutsu to control them. It doesn't matter, our target isn't these fools. It's Uchiha Gen himself. He will come. A man so arrogantly proud could never tolerate such open defiance. Sakusha Sarutobi stared fixedly toward the Uchiha compound, like a gambler whose luck had run dry, waiting for his final fateful hand. Uchiha Command Center. The atmosphere here bore no resemblance to the chaos outside. Fugaku paced restlessly back and forth. Gen, it's nearly half an hour. What's happening at the Hokage Tower? The tea has gone cold. Gen interrupted calmly, then lifted his cup, blew gently across its surface and sipped slowly. The commotion beyond the window seemed no louder than a passing breeze. Fugaku choked on his own breath, stunned, speechless. He gazed at the serene young man seated at the head of the chamber and sighed inwardly, wondering if he'd ever truly earned the title of clan head. That unshakable composure, the kind that remains unruffled even as heaven collapses, was something he knew he could never emulate. Setting down his cup, Gen ignored Fugaku's agitation and picked up a scroll from beside him, unfurling it onto the table. It was his own design, the new Uchiha combat uniform. High-collared, form-fitting, emblazoned with the iconic Uchiha fan across the back and engineered with reinforced attachment points along arms and legs for weighted training gear. Elegant. Functional. Itachi. Yes, sir. With military precision, Itachi stepped forward. What do you think of this design? Gen gestured toward the scroll. Itachi paused, surprised. Amidst this crisis, the clan had cared about this. He studied the sketch closely, imagining himself clad in it, and a flicker of quiet longing lit his eyes. It's striking and radiates immense strength. Gen nodded, satisfied. Then it's settled. You'll commission 300 sets immediately. Yes, sir. Fugaku stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Hostages held aloft on the tower roof. An ultimatum screamed across the village. And here they were debating aesthetics. This wasn't mere courage. It was absolute dismissal of threat of consequence of the enemy's very existence. Minutes ticked by. The sun climbed higher, even the crowd began shifting restlessly, growing impatient. Sakushu Sarutobi's brow glistened with sweat. An hour had long passed. Uchiha Gen had not appeared. Sakushu felt like a grotesque caricature shouting into silence, commanding an audience that refused to listen. Humiliation and terror coiled deep within his bones. Lord Sakushu, what now? He's not coming. A young rebel's voice cracked, verging on tears. Impossible. How dare he defy us? How dare he ignore us? Sakushu snarled, his last certainty crumbling to dust. Koharu and Hamura, those once proud elders, were now on the verge of collapse. They'd believed themselves indispensable pawns. Now they realized to Uchiha Gen they were less than stray dogs. He's abandoned us. He doesn't care if we live or die. Hamura's lips trembled, despair hollowed his gaze. One last chance. Clutching the megaphone like a lifeline, Sakushu roared with desperate final strength. Uchiha Gen, I grant you 10 more minutes. Fail to appear and I will sever Koharu Udatane's arm here and now. He wrenched the kunai from her throat and aimed it viciously at her shoulder. Meanwhile, in the command center, Gen set aside the scroll, rose languidly and stretched, his joints popping softly. Very well. It seems these flies won't depart unless swatted away. He glanced coolly at Fugaku's agitated posture and remarked, if you cannot master your composure now, how will you ever preside over the joint council? Fugaku flushed crimson, mute with shame. Itachi. Yes, sir. Guard Naruto. I'll return shortly. Without another word, or even opening the door, Gen strode to the window, pushed it wide and stepped out into empty air. He did not fall. Instead, he took a deliberate step, then another, walking steadily across the sky toward the Hokage Tower as though treading an invisible staircase. Every eye in the plaza snapped toward him. When Gen's silhouette emerged above the tower, all noise ceased, abrupt, total, reverent silence. Gen ignored the crowd entirely. His gaze swept downward, calm, detached, utterly devoid of emotion, as he surveyed the figures atop the spire. Their Sakushu Sarutobi's face contorted with manic triumph and savage glee. He thought his threat had worked. He thought he had won. Uchiha Gen, you finally arrived. Sakushu shrieked through the megaphone, his voice shrill, distorted, unhinged. Now kneel before me. Or else. He never finished. Below, Gen raised a hand, casually, almost bored, and dug a finger into his ear. Then he yawned. Too noisy. The voice of Xuan was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the entire square. At the top of the tower, the smile on Sarutobi Shizen's face instantly froze. He was stunned for half a second, and then his expression twisted in rage, feeling that Uchiha Xuan was mocking him. You seek death. Shizen's face contorted and the kunai in his hand was about to stab at Haruno Sakurako. I will incapacitate her first. His words were left unspoken. Swish. A faint sound of air movement echoed. The thousands of villagers surrounding the square all widened their eyes. In the previous second, Uchiha Shien, who had been standing still, vanished. There was no smoke, no chakra fluctuations, and not even a trace of spatial tearing. He just disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Where did he go? Did he run away? Impossible. At the top of the tower, Sarutobi Shizen was also stunned. His kunai remained suspended in midair, and the expression on his face shifted from ferocity to bewilderment. Where is he? Sarutobi Shizen roared at his companions. Find him. He must be hiding. Use sensory ninjutsu. Just then a chill suddenly surged from behind Sarutobi Shizen. Every hair on his body stood on end and his body reacted before his brain could process it, wanting to turn around. It was too late. A calm voice whispered close to his ear. Are you looking for me? Boom. Sarutobi Shizen's mind went blank. This voice belonged to Uchiha Xuan. When did he arrive behind me? As an elite jōnin, how could I not have noticed at all? A cold hand gripped his heart, stopping his breath. He wanted to move to create distance. But his body refused to obey, moving impossibly slowly. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a black sleeve and a pale finger. That finger leisurely pointed towards his nape. There was no killing intent, no chakra fluctuations, and not even a whisper of wind. The action appeared light. But Sarutobi Shizen's instinct screamed at him, warning him to dodge. He could not evade. That finger, though seemingly slow, locked down all his escape routes. No. Sarutobi Shizen howled inwardly. Then that finger touched his nape. There was no pain nor any impact. A weak warmth seeped into his body through his neck. In the next second, Sarutobi Shizen felt his connection to his body severed. He wanted to lift his hand, but it did not respond. He wanted to open his mouth, but it wouldn't budge. He even could not feel his heartbeat or breath. His body no longer belonged to him. The spark in Sarutobi Shizen's eyes quickly faded, and he maintained the posture of a hostage-taker, falling straight back. With a thud, he crashed to the ground. He was not dead. He just could no longer control his body. This scene left the surrounding robed ninjas dumbfounded. There was no fighting. No hand signs. Not even a scream. That black-robed youth merely appeared behind Sarutobi Shizen, touching him with a finger, and everything ended. What kind of power is this? Genjutsu. But there were no chakra fluctuations. Taijutsu. Even less likely. The unknown brought about immense fear. Monster. He is a monster. One rogue ninja closest to the scene looked at Uchiha Schwan's calm face and his mental defenses completely crumbled. He recalled the rumors regarding Uchiha Schwan. A single person incapacitating Shimura Danzo and the entire route. One move evaporating the first Hokages would release. They had originally thought these were lies fabricated by the Uchiha clan. Now they realized the rumors were far too conservative. Clang. His sword clattered to the ground. This sound acted as a signal followed by the crisp sounds of metal hitting the ground. The remaining dozens of rogue ninjas all discarded their weapons. They looked at Uchiha Schwan standing there, their eyes filled only with fear. Their fighting spirit, the so-called will of fire, shattered completely before this finger. Thud. Thud. Everyone knelt down, hands on their heads, trembling on the ground. A young ninja, tears and snot streaming down his face, recalled the doubts of his companions before the action. Lord Shizen, Lord Third has already fallen from power. Are we truly helping him by doing this? At that time Lord Shizen said, it is precisely because Lord Third has lost hope that we must use thunderous methods to clear out the treacherous. This is the mission of the vassals. Now he understood. What mission? It was all a joke. The third Hokage was not absent, he simply did not dare to show himself again. He had already lost cleanly. And this group of self-righteous loyalists were merely a bunch of fools willingly walking to their deaths. Schwan paid no attention to these kneeling people. His gaze fell upon the two old fellows still standing. Haruno Sakurako and Mito Gaten were huddled in the corner, their bodies shaking violently, their eyes filled with pleading as they looked at Uchiha Schwan. Schwan picked up a kunai from the ground, spun it on his fingertips and walked towards them step by step. Each step felt like treading on the hearts of the two elders. You Uchiha Zuwan-sama. We were forced. Mito Gaten stammered, begging for mercy. Yes, yes. Haruno Sakurako, disregarding the dignity of the elders, squeaked in agreement. We have always supported you. It was Sarutobi Shizen, the traitor, who took us as hostages. Oh. Schwan stopped in front of them, tilted his head and wore a mocking smile. Support me. He lightly traced the tip of the kunai across Mito Gaten's wrinkled old face. How do I remember that it was you two who called for my trial in the Hokage's office back then? After Danzo was incapacitated by me, it was also you two who wept for revenge. How many despicable acts did you commit alongside Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo? Did you really think I didn't know? With each word Schwan spoke, the color drained further from the faces of the two elders. They realized that this young man knew everything. With a thud, Mito Gaten's legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. Please spare me, Lord Schwan. We were foolish. We were all deceived by Sarutobi Hizashi. Haruno Sakurako also knelt down, crying out, we are willing to atone for our sins. Please give us a chance. A chance. Schwan chuckled coldly, pressing the kunai against Mito Gaten's neck. The cold sensation silenced Mito Gaten's cries. Chances are for those who are useful. Schwan's voice was soft. Now I grant you a chance to live. Stand up and use that loudspeaker over there to announce 3 things to the entire village. First, as advisory elders, you fully support my takeover of Konoha and the abolition of the Hokage system. Second, publicly acknowledge Sarutobi Hizashi's crimes of embezzling the fourth's inheritance, abusing the son of a hero, colluding with the root, and attempting to subvert Konoha. Third, under my orders, call upon the entire village to support the new era. Any dissenters will be traitors to Konoha. The two elders were stunned after hearing this. This was not just surrender, it meant they had to trample Sarutobi Hizashi and their decades of dignity into the mud with their own hands. Yet when they saw Schwan's icy eyes, all hesitation vanished. Dignity was not more important than life. We are willing. We are willing. The two desperately nodded, scrambling to their feet and rushing towards the loudspeaker. Quickly the two former hostages, now advisors, began to confess and support in voices more fervent than Sarutobi Shizen's. The villagers in the square listened to the two old geezers' incoherent flattery and curses, each wearing a strange expression. Schwan did not look at them again. This farce had come to an end. He walked to the edge of the Hokage tower, the cold wind billowing his black robe. Schwan looked down upon all of Konoha, his gaze piercing through countless houses locking onto the distant Sarutobi estate. There lay the remnants of the old era. Schwan ordered the already prepared shadow guard. Clear the area and dispose of this trash. After saying that, he no longer lingered. It is time to pay a visit to the master of the old era. As his voice fell, he stepped forward, leaping down from the top of the tower. His body exploded in a burst of golden light in midair, transforming into a golden rainbow, darting towards the direction of the Sarutobi estate at a speed beyond anyone's comprehension. A golden long rainbow tore through the dusk sky of Konohagakure. The brilliance was blinding, so domineering that it could not be ignored, piercing straight from the direction of the Hokage building to the other end of the village. The villagers had just regained their senses from the silent massacre atop the Hokage tower, their necks still not fully recoiled, their faces still etched with terror, when they were once again nailed in place by this beam of golden light. What? What is that? A young man pointed at the sky, his voice trembling. It's Lord Xian. Lord Xian has flown over. This scene left everyone speechless. Earlier Xian had exposed the crimes of the third Hokage in the commercial street. Just now he had easily incapacitated Sarutobi Hiruzen, the leader of the rebellion, with a single finger. Now this golden light clearly indicated it was headed somewhere. Everyone knew where the end of that light was, the ancestral mansion of the Sarutobi clan. The once glorious family of Konohagakure was about to face their doom. The golden light moved swiftly, covering several kilometers in mere blinks before halting above the Sarutobi mansion. As the radiance dissipated, Uchiha Xian, draped in a black robe, floated in midair. His robe billowed in the wind as his gaze swept over the expansive estate below. The entire Sarutobi mansion was shrouded in a layer of earthy yellow barrier. This barrier was the last bastion of the Sarutobi clan, said to withstand the attacks of 3 elite shinobi for an hour. Inside the barrier the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. On the walls, rooftops and within the yard, Sarutobi clansmen armed with weapons stood everywhere. Among them were seasoned jōnin, freshly graduated genin, and even many women and children wielding kunai. Each face displayed a mixture of anxiety and fear as well as a hint of desperate madness. They looked up at the black figure in the sky, their palms slick with sweat around their weapons. Xian slowly descended from the sky, gently planting his feet in front of the tightly shut gate. His footsteps were light, yet each one struck like a hammer against the hearts of the Sarutobi clansmen. Uchiha Xian, an elder of the Sarutobi clan, hair entirely white, leaned on a cane and trembled as he stepped forward. Using all his strength he shouted, "This is the ancestral land of the Sarutobi clan. Recognized by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, protected by the laws of Konohagakure. Daring to break in means opposing the entire Konohagakure, opposing the laws of the Land of Fire." He tried to intimidate Xian with rules, but he was facing someone who never adhered to them. Xian did not even glance up, completely ignoring his shouts. Under the tense gaze of all Sarutobi clansmen, Xian slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up. His movements were slow. The surrounding light seemed to be drawn into his palm, gradually converging. A pure white sphere of light the size of a fist appeared in his palm. The energy density of the sphere was so high that the air around it began to distort, emitting a faint buzzing sound. The elder on the wall stared at the small white sphere, his heart skipping a beat. A sense of danger he had never felt before made every hair on his body stand on end. Defense. Defenders. Channel all chakra into the barrier. Maintain the barrier. He screamed in a changed voice. Dozens of Sarutobi shinobi responsible for maintaining the barrier immediately poured all their chakra into its core. The earthy yellow shield thickened several times, its radiance intensifying. Just as they finished, the Xian made his move. He merely waved his hand lightly. The white energy sphere slowly drifted toward the defensive barrier. Everyone's eyes widened, glued to the spectacle. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. The expected violent collision also failed to materialize. The moment the white sphere touched the earthy yellow barrier, Z! A very soft sound erupted. That barrier, which claimed to withstand the assaults of 3 elite shinobi, crumbled like a sheet of paper before the white sphere. Where the barrier met the sphere, it silently vanished, creating a smooth round hole. Then that hole rapidly expanded, and in a second the entire barrier disintegrated into dust in the air. Not a trace of chakra was left behind. Yet the white energy sphere seemed to have done nothing. Its color did not darken at all as it continued forward, gently tapping against the proud ironwood doorframe of the Sarutobi clan, inscribed with the 2 characters Sarutobi. Time seemed to freeze. All the Sarutobi clansmen, including the elder who had been shouting just moments ago, were dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, completely unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. What kind of power was that? It was neither ninjutsu nor senjutsu nor any kind of power they were familiar with. Just as they were in a daze, the massive doorframe, along with the 2 great doors behind it and an entire segment of the supporting wall, exploded into fragments. Where the door should have been became a heap of ruins. Clang. The sound of a weapon dropping to the ground echoed, but it was unclear whose it was. That sound seemed infectious. Clang. Clang. The sound of weapons hitting the ground rang out in a chorus. Hundreds of Sarutobi clansmen, their last pride and fighting spirit, were crushed into dust alongside the shattered doorframe. Everyone lost their fighting spirit. Xian stepped forward, walking through the ruins and into the Sarutobi clan's ancestral home. He looked at the pale faces of the Sarutobi clansmen who could hardly stand and spoke calmly. His voice clearly reached everyone's ears. "I am not here to break in. I am here to inform you that your era has come to an end." This sentence became the last straw that broke their spirits. At that moment, from the deepest part of the main house, an old man clad in a full set of dark red battle armor emerged. His hair was gray, but his gaze was sharp. It was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who should have been ousted. Beside him, a loud bang shattered the air as a massive cloud of white smoke erupted. A giant ape covered in white fur appeared, his summoning beast, the Monkey King, Saruma. As soon as Saruma emerged, he immediately roared at his summoner. "Hiruzen! Are you crazy? Retreat now!" His voice was filled with fear. "The aura of this person is more dangerous than any tailed beast I have ever encountered. Retreat! He is not an enemy we can contend with." Amidst the roar of the ape demon there was a tremor it could not comprehend. What was its identity? A powerful summoning beast. It had witnessed the world-destroying complete Susanoo of Uchiha Madara and heard the explosive power of the tailed beast ball. Yet there was no force that could make it feel as cold to the bone as it did now. The black-robed youth before it emitted no chakra fluctuations, activated no bloodline limit, and even lacked killing intent. But just his presence made it feel utterly defeated. Hiruzen. Quickly cancel the summoning. Stay away from him. We are not in the same dimension. The ape demon warned frantically, feeling its steel-like body capable of withstanding ninjutsu grow weak. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not move. He lifted his head, the murky eyes burning with the last flicker of hope. He knew he would lose. From the moment Uchiha Gen destroyed the Hiruzen clan's century-old barrier and facade with a mere energy blast, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew, but he could not retreat. Behind him were the remnants of the Hiruzen clan. Beneath his feet lay the ancestral home of his family for 100 years. As the third Hokage, he could accept defeat, but he could not surrender without a fight in front of his clansmen. I'm sorry, old friend. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was hoarse yet resolute. This is my final battle as a ninja. With these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi pressed his hands together and formed the seal he was most familiar with. Transform. The ape demon roared unwillingly, but the power of the contract could not be resisted. A puff of white smoke exploded and its massive body quickly shrank, transformed, hardened, and was covered in a metallic sheen, ultimately becoming a long black staff that landed in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands. The staff's ends were adorned with gold trim. The adamantine staff. Known as the hardest weapon in the ninja world, it could change in length and thickness, and many powerful beings had fallen to its might. Holding the staff, Hiruzen Sarutobi's aura surged to the peak of his life. He felt as if he had returned to the days when he was called the Ninja Champion. Age and despair vanished in an instant. He poured all his chakra into this final strike. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth wide and unleashed a massive fire dragon composed of high-density flames that roared forth, instantly vaporizing the moisture in the air, the heatwave transforming into a visible shockwave that spread in all directions. The fire dragon, with its scorching intent to incinerate everything in its path, charged straight toward Uchiha Gen. At the same time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's aging body erupted with incredible power as he leaped high, gripping the adamantine staff tightly and aimed it down at Gen's head with fierce intent. Adamantine staff, extend. The black staff rapidly elongated in midair, a sharp sound slicing through the air, producing a piercing scream that pierced the ears, forming a pincer attack with the fire dragon below. This was his full power strike as the ninjutsu instructor, a perfect combination of fire release and physical weaponry. Even the fourth Raikage in his prime would need to activate the lightning release chakra mode to evade this blow. The surrounding members of the Hiruzen clan watched this world-destroying scene, a glimmer of hope igniting in their eyes. Perhaps the third Hokage still had a chance. After all, this was the legendary ninja champion's full power strike. Yet facing this lethal attack, Uchiha Gen merely smiled. Interesting, he said softly. In respect of your last struggle from the old era, let me show you what true power is. As the words fell, Gen slightly spread his feet and lowered his body. The next second. Ha! A low growl erupted from Gen's throat and a surge of energy erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption. His black hair instantly stood upright, transforming into a dazzling golden hue. His originally black pupils turned into emerald green. Boom! The golden aura exploded like a storm centered around him. A fierce wind swept up the ground, cracked, and a pressure that made souls tremble enveloped the entire Hiruzen compound. All members of the Hiruzen clan, regardless of their rank, could not withstand this pressure, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. They raised their pale faces, gazing at the figure enveloped in golden flames, their minds spinning. What? What is that? A jōnin stuttered, his teeth chattering and unable to finish his sentence. The roaring fire dragon 3 meters from Gen suddenly collided with an invisible wall. The force field formed by the golden aura prevented the flames from advancing. Gen didn't even glance at the fire dragon, simply throwing a punch at it with casual ease. There was no flashy technique, just the simplest straight punch. The air in front of his fist compressed, forming a visible white shockwave. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The shockwave collided with the fire dragon, that shrank fire release ninjutsu capable of melting city walls detonated on the spot. A massive fireball shot into the sky, several times larger than the original fire dragon, as heat waves and shockwaves rolled back, launching dozens of nearby Hiruzen clan members into the air, crashing against the walls with screams. With just a punch, the prideful technique of the ninjutsu instructor was obliterated. But it wasn't over yet. Amidst the explosions of flames, Gen slowly lifted his head, his emerald eyes locking onto the adamantine staff descending from the sky. He raised his left hand, his palm engulfed in golden flames. Dong! A piercing metallic sound rang out as if tolling the death knell for the entire world. The adamantine staff, bearing immense power, was effortlessly grasped by his hand, ablaze with golden flames. The tremendous force capable of shattering mountains came to a halt in Gen's grasp. His arm remained motionless. The shockwave erupted around him, lifting the already damaged roofs and creating a massive pit in the ground. Countless debris and dust were blown into the sky, yet not a corner of his black robe stirred. Ah! A pained scream emanated from the adamantine staff as the ape demon cried out in agony. It felt as though the strength of those 5 fingers was greater than the combined might of 10 tailed beasts in its memory. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the staff tightly, his arms bulging with veins, his old face flushed red, pouring all his strength into it, yet the staff did not budge an inch. This is impossible. This is impossible. Hiruzen Sarutobi's resolve crumbled completely at that moment. Gen raised his eyes, his emerald pupils filled with mockery as he gazed at the futile struggle of Hiruzen Sarutobi in midair. The hardest weapon in the ninja world. It's trash. With that he exerted his fingers forcefully, causing the golden flames to surge. Crack! A crisp teeth-grinding cracking sound reverberated through the compound. In the astonished gaze of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a clear crack appeared on the so-called indestructible adamantine staff. No! The ape demon let out a howl. Its true form, its proud, indestructible body actually cracked. Gen ignored its cries and continued to tighten his grip. Crack! Crack, crack! The fissure spread like a spider web, instantly covering the entire staff from Gen's fingers. The next second. Explode for me! Gen shouted, clenching his fist. Boom! A sound comparable to the explosion of the tailed beast ball erupted. The entire adamantine staff exploded in Gen's hand. The ape demon suffered a fatal backlash and was forcibly sent back to the summoning realm amidst a plume of white smoke, leaving no words behind. Hiruzen Sarutobi, suspended in midair, was like a lightning-struck puppet losing balance, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fell like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the ruins. He struggled to rise, but a foot pressed down on his chest, pinning him firmly in place. The sound of his shattered ribs was painfully clear. Hiruzen Sarutobi struggled to lift his head, meeting a pair of cold emerald eyes. Uchiha Gen, enveloped in golden flames, had appeared before him, gazing down with eyes that resembled those of someone looking at a squashed insect. It's over. Gen slowly raised his fist burning with golden light and swung it down. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the approaching fist, the light in his eyes extinguished. He surrendered and slowly closed his eyes. His entire life flashed rapidly through his mind. The merits and demerits all reduced to dust beneath this fist. Perhaps this was his fate. The golden fist, imbued with terrifying energy, grew larger and larger in the pupils of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Death was the inevitable conclusion for this ninja. It felt as if time had stopped. The fist burning with golden flames halted just a hair's breadth from his nose. Uchiha Xian retracted his fist. Without any killing intent or power, his palm even bore a hint of warmth. An unfamiliar power surged into his body from Xian's palm. There was no intense pain, only a chilling feeling of disintegration. The chakra meridian system he had trained all his life was utterly powerless before this force. In just a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the emptiness of losing the most crucial part of himself. He attempted to refine his chakra only to find a dead silence in his dantian. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had become a useless man, unable to harness chakra from this moment forward. With a wild roar, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, tears streaming down his face. Xian looked impassively at the elderly man who had aged decades in an instant. You are to live as an ordinary old man in this courtyard from today onward. Witness as I shatter everything you dedicated your life to protect. See how the Uchiha you look down upon reach the pinnacle of this world. And watch the child you tormented gain immense power and earn the admiration of thousands. You will live to die in this courtyard, witnessing the arrival of a new era in endless regret and unwillingness. This is your judgment. With that, Xian turned away, slowly retracting his golden aura and restoring his black hair and eyes. His gaze swept over the members of the Sarutobi clan kneeling in the courtyard. Those who met his gaze trembled in fear, burying their heads lower. Sarutobi Hiruzen, stripped of the title of third Hokage, will be placed under lifetime house arrest as a criminal of Konoha. Without my command, no one is allowed to step outside. All Sarutobi clan members involved in tonight's rebellion will have their ninja status revoked, their assets confiscated, and will be sent to the eastern mines of the Land of Fire for 20 years of labor reform. The Sarutobi clan is hereby dissolved. All properties, jutsu scrolls and shops will be surrendered to the public finances of Konoha. As for you. Xian's gaze landed on the shouting elders. As the masterminds, your crimes are multiplied. Your chakra will be severed, your limbs broken, and you will be hung at the village entrance for public display for 3 days before being thrown into the mines, never to escape. Commands flowed from Xian's lips. There was no negotiation, no leeway. This was how the new king settled the score with the rebels of the old era. The courtyard fell into a dead silence, only suppressed sobs and gasps were heard. In a corner, Sarutobi Asuma leaned against a crumbling wall, closing his eyes. He did not step forward, nor did he plead. Because he knew this was already Xian's mercy. At least his father was still alive. Compared to the annihilated Root, they were merely stripped of their ninja identities and wealth, which was already a stroke of luck. He glanced at his father, who was a mess in the ruins, then looked at the figure in the black robe, a bitter taste filling his mouth. This is the fate of the defeated. Xian did not linger, turning to leave the now ruined Sarutobi estate. Outside the door, Shisui and the newly formed Umbu team were already clearing the area. Lord Xian. Shisui knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with fervor. I saw the entire battle from outside. To crush the adamantine staff with bare hands, that's terrifying strength. Execute as I just said. Yes. Shisui accepted the order and rushed into the estate with the Umbu team. Soon screams echoed from within, followed by silence. Additionally, Xian added, compile the crimes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, including embezzlement of the 4th Hokage's inheritance, mistreatment of Naruto, secretly supporting Root, and tonight's rebellion, into an announcement to be posted in every corner of Konoha. I want everyone to know how the old era rotted away. Understood. Having completed all this, Xian's figure vanished into the night. The next day the entire Konoha exploded. The Valley of the End. Water cascaded down between the statues of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, the sound of the water booming shrouding the entire valley in a misty white vapor. Uchiha Gen stood atop the statue of Uchiha Madara. Dressed in a black robe fluttering in the wind, he gazed expressionlessly at the ground below. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted from the statue of Senju Hashirama across from him. A man with white hair and a red outfit appeared, a forehead protector emblazoned with the character for oil tied around his head, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. As soon as Jiraiya appeared, his eyes fixed intently on Gen and his usually nonchalant face was taut with seriousness. Uchiha Gen. Jiraiya's voice boomed, overpowering the sound of the waterfall. You bastard! How dare you treat your teacher like this? This is a coup, a tyranny. You have destroyed decades of peace in Konoha. His questions echoed through the valley. Gen did not turn around. His voice was soft, yet it clearly pierced through the mist and reached Jiraiya's ears. Peace. Gen scoffed, slowly turning around, his black eyes devoid of emotion. By what right do you discuss peace with me? Is it as a Sannin? Or as the teacher of the 4th Hokage, or perhaps as the godfather of Uzumaki Naruto? Where were you when your teacher greedily took your disciple's inheritance? Where were you when your student was treated like a beast in the village, scrounging through garbage for food? You claim to gather intelligence outside for Konoha, but what about that? You didn't see your teacher's corruption and you are unaware of your student's suffering. You can't even protect those closest to you. What right do you have to stand here and speak of peace for all of Konoha? Gen's voice was light, but each word struck Jiraiya's heart. The so-called peace you speak of is nothing but a joke built on lies and sacrifices. Jiraiya was rendered speechless by the questioning. His philosophy of for the village seemed particularly laughable in the face of Naruto's tragic childhood. He wanted to retort but couldn't utter a single word. Because what Gen said was the truth. A surge of anger rose within him. Enough! Jiraiya shouted, slamming his hands together. If reason won't work, then I'll wake this little brat up with my fists. He clasped his hands together, a massive amount of natural energy flooding into his body. Sage art, sage mode. Calm down, little Jiraiya. This guy is not simple. The two-toed sages Fukasaku and Shima appeared on his shoulders, their expressions grave. Warts grew on Jiraiya's nose and red markings appeared around his eyes, giving him the appearance of a sage. A powerful aura far stronger than ordinary chakra emanated from him. Stop babbling. Today I will make him understand what it means to be a senior. Jiraiya hissed, the sage chakra swirling rapidly in his palm. Sage art, super large Rasengan. A spiraling sphere over 2 meters in diameter formed in his hand, emitting a piercing roar of blue light, distorting the air around it. Jiraiya pushed off the ground, hurtling towards Gen like a cannonball, the Rasengan brimming with ferocity in his hand. Facing this attack, Gen merely raised his right hand, fingers splayed. A layer of white energy formed a barrier in front of his palm. The next second, the super large Rasengan crashed violently against the barrier. Boom! The energy exploded, sending spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the top of the statue beneath Gen's feet. He was pushed back a few meters by the force, finally regaining his footing. The enormous Rasengan, depleted by the white energy, ultimately vanished with a soft pop. Oh! To be able to push me back, the energy level of your sage chakra is indeed a bit higher than ordinary chakra. Gen shook his hand, a hint of surprise in his tone. Jiraiya's heart sank, his full-powered strike only forced Gen back a few meters. But this only fueled his fighting spirit further. It's not over yet. Jiraiya roared, quickly forming hand seals. Sage art, needle Jizo. His white hair instantly hardened and elongated, densely shooting towards Gen. Gen's figure moved rapidly among the dense silver needles, producing a series of clanging sounds as all the needles were deflected away by the white energy surrounding his body. Dad! Mom! Help me out! Jiraiya shouted. Got it! The two-toed sages simultaneously formed hand seals. Sage art toad duet. An inaudible sound wave genjutsu enveloped the entire valley, causing anyone who heard it to suffer greatly. But this genjutsu had no effect on Gen. His spirit was protected by chi, and those sound waves couldn't even approach his body. Are you done playing? Gen stopped, growing somewhat impatient. If that's all you can do, then I'm quite disappointed. Bastard. This is just the beginning. Jiraiya slammed his palms to the ground. Sage art, 5 right guards. Fukasaku spewed forth a massive gust of wind. Shima expelled a large amount of oil and Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of fire. The wind aided the flames and the oil intensified the fire's might. A sea of boiling oil and flames erupted, sweeping towards Gen, aiming to incinerate the entire valley. This was Jiraiya's most powerful and far-reaching sage technique. In the face of this inferno, Gen finally took it seriously. Alright, out of respect for your struggles of the old era, let me show you what true power is. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gen slightly parted his feet and sank down. The next second, a low roar erupted, a surge of energy exploding from his body shooting into the sky. His black hair stood on end, turning golden in the rush of energy. His black pupils transformed into emerald green. Boom! The golden aura exploded violently around him. A frenzy of wind whipped up, the ground cracked open, and the waterfall in the valley even flowed backward under this pressure. A soul-shaking oppressive force enveloped the entire valley of the end. What? What is this? Shima exclaimed. Run, little Jiraiya. We can't comprehend this person's power. He is not human. Fukasaku trembled all over, his voice filled with fear. Jiraiya was already stunned. He stared blankly at the figure enveloped in golden flames, his mind going blank. The sea of boiling oil that could melt steel was vaporized instantly when it came within 3 meters of Gen, leaving not a trace of smoke. It's over. The golden figure suddenly vanished. Jiraiya's sage sense went haywire, and without thinking he spun around and threw a punch at the empty space behind him. Sage Art Toad Spar. An invisible fist made of natural energy struck out. However, that invisible fist was caught by a hand. Gen's figure slowly appeared, a hint of mockery in his emerald eyes. Too slow. He tightened his fingers, and with a slight exertion the natural energy shattered. Jiraiya's pupils constricted, and without thinking he tried to retreat. But Gen was much faster. The golden figure flashed and appeared right in front of Jiraiya, delivering an elbow strike directly to his gut. Bang! Jiraiya felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, his body bending like a shrimp as he spat out a mouthful of gastric fluid mixed with blood, his eyes nearly popping out. His massive body flew backwards, crashing violently into the face of the first Hokage statue, creating a large pit and sending debris flying. Before he could slide down, Gen's figure appeared next to him again, delivering a whip kick that struck his waist with a whoosh. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was crystal clear. Jiraiya let out a muffled groan and his body was kicked off the statue, tracing a parabolic arc as he flew towards the statue of Uchiha Madara. Gen's figure appeared for the third time, intercepting him midair. This time Gen did not use punches or kicks. He extended his right hand, fingers spread towards Jiraiya's chest. It's over. A golden energy sphere appeared in his palm, not launched but pressed directly against Jiraiya's chest. The energy surged brutally into Jiraiya's body, not damaging his internal organs but completely collapsing the sage chakra he had painstakingly gathered. Puff! Jiraiya's sage mode was interrupted, the red markings vanished and he completely lost consciousness, plummeting from the air into the water below, creating a massive splash. The golden aura gradually receded into his body and Gen returned to his black hair and black pupils, lightly landing by the water's edge. After a while, Jiraiya, drenched and disheveled, crawled out of the water, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with despair. He had lost utterly and completely without even a chance to fight back. Now do you still want to wake me up with your fists? Gen looked at him and asked. Jiraiya raised his head, looking into those calm black eyes, unable to say a word, bitterness filling his mouth. The old Konoha is rotten and I buried it with my own hands, Gen said lightly. Now I intend to establish a new world without borders, without war, only unified order. Jiraiya, I give you a choice. You can cling to your ridiculous prophecies and live as an outdated relic of a bygone era, spending the rest of your life in regret. Or you can stay and witness with your own eyes how a true era of peace is born. By the way, make up for the 7 years of debt you owe Naruto. Jiraiya knelt there in silence for a long time. He thought of the world he had pursued all his life, one where people understood each other, and remembered the prophecy of the Toad Sage. After a long while he finally raised his head and hoarsely said, "How do I know that the peace you speak of won't be another tyranny built on fear?" "You don't need to know," Gen replied decisively. "You only need to watch." With that, Gen turned and looked towards the distant sky. "Very well, it seems you have made the right choice. Then your first task as an observer is about to begin. Some neighbors seem to have misunderstood the current situation in Konoha, thinking it is easy to bully here." Gen's gaze turned towards the direction of the hidden cloud village. "It's time to wake them up." The next day at the Konoha Joint Council Hall, which was formerly the Hokage's meeting room. Both sides of the long conference table were filled with the clan leaders of Konoha. Hinata Hayashi, Naro Shikaku, Akimichi, Chose Yamanaka, Inoichi, Inazuka, Tsum Yamanaka, Shio. Everyone of note in Konoha was present today. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. No one dared to speak, even their breathing was deliberately light. All eyes were filled with reverence, gazing at the head of the conference table. Uchiha Shan leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced on the table, eyes closed as if he were dozing off. He sat there quietly, yet an invisible pressure made it hard for everyone present to breathe. Nara Shikaku held a cigarette, but the smoke couldn't conceal the heaviness in his eyes. Having lived for most of his life, he thought he had seen through the depths of Konoha, but he could no longer comprehend the situation before him. This young man named Uchiha Shan had first rendered the Hokage powerless, then swiftly dealt with the powerful clans, acting decisively without hesitation. He disregarded all conventions, directly upturning the table with sheer strength, then established new rules. Hinata Hayashi sat straight, his Byakugan revealing complex emotions. He recalled what Lord Jiraiya had told him after the battle at the Valley of the End yesterday. "Hayashi, the times have changed. Don't guess what he is thinking and definitely don't oppose him. We can only listen to him. Even the legendary Sannin had said, so what could they as clans do? Time passed second by second. Xian finally opened his eyes, his black gaze sweeping across the room. Today marks the first joint council. His voice was calm, yet all clan leaders instinctively sat up straight. I'll keep it brief. From today onward, Konoha has no Hokage. I, Uchiha Gen, am the supreme commander of Konoha affairs, and I will have final say on all major matters regarding combat and diplomacy in the village. You will form a joint council responsible for the village's daily affairs. Uchiha Fugaku will be the first speaker. No one had any objections. One might say no one dared to have any. The second matter. Xian tapped his fingers on the table, producing a scroll and pushing it in front of Nara Shikaku. Shikaku's heart sank, quickly picking up the scroll to unfold it. After just one glance, his face turned pale. This is... The Cloud Village and the Rock Village are reportedly launching a punitive expedition against the Konoha traders, each mobilizing 10,000 troops heading towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Xian said calmly, the intelligence was confirmed just an hour ago by my shadow guards. The conference room erupted in chaos. 20,000 allied troops. Akimichi Choza exclaimed, standing up in shock. They want to take advantage of our disarray. We just went through internal strife. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was just deposed and the villagers are unsettled. How can we defend against their attack now? Yamanaka Inoichi's expression darkened. We must immediately seek help from the daimyo. Have the border troops assist in defense. No, we should send someone to negotiate and tell them this is our internal matter. If they withdraw, we can offer some compensation. The conference room descended into chaos. These clan leaders had returned to their old ways, either compromising, defending, or seeking aid. Xian did not interrupt them, merely watching coldly, his derision growing ever stronger. When they had nearly finished arguing, Xian finally spoke again. Are you done? The moment he spoke, the entire conference room fell silent. Compensation. Negotiation. Defense. Xian sneered, standing up, hands braced against the table, looking down at this group of people. We don't have such terms here. If the claws are extended, they won't be retracted. I will sever them with a single strike. A domineering aura emanated from Xian, causing all clan leaders' hearts to skip a beat. Relay my orders. Konoha village will immediately enter a state of primary combat readiness. All ninjas are prohibited from taking leave and all resources will be prioritized for combat. Fugaku, you manage logistics. Shikaku, analyze the intelligence. As for the enemy. Xian straightened up, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. I will personally go meet them. That afternoon. Deep underground at the South Shrine. A vast underground space was activated. This was the will training ground created by Xian using system blueprints, a training room where gravity could be adjusted at will. 100 of the most elite Uchiha clan members stood in this open area. Among them were experienced jōnin and talented young ninjas like Itachi and Izumi. Each person held their head high, pride evident on their faces. They were the elite of the Uchiha, witnesses to the rise of the new king and the first batch of fortunate ones to receive direct guidance from the command. Xian stood on a high control platform looking at them. I know you are all very proud. His voice echoed throughout the space via the amplification system. But your pride in my eyes is worthless. The fire release you think is impressive, the taijutsu you believe is good, and that laughable Sharingan to me are all trash. Upon hearing this, the 100 elites below were stunned, many frowning, their faces clearly expressing their disbelief. Xian smiled. He walked to the control panel, extending a finger to press a red button. Then let me see how long your pride can last. Gravity system activated. Intensity 10 times. Buzz, a light sound echoed. The next second, everyone in the training ground felt as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on them. Thud. 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 Without any preparation, the 100 elite Uchiha fell to their knees like wheat pressed down by an invisible hand, then were pinned to the cold metal floor. Ugh. Wah. What is happening? My body can't move. The venue was filled with muffled groans and exclamations of surprise. They felt their bones creaking, their organs pressing together, even breathing became laborious. Some attempted to draw upon their chakra to resist, only to find it flowing through their channels as slowly as a snail, utterly ineffective. As everyone struggled on the ground, a slow measured footstep approached their ears. They strained to lift their heads, catching a glimpse out of the corners of their eyes. Uchiha Xian was stepping down from the control platform, his steps light and steady as if he were strolling in his backyard. The tenfold gravity that could crush elite jōnin seemed to have no effect on him. Xian approached the struggling clan members, his eyes cold. Forget your laughable chakra. Focus, use your will to withstand this pressure. Use the determination you have to protect your family, to ignite the fire deep within your bodies. Chakra is borrowed, it's stolen. Only chi is truly yours. Now let's begin the first lesson. The first to stand up, I will personally teach him. With that, Xian ignored them and began strolling around the venue as if inspecting his territory. The commander's words struck their hearts like a hammer. Will. Determination. Protection. All of them gritted their teeth, no longer caring about chakra, using all their mental strength to resist the invisible pressure. But the pressure was too great. No matter how hard they tried, their bodies felt nailed to the floor. At that moment, amidst the crowd, one figure began to stir. It was Uchiha Izumi. She lay on the ground, her body trembling violently, her sweat soaking her hair. She was the first to sense the chi under Xian's guidance, understanding his words better than anyone. I must stand up. I cannot let down Lord Xian's expectations. Only this thought remained in Izumi's mind. A faint white aura emerged from beneath her skin. This energy did not resist the gravity but instead penetrated her muscles and bones, healing her injured cells and granting her a sliver of strength. Her hands pushed firmly against the ground, her nails turning white from the effort. Every bone in her body crackled and her knees slowly lifted off the floor. She was kneeling. Then she pushed up on one leg, struggling to step forward, her foot touching the ground. Ha! Izumi shouted, summoning all her will. Wobbling, she stood up. Though her legs trembled like a sieve ready to collapse at any moment, she was indeed the first to stand. Izumi! Uchiha Shisui observed the scene from a distance, his eyes widening in shock. He too felt the chi, but at that moment he was also pressed down and unable to raise his head. Izumi's success provided him with great motivation. 4. Lord Xian! Shisui shouted, beginning to mobilize the weak chi within him, struggling to raise his upper body, kneeling on one knee. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi's situation was even worse. He lacked the foundational sensitivity to chi like Izumi and was solely relying on willpower to endure. The gravity pressed down hard on him, but he did not give up. He remembered Naruto, who had been saved by Xian, recalled Xian's guidance of his younger brother Sasuke, and thought of the new future for the Uchiha clan. I absolutely cannot fall here. In Itachi's eyes, the three-demo Sharingan spun wildly. He gritted his teeth and forcibly lifted his head from the floor, staring intently at the godlike figure in the center. Xian paused, glancing at the standing Izumi, then at the struggling Shisui and Itachi, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. Not bad. There are a few usable ones. Just as this training was beginning to show some results. Swish! The door of the training ground was suddenly flung open. A shadow guard rushed in using body flicker technique but was immediately pinned to the ground by the tenfold gravity. He struggled to raise his head to look at Xian, who was strolling in the center, his voice faltering. Commander. Urgent military situation. The 4th Raikage of the Cloud Village and the 3rd Suchikage have personally led 20,000 troops, already reaching the border defenses of the Land of Fire. In the Will training ground there was a complete silence. The Dark Guard, crushed under tenfold gravity, lay on the ground, his bones creaking. With all his strength he finally shouted out the urgent military situation. 100 elite Uchiha were also firmly pressed down by the gravity. They couldn't even move a finger. Their faces were filled with pain and struggle, and upon hearing the military situation a hint of panic added to their expressions. 20,000 allied forces. The 4th Raikage and the 3rd Suchikage personally led the troops. They aimed to swallow Konoha whole. Yet amidst this chaos only one figure stood, appearing utterly out of place. Uchiha Xian stopped in his tracks, not even glancing at the Dark Guard on the ground. He merely turned his head, surveying the clan members sprawled around, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Did you hear? His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. 20,000 allied forces, 2 Kages, are at our doorstep. Look at your expressions, fear and unease. Is this the elite of the Uchiha? Xian's tone carried mockery, and many felt their faces flush with shame, lowering their heads. He extended his hand and casually tapped on the screen of the control console. Buzz, the weight pressing down on everyone, vanished instantly. Who? Ha! Ha! More than 100 people immediately gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the air. Those last 10 minutes were more unbearable than any battle they had ever faced. The Dark Guard who delivered the message finally managed to rise. He knelt on one knee, head bowed low, not daring to look at Xian. Commander, the Border Command requests instructions. Only then did Xian slowly turn around, walking towards the Dark Guard. Instructions? Xian scoffed. Tell them to remain on standby, take care of the wounded, and don't come to hinder us. The Dark Guard was taken aback. But Commander, the Allied forces offensive. A bunch of rabble. Do they even qualify as an offensive? Xian's eyes turned cold. Scram, deliver my words verbatim. Yes. The chilling, killing intent made the Dark Guard tremble, not daring to utter another word as he vanished in a flurry of body flicker. Xian looked back at the Uchiha elites, still recovering their strength. Today's training ends here. Your performance was poor, but slightly better than I expected. He glanced at the only one standing, Izumi, as well as Shisui, who was already kneeling, and Itachi, who was fixated on him with his Sharingan. I originally wanted you to experience what willpower is, but now there's a better teaching opportunity. Xian spread his arms wide, his expression arrogant. Go back and rest well, then open your eyes wide to see clearly. Watch me end a war that you think could destroy the village. Remember, only the weak need schemes, armies, and alliances. The strong only need themselves. After saying this, Xian ignored them and turned to walk out of the training ground, his figure disappearing into the darkness of the corridor. Leaving behind 100 Uchiha elites exchanging glances, their minds filled with Xian's disdain for the 20,000 troops and his declaration that the strong only need themselves. A few days prior, in the land of Earthy Wagakure. Night had fallen and the office of the third Tsuchikage Inoki was. This elderly man, barely under 1.4 meters tall, floated in midair, frowning as he read a top-secret intelligence report from Konoha. The content of the report made his heart skip a beat. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had been incapacitated, the Uchiha clan had taken power, and a boy named Uchiha Shien had become the new dictator of Konoha. What unsettled him even more was the description of Shien's powers in the report: speed beyond human capability, no hand signs needed for ninjutsu, easily defeating Jiraiya. Uchiha. Another Uchiha. Inoki muttered to himself, an old injury in his waist beginning to throb. His impression of this surname all stemmed from that man decades ago. Uchiha Madara. At that moment the air in the center of the office suddenly twisted, forming a vortex. Who? Inoki's chakra surged and he formed the hand signs for dust release, vigilantly watching the vortex. A figure slowly walked out from within. Clad in a black cloak with an orange spiral mask covering his face. Third Tsuchikage, it's been decades and your vigilance is still so strong. A hoarse deep voice echoed in the office. Inoki stared at the newcomer, his pupils constricting sharply. You are from the Akatsuki. Akatsuki. The masked man chuckled lightly, that's just a toy to pass the time for me. He slowly raised his head, the three-tomo Sharingan in his single eye gleaming ominously under the light. You can call me Uchiha Madara. Boom. Inoki's mind buzzed. He stared intently at that Sharingan. The aura felt somewhat familiar yet different, freezing his expression in shock. Impossible. Uchiha Madara died in the Valley of the End. Death for me is merely a brief slump. Obito spoke in Madara's tone, slowly saying, I didn't come to reminisce but to offer you an opportunity, Inoki. He pointed to the intelligence report on Inoki's desk. This boy named Uchiha Shien is an unexpected variable that has disrupted the balance. His power does not belong to this world. If we do not kill him before he becomes a threat, once he fully controls Konoha, the entire ninja world will kneel at his feet, including Uriwagakure. Inoki fell silent. He had to admit that the masked man's words struck right at his greatest concern. An uncontrollable Uchiha with powers beyond reason would be a disaster for any ninja village. What do you want me to do? Inoki asked in a low voice. Very simple. Obito's voice carried a hint of temptation. The fourth Raikage of Kumogakure is a reckless fool. I've already stirred up his anger. He will gather all of Kumogakure's military strength to strike the land of fire. And you, Inoki, I need your wisdom and dust release. What you need to do is ally with Kumogakure and at the fastest speed flatten Konoha's borders. This. Inoki hesitated. The alliance of two major ninja villages attacking Konoha would certainly provoke the Fourth Great Ninja War. Don't worry. Obito seemed to see through his thoughts. The Akatsuki will help you contain any potential backup from Konoha. Moreover. His tone shifted, filled with seduction. Think about it, Inoki. Once successful, Konoha will be severely weakened, even collapsing entirely. The richest lands of the Land of Fire will be divided between Uriwagakure and Kumogakure. Isn't this the wish you've had for decades? Ambition and a sense of crisis clashed within Inoki's heart. He recalled the humiliation of being dominated by Uchiha Madara in his youth and thought of the barren lands of Iwagakure. In the end, greed won out. All right. Inoki gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I'm in. But if you dare to deceive me. I never deceive my pawns. Obito sneered, tossing out a scroll. This contains the latest intelligence on Konoha's border defenses, enough to let your army advance straight in. In watching you, Inoki, don't let me down. As his words fell, Obito's figure was swallowed by the vortex and the office returned to silence. Only Inoki remained floating in the air, gazing at the intelligence in his hand, his aged face displaying a fluctuating expression. In Konoha's former Hokage office, it had been remodeled. All documents and books had been cleared, leaving only a large table and a chair appearing empty and desolate. Uchiha Shien stood before the giant floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire village. The news of war had yet to spread and the village remained tranquil. Knock knock. The office door was knocked on. Come in. The door opened and Izumi and Shisui entered. They had changed into clean clothes, their faces still showing the fatigue left by the gravity. Yet the light in their eyes was frighteningly bright. Commander. The two walked side by side behind Shien and knelt on one knee. Shisui raised his head, his gaze intense. Please take us with you. We want to witness everything you mentioned with our own eyes. We won't be a burden. Izumi added, we want to feel real power on the battlefield. Shien slowly turned around, looking down at the two kneeling before him. He could feel that under the pressure of the gravity field, the chi within both of them had become more solid and resilient. Especially their will, now sharpened and pure. Very good. A hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Shien's face. Your will recovers faster than your body's. Shien walked past the two without looking back. Get ready, we will gather at the village entrance in half an hour. Yes. The voices of Shisui and Quan were loud and filled with determination. Deep within the Uchiha clan's territory, at a training ground, a small figure in the center of the yard was practicing the stance of Shien's teachings, drenched in sweat. Naruto Uzumaki closed his eyes, his small face flushed red, his hands forming a strange pose in front of his abdomen, trying hard to sense some chi. The chi that Brother Xian spoke of. He muttered to himself, attempting to find that power within his dantian. But this force was too difficult to control. The chakra of the Nine Tails was unruly, always causing chaos at the most critical moments, disrupting the little sense of feeling Naruto had managed to gather. Damn it! Naruto sat down on the ground, feeling a bit deflated. At that moment, Xian's voice rang above him. You're giving up after just a few failures. Naruto snapped his head up and saw Uchiha Xian standing before him, a smile on his face. Brother Xian. Naruto jumped up and rushed to Xian's side, scratching his head a bit shyly. I am too stupid, I can never grasp that power. You're not stupid. Xian extended his hand and ruffled Naruto's blonde hair. The thing inside you is too dominant. Trying to carve a new path on its territory is naturally not easy. Every failure you experience is a step towards taming it. Once you can make it obey, your power will surpass everyone. Hearing this from Xian, Naruto's eyes brightened again. He nodded vigorously, yes. I will definitely succeed. After saying that, he looked at Xian with anticipation and asked, Brother Xian, I heard enemies are coming. Are you going to fight the bad guys? Take me with you, okay? I'm really strong now. As he spoke, he waved his little fists, trying to prove himself. Xian looked into his blue eyes, his expression softening. On the battlefield there will be a place for you in the future. But not now. Wait until you can crush the stone into powder, then I will take you to the battlefield. As Xian spoke, he casually picked up a fist-sized pebble from the side and tossed it into Naruto's arms. Naruto hugged the stone tightly, although a bit disappointed. He quickly found a new goal. He held the stone tightly and declared loudly, all right. I will definitely be able to do it soon. Not far away under the eaves, Uchiha Itachi quietly watched the scene. His expression was somewhat complicated. It reminded him of when he guided Sasuke. After calming Naruto, Xian turned to Itachi. Itachi. Here. Itachi stepped forward immediately and bowed respectfully. During my absence, the village's security will be managed by the newly formed Dark Guard team led by Shisui, with Elder Fugaku overseeing everything. And you have a more important task. Xian's gaze shifted to the yard where Naruto was again challenging himself while Sasuke was practicing throwing shuriken. Keep an eye on those two. Supervise their basic training and don't let them slack off. More importantly, make sure nothing bothers them. Itachi's heart stirred, instantly understanding Xian's meaning. Yes. Itachi knelt on one knee, his voice steady. I swear by the honor of Uchiha Itachi, as long as I draw breath I will not let them suffer any harm. Very good. Xian nodded, saying no more, and turned to leave. The sunlight stretched his silhouette long while Itachi looked up at that figure, his gaze resolute. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Konoha village. The village entrance was very quiet, with no crowd to send them off and not a single person to see them off. The entire village seemed oblivious to the fact that their supreme commander was about to depart. Xian, Shisui and Quan stood quietly at the village entrance. They carried nothing, no scrolls, no backpacks, not even a single kunai. This appearance did not resemble that of someone heading to face an army of 20,000, but rather like a leisurely stroll. Let's go. Xian said casually, taking the first step out of the village. Shisui and Quan followed behind. The three walked out of the village facing the rising sun as they headed toward the distance where shadows began to appear on the Hokage rock. Nara, Shikako, Hyuga, Hizashi and Jiraiya watched the three figures rapidly shrinking into black dots from afar. Really? Just 3 people going? Hizashi's Byakugan was filled with disbelief. This is such a hassle. Nara Shikaku exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression grave. I've run through hundreds of scenarios, but I can't figure out what he's planning. 3 people facing an army of 20,000 is not a battle, it's a myth. Jiraiya fell silent, recalling the day at the Valley of the End, that figure wrapped in golden flames. That pressure made him anxious even now. He chuckled wryly and spoke hoarsely, no, you don't understand. For him, what we consider a battle might really just be a walk in the park. In an unknown dark cave, damp and cold. Obito, wearing a whirlpool mask, sat on a protruding rock. In front of him, a pitch-black crystal ball reflected the image of Xian and his companions leaving Konoha. Oh. He just set off with only 2 people. Obito's tone carried a hint of amusement and confusion. Uchiha Quan and Uchiha Shisui. Truly arrogant to the extreme. His power is very strange, perhaps he has his own confidence. A voice indistinguishable in gender emerged as Korazetsu's half-black half-white form slowly materialized from the rock wall behind Obito. Korazetsu gazed at the scene in the crystal ball and asked in a hoarse voice, is it really enough to only send the cloud and rock hidden villages? That Uchiha Xian can easily defeat even Jiraiya in Sage mode. 20,000 coalition forces sound terrifying, but before that kind of monster it might just be a number. Whether it's enough is not important. Obito sneered, slightly irritated by Korazetsu's stout. What's important is that I want to see for myself what his limits truly are. His single eye behind the mask, the Sharingan with 3 tomo, slowly rotated. An uncontrolled Uchiha, a guy with a completely unfamiliar power system. He's a huge variable that will affect my Eye of the Moon plan. 20,000 coalition forces, 2 shadow-level ninjas, and that old fox Anoki with his dust release. If this doesn't draw out his limits, then my plan will have to be adjusted. Obito stood up and walked to the crystal ball, lightly tracing his finger over Xian's image. Moreover, the cloud-hidden village is coming out in full force this time. Their 8-tails Jinchuriki, that guy named Killer Bee, is definitely among them. War is the best hunting ground. When they are mutually exhausted fighting Uchiha Xian, it will be my best opportunity to retrieve the 8-tails. Korezetsu listened to Obito's plan, letting out a cackling laugh. I see, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Regardless of whether Uchiha Xian wins or loses, we will be the winners. Of course. Obito's tone was filled with confidence. This world will eventually fall into infinite Tsukuyomi. Anyone who stands in our way will be crushed. His gaze returned to the crystal ball. The scene shifted from Xian's figure to a chaotic battlefield. At the border of the Land of Fire, Konoha's defenses had been breached with fallen Konoha ninjas scattered everywhere. Report. Report. The western defense line has been breached by the Rock-Hidden Village's demolition unit. We can't hold on. The ninjas from the Cloud-Hidden Village are charging in. Ah. The sounds of screams and explosions intertwined, echoing endlessly. On a mountain peak that had been half-raised, Konoha's temporary command center was in chaos. The commander's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the map where the lights representing outposts were extinguishing one after another. At that moment, the tent flaps were suddenly thrown open. A blood-soaked Konoha jōnin stumbled in, devoid of color in his face. He collapsed before the commander, hoarsely shouting, "Captain! The third defense line has been breached. The Cloud-Hidden Village's AB combination. They are charging in with the main force. We can barely hold on." At the border of the Fire Nation, the air was thick with the stench of rust and char, making one feel nauseous. When Uchiha Xian and his companions arrived, this was the scene that greeted them. The forest was gone, leaving only charred stumps. The ground was riddled with large craters, remnants of fierce ninjutsu clashes. On the roadside, the corpses of Konoha ninjas were visible. The green vests they wore were singed and tattered. Each body was contorted in grotesque positions, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and unwillingness. Uchiha Izumi's fists clenched involuntarily, his nails digging into his flesh causing pain, but the ache in his heart was even greater. Uchiha Shijui's face fell, his eyes icy. He could perform the body flicker technique swiftly, yet with each step his feet felt heavier. Uchiha Xian, leading the way, suddenly stopped. His gaze swept over the bodies of the Konoha ninjas, and the calm expression on his face slowly vanished. He felt a chilling cold envelop him. A wave of killing intent radiated from him, causing the surrounding air to feel stagnant. Izumi and Shisui instinctively took a half step back, struggling to breathe. A moment longer and they felt as if their souls would be frozen. They exchanged glances, each seeing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. They had never seen such a Xian. Very good. Xian began, his voice low as if squeezed through clenched teeth. How lively it is. He did not ascend the cliff to survey the battle, it was too slow. He stepped forward, heading towards the cacophony of shouts and explosions. In his left eye's vision, the glowing orbs representing the Cloud and Rock ninjas transformed from mere data to targets that needed to be eliminated. There are a total of 1A341 Cloud and Rock ninjas. Xian's voice was not loud, but both Shisui and Izumi heard him clearly. There was no emotion in his voice, only the chilling intent to kill. None shall leave alive. The three no longer hesitated, transforming into shadows as they rushed towards the battlefield. In the distance, the black ninja formation continued to advance. At that moment, the battlefield shifted. The dark-skinned Cloud ninja Killer Bee seemed to receive some orders. With a bizarre cry, his body began to enlarge, flesh and chakra intertwining. In the blink of an eye, a monster the size of a mountain adorned with octopus tentacles and bull horns appeared on the battlefield. The 8-tails Guki. Yo! Yo! Watch this grand performance of mine. Idiots! Bastards! Killer Bee shouted in his peculiar rap style, the giant octopus head tilting back, mouth wide open. A black chakra sphere appeared beside his mouth, growing larger. The surrounding light was drawn towards it. Tailed Beast Bomb. Its target was a Konoha fortress located on the distant mountainside. That was the last stronghold at the Konoha border, housing hundreds of Konoha ninjas. The ninjas inside the fortress gazed up at the black energy sphere, blotting out the sky, a shadow of death looming over them. A dozen Rock Village ninjas seized the opportunity, cruel smiles on their faces as they formed seals. Earth-style multiple earth flow walls. Thick earthen walls rose up in front of the fortress. But this was not for defense, it was to seal off all escape routes for those inside, forcing them to await their doom. In the next instant, the black-tailed beast bomb, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, tore through the sky and struck towards the sealed Konoha fortress. The fourth Hokage witnessed this scene and burst into arrogant laughter, as if he could already envision the fortress reduced to ashes. The great Mokutan in the sky looked on coldly. In his eyes, the fortress was doomed. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to hit the fortress, erasing hundreds of lives along with the mountainside, Uchiha Xian, arriving at the battlefield, lifted his head. You have provoked me. As his words fell, a golden fire seemed to blaze in his black pupils. A roar filled with rage erupted from Xian's mouth. Boom! A terrifying oppressive force exploded from him, shooting up into the sky. His black hair stood on end, turning golden in the shockwave. His black pupils transformed into a chilling emerald green. Golden flames erupted like a volcano, forming a pillar of light that burned a large hole in the dark clouds above, rendering the sunlight dim. Super Saiyan Level 1. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito, who had been watching the spectacle, abruptly stood up from the stone, his Sharingan spinning wildly, disbelief etched on his face. What? What is this? Not chakra. This power. Impossible. It absolutely cannot exist. Obito cried out, feeling his very soul tremble. He thought he had seen through everything in the ninja world, but the scene before him had surpassed his comprehension. Amidst the astonished gazes of tens of thousands, the transformed Uchiha Shin flickered and vanished. In the next moment he appeared directly in front of the massive tailed beast bomb. He did not use ninjutsu, nor did he unleash an energy wave. He simply raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, facing the energy sphere capable of flattening mountains. There was no massive explosion as expected. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The immensely powerful tailed beast bomb was caught by a hand enveloped in golden flames. The terrifying energy continued to churn within, yet it could advance no further. A deathly silence fell over the sea. Be it the charging cloud ninjas, the sealing rock ninjas, or the desperate Konoha ninjas, everyone stood frozen, staring blankly at this incredible spectacle in the sky. This can't be real. A rock ninja murmured, his sword clattering to the ground. The wild laughter on the fourth Raikage's face froze, the lightning armor on him dimming slightly, his eyes bulging, his mouth agape as if a fist could fit inside. His greatest pride was the strength of his body, yet this scene shattered his arrogance into pieces. The great Mokutan above nearly choked the chakra for flying, went haywire, causing him to stagger. Impossible. This cannot be. His parched lips trembled, decades of understanding crumbling in that moment. The Eight-Tails Gyuki also froze. Killer Bee's rap ceased, and his giant eye was filled with confusion. Under the dazed gazes of tens of thousands, Uchiha Shin, with his right hand holding the tailed beast bomb, slowly tightened his fingers, then gripped firmly. Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass echoed. The tailed beast bomb, suspended in midair, actually began to show cracks on its surface. Golden flames seeped through the fissures, piercing the darkness like sunlight. In the next second. Boom! A deep thunderous roar. The tailed beast bomb did not explode, instead a tremendous force pressed it inward in Shin's grip, ultimately causing it to shatter. The raging energy was forcibly compressed together, transforming into a blinding light that erupted from the gaps between Shin's fingers, yet was completely blocked by the golden flames surrounding him, not a single bit escaping. The dull thud replaced what should have been a deafening explosion. At that moment all sounds on the battlefield ceased. The cries of battle, the screams of the wounded, even the sound of the wind stopped. Tens of thousands of ninjas, whether from Yunin Iwagakure or the remaining people of Konoha, all stood frozen as if time had stopped. The katana in the hand of an Iwagakure ninja slipped from his palm and clanged onto the ground, yet he showed no reaction. His mouth hung open, oblivious to the drool flowing down. The flesh on the face of a Yunin jōnin twitched uncontrollably. He tried to blink but found his eyelids too heavy to lift. The scene before him had surpassed the limits of his comprehension. With bare hands he crushed the tailed beast ball. This was something only a deity could accomplish. The lightning armor on the fourth Raikage flickered erratically, buzzing ominously. His once proud muscles now felt as rigid as stone. The Raikage stared intently at the golden figure in the sky, his eyes bloodshot, his throat hoarse, wanting to speak but unable to utter a single word. The beliefs he had always held dear, the strength he took pride in, were shattered in that moment. High above the third Tsuchikage, Inoki swayed slightly, nearly falling from the sky. His wrinkled, aged face turned paler than that of a corpse. A chill surged from his tailbone to his forehead, rendering him incapable of feeling even the old injury on his waist. Monster! Inoki stammered, his lips trembling as he managed to squeeze out two words. This was neither ninjutsu nor a bloodline limit. This was something else entirely, a force that transcended reason, above the ninja system. In the distance, the transformed killer bee, now in the form of the Eight-Tails, hung limply with 8 large tentacles, his lone eye filled with confusion. For the first time the Eight-Tails within him felt what it meant to be afraid. A tremor emanated from its very bones, leaving it unable to even contemplate movement. Inside the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito's expression of watching the show had long since vanished. He fixed his gaze on the golden figure, his Sharingan spinning wildly as if trying to see through the opponent completely. Impossible. This can't be happening. Obito's breathing became rapid, a chill rising from his heart. He had not felt this kind of fear in a long time. He thought he had accounted for everything: Madara's plan, Nagato's Rinnegan, all were on his chessboard. But this Uchiha Gen before him was a stone dropped from outside the board, no a son. This guy played by his own rules. Standing here he was going to burn the entire chessboard. On the battlefield, Uchiha Gen didn't even glance at the foolish ants below. His emerald green eyes turned towards the surviving Konoha ninjas on the distant cliff. His voice rang out, not loud, yet it clearly permeated the entire battlefield, drowning out everyone's heartbeat. All Konoha personnel retreat 10 kilometers. Gen paused for a moment, his tone carrying an order that brooked no refusal. On the cliff, Hinata Takuma, in charge of the command, was watching all of this with his Byakugan trembling in shock. When Gen's voice reached him, he jolted awake. Through his Byakugan he could see clearly the vast and scorching golden energy within Gen, which was nothing short of a sun. And below, the chakra of the 20,000 ally forces seemed like fireflies before this surge of energy. Without hesitation, Hinata Takuma shouted with all his might. All teams. Follow the commander's orders. Retreat immediately. Hurry. The remaining Konoha ninjas snapped out of their shock, gazing at the godlike figure in the sky, their despair and fear instantly transforming into yes. They did not panic, nor did they think too much, instead helping the injured with the fastest speed and began to retreat in an orderly fashion. This was not a retreat, they were clearing the stage. Following behind, Gen, Shisui and Izumi watched the scene, their chests warming, their hearts pounding as if they were about to leap out. With the retreat of the Konoha ninjas, the deathly silence on the battlefield was finally broken. Roar! The fourth Hokage let out a beast-like roar, unable to believe that he and the thousands of troops were frightened by one person. Don't be fooled by him. He's just one person. Charge. Kill him. The Hokage shouted hoarsely, trying to drive away the fear in himself and his soldiers with his voice. However, none of his proud Yunin elite dared to move. Their hands gripping weapons trembled, their legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to budge. Calm down, eh? Anoki's figure flew to the Hokage's side, panting heavily, looking very grim. What good is shouting? Can't you see? That guy's power can't be overcome by sheer numbers. Then what do you suggest we— The Hokage's eyes turned red like a cornered wild bull. Are we just going to stand here and let him scare away our 20,000 troops? Now is our only chance. Anoki's voice was low yet carried a hint of madness. He may be strong, but he is just one person. We too, let's join forces. Take him down while he has just expended energy. Otherwise none of us will leave today. The Hokage gasped, heavily glancing at Anoki, then back at the golden figure in the sky. He knew the old man was right. Between pride and life, he chose life. And the only way to preserve it was to fight to the death against the person before him. All right. The Hokage ground his back teeth. Just as you say, we go together and kill this little brat. At that moment, the two leaders came to an understanding. They flew to the front of their respective armies, confronting Uchiha Gen once again. The Hokage pointed at Gen and laughed maniacally, as if trying to regain some pride. You are Uchiha Gen. The little brat who stole from Konoha. You've got some guts, I admit. I will thoroughly enjoy the process of tearing you apart piece by piece. Old man, the power you possess has already disrupted the balance of the world. Such power does not belong to you. Surrender now and hand it over, and perhaps this old man will leave you with a complete corpse for research. In the face of the two leaders' taunts, Uchiha Gen's anger gradually faded. He looked at them with eyes as cold as if observing two corpses. He even chuckled lightly, the sound filled with mockery. Research. Tear apart. Gen slowly raised his gaze, his emerald pupils scanning the two as if looking at two noisy insects. The ones who should be saying their last words are. His voice was soft, but every word pierced into the ears of everyone present like a dagger. It's you. Arrogant little brat. Go die. The fourth Hokage let out a roar that reverberated across the battlefield. His muscles bulged as the lightning release chakra erupted. Blue arcs of electricity danced around him, crackling with a sizzling sound, filling the air with a burnt odor. Lightning release chakra mode V2 form. With a loud boom, the ground beneath Hokage cracked open. He transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, charging straight towards the golden figure suspended in midair. He unleashed both his speed and strength. With this punch, he aimed to shatter that little brat along with the annoying golden light. The ninjas, still conscious on the battlefield regardless of being foes or allies, instinctively held their breath. But this was merely the surface attack. The true killing move was in the sky, coming from the short third Hokage, who had always been overshadowed by Hokage. Hokage had charged out, drawing everyone's attention. At that moment, the aged Anoki's eyes flashed with a cunning glint. He was not merely watching the spectacle nor assisting Hokage. He was waiting for an opportunity, a fleeting life or death chance that Hokage had created. No matter how strong Uchiha Gen was facing, Hokage's all-out assault would force him to split his focus. Whether he blocked, dodged or counterattacked, he would certainly pause for a fraction of a second or even be pinned in place. That fraction of a second was enough to determine the outcome of a war for a seasoned powerhouse like him. Dust release original world separation technique. Anoki's hands had long since pressed together within his sleeves, a transparent block glowing white quietly forming in his palm. There was no grand spectacle nor any flashy effects. But the aura that threatened to decompose everything into atoms caused even Obito, who was watching from the Kamui space, to instinctively squint his eyes. Oh. This is interesting. A smile curved on Obito's lips. Hokage has baked Hokage using dust release for a lethal strike. This kind of coordination, even I wouldn't dare to take it hidden in a state of intangibility. Uchiha Gen, you've transformed into that golden monster. I want to see how you will fare against this death trap. Prepared. Obito crossed his arms, watching the scene in the crystal ball as if it were a fine show. On the battlefield, the death trap had already been set. Hokage's electrified fist had already smashed in front of Uchiha Gen, the wind from the punch blowing back the golden flames surrounding him. At the same time, a slender yet deadly white beam of light approached from a more cunning angle, targeting Uchiha Gen's back heart, which was locked in place by Hokage. One was speed and power, the other was decomposition and destruction. Two figures standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world unleashed their most terrifying battle intellect, creating an inescapable fatal setup. Faced with this instant dual assault, Uchiha Gen, now in Super Saiyan form, felt a fluctuation in his emerald green eyes for the first time. He furrowed his brow. It wasn't fear, it was a sense of trouble. In an instant he made a judgment. Raikage's attack was merely a physical one. In Super Saiyan form, standing still to let the opponent strike Raikage wouldn't be able to break through the golden flames surrounding him. But Inoki's dust release was different. That technique could directly decompose molecules of bloodline limit. Once hit, even he would be instantly disassembled, rendering any ability useless. Hoof. Uchiha Gen let out an impatient snort and the chi within him quickly redistributed. He concentrated over 70% of his energy behind him, forming a solid golden energy shield just in time to block the incoming dust release. After doing all that, he raised his left arm, leaving only a thin layer of golden flames on his arm to meet Raikage's punch that could shatter mountains. Bang! The fist and arm collided, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Uchiha Gen's golden figure did not budge, absorbing Raikage's full force impact. Raikage's pupils contracted, disbelief etched across his face. He felt as if he had struck not a person but a mountain forged from metal. The rebounding force made all the bones in his right arm crack, nearly shattering on the spot. But Gen was not without consequence. To block the dust release behind him, he had ultimately weakened the defense on his left arm. A worse situation was unfolding behind him. Because Raikage had split his focus slightly, the golden energy shield he used to defend against the dust release was still not perfectly solidified. ZZZZT. The white dust release beam and the golden energy shield only held for less than a tenth of a second before the unreasonable decomposing force tore a small opening in the shield that could withstand tailed beast bombs. Oh no. Uchiha Gen's brow furrowed even tighter. He attempted to sidestep, but Raikage's other fist had already wrapped around him, pinning him firmly in place. A strand thinner than a hair's breadth of dust release residue grazed past his shoulder. There was no explosion, no sound. The black high-collared robe hastily crafted by Uchiha Fugaku had silently lost a piece at the shoulder, leaving a fist-sized hole, the edges smooth as if cut by a knife. Beneath the hole was his bronze-colored skin. A layer of golden energy was rapidly repairing it, but a clear mark remained like a burn from a hot iron. No blood was shed. But his clothing was torn. Time seemed to freeze. It worked. His defense was broken. The fourth Raikage and Inoki stared at the torn black robe on Gen's shoulder, momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with wild joy. Hold him down. Don't let him escape. Give me another chance. Next time I will definitely kill him. Inoki's voice turned ecstatic, as if he could already see victory. In the Kamui space, Obito's pupils also dilated and he stood up from the stone. What? He actually really injured him. Although it was just his clothing. But it truly broke through that layer of golden energy defense. This outcome surprised even him, the director. Great. As long as his defense isn't invincible, as long as his power will deplete, he can definitely be killed. Obito felt a surge of joy, but the next moment an inexplicable chill rose from his spine, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Wait. What is this feeling? On the battlefield, Uchiha Gen lowered his head, silently gazing at the hole on his shoulder. He said nothing. But centered around him, the air within 100 meters began to cool rapidly. A chilling aura emanated from his body. This aura was colder and more violent than when he crushed the tailed beast ball, instilling a sense of despair. The delighted Raikage and Inoki felt their smiles freeze instantly. They felt as though a hand had gripped their hearts, making even breathing difficult. Uchiha Gen slowly raised his head. His face was expressionless, but deep within his emerald green eyes that coldness was capable of freezing one's very soul. Very well. His voice was low and heavy, as though announcing something. The game is over. Boom. These words echoed in the ears of the fourth Raikage AI and the third Sechikage Inoki. As the voice faded, the golden flames burning on Uchiha Gen suddenly contracted, then erupted violently. This explosion was no longer flowing flames but transformed into countless beams of golden sharpness that exploded outward frantically. The ground beneath Shen could not withstand this pressure. Centered around him, the ground sank half a meter within 100 meters, and web-like cracks spread outward with stones ground into powder by the air pressure. The air was sliced by the golden sharpness, making a crackling sound. Facing this pressure, the fourth Raikage AI instantly lost both joy and fighting spirit on his face. His proud lightning-released chakra armor felt like mere paper in the face of this sharpness, easily pierced through. Every inch of his skin transmitted a painful sting like needles. His heart felt as if it were gripped by a hand, making it difficult to beat. The victorious thoughts that had just arisen in his mind were swept away by this force, leaving only a primal shudder. What? What kind of monster is this? AI wanted to retreat, to run, but his body felt nailed to the spot, unable to move even a finger. His legs trembled uncontrollably, muscles completely lost control. The situation was worse for Inoki in the sky. He was already old, relying solely on chakra to stay suspended in the air. When that sharpness swept over, he felt his chakra freeze, operating very slowly. The old man's body shook violently in the air, on the verge of falling at any moment. No color could be seen on his old face, his eyes filled with horror. Inoki finally understood that the earlier joint attack, which supposedly wounded the opponent, was not a sign of victory at all. Thud. Thud. On the battlefield, the nearly 20,000 strong allied forces of the Cloud and Rock villages fell like cut wheat one by one. Most of them were not jōnin. Facing this suffocating pressure, their spirits crumbled, unable to even scream in anguish before they fainted, foaming at the mouth. In just a few breaths, less than 30% of the originally black-clad ninja army stood and those remaining knelt on the ground, burying their heads in the dirt, trembling like leaves, lacking the courage to look up. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito, who had been watching with his arms crossed, felt his body stiffen. The mask on his face seemed unable to block the chill. He felt his soul trembling. What is this? Obito stared intensely at the figure wrapped in golden light within the crystal ball, his Sharingan spinning frantically, trying to discern what that energy truly was. But he failed. In his perception, it was neither chakra nor sage arts. It was a power of a higher level filled with dominance and a sense of destruction. This kind of power. Impossible. It absolutely cannot exist in this world. Obito screamed, his voice filled with shock and confusion. He had planned for so long, thinking he had seen through everything in the ninja world, treating everyone as mere chess pieces. Yet Uchiha Xian's appearance was like a sun crashing into the chessboard, completely disregarding the rules. His power sought to reduce the entire chessboard along with the players to ashes. In that moment, Obito's heart, which he believed had long been frozen, felt a sensation called fear for the first time. On the battlefield, having completed the release of his power, Uchiha Xian slowly raised his pair of emerald eyes. His first target was not the fourth Reikage, who was already terrified. Instead, it was the old man in the sky who had torn his clothes with dust release. Xian's figure left a faint afterimage in place before disappearing. There was no smoke from the body flicker technique nor any fluctuations like the flying thunder god. It was pure speed. So fast that eyes and perception could not keep up. In the sky, Inoki felt his soul nearly fly away at the moment he caught sight of those emerald eyes. He used the last of his strength to channel chakra, attempting to escape using the earth release ultra lightweight rock technique. However, just as he had this thought, in the next second a hand engulfed in golden flames appeared before him, gripping his wrinkled neck tightly. Ugh! All of Inoki's movements stopped. He resembled a chicken with its neck grasped, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. The temperature of that hand was very high. He even smelled the scent of his skin burning. A force surged through that hand into his body, dispersing the chakra he had struggled to muster. Dust! Release! The instinct for survival made Inoki want to resist. He struggled to raise his hand, attempting to unleash dust release from such a close distance, hoping to perish together with his opponent. But he could not form a single hand seal. Uchiha Xian's gaze swept over his dry arms. He then extended two fingers from the hand gripping Inoki's neck and quickly tapped several acupuncture points on his arms. Puff! Puff! A few muffled sounds. Inoki felt his arms as if filled with lava, a destructive force exploding through his meridians. Ah! He let out a scream, his arms twisting downward at an odd angle, the bones and meridians inside completely shattered by that chi. Those arms that had once unleashed dust release were utterly ruined. Uchiha Xian dragged the limp Inoki, pulling him close to his own eyes. His emotionless emerald pupils gazed closely at Inoki's face, distorted by pain and terror. It was you who injured. Xian's tone was very flat, as if he were stating an ordinary fact. Yet to Inoki's ears those words were more frightening than any torture. After finishing all this, Xian slowly turned his head, casting his gaze toward the blue figure that had long since stiffened on the ground. Next, it's your turn. The fourth Reikage AI, watching his ally being held in midair, arms ruined and crying out in agony, felt his deep-seated fear replaced by a surge of humiliation and anger. Who is he? He is the fourth Reikage of the Cloud Village, recognized as the strongest man in speed and strength in the ninja world. He could die in battle, but he could never be scared into stillness by a mere boy. Roar! Reikage AI let out a beast-like roar as the desire for survival and the dignity of being a Kage overwhelmed his fear at that moment. He unleashed all the remaining chakra within him. Zing! The blue lightning surrounding him shone several times brighter than before, arcs even turning the ground beneath him into scorched earth. Bastard! Let go of that Uchiha. Reikage AI no longer hesitated. He pushed his understanding of lightning release chakra mode to the limit, transforming into a blue lightning bolt faster and fiercer than before, once again charging toward Uchiha Xian in the air. He intended to defend the honor of being a powerful figure in the ninja world with his final life and strength. The fourth Reikage AI charged with everything he had, while Uchiha Gen didn't even look back. He held the half-dead Inoki in one hand and casually waved his empty hand behind him. Bang! A dull sound exploded in midair. The fourth Reikage's Thunder God's hot fist, capable of shattering mountains, was caught by a palm engulfed in golden flames. Blue arcs of electricity collided with golden flames, producing a piercing sizzling sound before vanishing together. Time seemed to freeze. Reikage AI maintained his forward posture, his body frozen in midair, the madness on his face instantly turning to shock and pain. He felt that his fist was not striking flesh but rather colliding with a meteor from the heavens. An irresistible force surged back through his fist. Crack! A series of dense bone-cracking sounds echoed. Reikage's entire right arm shattered inch by inch from the finger bones upward. The lightning armor on his arm was also covered in cracks. Ugh! The excruciating pain reached his brain and Reikage emitted a scream that resembled that of a beast. You're so noisy. Uchiha Gen frowned and gently pushed with his palm. Reikage's body was propelled backward by a tremendous force, tumbling several times in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, plowing a deep trench several meters long. Only after that did Gen casually toss down the unconscious Inoki, letting him crash into the ground. After completing these actions, Gen stretched his neck, producing a cracking sound, and his emerald eyes swept over the blue figure below that was trying to rise. His figure disappeared from sight. At the edge of the battlefield, the Konoha ninjas who had retreated to a safe distance were all dumbfounded watching this scene. What? What just happened? A young ninja stammered. I don't know. The companion beside him swallowed hard. I just saw a flash of golden light. And then the Reikage was sent flying. Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Shisui stood at the forefront, their expressions equally shocked. They knew their commander was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. That was the fourth Reikage, recognized as the pinnacle of physical combat in the ninja world. But before their commander, he resembled a 3-year-old child being casually pushed aside by an adult. We are witnessing the birth of a god. Shisui clenched his fists, his voice slightly trembling. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito was rendered speechless. He stared intently at the crystal ball, his Sharingan unsteady from excessive shock. Speed. Power. A complete overwhelming advantage. Obito's breathing quickened, a chill surged from his heart, leaving him feeling cold all over. The Reikage speed had seemed fast to him. But before Uchiha Gen, that speed was almost laughable. Is this his true strength? Obito's voice was hoarse, filled with immense fear. Bang. Another dull sound rang out. Reikage AI, who had just struggled to rise, had not yet taken in the scene before him when a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. He curled up like a shrimp and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of his internal organs. Uchiha Gen appeared before him at some point, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen before vanishing once more. Here. Reikage shouted in anger, relying on his battle instincts to swing an elbow strike behind him. It hit nothing but air. What greeted him was a golden whip-like kick descending from above. Boom. Reikage's back took a solid hit and his body was smashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit several meters in diameter. Cough. Cough, cough. Reikage lay at the bottom of the pit, his entire body feeling as if it might fall apart. The lightning armor on him flickered erratically, threatening to extinguish at any moment. He couldn't keep up with his opponent's speed. His eyes couldn't see and his senses couldn't keep up. He could only passively take the hits. Each time a flash of golden light would pass by, followed by a sharp pain emanating from some part of his body. He felt as though he was not fighting a person but rather being toyed with. Bang. 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 Next, all the conscious individuals on the battlefield witnessed an unforgettable performance. The golden figure flashed rapidly across the battlefield, and with each appearance there was a muffled groan from Reikage. Uchiha Gen no longer struck to defeat, rather he relished this one-sided game. He repeatedly appeared in the blind spots of Reikage's attacks, treating this peak ninja as if he were a punching bag. With one punch he made Reikage spit blood from his mouth and nose. With a kick he sent Reikage flying. With a knife hand strike he nearly brought Reikage to his knees. Yet throughout it all, Reikage never managed to touch even the corner of Gen's clothing. His proud taijutsu and lightning armor were as fragile as paper before the fists and feet engulfed in golden flames. This was humiliation. Aha! Reikage AI let out a beast-like roar, his eyes blood red. He could not accept it. He would rather die in battle than be toyed with like this. After being kicked away once more by Gen, Reikage AI forcibly stabilized his body midair, his feet plowing 2 deep trenches into the ground before finally coming to a stop. He raised his head, his hair disheveled, covered in blood, looking utterly wretched. Yet the fear in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a madness for mutual destruction. You little brat. You successfully pissed me off. Reikage's voice was hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed out from his throat. He mobilized the last bit of chakra within him, pouring it all into his right arm. Thunder God's wrathful lightning axe. This was his strongest move. Blue lightning gathered into a solidified lightning axe blade on Reikage's right arm, exuding a destructive aura. With his last breath he swung out the fastest, heaviest and final strike of his life. The entire battlefield was illuminated by this dazzling lightning. Facing this allure-nothing attack, Uchiha Gen finally halted his steps. He hovered in midair, quietly watching the lightning axe cleave through the air, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his emerald eyes. Not bad for a will. But unfortunately it's meaningless in the face of absolute power. Gen slowly raised his right fist, golden flames accumulating on his fist growing brighter. He faced this blow heat in also throwing a fist. It was a simple and unadorned straight punch. The golden fist collided with the lightning axe blade wrapped in solidified lightning in midair with a thunderous crash. There was no sound. Time seemed to be pressed on pause. 1 second later. Crack. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed. The last expression of madness on Reikage's face froze. He watched helplessly as his lightning axe, which he had condensed all his power into, began to crack inch by inch from the axe blade before shattering explosively. The golden fist continued unabated, directly imprinting onto his right shoulder. This time there wasn't even a sound of bones cracking. Reikage's entire right arm was shaken into a cloud of blood and flesh starting from the shoulder by an unimaginable force. A heart-wrenching scream finally erupted from Reikage's throat. However, this was only the beginning. At the moment Reikage lost balance due to the excruciating pain, Uchiha Gen formed his fingers like a blade and a golden chi blade flashed at his fingertips. Swish! A golden light flashed by. Reikage's empty right shoulder was severed cleanly, blood gushing out. Gen followed up with another knife hand strike. Swish. Raikage's remaining left arm also flew off from the shoulder, tracing a blood-red parabola in the air. This was symmetry. After completing all of this, Gen kicked at the howling Raikage's chest. Raikage's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the already stunned coalition forces along with the unconscious Inoki. Thus the strongest spear and the fastest shield in the ninja world both fell. The battlefield was eerily silent. The wind had ceased and the swirling dust slowly settled down. Tens of thousands of corpses lay spread across the ground, some unconscious while others trembled uncontrollably. Uchiha Gen hovered in midair, retracting the golden flames flowing around him back into his body. However, the overwhelming pressure still enveloped the area, making it so that those who remained conscious dared not even take a deep breath. In the distance, the fourth Raikage AI and the third Sechikage Inoki lay sprawled together. Ace arms had been severed and Inoki's arms were rendered useless with blood pooling beneath them. The two were left with only the faintest breath. The so-called spear and shield of the ninja world had today been rendered obsolete by the same person in a manner devoid of reason. Inside the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito's swirling mask could not conceal the twisted expression on his face. He stared intently at the golden figure in the crystal ball, his body trembling uncontrollably. Monster. This is a fucking monster. Obito murmured to himself, his voice dry and hoarse. Compared to the tragic state of the Raikage and Sechikage, Uchiha Gen's nonchalant demeanor chilled him even more. This was not a battle, it was mere play. His proud schemes and the carefully provoked war had become a joke in the face of such power. No. A thought suddenly pierced Obito's mind, making him shudder. The Raikage and Inoki must not fall into Uchiha Gen's hands. They both knew their existence, knew the identity of Uchiha Madara. If Shien were to bring them back to Konohagakure for interrogation, the risks of exposing their identities, the Akatsuki organization and the Mooneye plan, would be immense. These two useless fools could die for all he cared, but the information in their heads must be retrieved. Obito's gaze turned frenzied. He had to take action. Although Uchiha Gen was absurdly strong, his Kamui was invincible. As long as his body remained within the Kamui space, the opponent could not harm him. Taking advantage of the moment right after Shien had attacked while his attention was still on the battlefield, he would use Kamui to whisk the two away and then escape immediately. This was the only chance. With this thought, Obito no longer hesitated and activated the Mangekyō Sharingan in his right eye. Kamui. On the battlefield, Uchiha Gen was preparing to deal with the Raikage and Inoki when the space beside the two suddenly distorted. A spiral vortex appeared out of nowhere, generating a suction force that aimed to draw on the people on the ground. In the distance, Shisui and Izumi were both taken aback. What is that? Izumi couldn't help but exclaim. Space ninjutsu. There's an enemy. Shisui instantly assumed a combat stance, his three-tomo Sharingan fixed intently on the vortex, but he couldn't make sense of it. In that instant, the vortex appeared, a trace of uncontainable disgust flashed through Shien's icy green pupils. This spiral distortion. Kamui. Shien's lips curled into a slight arc. Uchiha Obito, you little rat hiding in the gutter, have you finally decided to crawl out? His voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the space, exploding in Obito's ears. A rat hiding in the gutter dares to reach out in front of me. Obito's heart sank, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. How did he find out? Did he somehow? No, it was me. Before Obito could comprehend, Uchiha Gen moved. He did not form any hand seals or use any grand techniques. He merely raised his right hand and extended his index finger towards the distorted space vortex. At his fingertip, a small point of golden chi coalesced, shining brightly yet leaking no energy. Whoosh! A solid golden beam silently pierced through the air, accurately targeting the center of the vortex. In the Kamui space, Obito's pupils suddenly constricted to a dot. He wanted to immediately sever the Kamui, but it was too late. That golden light had already struck the connection point of the Kamui passage. There was no explosion. Not even a sound. Yet the entire space let out a mournful cry of being overwhelmed. Crack! Crack, crack. Centered on the point struck by the golden light, black cracks like spider webs appeared in the very fabric of space. The Kamui passage used by Obito to connect the two spaces was forcefully shattered from the outside. Pooh! Inside the Kamui space, Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall of the space before collapsing to the ground. Ah! He clutched his right eye, letting out a wail. A sharp pain surged from his Mangekyō Sharingan as if a red-hot steel needle had pierced in and was stirring inside. Blood flowed from the gaps in his eye sockets, spilling out through the holes in his mask. His Kamui, which he considered invincible, had actually been broken by someone from the outside. Through the nearly shattered passage of space, the last thing Obito saw was a pair of cold green eyes. Those eyes pierced through time and space, staring directly at him as if looking at a mere insect. That disdainful gaze was even more frightening than the golden light from before. No! Obito let out a scream, not daring to think any further, using the last of his strength to completely sever his connection with the outside world. The spatial rift vanished in an instant and the battlefield returned to calm. Only Obito remained lying in the cold Kamui space, clutching his bleeding right eye, his body trembling from pain. He had lost. On the battlefield, Uchiha Gen retracted his finger, looking at the restored calm space, his golden flames and golden hair returning to black. He descended from the air, landing silently on the cracked earth. Uchiha Obito. It seems the Akatsuki organization should also make an appearance now. Shin coldly laughed to himself. He walked up to the two half-dead Kage, glancing over this desolate battlefield. An alive Iwagakure commander witnessed the scene and completely lost his spirit. He discarded his weapon, scrambling forward to the boy, exerting all his strength to bow his forehead to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Blood streamed down from his forehead, mixing with the dirt. We surrender. We surrender unconditionally. Please. Please spare us. His voice trembled with a sob filled with humility. As he surrendered, the remaining conscious ninjas also discarded their weapons, kneeling on the ground, burying their heads deep. Uchiha Shen looked at the kneeling figures below, his voice very calm. Surrender. Fine. But war is not child's play, it cannot be started or ended at will. He raised his eyes, sweeping over the fearful faces, his voice echoing across the entire battlefield. Go back and tell the remaining people in Kumogakure and Iwagakure. First, war reparations will be calculated at 10 times the losses of the Land of Fire this time. For every single coin less, I will personally go to your village to collect it. Second, cede all the land bordering the Land of Fire as punishment for instigating the war. Third, hand over all commanders and high-ranking officials involved in planning this invasion for public trial in Konohagakure. Fourth. He paused, a trace of dominance flashing in his eyes. From this day forth, the rules of the ninja world will no longer be the absurd balance between the 5 great nations. My words will be the new rules of the world. On the battlefield, no one dared to speak. No one dared to oppose, not even to raise their heads. When Xian returned to Konohagakure with Shisui and Izumi, they were met with the enthusiastic cheers of the villagers. One battle left 2 Kage disabled, facing off against 20,000 troops. The name Uchiha Xian became a myth that all ninjas dared not speak of overnight. Xian had little interest in it, passing through the crowd and heading directly to his office. Shisui and Izumi followed behind him, both still wearing expressions of excitement. Shisui. At your service. Shisui immediately knelt on one knee, looking at Xian with burning eyes. Xian walked to the window, gazing at the bustling village below, and slowly spoke. Mobilize all the forces of the dark. Go gather information on a mercenary organization called Akatsuki and a man with a single-eyed swirling mask, Uchiha Obito. Shisui's heart skipped a beat. Uchiha Obito. The hero who sacrificed himself in the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge. Though he was deeply shocked, he did not dare to ask a single question. He understood that the commander's gaze had already surpassed Kumogakure and Iwagakure, looking towards darker places. Yes. I will ensure the mission is completed. Shisui's voice was filled with determination. After Xian finished the briefing, he went straight to the council hall of the new Konoha. In the hall, all the clan leaders who received the letter had gathered: Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Heizashi, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Dingza, and Yamanaka Kaichi, all present without exception. No one dared to sit, everyone stood respectfully, waiting for the young man who had single-handedly rewritten the rules of the ninja world. The door swung open and Xian walked in. Welcome back, Commander. Fugaku led the way and all the clan leaders knelt on one knee in unison, their heads bowed deeply, their voices booming and synchronized, filled with genuine reverence. Xian walked straight to the chair that represented supreme authority and sat down, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. You may rise. Thank you, Commander. After everyone stood up, no one dared to sit back down, they remained standing. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward as the nominal speaker. He now seemed more like Xian's secretary. He unfurled a scroll, his voice trembling with emotion. Report to the Commander. Iwagakure and Kumogakure have sent envoys and fully accepted all the terms you proposed. The first batch of war reparations, 2 billion ryo, along with various ninja tools, medicinal herbs and minerals, has already begun to be transported. The documentation for the land cession has also arrived. Just as Fugaku finished speaking, Hyuga Heizashi stepped forward and bowed deeply. Lord Commander, our Hyuga clan failed to contribute even a fraction in this battle, and we are truly ashamed. To support Konoha's reconstruction, our clan is willing to donate half of our reserve funds and send all branch clan ninjas to heed your every command. We Nara clan feel the same. Nara Shikaku followed suit, his previous laziness vanished, replaced by solemnity. I have compiled all strategic locations bordering the Land of Fire overnight, please review them, Commander. And we. Akimichi Dingza and Yamanaka Kaichi rushed to express their support, fearing they might be too late. They were genuinely convinced. Xian's godlike power was evident, making any thoughts of hesitation or opportunism appear foolish. The only correct choice now was to cling tightly to the strongest pillar in the entire ninja world. Listening to their words, Xian's face showed little expression. He glanced at the compensation list handed to him by Fugaku. The enormous resources seemed to him merely a string of numbers. Fugaku. At your service. Account for all reparations and materials provided by various clans and allocate 30% to the Life Energy Research Institute. Xian's gaze shifted to Uchiha Izumi. Izumi, you are fully responsible for the Research Institute. I give you 3 months. I want to see a beginner's manual that allows ordinary ninjas to practice chi perception. Uchiha Izumi paused for a moment, then straightened her posture, a spark of determination lighting up her eyes. Yes. I guarantee I will complete the task. This command made the clan leaders' hearts skip a beat and they looked at Xian with even more reverence. They had expected Xian to use the money to expand military supplies or solidify the Uchiha's position. To their surprise, he intended to spread this miraculous power to ordinary people. The scope of this leader they could no longer comprehend. That afternoon at the Will training ground, the 100 elite Uchiha were called back. Each one of them stood tall and proud, brimming with spirit. The commander had single-handedly suppressed a coalition of 20,000, instilling in them a sense of pride that being Uchiha had never felt so strong. Xian's figure appeared at the entrance of the training ground, slowly walking in. The noise in the venue instantly ceased, all eyes fixed upon him, their gazes fervent. Xian scanned them with a discerning eye, clearly seeing their pride and arrogance. "You all seem quite pleased." His voice was calm, yet it inexplicably tugged at everyone's hearts. "Do you think you are heroes now?" Xian walked into the crowd, stopping in the middle, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. "Just because I won a trivial war?" He surveyed the area, his gaze passing over Itachi, Shisui, and Izumi's faces. "Today let me show you arrogant fools what your future enemies truly are." Before he finished speaking, Xian's eyes instantly transformed into the Crimson Sharingan. An invisible power enveloped the entire training ground. Illusion technique, battlefield of the gods. The 100 elite Uchiha felt a blur before their eyes, and in the next moment they found themselves not in the training ground but in a ravaged forest. They had become Uchiha Xian. They saw the tailed beast orb capable of blocking out the sun and felt the energy that could obliterate everything. They personally crushed the tailed beast orb, yet could not comprehend where that power originated. Next they experienced the moment of being ambushed by the Reikage and Suchikage. "Ah!" One elite Uchiha screamed in agony, feeling his body torn apart by an invisible force. The pain of being disassembled layer by layer from cell to molecule made his very soul tremble. Then came the spiral vortex of space. When Xian used illusion to simulate Obito's Kamui, all the elites felt a chill seeping from their bones. That bizarre ability that ignored distance and distorted space exceeded all their understanding of ninjutsu. They felt as if their bodies were being sucked into a void, even their consciousness was at risk of being erased. Thud. Thud. The illusion was lifted. The 100 elite Uchiha collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in cold sweat as if they had just been pulled from water. They wore no trace of pride on their faces, only the terror of having survived a calamity and a sense of helplessness. Uchiha Xian looked down upon them, his voice cold as ice. "Did you feel that? The decomposition of dust released the strangeness of space ninjutsu. This is our future enemy. In fact, they may just be appetizers for what lies ahead. And you with your current pitiful strength are not even qualified to carry their shoes. This is humiliation. Unconcealed humiliation." Yet this time no one felt anger, only recognition and shame filled their hearts. Observing this group of clan members completely shattered in pride, Xian's tone softened somewhat. "However, fear and helplessness are emotions of the weak. And I can provide you with the power to crush all of this." His words echoed like thunder in everyone's minds. All heads lifted, their eyes mixed with desire and doubt, gazing at him. "Your understanding of chi remains superficial. You merely passively endure pressure, relying on so-called willpower to resist. True power lies in active control. When you can purify and compress the chi within your body, forming a circulating energy core in your dantian, you will enter the next stage, white flame cleansing period. At that time, chi will emanate from your body, forming a stable layer of white flame on your surface. This layer of flame will make your body harder than steel, impervious to blades and bullets. Ordinary ninjutsu cannot harm you at all." As Xian said this, he paused and uttered a sentence that made all the Uchiha clan members hold their breath. "More importantly, this pure life energy will nourish your eyes, repairing the cells and meridians damaged by using ocular powers. In other words, your Mangekyō Sharingan will no longer bear the curse of blindness." Boom. In the training ground, all Uchiha clan members felt as if their minds had exploded. Blindness. This was the shadow looming over all Uchiha geniuses of fate and tragedy they could not escape for generations. In an instant, 100 pairs of eyes turned crimson, burning with a flame that bordered on madness. This was not just power, this was redemption. It was a miracle. The second round of tempering begins now. Xian looked at their fervent expressions, revealing a satisfied smile. He walked to the control panel without hesitation, directly inputting a number on the screen. 50. This time your goal is not merely to endure but to ignite your life with willpower in the face of despair and extract your first wisp of white flame. Buzz. 50 times the gravity, as if the heavens had collapsed, descended instantly. Ugh. The terrifying pressure was 5 times stronger than last time. In the willpower training ground, a weight 50 times greater than normal pressed down on everyone. This pressure aimed to crush them utterly. 100 elite Uchiha lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Blood beads seeped from their pores, quickly pooling into a puddle beneath them. Their consciousness began to blur, every part of their bodies groaning in agony. Yet no one gave up. A single thought remained in their minds, a thought that supported them against the crushing weight. Bai Yen. Break the curse of blindness. These were the words spoken by Uchiha Xian. Uchiha Xian stood at the control console, arms crossed, expressionless as he observed. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on 3 individuals. Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Itachi. Izumi's body trembled violently, her teeth biting into her lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Her mind was consumed by a single thought. To grow stronger. To catch up to that person's back, to share his burdens. This thought sustained the chi within her from dissipating. Shisui fared slightly better. He was trying to use his faint chi to resist the gravity. The commander said it was possible, so it must be. He wanted to become the sharpest blade in the commander's hand, severing everything including the limits of his own body. Itachi's brow was tightly knit. The pressure he bore seemed even greater than that of the other two. He did not possess Izumi's pure guardian heart, nor did he have Shisui's absolute faith in the commander. What supported him was another kind of strength. He saw the admiration in his younger brother Sasuke's eyes as he looked at Xian and had witnessed Xian's godlike power. As an older brother, Itachi could not be left behind. He needed to grow stronger, not just to protect his brother but to stand shoulder to shoulder with that man rather than forever looking up. Xian could sense that the chi within the three had been compressed to its critical point. They just needed a final push of external force. Their wills, tempered in pain, became extraordinarily pure. A faint smile curved at the corners of Xian's mouth. Now is the time. His voice was not loud, yet it detonated directly in the minds of the three. Now ignite your lives. Boom. The chi that had been compressed to its peak within Uchiha Izumi, Shisui, and Itachi was instantly ignited. A pure white flame rose from their bodies. This flame was not scorching, instead it carried a breath of life. The white aura enveloped them completely, forming a layer of luminous membrane. With a hum, the terrifying 50 times gravity pressing down on them was completely neutralized upon contact with the white flame. Ugh! The three groaned simultaneously. The sudden absence of pressure made their bodies feel weightless. They shook their heads, propped themselves up, and then stood. Amidst the 100 who lay sprawled, the three standing figures were strikingly conspicuous. This is Bai Yen. Izumi looked down at her hands wrapped in white flames, feeling a surge of power she had never experienced before. Fatigue vanished, her internal wounds began to heal, and her mental strength surged, feeling as if she could see through everything. So strong. My body feels different. Shisui clenched his fist, a soft crackling sound emanating from between his fingers. He closed his eyes and opened them again, the windmill pattern Sharingan appearing. Previously, every use of these eyes would leave him feeling sore and fatigued. But this time he felt no discomfort, instead a warm current flowed into his eyes from within. The fatigue from overusing his ocular power was rapidly dissipating under the nurturing warmth of the white flame. The world before him had never been so clear. Shisui trembled all over, reaching out to touch his eye sockets, his voice cracking with emotion. The curse of blindness, has truly been broken. On the other side, Itachi also stood up. He felt the changes within him, his body wrapped in white flames, power flowed ceaselessly. Itachi looked at his hands, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. So this is the true power of chi. It stems from the brilliance of life itself. The success of the three caused a tremendous stir in the training ground. They stood up. Lord Izumi, Lord Shisui, and Itachi have succeeded. That is Bai Yen. The power that can break our fate. The Uchiha who remained on the ground, eyes reddened, stared intently at the three figures wrapped in white flames. They saw the path to light. A wave of fervent emotion spread through the crowd. I want to stand up too. For Uchiha. To break the curse. Cries of determination echoed throughout the training ground. They no longer passively endured, they began to emulate the three from before, pushing their potential, attempting to ignite the chi within them with their will. The atmosphere in the entire training ground suddenly boiled over. Uchiha Xian watched all this unfold, knowing that the seeds of transformation had already been sown. He walked in front of the three who had stood, his gaze sweeping over them. Feeling good, aren't you? Yes. Commander. The three responded in unison, their voices filled with strength. From today onward, you three will be the captains of the newly formed Divine Legion's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams. Izumi 1st team. Shisui 2nd team. Itachi 3rd team. These are battle uniforms made from special alloy materials that I had Fugaku rush to make. Change into them. The three accepted the uniforms. It was a form-fitting combat suit, entirely jet black, made of special material with a hefty feel. The chest and back were embroidered with the Uchiha fan emblem engulfed in flames using silver thread. This outfit bore no flashy embellishments, designed purely for combat. Yes. The three did not hesitate and immediately changed into their new battle suits. As they donned their new uniforms, their bodies ablaze with white flames, and stood before Xian, once more an aura of elite prowess emerged. Thus the prototype of the Divine Legion was born. As the training came to a close, Xian instructed the three to continue solidifying the power of Bai Yen before returning to his office. Outside the window, Konoha village resembled a massive construction site with ongoing renovations everywhere. New buildings rose and the streets were being widened. Xian stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the village, his expression calm. Suddenly the air behind him fluctuated. Uchiha Shisui, now clad in the new battle uniform, appeared silently. He knelt on one knee, his expression serious. Commander. Speak. Xian did not turn around. There has been a significant breakthrough in the investigation regarding Akatsuki. Shisui presented a scroll he took from his bosom with both hands, his voice low. This is an organization composed of at least 9 rank rogue ninjas, and all members are highly dangerous. They are secretly capturing tailed beasts across the ninja world. Moreover, Shisui paused, his tone becoming graver. According to interrogations of the Rock and Cloud villages, the man wearing the single-eyed whirlpool mask has close ties to this organization. Xian turned around and took the scroll from Shisui's hand. He unfolded the scroll, which bore charcoal sketches of several indistinct faces. Pain, a man with the Rinnegan who calls himself a god. Konan, the blue-haired woman by his side. Sasori, the puppet master from Sunigakure. Deidara, the explosive maniac from Iwagakure. Xian's gaze swept over the faces, finally stopping at the bottom. It was a simple drawing of a single-eyed whirlpool mask. Uchiha Obito. Looking at that familiar whirlpool, a cold smile crept across Xian's lips. Very good. He put away the scroll, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In the Will training ground, the final training has come to an end. Over the past few months, the first batch of 100 elite Uchiha have undergone a complete transformation. They sit cross-legged, their bodies no longer stained with blood, replaced instead by a thin layer of pure white aura flickering alternately with brightness and darkness. The chi within them has completely changed. Uchiha Xian stood before them, calmly sweeping his gaze over each individual. He took a scroll from his bosom and casually opened it. The scroll depicted several figures wearing conical hats and black robes with red clouds along with their names and code names written in red ink. Pain, Konan, Deidara, Scorpion, and so on. The figures illustrated are indeed the members of the Akatsuki organization. Xian's fingertip gently traced over the image of the mask with a whirlpool, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He put away the scroll and looked at the 3 individuals standing before him: Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. The 3 were clad in black alloy combat suits, their white aura more solid than that of the others. Select the 30 strongest from the entire army to form the first assault team. Xian's voice was playing, yet the white aura of everyone in the training ground pulsated in response. Assemble at the village entrance in half an hour. Xian's gaze sharpened, piercing into the hearts of those present. Target, Yuin village. Yes. The 3 responded in unison, their eyes glinting. They had waited far too long for this day. They needed a real battle to prove to that man that their god's legion was a blade capable of tearing through anything. 3 figures instantly vanished from their original positions, transforming into white light as they rushed towards different areas to select team members. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Konoha village, including the 3 captains, 33 figures clad in black combat suits had gathered. They did not conceal their aura. 33 pure white auras soared into the sky, converging into a white light curtain above Konoha. The surrounding air trembled slightly under this energy field, producing a humming sound. This astonishing scene drew all the ninjas in the village to come out and watch. The streets and rooftops were filled with people, all looking up at the 33 figures at the village entrance with awe in their eyes. Heavens! Is that the God's Legion? What a terrifying aura! Just looking at it makes it hard to breathe. This is the power created by Lord Xian. We in Konoha have already possessed divine strength. In the villagers' discussions there was a sense of pride. The unpleasant memories of the past seemed to dissipate in the face of these soaring white pillars of light. At the same time, in the land of rain at Yuin village, this country which is perpetually rainy felt even more oppressive than usual. At the top of the tallest tower in the village, Pain stood by the window, the orange Rinnegan reflecting the incessant rain outside. The rain serves as his eyes and ears spread throughout the country. However, recently the information relayed back by these eyes has made even this god feel a bit restless. A figure made of paper appeared behind him. It was Konan. Nagato. Konan said with a worried tone, Deidara and Scorpion have failed their mission to capture the 3 tails. Pain did not turn back, merely responding with a sound from his nose. Konan continued, the intelligence also states that the joint forces of IWA and Kumo totaling 20,000 were defeated at the border of the Land of Fire. The 4th Raikage and the 3rd Suchikage were incapacitated by a man named Uchiha Xian and became captives of Konoha. Most critically, Deidara's last report mentioned that Uchiha Xian crushed the 8-tails tailed beast ball with his bare hands. As she spoke the last sentence, Konan's tone grew serious. The tower fell into silence for a long time. Only the sound of raindrops tapping against the glass could be heard. I understand. After a long while, Pain slowly began to speak. That Uchiha Xian, his power system is very strange, unlike any we are familiar with. He is a variable that threatens our plans. Konan asked, then what should we? Pain's Rinnegan shifted slightly, a hint of coldness flashing through. We can't wait any longer. Hold a meeting and advance the plan to capture the 9 tails immediately. In the dark mental space, shadows formed by the technique of the phantom body appeared one after another. The members of the Akatsuki organization gathered for a meeting again. The atmosphere was heavy. Pain floated at the top, coldly reciting the intelligence regarding Uchiha Xian. This is the situation. A powerful unexpected force has emerged in Konoha and our plans must be adjusted. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hoarse voice interrupted. It was Kakuzu. His green eyes were filled with images of money. Wait. How much did IWA and Kumo lose? 20 billion Ryo. Plus countless supplies. Kakuzu's breathing grew heavy. Is this the main point, Kakuzu? A proud voice interrupted him. It was Deidara. His figure was somewhat unstable, his tone infused with defiance and a touch of excitement. Crushing the tailed beast ball with bare hands. Oof. Such brute force is not art. My explosions are the ultimate in an instant. Oof. Shut up, Deidara. Another hoarse voice chimed in. It was Scorpion. The intel says that he used only one finger to shatter Deidara's space ninjutsu from the outside. This kind of power is beyond our comprehension. Beside him, Hoshigaki Kisame wielding his sword Samahata grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Oh. A power stronger than a tailed beast. Sounds like a worthy opponent. I really want to use my Samahata to taste what kind of energy he possesses. Only the always foolish Haydn in the corner exaggeratedly waved his arms, shouting in a comical voice, "Wah! So terrifying. So terrifying. We're going to die, we're definitely going to die." No one paid attention to this clown. But no one saw that beneath the shadow of Haydn's whirlpool mask, the lone Sharingan eye revealed a swirl of fear and resentment. Monster. That guy is a monster. Obito's heart roared. The excruciating pain from the Kamui being shattered from the outside still lingered in his right eye. The feeling of helplessness crushed by a higher dimensional power was something he had never experienced in his life. He understood better than anyone present that Uchiha Gen was not a mere variable. He is a son capable of shattering the entire chessboard. I must kill him. At all costs. Obito crazily shouted in his heart, while on the surface he was still that cowardly Haydn. As everyone discussed, Pain's cold voice rang out once more, silencing all chatter. Arguing is meaningless. I have decided to immediately initiate the plan to capture the Nine Tails. I will personally lead the team to Konoha. Pain's gaze swept over all the members. Uchiha Gen's power is indeed strong, but before a true god he is merely a slightly stronger ant. I will make him and the entire world remember this Pain. Pain's declaration was filled with confidence, which quieted most of the members. They believed in Pain and the power of his Rinnegan. What they did not know was that while they were discussing how to go to Konoha to experience Pain, a god's legion specifically sent to judge them was about to set out. At the entrance of Konoha village, 33 figures stood motionless. Uchiha Gen uttered 3 words, "Follow me." As soon as he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his body. His black hair stood on end as golden flames soared into the sky, engulfing him entirely. Gen's feet left the ground and he was the first to fly into the air. Yes. Commander. The 33 behind him roared in unison. Buzz, 33 pure white flames erupted, causing the ground beneath their feet to sink slightly. Then all 33 individuals ascended simultaneously, transforming into 33 beams of white light closely following the golden light in front. The 34 beams formed an arrow shape in the sky, with Uchiha Gen at the tip rushing towards the land of rain, breaking through the sound barrier. Boo! After a while, a thunderous roar erupted above Konoha, shaking the windows of houses in the village. In the village, all the ninjas and villagers who had come to watch were looking up, staring dumbfounded at the 34 trails tearing through the clouds. The marks were too clear. Did they fly away? A lower-ranked ninja stammered. The elder ninja beside him mumbled, "It's flying. A power only said to be possessed by the sage of 6 paths in legends. No, this is far stronger than ordinary flight. Our Konoha army can actually fly as a whole. The history of the ninja world is about to change." No one rebutted his words. Everyone understood what it meant to have an army capable of supersonic flight. The borders and fortresses would no longer be able to withstand them. In the entire ninja world there was no place they couldn't reach. Land of Rain, Mangekyō. Rain never stops. Atop the tallest metal tower, Pain stood by the window, his Rinnegan surveying his god's realm. Every drop of rain was his eyes and ears. The nationwide Rain Tiger Freedom technique allowed him to sense any movement within the borders. He had just used the body flicker technique to give orders to Akatsuki's members to capture the Nine Tails in advance. Although he was wary of the variable Uchiha Gen, he felt more confidence as a god. He believed that as long as he was in this world, no one could oppose the Rinnegan. Just then Pain's brows furrowed slightly. He sensed a sudden blank area in the rain curtain at the border of the Land of Fire. It seemed as if the rain in that region had vanished. No, it had been evaporated. A scorching energy field was rapidly advancing from the direction of the Land of Fire. Inside the tower, Nagato, sitting at the control device, displayed a look of surprise and confusion for the first time on his thin face. What is this? He immediately focused, trying to see clearly through the Rain Tiger Freedom technique. But he failed. In his perception, it was neither chakra nor natural energy. Instead, it was 34 scorching and solid energy sources flying through the air at an incomprehensible speed. Wherever these energy sources passed, the rain in the sky was evaporated before it could fall. Nagato's nationwide sensing network was punctured with large holes. His eyes were going blind one after another. Intruders. For the first time, Nagato felt uneasy. Where were they headed? As this thought emerged, he was horrified to discover that the 34 lights circled in the air, not decelerating at all, heading straight for the center of Mangekyō. They had no intention of hiding their tracks. This was an inherent arrogance. Conan. For the first time Nagato's voice sounded urgent. Enemy attack. Highest alert. But his warning was too late. On the streets of Mangekyō the rain ninja and villagers were walking in the rain. Suddenly someone stopped looking up in confusion. The rain seems to have lessened. Soon everyone looked up. They saw the dark clouds above torn apart with 34 holes blinding light piercing through from behind the clouds. 34 waves of energy with white flame tails were crashing down from the sky. A sense of suffocation enveloped the entire village. What? What is that thing? Run! Panic erupted instantly, filling the streets with screams and cries. Inside the tower Nagato through pains Rinnegan stared intently at the 34 falling objects. His pupils constricted to a point. He finally saw it clearly. It wasn't a meteor, it was 34 people. Boom! A loud noise interrupted Nagato's thoughts. Leading the way, Uchiha Gen and 34 others simultaneously crashed down in the center of Mangekyō's plaza. The moment they landed, 34 auras erupted simultaneously. A white shockwave expanded outward from the center of the plaza. Crack! Crack! The hard plaza floor was instantly covered in cracks, countless debris lifted into the air before being crushed by the force. The glass of the tall buildings around shattered with a loud crash. The entire Mangekyō shook as if an earthquake had Countless Mangekyō ninjas were toppled by the shockwave, falling in disarray, their ears ringing. As the dust settled somewhat, a large pit appeared in the center of the plaza. In the pit 34 figures stood. The black-haired youth at the forefront, golden flames burning, cold green pupils scanned the surroundings impassively. Behind him 33 warriors clad in black combat uniforms bore pure white flames. The rain falling overhead evaporated cleanly at the height of several meters above their heads, creating a steam zone devoid of rain. They stood there doing nothing while a dead silence enveloped the area. The Akatsuki members who had just finished a meeting through Conan's emergency communication all witnessed the scene. Kisame felt as if all 5 of his hearts skipped a beat. Heightened smile froze on his face. Deidara opened his mouth, forgetting his usual phrase. They finally understood what pain meant by the variable. Uchiha Gen ignored the terrified Mangekyō ninjas around. His gaze turned to the massive steel gate of the village. A smirk of disdain appeared on Xian's lips as he flickered and appeared in front of the several meter-thick alloy gate. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Uchiha Gen lifted his right foot and kicked it out in a very ordinary manner. In an instant there was no sound at all. The next second. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The gate caved in the middle before bursting apart violently. Countless heavy steel fragments flew into the village like cannonballs, smashing the buildings behind the gate to ruins. The violent airwave swept along with dust, clearing half a street. Xian withdrew his foot, standing at the irregular opening of the door. A chilling voice reverberated through the area, reaching Nagato's ears in the tower. Akatsuki, I have come to collect debts. On the tower pane's expressionless face finally showed a crack. Nagato looked at the 34 fiery figures in the plaza and the gate turned to scrap metal, finally understanding. This was not an invasion. This was a blatant challenge. Uchiha Gen uttered, I have come to collect the debt, but there was no response from the surroundings. The rain grew heavier, enveloping the entire rain-hidden village in silence. All eyes were fixated on the 34 white flames and the great door that had been kicked open. Suddenly a burst of laughter shattered the stillness. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. So very interesting. A blond man rode down from the sky on a large white bird. It was Deidara. He looked at Uchiha Gen and the army in the square, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He licked his lips and shouted loudly, hey hey. Are you the subordinates of that Uchiha Gen? Not bad, this entrance method has a violent beauty to it. Just right, I just conceived a brilliant piece of art. I will use you 30 plus people and the entire rain-hidden village as offerings. This will surely be my masterpiece. Drink. Deidara, don't be impulsive. A hoarse voice came from the shadows. A strangely shaped puppet stepped out with a scorpion-like tail behind it. It was Scorpion. He hid within the hotan, scrutinizing the white flame army through the gaps, his voice low. The energy of these people is very strange, just as the intel said, do not underestimate them. Dana, you are being too cautious. Deidara scoffed, not taking his words to heart. Art must explode in an instant. Watch me blow them all to the sky. In the center of the square, Uchiha Gen didn't even lift his head. He ignored the conversation between the 2 srank rogue ninjas, merely glancing at them. Shin casually issued a command to the 2 captains behind him. Shisui, Itachi. Take your teams and clean up those 2 trash. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Quick and decisive. Deidara's smile froze. Trash. How dare he, Deidara, who pursued explosive art, be called trash? A surge of anger rushed to his head. Bastard. Who are you calling trash? I'll blow you to bits. Before Deidara could make a move, he was stunned by the scene before him. Yes, Commander. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi answered in unison, their voices revealing unreserved obedience. The 20 members of their army stepped forward in unison. Buzz, 20 white flames surged instantly, merging into a tremendous momentum, pressing directly towards Deidara and Scorpion. Deidara in the air felt the clay giant bird beneath him tremble, flying unsteadily. Scorpion on the ground also felt an immense pressure, the joints of the hotan making creaking sounds under the strain. The expressions of both men changed for the first time. These 20 people. Each of their auras was exceedingly strong. Damn it. Stop underestimating me. Taste my art. Drink. Deidara reached into his ninja tool pouch, pulling out a large handful of explosive clay. In the blink of an eye, dozens of palm-sized clay spiders crawled out from his palm, hissing as they swarmed towards the ground. These are C3 grade bombs, each powerful enough to destroy a small building. Faced with the dense swarm of explosive spiders, Uchiha Shisui only coldly raised his head. Team 2 spread out, intercept from the air. At his command, the 10 team members behind him immediately sprang into action. 10 white figures shot up into the sky much faster than the clay spiders, using the void dance technique to ascend. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, leaving white afterimages in the air as they accurately sliced into the spider swarm. One team member flashed and appeared above a clay spider. His right hand formed a blade entwined with white flames slicing down cleanly. Puff! The clay spider, along with the explosive core inside, was directly cut in half. The flames on the blade then wrapped around the clay's explosive energy, neutralizing it. Boom! A muffled sound, the firelight flickered through the white flames and vanished without a trace of shockwave spreading. The same scene played out in various places in the air. The 10 members of Team 2 weaved through the air, using their white flame-enveloped blades to slice apart the clay spiders. The explosions were ignited but were instantly swallowed by the white flames. Deidara's proud mass art completely failed before them. How? How is this possible? Deidara watched his masterpiece being dismantled so easily, his eyes nearly popping out. Meanwhile, Scorpion on the ground also took action. Seeing that Deidara's attack was ineffective, he realized the situation was dire. The shell behind the hotan opened and the arm mechanism activated. Secret technique Shiyu. Buzz, countless poisonous needles glowing with a bluish light shot towards Uchiha Itachi and Team 3 from all directions. Each needle was coated with Scorpion's specially formulated venom, capable of sealing a wound with a single drop of blood. This was an area attack impossible to evade. However, Uchiha Itachi merely snorted coldly. Team 3 defensive formation. The 10 team members behind him immediately lined up in perfect formation. Drink. The 10 of them simultaneously murmured, fully channeling their internal chi. The white flames on their bodies expanded outward, forming a massive white chi wall. Thousands of poisonous needles struck the white flame wall, causing no ripples whatsoever. Those needles, capable of piercing steel plates, were deflected upon contact with the white flames. Scorpion, hidden in the hotan, watched his proud poisonous attack fail, his hoarse voice slightly changing tone. Just as the two artists' attacks were neutralized, the real killing move arrived. As Team 2 intercepted the clay spiders, creating an opportunity, Uchiha Shisui's figure disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already behind Deidara. Too slow. The cold voice rang in Deidara's ears, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Without a moment's thought, he immediately attempted to flip and jump off the clay bird. But Shisui's speed was even faster. A handblade wrapped in white flames, accompanied by a whoosh, slashed towards his neck. On the other side, just as Team 3 intercepted the poisonous needles, Uchiha Itachi also moved. He stepped forward, the ground cracking in his figure, with afterimages charged straight towards Scorpion's hotan. Deidara twisted his body at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the decapitating strike. However, that handblade still grazed his shoulder, the white flames rendering one of his arms useless. Deidara let out a scream, falling from the clay bird. He tried to steady himself despite the pain, only to realize that the 10 members of Team 2 had already surrounded him from all sides, blocking all escape routes. 10 pairs of cold eyes stared at him. Scorpion on the ground was also in a dire situation. He controlled the hotan, using its steel tail to block Itachi's frontal assault. Clang! A loud sound echoed as Itachi's fist collided with Scorpion's tail. Itachi remained utterly still. The tail of the hotan, capable of shattering rocks, broke apart and was pulverized by Itachi's punch. Scorpion was stunned. What kind of power was this? He instinctively tried to retreat, only to find that the 10 members of Team 3 behind Itachi had already spread out, surrounding him. At that moment, Deidara and Scorpion realized one thing. They were facing an army. An army with seamless coordination and clear tactics. Every soldier in this army possessed terrifying strength. The pressure they emanated surpassed even that of these shadow-level powerhouses. The ninjutsu and art they were proud of seemed utterly ridiculous before these individuals. Surrounded, Scorpion heard Uchiha Itachi's calm voice. Puppet technique. Relying on external objects for combat is too low level. Itachi's gaze fell on the hotan, filled with undisguised disdain. The 10 members of Team 3 behind him, without any exchange, raised their right hands in perfect unison. All their palms were aimed at the Scorpion in the center. A blinding white energy sphere coalesced in their palms, radiating a terrifying wave of energy. Looking at the 10 glowing white palms, the Scorpion hidden within the crimson flow jade felt a shiver run down his spine. Bastard! The scorpion roared, discarding the cumbersome shell of the crimson flow jade. A figure clad in a red cloud robe flew out from the puppet, revealing the scorpion's true puppet body. Let me show you what eternal art truly is. Scarlet's secret technique 100 mechanisms performance. The mechanism on the scorpion's chest sprang open and scrolls flew out. The scrolls unfurled in midair and hundreds of puppets surged forth, a dark mass that instantly filled the entire square. Each of these puppets was once a formidable ninja, now they had become tools of slaughter in the scorpion's hands. Uchiha Itachi looked at the sea of puppets with calm eyes, the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his gaze slowly spinning. Susanoo. Boom. A skeletal figure engulfed in white flames rose from the ground. Though this Susanoo was merely a skeletal frame, white flames coursed through each bone, emanating an aura that weighed down upon the puppets, causing their movements to become sluggish. Itachi stood at the center of the Susanoo's forehead, coldly gazing down at the scorpion. He controlled the white flame Susanoo and swung a fist toward the most densely packed area of puppets. Before the fist even landed, the wind from the punch had already caused the ground to sink. The scorpion's face changed instantly. He desperately manipulated the puppets to scatter, but it was already too late. Boom. The white flame fist struck the ground, shaking the earth. Dozens of puppets were reduced to dust beneath this punch, the dispersed flames sweeping outward and reducing the surrounding puppets to mere fragments. Team 3 Itachi's voice rang out, clean up the aftermath. Understood. The 10 members behind him immediately scattered, transforming into 10 white shadows that charged into the remaining puppets. They did not employ any complex ninjutsu. One team member threw a punch and the wind from it shattered 3 or 4 puppets into pieces. Another member unleashed a wave of energy from his palm, piercing through all the puppets in a straight line. Others moved with incredible speed, using flame-wreathed hand blades to sever the joints and chakra threads of the puppets one by one. The scorpion's pride in the 100 mechanisms performance appeared no different from paper in front of this small team. Meanwhile, in the air, Deidara's situation was even worse. He was firmly trapped in the sky by Uchiha Shisui's second team. Deidara wanted to fly higher to use his strongest technique, C4 Garuda. But wherever he attempted to fly, several white energy blasts shot toward him, forcing him to awkwardly change direction. The 10 members of the second team formed a net in the air, continuously firing energy waves that did not hit his vital spots but merely compelled him to flail helplessly in the sky. Damn it! Damn it all! Deidara shouted angrily, continuously creating clay bombs to throw, but he couldn't even graze the edge of his opponent's clothes. The game is over. Just as Deidara exposed an opening to evade an energy wave, Uchiha Shisui's voice sounded behind. Deidara turned sharply, only to see a foot wreathed in flames rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Bang! Shisui kicked Deidara squarely in the back. Deidara let out a miserable scream, his body going limp as he fell straight from the clay giant bird. Shisui did not stop, his figure flashing to catch up with the falling Deidara, delivering 2 swift strikes to Deidara's wrist. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed, rendering Deidara's hands, used to create his art, completely useless. On the ground, Itachi's controlled white flame Susanoo slammed the scorpion's puppet body into the earth. The white flames spread down Susanoo's arm, shattering the scorpion's core. Ah! My body! My eternal art! The scorpion's screams quickly diminished. The artistic duo 2 Shrank Rogue Ninjas were efficiently defeated in the first joint effort of the God's Legion. At that moment, 3 figures hurriedly approached from afar, landing on the opposite side of the square. The newcomers were Kakuzu, Haiden, and Kisame. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight before them. Deidara lay on the ground like a pile of mush, his hands drooping. The scorpion was pinned to the ground by a massive white flame hand, motionless. The area was littered with puppet remains. Yet their enemies, the Uchiha, who were engulfed in white flames, had not suffered a single injury. What? What is happening? Haiden's arrogant expression froze on his face. Kakuzu's 5 hearts raced wildly, his green eyes fixed on the White Flame Legion, his voice hoarse. The intelligence was wrong. These guys, each one, is far stronger than imagined. Hey, are you kidding me? Scorpion and Deidara have already been defeated so quickly. Uchiha Gen had not moved at all from the beginning. He looked at the 3 new members of the Akatsuki, his gaze betraying no emotion. Beside him, Uchiha Izumi stepped forward. Commander, leave them to me in Team 1. Gen nodded. Izumi turned and ordered the 10 members behind her Team 1 prepare for battle. Yes. The 10 members stepped forward, their white flames rising once more, confronting Kakuzu and his companions. Ha! Here comes another group of the unafraid of death. Perfect, I'll offer you all as sacrifices to the evil god. Haiden was the first to lose control, brandishing his enormous 3-bladed scythe and charging forward. He charged towards a member of the Legion closest to him, the scythe carving an arc as it aimed for the opponent's neck. But that member did not even flinch. Clang! The scythe struck his neck, producing a crisp sound as if it had struck iron, unable to breach the white energy that protected him. What? Haiden was taken aback. The team member's eyes flashed with disdain as he delivered a simple straight punch. Bang! Haiden was hit squarely in the chest, the sound of ribs breaking clear, and he was sent flying, rolling on the ground for a dozen times before coming to a bastard. My body. Haiden struggled to get up, but a sharp pain shot through his chest. On another front, Kakuzu moved as well. Earth grudge fear. Countless black tendrils extended from his back and 4 heart monsters wearing masks burst forth. Wind release pressure damage. Lightning release false darkness. The 2 heart masks launched their attacks simultaneously. But as soon as they appeared they were locked on by several white energy waves. Boom. Boom. 2 explosions rang out and the 2 heart masks were shattered before they could even release their ninjutsu. Kakuzu let out a muffled groan, his body swaying, unable to believe his eyes. Kisame also engaged in combat with a team member. He swung his Samahata sword down fiercely. The team member did not dodge or evade, throwing a punch in return. The energy-wreathed fist collided Hiden with Samahata's blade. Clang! A massive sound erupted and the shockwave burst forth. Kisame felt a tremendous force travel through the sword's hilt, numbing his arm and causing his palm to split. He was forced to retreat uncontrollably for 7 or 8 steps. He looked down at the buzzing Samahata, shock written all over his face. His monstrous strength had actually lost in a direct confrontation. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. The strength powers that the Akatsuki prided themselves on were rendered utterly fragile against the God's Legion. Just as Team 1 prepared to press the advantage and completely eliminate these 3 individuals, a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the sky. The air in the entire Rain Village seemed to solidify. All those engaged in battle found themselves involuntarily halting their movements. Everyone, including Uchiha Gen, looked up. Above Rain Village 6 figures had appeared, though no one knew when. They floated in midair, slowly descending, all dressed in the Akatsuki's black and red cloud robes. The leader, with short orange hair and several black rods piercing his face, had eyes swirling with purple ripples. That was the Rinnegan. A cold, emotionless voice emanated from the leader, resonating across the entire battlefield. This ends here, intruders. The 6 paths of pain had arrived. Pain's Deva path extended a handpalm directed toward Uchiha Gen and his God's Legion below. He looked down at these mortals daring to challenge the divine as if viewing a group of lifeless objects. Let the world feel pain. A force powerful enough to erase the entire Rain Village from the map began to gather in his palm. The dark clouds above the sky formed a massive vortex under this power. Shinra Tensei. Pain's Deva path uttered the final words. At that moment, time in the entire Rain Village came to a halt. The power he gathered in his palm finally reached its peak. The swirling dark clouds in the sky suddenly sank downwards and the immense pressure caused the air below to explode with sound. Centered around the plaza, the ground began to crack inch by inch. The black fissures spread wildly in all directions, devouring streets and buildings. The raindrops in midair evaporated under an invisible heat, turning into thick white mist, which was then pressed down to the ground by overwhelming pressure, forming an area where one could not see their fingers. The apocalypse has arrived. Run! Lord Pain is about to. In the distance, Kakuzu, watching the battle, showed fear for the first time on his stitched face. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately controlled the black tendrils within him, desperately retreating. Hiden and Kisame beside him reacted quickly as well. Hiden couldn't bother to pick up his blood scythe and scrambled towards Kakuzu's direction, cursing, "Madman! That bastard is a madman." He didn't even care about his own people. Kisame's face also turned pale as he carried his sword, putting all his strength into his legs and running away without looking back. They were well aware of the power of this move. This was one of Pain's strongest attacks, capable of erasing an entire village from the map, a true divine power. In the face of this move, individual strength was too insignificant. They had no doubt that if they slowed down they would end up like those buildings ground into dust. The panicked escape of the Akatsuki members only highlighted the terrifying power at the center of the plaza. The divine army facing this power felt a pressure 1,000 times greater. The bodies of 30 white flame warriors trembled slightly under the pressure descending from the sky. They felt as if a formless mountain was pressing down on them, their bones creaking and breathing becoming difficult. Everyone gritted their teeth, the white flames around them swaying in the fierce wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. All members, assemble for defense. The urgent voice of Uchiha Izumi rang out. The 30 team members hesitated not for a moment, immediately converging towards the center, forming a tight circle back to back. Ha! Under Izumi's lead, everyone roared in unison, pushing their inner chi to its peak. Buzz! 33 pure white flames shot up into the sky, converging above their heads. A massive white hemispherical shield formed, instantly enveloping everyone within. On the surface of the shield, layers of white energy piled up, constantly thickening, emanating a powerful aura that barely resisted the pressure descending from above. The members inside the shield all had pale faces, beads of sweat on their foreheads. This was their first time defending together. Everyone could feel their chi connecting through the shield, merging with their companions to form a stronger force. But even so, they still felt suffocated. The man in the sky brought an overwhelming sense of oppression. Just as everyone was exerting all their strength to maintain the shield, a figure stepped in front of them. It was Uchiha Gen. Faced with this world-destroying strike, his expression showed no change. He took a step forward, standing at the forefront of the white shield, placing the entire shield behind him. With his back to everyone, Uchiha Gen left behind a calm statement. Well done. Next, just watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Pain's Deva path in the sky gathered its power to the peak. His pair of Sharingan coldly gazed downwards and his palm suddenly pushed down. Buzz. The world lost all sound at this moment. An invisible massive repulsive wall centered around Pain's Deva path roared downwards. Its speed surpassed that of sound, exceeding the limits of human reaction. Wherever the repulsive wall passed, buildings, steel, the earth, all tangible things were disassembled, crushed and flattened upon contact. The core area of the rain village was forcefully erased from the earth by an invisible divine hand. Inside the tower, the frail body connected with countless black rods trembled violently. Nagato's 7 orifices simultaneously oozed blood. On his bloodless face, however, there was a sickly smile. He coldly observed the area below being leveled through the eyes of Pain's Deva path. This is divine punishment. He intended to erase these provocateurs of divine might along with their ridiculous confidence and half of the village from the map. The repulsive wall instantly engulfed the position where Uchiha Gen stood. The white shield constructed by the 30 members of the divine army emitted a piercing cracking sound upon contact with the repulsive wall. Crack! Crack! Cracks spread across the shield and the entire shield warped violently on the verge of collapse. Inside the shield, Uchiha Izumi and the others were struck hard, spitting out blood in unison, their faces turning pale. Is this the power of a god? Just the aftershock made them unable to resist. Just as they thought they were about to be erased, the shredding force suddenly vanished. The destructive energy storm lasted for several seconds before slowly calming down. The smoke and dust from the explosion obscured everything. Nagato's pupils constricted sharply. He stared intently at the center of the dust. There was the core of his attack. Nothing could possibly remain. The dust gradually dispersed. A bottomless, smoothly edged massive pit appeared in the center of the rain village. Everything around the pit was leveled flat, and at the very center of that deep pit a figure with black hair and golden eyes stood quietly, protecting the 33 behind him. Unharmed. Uchiha Gen had not even changed his standing posture. He simply extended one hand forward, a thin layer of golden flame covering his palm. The invisible repulsive field capable of destroying everything was steadily blocked by this thin layer of golden light. No matter how violently that force raged, it could not advance an inch. Not a step forward. Inside the tower, Nagato's smile froze. He stared intently at the scene below, his pupils constricted, his mouth slightly open but unable to utter a sound. No. It's impossible. He mumbled in a daze. His strongest Shinra Tensei was actually blocked by someone with one hand. That was the power of a god. In the center of the pit, Uchiha Gen slowly lowered his hand. He raised his head, his green pupils piercing through the dust, looking at the 6 figures in the sky who were equally in a daze. The corners of Uchiha Gen's mouth curved into a mocking arc. This is the so-called power of a god. His cold voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Not even enough to scratch my itch. Uchiha Shin's voice was soft. Yet it pierced through the explosive roar, striking directly into Nagato's mind within the high tower. Even scratching an itch was not enough. These words froze Nagato's purple Rinnegan. Impossible. Only these 2 words echoed in his mind. To unleash the earlier technique Super Shinra Tensei, he paid a heavy price. The chakra of the 6 paths of pain was nearly depleted and half of Mangekyō was almost leveled. This was his divine technique used to punish the world. But now that man not only stood in the center of the crater, but he was also not even covered in dust and had even protected more than 30 people behind him. Nagato stared intensely at the image of Uchiha Shin reaching forward with one hand on the screen. The layer of golden flames pierced his eyes painfully, as if mocking the power he was so proud of. His faith wavered for the first time. God. Nagato's lips trembled, squeezing out a few words through his teeth, must not be insulted. A wave of immense humiliation clouded his mind. Kill him. Nagato commanded the remaining pain through their mental link. At all costs, kill him. In the sky, the 5 pains who received the command had their purple ripple eyes gleaming. Even they did not charge directly but instead instantly coordinated their movements. Freak arm, fire arrow. The Azura path was the first to act. His black robe flared open, revealing his mechanical body as dozens of cannon ports opened simultaneously. In the next second, countless missiles trailing flames shot toward Uchiha Shin from all directions, sealing off every possible escape. At the same time, the animal path pain slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. Boom. Boom. The ground cracked open and a gigantic 3-headed dog, a drilling monster bird the size of a small mountain, and a chameleon with 8 heads emerged from beneath the earth. As soon as these monsters appeared, they roared and charged toward the divine army behind Uchiha Shin, attempting to separate them. Izumi Shirzue Itachi. Lead the charge to clear these creatures and protect yourselves. Without looking back, Uchiha Shin shouted. His teammates immediately sprang into action, white flames erupting from their bodies as they confronted the summoning beasts. The real killing move was hidden within the chaos created by the missiles and summoning beasts. The hungry ghost path and human path, using the cover of the explosion smoke and the summoning beasts, stealthily approached Uchiha Shin from 2 completely opposite angles. One aimed to siphon his energy while the other prepared to extract his soul. This was a coordinated attack under shared vision without any unnecessary movements. Faced with this 3-dimensional assault, the playful expression on Uchiha Shin's face finally faded. His gaze turned serious. This is interesting. He murmured softly as the golden flames around him surged higher. The missiles arrived first. Uchiha Shen did not take the hit, instead he barely touched the ground, leaving behind an afterimage as he rapidly darted through the gaps in the explosions. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted behind him, flames shooting into the sky. Just as he avoided the missiles, the human path's hand, which was prepared to extract his soul, had already reached his back mere inches from his heart. As it seemed he was about to succeed, Uchiha Shen's body twisted at an angle. The human path's hand brushed against his clothing, taking only a piece of fabric. Did he evade? Nagato's pupils shrank in the tower. Before he could react, the hungry ghost path had already closed in, fingers clawed reaching for Uchiha Shen's shoulder, trying to siphon away the golden flames on him. Sealing technique absorption. This time Uchiha Shen did not evade. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, a golden energy orb forming in the palm of his left hand, slapping directly toward the hungry ghost path's hand. Bang! A muffled sound. The hungry ghost path was sent flying as if hit by a truck. His arm, which was meant to absorb energy, grotesquely swelled, the sleeve bursting open, exposing the veins beneath his skin. Nagato was startled. He quickly controlled the hungry ghost path to form a purple shield in midair, barely nullifying the energy that had surged into its body. Even so, the hungry ghost path was temporarily incapacitated, only able to gasp for air from a distance. Uchiha Shen's move had forced back the hungry ghost path, but he had paused for a moment and was locked onto by a missile from the Azura path above. He frowned, his figure flickering, appearing dozens of meters away. But just as he steadied himself, the ground beneath him suddenly bulged up as Deva Path Pain emerged from the earth, launching a universal pull at him. The immense gravitational force slowed Uchiha Shen's movements. Now's the time. Nagato seized this opportunity. The Azura Path, Human Path, and the recently recovered Hungry Ghost Path once again attacked from 3 directions simultaneously. Uchiha Shen found himself in a passive position. He realized that these 6 puppets with shared vision operated like a flawless war machine. If he could not take out several of them at once, he would be dragged here indefinitely. The most troublesome was the Hell Path, which had been lurking at the back, never having taken action. As long as the Hell Path was present, even if the other panes were destroyed, they could be quickly repaired. He must kill him first. Uchiha Shen immediately made up his mind. He no longer dodged, instead he intentionally created an opening, taking a direct hit from the Azura Path's blast on his back. Boom! The golden flames flickered and the force of the explosion propelled him forward. Got you. Nagato's eyes lit up, immediately instructing the Deva Path to maximize the gravitational pull. Uchiha Shen's body was uncontrollably drawn toward the Deva Path. Nagato did not see that as Uchiha Shen was drawn in, the corner of his mouth actually curled upward. Using this gravitational pull, he maximized his speed, turning into a streak of golden light, with his target not being the Deva Path but charging toward the Hell Path at the back of the pain formation. Not good. Nagato finally understood his intention and hurriedly mobilized the other panes to intercept. But it was already too late. Uchiha Shen's speed under the acceleration of universal pull was so fast that they could not react in time. A flash of golden light zipped by. The massive king of hell that had been following the Hell Path had not even opened its mouth before being obliterated by a punch. Uchiha Shen's figure appeared behind the Hell Path, still in the posture of throwing a punch. The Hell Path Pain stood frozen, looking down at its chest, where a large hole had formed with parts and black rods inside disintegrated into dust from that previous force. Having eliminated the puppet responsible for resurrection, Uchiha Shen slowly turned around, his icy gaze sweeping over the remaining 5 panes. Inside the tower, Nagato staggered, spitting out another mouthful of blood. My Hell Path. The shock in his eyes quickly transformed into deeper madness. Very good. Very good. You have successfully angered me. The blood of Nagato seemed to surge into his mind all at once. The realm of hell has been destroyed. Now the ability to resurrect and restore is completely lost. The remaining 5 pain have become true disposable items. Breaking one means losing one entirely. His plans, his pride, the dignity of his divinity were being crushed piece by piece before that man. A wave of humiliation and rage choked Nagato's chest, nearly bursting forth. He held, hoarsely channeling chakra through the black rods on his back, frantically pouring his life force into the body of the Deva Path Pain. The humiliation inflicted upon his Rinnegan today must be cleansed. Since it has come to this, let me show you the power of a god. In midair, the Deva Path Pain slowly clasped his hands together. A presence more terrifying than the previous Shinra Tensei emanated from him. Shinra Tensei. As Nagato shouted those final words, a small black dot emerged from the palm of the Deva Path Pain. The black dot was only the size of a fist, yet it drew in the surrounding light and air-twisting reality. As it appeared, the entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. The sound of wind, rain, and explosions vanished. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped everyone. The Deva Path Pain slowly hurled the black sphere into the sky. The black sphere ascended slowly but carried an irresistible momentum, reaching the highest point of Mangekyō. Then it halted. In the next second, the apocalypse began. Boom! The earth was torn apart by an invisible force. The ground of the square, the surrounding ruins, and the distant streets and towers all began to tremble violently. The ground cracked open with immense gashes, as if something was trying to burst forth from beneath. Soon the tremors transformed into a pulling force. Ah! The fleeing Mangekyō ninjas screamed in terror. Their bodies flew uncontrollably, pulled towards that black dot in the sky by a tremendous suction. Not just people but rubble, steel bars, chunks of buildings and vast stretches of ground were violently uprooted and sent soaring into the sky. The massive lake in Mangekyō was sucked up, forming a water vortex that roared up to the heavens. Everything was being drawn upwards. The entire world seemed to be disintegrating, devoured by that tiny black sphere. In the sky, countless stones and metal fragments gathered around that black gravitational core. A moon composed of ruins was rapidly taking shape. Steady. Everyone concentrate your chi beneath your feet. Uchiha Izumi shouted loudly, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. The members of the Divine Army also sensed the lethal suction. They immediately followed orders, unleashing their white flames to the maximum, anchoring themselves in place. Ha! Everyone grit their teeth and growled, resisting the gravity that threatened to steal their very souls. The ground beneath them had long since shattered, and each person was standing on a massive rock that was being pulled upwards. They resembled tiny boats in a storm. Although they exerted every ounce of strength to stabilize themselves, they were not swept away like ordinary people, yet the situation remained perilous. Shisui and Itachi stood at the front of the line, both with grim expressions. The white flames surrounding them burned brighter than those of the others, but they could only ensure that they and their teammates did not scatter. The pressure from the ever-growing sphere above was overwhelming. A massive shadow covered the entire Mangekyō, plunging it into darkness, resembling a mythological creature that devoured the sun. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? A young team member spoke hesitantly, his voice trembling. This was no longer the ninjutsu they understood. This was not a battle, it was a natural disaster. In the distance, Kakuzu, Haiden and Kisame had fled to the edge of Mangekyō. They turned back to witness the apocalyptic scene, frozen in place. My God! Kisame's mouth gaped wide, his facial muscles twitching. That guy Pain. Does he intend to seal the entire Mangekyō? Oh Lord of Evil! Haiden slumped to the ground, staring at the ever-growing stone sphere, feeling fear for the first time. Kakuzu's 5 hearts raced wildly as he rasped, this is God. This is the power of a god. That Uchiha Izumi is doomed. In the center of the pit, Uchiha Izumi raised his head. His golden aura held back that terrifying suction. He gazed at the sky where the sphere was continuously devouring everything and rapidly enlarging, and then at his teammates struggling and being pulled by the gravity. His eyes turned icy cold. A surge of anger flared from his heart. Enough! He murmured softly, his voice barely audible to himself. In the next moment, a suppressed roar erupted from deep within his throat. Roar! Boom! A wave of energy more violent than any before exploded from Uchiha Izumi's body. The golden aura shot up into the sky, forming a beam of light that was more than 10 times thicker than before, piercing through the dark clouds and illuminating the shadow of the stone sphere. The sky was churned into a massive golden vortex. The entire Mangekyō was bathed in the glow of this divine light. The Super Saiyan full power form was activated. He slowly lifted his head, his emerald eyes devoid of any joking intent, leaving only cold majesty. The golden flames burning around him formed a separate area. The gravity of the Shinra Tensei that could tear the earth apart failed to affect him, it simply deflected away as it approached within 100 meters of his body, having no impact on him at all. Gravity was ineffective against him. Inside the tower, Nagato's expression of madness froze. He stared intently at the figure surrounded by golden light on the screen, his Rinnegan trembling, violently filled with confusion and disbelief. What? What is this? His proudest ultimate sealing technique for tailed beasts seemed like a joke in front of the opponent. The other party had not even done anything, simply standing there rendered his divine power useless. A wave of powerlessness and fear thousands of times stronger than when Shinra Tensei was blocked gripped Nagato's heart. He finally understood that what he faced was not some variable. It was a true god, completely beyond his comprehension. The golden-haired, green-eyed Uchiha Izumi slowly flew into the sky. He ignored the speechless teammates below and did not look at the already despairing god in the tower. His gaze was calm as he looked at the massive, slowly rotating stone sphere above. Uchiha Izumi faced that false moon from a distance. He raised his hands and struck a strange pose at his waist. Buzz, a dazzling golden energy sphere began to gather, rotate and compress in his palms. The power of a god. The cold voice was a judgment not only for Nagato but for the entire world. Today let me show you what true destruction. Uchiha Shin thrust his hands forward with great force. Turtle-style, Qigong wave. Boom. A terrifying golden beam of light erupted from his palm. The entire world instantly lost its color, leaving only that golden beam of destruction. The speed of the beam was so fast that thoughts couldn't keep up, carrying the power capable of piercing through planets, crashing into the rocky body of the moon above. There was no massive explosion as imagined. As soon as they made contact, the planet made of rock and steel began to silently melt from the center before being directly pierced through. The golden beam did not pause. It pierced through the core of the Earth explosion heavenly star and shot out from the other side of the planet. The beam vanished into the depths of the universe, tearing a massive rift in the dark clouds above. In the tower, Nagato stared intently at this scene through the eyes of Pain's heavenly path. His mind went blank. The Earth explosion heavenly star. was pierced through. Before he could process the shock, something even more absurd happened. The rocky planet that had been pierced did not collapse immediately as he had expected. Although the central gravitational black sphere was covered in cracks and flickered uncertainly, it had not been completely destroyed. It was merely severely damaged. The gravity suddenly weakened but had not fully disappeared. Without the gravitational restraint, the massive rocky planet began to disintegrate. Countless burning boulders fell from the sky, crashing down on the ruins of the rain-hidden village. Not good. Scatter. Avoid the stones. Uchiha Izumi was the first to react, shouting loudly to the team below. Members of the Divine Army immediately dispersed to evade the boulders the size of mountains. The battlefield became even more chaotic. In the tower, Nagato watched the beam, his emaciated chest heaving violently, and a hoarse sound escaped his throat. He had lost. His proud divine technique was nothing but a joke before that golden figure. Shinra Tensei was blocked by a single hand, and the Earth Explosion Heavenly Star was pierced through in one move. All his trump cards had been cleanly and ruthlessly countered by the opponent in a more brutal manner. A feeling more painful than death surged in his heart. It was humiliation, it was despair nearly swallowing Nagato's consciousness. He remembered Yuhiko dying in his arms, his own helplessness. He recalled the inhuman pain endured for the sake of power. He remembered how for the sake of so-called peace he had gradually transformed into this ghastly state. Everything was over. Nagato. A paper-thin figure appeared behind Nagato. It was Conan. Conan looked at Nagato, whose 7 orifices were bleeding, his body beginning to crack from excessive life force consumption, her voice tinged with tears. Stop. That's enough. We admit defeat. We're leaving. She rushed to Nagato's side, reaching for the black rods on his back. But Nagato extended a withered hand, pushing Conan away. He slowly raised his head, a glimmer of madness flashing in his dim Rinnegan. Nagato smiled. That smile held endless sorrow and stubbornness. Yuhiko. Conan. His voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. I will not let anyone take away our peace again. Even if a true god comes, it won't work. Nagato looked at Conan, the last bit of warmth in his eyes vanished, leaving only a kind of inhuman indifference. With his last ounce of strength, Nagato formed an unfamiliar seal with his hands. He began to chant an ancient incantation. Rebirth of the outer path. Reverse. As the final syllable fell, all the black rods behind him erupted with blinding red light. The last remnants of his life force, along with the essence of his soul, were drawn from his body by a tremendous force. This power surged through the black rods, frantically pouring into some entity beneath the tower. No. Nagato. Don't. Conan let out a piercing scream, realizing what Nagato was doing. It was not a technique to revive the dead. It was a forbidden technique that sacrificed everything to the magic statue. Nagato's body rapidly shriveled, his skin losing moisture, tightly adhering to his bones, transforming into a dried corpse. Yet the smile on his face grew wider. Rumbling. The ground of the entire rain-hidden village began to shake violently. No, this was not shaking. Something immense was about to emerge from beneath the earth. Uchiha Gen in the sky also sensed this disturbance. He paused midair, his golden eyes looking down. In the center of the rain-hidden village, the massive pit created by Shinra Tensei was being slowly pushed up by an unseen force from below. Crack! Crack! The ground split open with bottomless fissures. In the next second. Boom! The ground was completely overturned, and a colossal, unimaginable yellowish-brown arm shot up from the earth, slamming onto the ground. Then came the second, the third. A gigantic figure broke free from the earth's bonds, emerging. It was a massive magic statue standing hundreds of meters tall. It was no longer the desiccated shell it once was. Now it was covered in bulging muscles, its skin a dark brown adorned with bizarre black patterns. Several enormous tentacles extended from its back, thrashing wildly in the air. Most terrifying was its head. The huge head, which had been closed, suddenly opened, all 9 eyes. The 9 eyes, glowing red, all fixed their gaze on Uchiha Gen in the sky. Roar! The outer path statue opened its huge mouth and let out a roar. The sound was no longer hollow but filled with vitality and endless pain. The sound waves turned into shockwaves, shattering the massive rocks falling from the sky into dust. In the tower, Nagato's body had completely dried up. His life had come to an end. In the final moment of fading consciousness, his body transformed into a red light, piercing through all obstacles, shooting like lightning toward the 3rd eye of the outer path statue. Buzz. The instant the red light merged, the 9th closed main eye on the outer path statue suddenly opened wide. It was a gigantic Rinnegan. Purple ripples flowed within it, emanating an aura more terrifying than all 6 paths of pain combined. A mental storm erupted, centered on the statue, sweeping across the entire battlefield. A message clearly entered the minds of everyone present. It was Nagato's final will. Invaders. Feel all of my pain. The outer path statue raised its head and let out a long howl, its colossal body standing up, obscuring half the sky. Its enormous Rinnegan fixed its gaze firmly on Uchiha Gen in midair. In the next moment, it swung its mountain-like fist, howling through the air, and smashed down toward Uchiha Gen. Facing the enormous fist descending upon him, Uchiha Gen did not evade. His golden pupils were filled with battle intent. Come at me. Uchiha Gen let out a low roar, his figure soaring into the sky as he met the attack with a punch of his own. The large and small fists collided violently in midair. Boom! A shockwave erupted from the point of impact. The dark clouds above were instantly dispersed, revealing a gray sky behind them. The shockwave swept across the ground, instantly reducing the burning boulders to dust. The ruins of the rain-hidden village were once again flattened by this force, forming a larger basin devoid of life. The massive body of the outer path golem staggered slightly, retreating half a step. Uchiha Gen was knocked back, tumbling through the air before regaining his balance. Gen shook his slightly numb right arm and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This was the first time in this world he encountered a foe capable of matching his power in the Super One form. Roar! The enormous Rinnegan of the outer path golem locked onto Gen and let out another roar. It stepped forward, taking the initiative to attack. With each step the earth trembled. A massive palm came crashing down towards Gen, creating a wind pressure that made the air scream. Uchiha Gen did not dodge, his body transformed into a streak of golden light weaving around the palm and delivering a punch to the golem's arm. Bang! The golem's arm was momentarily jolted, its hard muscles only slightly dented before returning to their original state. So hard, Gen thought to himself. The golem's other hand was already reaching for him. Gen quickly created distance, continuously changing positions in the air to evade the golem's attacks. Fists came crashing down. Palms slammed down. The tentacles behind him lunged from all directions. The sky above the rain-hidden village became their battleground. Golden light and the massive figure collided in the air, each contact erupting with thunderous roars and shockwaves. In the distance, Uchiha Izumi and the others could only see golden flashes in the sky, unable to discern the specifics of the battle. Yet the aftermath of each collision sent chills down their spines. Is the commander being suppressed? A team member remarked, watching the battle in the sky with a trembling voice. Both Shizune and Itachi's expressions darkened. They could tell that although the golem's attacks were clumsy, their power was immense and its recovery speed was strong. Gen's attacks were swift, yet they failed to inflict critical damage on the golem. The battle fell into a stalemate. Uchiha Gen realized this as well. He swiftly dodged a sweeping kick from the golem, appearing hundreds of meters away. This won't do. Gen positioned his hands at his waist, condensing a golden energy sphere once more. Kamehameha. The golden beam roared forth, striking the golem squarely in the chest. Boom. A violent explosion erupted in front of the golem, golden light engulfing its massive form. As the dust settled, Uchiha Gen's pupils constricted. The outer path golem stood unmoved, its chest scorched black but not penetrated. It opened its massive mouth, a purple vortex appearing that sucked in the remaining energy. The golem, having absorbed the energy, grew even stronger. Its muscles writhed and the black robe on its back suddenly expanded, revealing a multitude of cannon openings. That was the ability of the Azura path. Swish. 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 Over 100 missiles trailed, flames raining down upon Uchiha Gen. At the same time, several massive chain-like tentacles from behind the golem lunged towards him from different angles. Each chain carried the power to extract souls. This is troublesome. Gen's figure darted through the hail of missiles, the golden aura shielding him from the explosions. However, the chains seemed to follow him, relentlessly forcing him to continuously evade without the opportunity to counterattack. For the first time, he found himself in a tough battle. Just as he dodged one chain, another struck from his blind spot, grazing his cheek. With a sizzle, a fine line of blood appeared on Gen's cheek. A drop of blood seeped from the wound, glaringly bright amidst the golden aura. Gen was injured. Everyone in the distant god army witnessed the scene. Commander. Uchiha Izumi let out a cry, her heart tightening. In her heart, Gen was invincible. But now he was bleeding. That drop of blood felt like a needle piercing into Izumi's heart. Pain and concern overwhelmed her. No. I can't just watch. Izumi's gaze hardened. Just then the outer path golem seemed to be enraged. It no longer chased, its massive body suddenly sank and its fists came together as it struck down towards Uchiha Gen with all its might. This blow gathered all its strength, moving faster and more powerfully than before. Uchiha Gen's expression sharpened as he sensed the danger. Just as he intended to dodge, he realized that the target of this punch was not him, but rather the god army on the ground behind him. A diversion. Scatter quickly. Gen's shout hadn't even reached them when the enormous fist, carrying terrifying momentum, smashed towards Izumi and her companions. The team members were stunned under that oppressive force. Even moving became difficult. At that moment, a white figure charged forward. It was Uchiha Izumi. I absolutely must protect everyone. Izumi unleashed all the chakra within her, her white aura shining brighter than ever. She spread her arms wide, forming a massive white aura shield in front of her teammates. The next second, the golem's fist struck the shield. Crack! The shield barely held for half a second before becoming riddled with cracks and shattering. Puff! Izumi spat out a mouthful of blood, losing control of her body as she was violently propelled towards the ground. Izumi! Shizen and Itachi exclaimed simultaneously, rushing to catch her. Uchiha Xian's mind went blank. He looked at Izumi's pale face, at the blood at the corner of her mouth, at her injury from protecting her companions. A surge of rage exploded from deep within him. The fury burned away all his reason. You want to die. In Xian's eyes, his emerald pupils were instantaneously drowned in blood red. In that brief moment of distraction, the waiting chains behind the outer path golem seized the opportunity. Clang! Several chains ensnared Xian's limbs and body, binding him tightly in midair. A powerful pulling force emanated from the chains, crazily extracting the golden energy from within him. Uchiha Xian was drawn towards the golem, unable to control his body. Got you. Nagato's hoarse voice echoed in Xian's mind. Now let your power and life become a part of— Get off me. Uchiha Xian squeezed out a few words from his throat. The fury within him ignited by the humiliation and the sight of Izumi's injury. Boom. The golden aura suddenly surged, becoming razor-sharp. Around the aura, dazzling blue lightning began to erupt. Crackle. The lightning danced across his body, producing a piercing sound, distorting even the space around him. Roar. Accompanied by a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the aura surrounding Uchiha Xian erupted outward. The chains binding him slowly began to crack under the force infused with lightning, ultimately shattering with a loud bang. Uchiha Xian, freed from his restraints, floated in midair. His golden hair stood upright, even more so than before. The golden aura around him became denser and sharper, resembling a burning star. The blue lightning danced wildly around him. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire world. Super Saiyan 2 awakened. For the first time, hesitation appeared in the Rinnegan of the outer path golem. It instinctively sensed a deadly danger. But it was too late. Entering the Super Saiyan 2 form, Uchiha Xian's speed and power increased dramatically. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. The 9 eyes of the outer path golem spun wildly, yet they could not even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. The next second, Uchiha Xian appeared above the golem's head. His face bore no expression, only cold, killing intent. Xian slowly raised his right hand, forming a fist. All the golden aura and blue lightning surged towards his fist at that moment. It ends here. He swung his fist down, smashing it down onto the golem's crown. There was no sound. No explosion. Time seemed to come to a halt. The massive body of the outer path golem froze in place, and then a fine crack appeared starting from its head. The crack rapidly spread downward, covering its entire body. Ultimately, amidst a silent radiance, the enormous golem, along with Nagato's will within it, transformed into specks of light, dissipating in the wind. Yuin village fell silent. The clouds in the sky dissipated, leaving only a gray haze with a single figure suspended in midair. Uchiha Xian slowly descended to the ground. The golden aura and the entwining blue lightning around him gradually retracted back into his body. His golden hair reverted to its original black color. A wave of fatigue surged over him. This was the first time he had activated the Super Saiyan 2 form, and the consumption on his body was far greater than he had anticipated. In this state, every second drained a massive amount of stamina. However, Xian paid no mind to this. His gaze quickly turned to the distance. In the protected area, Uchiha Izumi was lying in Shisui's arms, her face pale as paper with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. Itachi stood beside them, his expression serious, using his white flames to stabilize Izumi's injuries. Xian's figure vanished from the spot and appeared next to Izumi in the next instant. Commander! Shisui and Itachi exclaimed in surprise and joy upon seeing him. Xian said nothing. He crouched down and gently placed one hand on Izumi's lower abdomen. A massive flow of golden energy continuously surged into her body. The golden energy that entered Izumi's body was immediately absorbed by her weak white aura. With this energy, her white aura instantly expanded, actively repairing her damaged meridians and internal organs. Izumi's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, her pale face regained some color, and her breathing stabilized. Commander! Izumi slowly opened her eyes and saw Xian nearby, her gaze betraying a hint of guilt. You did well, Xian interrupted her, his voice calm yet powerful. You protected yourselves and your comrades. This is the very essence of the Legion of the Gods. After speaking, he stood up and turned to look at the center of the battlefield. There, a nearly transparent, weakened soul slowly emerged from where the demonic statue had vanished. It was Nagato. His frail soul was riddled with cracks as if it could shatter at any moment. Nagato! A figure rushed out from the ruins, recklessly flying toward that soul. It was Konan. She spread her paper wings, tears streaming down her face, rushing in front of Nagato, spreading her arms to shield him, her gaze fixed fiercely on Uchiha Xian. This ends here. Konan's voice turned hoarse from sorrow. We concede. I beg you, spare him. Behind her, the paper pieces quickly gathered, transforming into countless sharp paper spears aimed at Uchiha Xian. Xian simply watched her, walking step by step toward her. The gleaming paper spears turned to dust silently as they approached the aura surrounding Xian. The determination on Konan's face turned to despair. In the face of Xian's power, she did not even have the qualification to fight back. Xian ignored her, his gaze passing through Konan and landing on Nagato's fading soul. The peace you seek is a joke from the very beginning. Xian's voice was light but struck deep into Nagato's soul. He did not take action, he merely raised a finger and pointed it at the center of Nagato's brow from afar. Buzz. A massive stream of information forcibly rushed into Nagato's soul. Nagato's soul trembled violently. In his mind, images flashed by at breakneck speed. A vast sea of stars, a divine tree taking root on a planet greedily consuming all life. A group of gods with horns on their foreheads and pale skin looked down upon the earth from above. The altered stone tablets, the guided fates of Indra and Ashura, and the chakra itself were all part of a scheme to harvest fruit. Everything he had believed in, all the ideals he had fought for throughout his life, seemed so laughable in the face of these truths. In the end, the cage he had desperately sought to break was merely a fence for others to raise livestock. His so-called god was not even qualified to be a pawn. In Nagato's dim Rinnegan first came shock, then confusion, and finally all his pain and obsession vanished. A hint of relief appeared on his face. So, this is how it is. He looked at Uchiha Gen, his eyes devoid of hatred, only a sense of understanding. Thank you. With the last syllable falling, his cracked soul could no longer hold out, transforming into specks of light and completely dissipating between heaven and earth. No. Conan let out a piercing wail, collapsing to the ground, tears flowing uncontrollably. Shen did not look at her, his gaze focused on the Rinnegan left behind after Nagato's disappearance. He looked at Conan, who was kneeling on the ground weeping, and spoke calmly. With his eyes and legacy, you have two choices. Either serve me and see the true world he never experienced, or remain here in this ruin clinging to his ridiculous ideals and decay together. After saying this, Shen ignored her and turned to walk toward his troops. Conan knelt on the ground, clutching the Akatsuki cloak left by Nagato, her body trembling violently, and she said nothing. In an inconspicuous corner of Yuin village, a tree trunk revealed a swirling face. It was the clone of White Zetsu. At this moment the face bore no trace of its usual mischief, only distortion and fear. It was relaying everything that happened on the battlefield to its main body far away. Inside the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito suddenly broke free from the connection state, kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. His soul trembled. Just now, through White Zetsu's eyes, he had witnessed it. That mad Uchiha Gen, wrapped in blue lightning, with a single punch, just one punch, obliterated the outer path demonic statue that had sacrificed all of Nagato's life. What kind of power was that? This had surpassed his understanding of strength. Uchiha Madara. The name flashed through Obito's mind, only to be immediately dismissed. It was different. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara, who could contend with the first Hokage, probably could not achieve such a feat. Madara's power was still based on ninjutsu and ocular techniques. But Uchiha Gen, that guy was a force of nature, a pure violent power capable of crushing everything. Monster, monster. Obito shrieked in terror, cold sweat soaking his clothes. He had originally thought of executing the Moon Eye plan, his plan to create a world with Rin. Now he understood. In the face of this monster, any plan of the Moon Eye was a joke. Escape. He had to escape immediately. Escape to the ends of the earth. Obito dared not linger, activating Kamui, not daring to leak even a breath, fleeing Yuin village in a flustered manner, treating Uchiha Gen's name as the only existence he could not resist. At the same time that Obito fled, a system notification sound echoed in Uchiha Gen's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the S-level hidden mission, the God's Funeral Song. Mission rating perfect. System version 2.0 officially unlocked. Unlock progress 100. Reward module issued, space law analysis, instant transmission. As soon as the voice faded, a massive stream of information surged into Xian's mind. This was not ninjutsu nor knowledge, but an understanding of the essence of space. He instantly understood that as long as he could clearly sense the chi of a living being, no matter where it was, even on the other side of the planet, he could instantly lock onto the coordinates and teleport directly. A smile slowly curved at the corners of Uchiha Xian's mouth. He closed his eyes and his perception instantly spread out. The entire world in his perception turned into a darkness. Those powerful life forms were like stars burning in the darkness. He easily sensed the not so bright but familiar aura belonging to Uchiha Fugaku far away in Konoha. Xian opened his eyes and walked back to the assembled troops. The faces of the team members still bore expressions of relief from surviving, along with admiration for their commander's power. Xian cradled Izumi in one arm and walked to Shisui and Itachi's side, placing a hand on Shisui's shoulder. Steady now, everyone, hold hands. He said lightly. Shisui and Itachi did not understand what he meant, and the others looked puzzled as well. In the next moment, an incomprehensible wave enveloped them. The scene before them did not distort, and their bodies felt no discomfort. They merely felt a momentary haze. When they regained their senses, the surrounding scenery had completely changed. They were no longer in the ruins of Yuin village, but standing in a spacious office. Outside the window was the familiar sight of Konoha. The atmosphere in the Hokage office was extremely heavy. The map scroll in Uchiha Fugaku's hand fell to the ground with a thud, rolling under the table, and no one went to pick it up. Fugaku rubbed his eyes, looking at the dozens of people who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere in the room, his mind buzzing and feeling somewhat dazed. Just a few seconds ago he was discussing with a few high-ranking officials whether to send someone to support the land of Rain, a place that had completely lost contact. Before he could finish his thought, people appeared directly in the office. See Commander. Fugaku's throat was dry and he barely managed to squeeze out 2 words. Uchiha Gen was wearing a somewhat tattered black robe cradling the unconscious Uchiha Izumi in one arm. He glanced at the group of people standing still in the room and casually handed Izumi over to the medical team beside him. Uchiha Gen remained silent as he walked to the redwood chair of the commander, lifting his robe and sitting down. The aura around him still not fully dissipated, although restrained caused the air to warp slightly. Fugaku and several elders felt a heaviness in their chests and with a thud all knelt down on the ground. This was not an act, it was an uncontrollable physical reaction. Shisui, speak up. Uchiha Gen rubbed his temples, his voice calm, yet no one dared to question him. Uchiha Shisui stepped forward, his white chakra still not fully retracted, and a fierce light emanated from his Sharingan, causing Fugaku's heart to race. Shisui scanned the room, his tone icy as he briefly reported the situation. The leader of the Akatsuki organization pain was shattered by the commander himself and his true body Nagata was dead. The legendary Outer Path Golem was reduced to a point of light by the commander in a new form. The village hidden in the rain no longer exists. From today onward the Akatsuki organization is disbanded. The office fell into a terrifying silence with only heavy breathing audible. Fugaku's eyes widened as he stared intently at Shisui, feeling as if this was not a battle report but rather a story being told. Pain. That was a monster with the Rinnegan capable of destroying a small country by himself. The Outer Path Golem. That was something recorded to suppress even tailed beasts. Just like that. It was gone. What puzzled Fugaku even more was Uchiha Gen's method of return. There was no summoning smoke nor any flying kunai, he just appeared out of thin air bringing back over 30 people. This was no longer something a ninja could accomplish, it was simply divine means. The few Uchiha elders who had initially held pride now buried their heads very low, not even daring to look at Gen's shoes. Their gazes toward Gen had changed, it was not respect but more akin to looking at a deity, their eyes mixed with fervor and an innate tremor. The members of the divine army who returned with him walked with their heads held high, their eyes full of fervent admiration. They had witnessed the 10,000 exploding stars. They had also seen the beam of golden light piercing the sky. Most importantly, they witnessed the mountain-sized golem shatter under the commander's fist. Now Uchiha Gen was the embodiment of truth in their hearts. Even if Gen pointed at the sun and claimed it was cold, they would believe it. Fugaku, you lead the people to handle the matter of recovery. I still need to go out for a while, but I will return soon. Uchiha Gen opened his eyes, his black gaze sweeping over Fugaku, making him shiver and quickly bow his head in agreement. As soon as his words fell, Uchiha Gen's figure flickered and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Fugaku stared at the empty chair, collapsing to the ground half a minute later. He was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes completely soaked. At the same time, in the village hidden in the clouds of the land of lightning, the atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. Still no news. Is your intelligence department useless? AI roared at the kneeling Mabui, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. Over 100 elite ninjas sent to the Land of Rain along with sensory experts from various clans had all disappeared without a trace, with not a single message returned. The pride of the village hidden in the clouds, the sensory radar detected a complete void in the direction of the Land of Rain half an hour ago. That area seemed to have been forcibly excavated from the map. This complete unknown made AI, the self-proclaimed swift warrior, feel a sense of unease. Lord Reikage, it's not just us, there has been no news from Iwagakure and Sunagakure either. Darui put away his usual lazy demeanor, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, beads of sweat on his forehead as he stared intently at the rain-soaked night sky outside. This was too strange. Even in a war of annihilation it was impossible to seal everything so completely. What kind of power could erase all sound from a country in an instant? In the village hidden in the rocks of the Land of Earth, the third Tsuchikage Inoki hovered in midair, his cloudy old eyes fixated on the direction of the Land of Rain, his gaze becoming intense. A chill ran down his back. Just moments ago Inoki felt a wave of energy, albeit brief, but that terrifying pressure nearly caused him to fall from the sky. Having experienced 3 ninja world wars, Inoki knew very well that this was not a tailed beast bomb or enshrank ninjutsu. It was a force he could not comprehend, pure, violent, and utterly resistant. Old man, should we send reinforcements? Kuratsuchi stood on the rooftop looking at Inoki's trembling body, feeling somewhat confused. Reinforcements. No, withdraw all border troops and return immediately. Inoki suddenly turned his head, his voice turning sharp, even somewhat high-pitched. Inoki recalled how not long ago at the border Uchiha Gen had blocked his dust release with just a single finger, and the power displayed that day was nothing compared to what was now. Now that monster had probably truly awakened. In the desert village of Sunagakure, the 4th Kazekage Raza stood atop the Kazekage building looking out at the yellow sand, his brow tightly knitted. The hot wind brushed against his robe, yet he felt a chill throughout his body. What was happening in the Land of Rain made the already precarious Sunagakure feel extremely uneasy. Kazekage-sama, about that child. An ANBU appeared behind Raza, his voice somewhat hesitant. Has Gaara lost control again? Raza rubbed his temples, his tone poor. That one-tailed Jinchuriki was not yet 6 years old and he had already become the nightmare of the entire village. He would go on rampages at the slightest provocation, and even he as his father could not fully control that power. Yes, just as that strange wave of energy passed through, the child suddenly screamed at the sky and Shikaku's chakra nearly destroyed the prison. Raza snorted coldly, glancing at the distant building sealed with iron sand, his eyes revealing nothing. Useless is useless, they can't even withstand this residual wave. Raza turned away, no longer paying attention to the troublesome failed product and refocusing on the situation in Konoha. He wondered if Konoha and the Akatsuki organization would suffer mutual destruction. Would Tsunagakure be able to gain an advantage? Or rather, if Uchiha Gen truly won, how should Tsunagakure surrender in a favorable manner? The major powers in the ninja world were all calculating their own little schemes, completely unaware that what they believed to be a miracle was just beginning. Above the village, hidden in the clouds at an altitude of several thousand meters, the clouds were torn apart by a strong wind. Uchiha Gen stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the air, coldly observing the brightly lit Reikage building below, which was in a state of preparation for battle. That fortress known as Invulnerable appeared to him no more than clay figurines. Uchiha Gen raised his right hand palm facing down. A strand of golden light danced at his fingertips, although thin it caused the surrounding space to creak. Since these fools were so curious about what happened in the Land of Rain, he would tell them in a direct manner. A smirk appeared at the corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth as his figure flickered and disappeared into the clouds. The next second, the thick steel door of the Reikage's office was shattered into pieces with a loud bang by a tremendous force. Reikage AI turned sharply, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. He stared at the man standing at the door, the pressure seemingly freezing the air. "I heard you've been looking for me." Uchiha Gen stepped forward, his leather shoes thudding against the floor, each step echoing like a hammer on Ace's heart, making his heartbeat uncontrollable. The ANBU around the village, hidden in the clouds, couldn't even draw their weapons, pressed to the ground by the killing intent, unable to even move. Ace's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the man, his body shaking uncontrollably. That man merely stood there, exuding the pressure of a volcano on the verge of eruption, as if he could incinerate the entire village hidden in the clouds at any moment. Uchiha Gen looked at the Reikage slumped in his chair and spoke in a flat tone. "Tell me, AI, how do you want to die?" The lights in the Reikage's office flickered incessantly, and finally with a pop they all went out. In the darkness only a pair of golden eyes glimmered. Pain. Suddenly a sharp pain surged through the two previously healed stumps of Ace's arms, as if they were struck anew by that golden flame. Darui reacted swiftly, drawing his ninja blade and aiming a strike at the intruder's back. Black lightning gathered on the blade. "Storm release, black spot slash." Darui shouted, unleashing his strongest technique. Uchiha Gen did not even turn his head, standing still with his black eyes showing no emotion. Just as the black lightning was about to hit his black robe, a flash of golden flame flickered around Uchiha Gen. Boom! There was no loud explosion. A heavy sense of oppression erupted, centered on Uchiha Gen. Darui's vision darkened, feeling as if a mountain had crushed down on his chest. The black lightning disappeared without even sparking. Puff! Darui spat out a mouthful of blood, being thrown backward into the wall, his ninja blade shattered into several pieces. Mabu-e couldn't even scream, being forcefully pinned to the floor by this power. Her bones creaked painfully and she struggled to breathe. Outside the office, a series of dull thuds echoed down the corridor. Dozens of members of the Cloud Village Umbu fell unconscious without ever seeing the enemy. In an instant, the most vital defensive force of the Cloud Village was gone. Uchiha Gen brushed non-existent dust off his sleeve and walked slowly to the desk that had been split in half. "What's with the outburst? Did your arms not grow back, or are you in a bad mood?" Uchiha Gen pulled over a relatively intact chair, crossed his legs and looked at the drenched in sweat fourth Reikage. AI gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw bulging, blood oozing from between his teeth. He dreamed of killing the person in front of him. But reason told him not to move. A single move and the entire Cloud Village would be gone tonight. "What are you doing here?" Ace's voice was hoarse, each word dripping with weakness. "Just passing by, and I wanted to inform you of something." Uchiha Gen leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound. "The intelligence team you sent to the Rain Village, don't wait for them, they won't be coming back." Mabu-e slumped on the ground, suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with terror. Indeed. The upheaval in the Land of Rain was truly caused by this monster. That Akatsuki organization has already been dealt with by me. Uchiha Gen's tone was casual, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "I took down all 6 paths of pain, and as for that statue capable of suppressing tailed beasts, it was too much of an eyesore, so I smashed it into light with a single punch." The room was eerily quiet. Only the sound of rain pattering outside could be heard. AI opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Akatsuki. That organization which troubled all the ninja villages is just gone. And that statue, which was recorded in the Cloud Village scrolls as terrifying, was actually smashed with a punch. This was absurd. Yet with those words coming from Uchiha Gen's mouth, AI couldn't even entertain a doubt. Because he had experienced that kind of power firsthand. "What exactly do you want?" AI lowered his head, his straight back bending at this moment. He understood that the ninja world had changed. Uchiha Gen stopped tapping and leaned forward, staring into Ace's eyes. "The rules of the ninja world are utterly rotten. I'm tired of the games between the great nations. In 5 days Konoha will hold a 5 Kage summit. I'm here to inform you to bring your people on time. Even if there is only one person left in the Cloud Village, we will never accept such an order. The daimyo will never agree to this." Ace's words caught in his throat. Uchiha Gen's gaze turned cold. A flash of blue lightning flickered around his body. That was the energy left after breaking through to Super Saiyan level 2. Ziz. With just that arc of electricity, the air in the rakeage office seemed to be sucked dry. Cracks spread across the walls and the ceiling chandelier shattered. Darui and Mabui, who were originally collapsed on the ground, were pressed hard into the floor by this pressure, blood oozing from their mouths and noses. I felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his head, his bones crying out in agony. Having lost his arms, he couldn't even support his body and fell to his knees before Uchiha Gen with a thud. His knees created two dents in the hard floor. Daimo. Uchiha Gen stood up, looking down at the kneeling fourth rakeage with a smirk. Did you think I was negotiating with you? AI. Don't use those useless people as shields. In my eyes, you and those daimyo are no different. You are all ants that can be crushed at any time. Uchiha Gen turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the trembling cloud village in the thunderstorm. In 5 days, if I don't see a representative from the cloud village in Konoha, there will be no need for the land of lightning to exist. Uchiha Gen's tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Remember my words. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure enveloping the rakeage building vanished instantly. AI struggled to lift his head. The window was empty, devoid of anything. Uchiha Gen had already left as if he had never appeared. Only the wreckage of the office and the cracks in the walls testified to everything that had just occurred. The room was deathly silent. Darui gasped for air, turning over from the pile of rubble, his entire body soaked in cold sweat and blood. Lord Rakeage. What? What kind of monster is this? Darui's voice trembled, carrying a hint of sobbing. His swordsmanship and lightning release were utterly insignificant in front of that man. Mabui lay on the ground, clawing at the floor, lacking even the strength to stand. AI remained on his knees, not getting. The pain of his severed arms was far less than the despair in his heart. He turned to look at the cracks on the wall, then at the pitch-black night sky outside. The cloud village was finished. The era of the 5 great nations was also over. Inform the medical team to save people. AI closed his eyes, his throat heavy with labored breaths, his voice sounding much older. Prepare supplies. In 5 days. We will go to Konoha. The sky over Iwagakure is perpetually gray. Uchiha Gen hovers high above the fortress of Iwagakure, appearing no larger than the palm of his hand beneath him. A cold wind swept past him, dissipating silently as it approached the faint golden aura surrounding him. In the Tsuchikage's office, the third Tsuchikage Oyuki slammed a scroll down heavily on the table. Useless. All of them are useless. A roar erupted from Oyuki's small frame, shaking the teacups on the table. He pointed at the kneeling Umbu captain below, his beard trembling. For 3 whole days, all 5 reconnaissance teams sent to the Land of Rain have gone missing. Not even a single clay bird has returned. Are your Umbu on vacation? The 2 standing nearby, Karatsuchi and Akatsuchi, dared not breathe. Suddenly Oyuki's roar caught in his throat. A heavy pressure descended without warning, crushing down on the Tsuchikage's office. The hard rocky floor cracked with countless fissures. The kneeling Umbu captain remained silent, crushed to the ground, blood oozing from his nose and mouth. Karatsuchi and Akatsuchi bent their knees, held down by that force, their kneecaps feeling as if they would shatter. Oyuki's bones creaked painfully, and the chronic back pain he had suffered for years intensified sharply. He pressed his hands firmly against the table, his eyes bulging, desperately resisting the force that threatened to overwhelm him. Oyuki, come up and talk. A young voice devoid of fluctuation penetrated the thick rock walls and detonated in Oyuki's mind. His face turned pale instantly, fear filling his murky old eyes. He pushed away Karatsuki's reaching hand, bit his tongue, and forcibly summoned his chakra. Using the earth release technique, Oyuki transformed into a streak of light, breaking through the roof and flying into the sky. In the high altitude, the thin air was suffocating. Oyuki halted 50 meters in front of Uchiha Gen, gasping for breath. He gazed at the black-haired, black-eyed youth before him, looking into those calm eyes, and the last shred of resistance within him vanished. He recognized this aura. Yet it was far stronger than what he had encountered on the border. What do you want? Oyuki's voice was dry, completely devoid of his earlier momentum. Uchiha Gen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, making no unnecessary movements. The Akatsuki organization has disappeared from this world. A simple statement that made Oyuki's mind buzz. The Akatsuki organization, which the 5 great nations could not deal with, was simply annihilated by him. In 5 days, Konoha will hold a meeting of the new 5 Kage. I am here to inform you to attend on time. Oyuki's fingers turned white from gripping tightly. In all his years, it was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a commanding tone. Thoughts of counterattacks flashed through his mind. Dust released tens of thousands of troops from Iwagakure, explosive clay troops. But upon meeting Xian's calm gaze, all his ideas seemed ridiculous. What could he use to fight back? Even if the other party stood still, the aura emanating from him could flatten the entire Iwagakure village. Oyuki took a deep breath, feeling all strength drained from his body. His wrinkled old face showed only despair. I understand. Oyuki bent down, bowing his head to the youth. Iwagakure will be there on time. He knew that the balance of the ninja world that had lasted for 1,000 years was coming to an end. Xian nodded slightly, his figure fading from sight. Remember, this is not a negotiation. The voice lingered in the wind as Oyuki floated alone in the sky, gazing down at the village, unmoving for a long time. In the land of winds, Suna. The sky was filled with yellow sand whipped up by the wind slamming against the village's dome-shaped buildings. The atmosphere in the Kazekage's office was even more irritable than outside. The fourth Kazekage Raza threw a report onto the ground, his brows knitted tightly. Not only was the intelligence cut off, but the creature in the dungeon was also becoming increasingly restless. Shikaku's chakra had nearly broken through its seal several times, making it more and more difficult for Gaara to keep watch. Just as Raza was contemplating countermeasures, the air in the center of the office twisted slightly and Uchiha Shien's figure appeared out of thin air. "Who are you?" Maki, stationed at the door, immediately drew his ninja blade. Two Umbu leaped down from the shadows of the ceiling, kunai aimed at Shien's vital points. Raza's pupils constricted sharply, his hands forming seals as sand poured from the gold gourd behind him, coalescing into a shield before him. Uchiha Shien did not even glance at the two Umbu. A glimmer of light flashed around him and the two Umbu in midair stiffened, foam escaping their mouths as they were flung backward, crashing heavily against the wall and falling unconscious. Maki's ninja blade halted 3 feet away from Shien, unable to advance any further. The blade shattered inch by inch, the backlash leaving his hand mangled and bloody. Cold sweat slid down Raza's forehead as he fixed his gaze on the black-robed youth before him. "Who are you? Do you intend to provoke war by trespassing into Suna?" Raza shouted, more sand pouring from the ground, preparing to strike. Shien glanced at the sand, a cold smile curling his. Suna is truly impoverished, even the guest reception area reeks of sand and dirt. He walked straight to the nearby sofa and sat down, completely disregarding Raza's defenses. "However, that pet you have in the village is rather interesting." "Pet?" Raza was momentarily stunned, then his heart tightened sharply. The man was referring to Shikaku. Just as Raza was in doubt, Uchiha Shien slightly tilted his head, his gaze piercing through layers of buildings to land on the prison beneath Suna. He did not speak, merely releasing a sliver of aura accurately directed towards the underground. Deep underground, the previously thrashing Shikaku froze suddenly. An aura swept over its soul. Shikaku's arrogant face contorted instantly, its wild spirit vanishing in an instant. It let out a whimper, shrinking into the corner of its seal, its paws clutching its head, trembling in fear, not daring to leak even a hint of chakra. In the Kazekage's office, a sensory Umbu responsible for monitoring rolled in without knocking. "Kazekage, something terrible has happened." The Umbu collapsed to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. "Shikaku. Shikaku's chakra response has suddenly disappeared. The Jinchuriki is now as quiet as a dead man." This statement left Raza's mind blank. His prideful tailed beast, which even he as the Kazekage struggled to suppress, had been frightened into submission by just a glance from the other side. This was no longer the means of a ninja. Connecting it to the unusual occurrences in the land of rain, a guess emerged in Raza's mind. He looked at his sand and suddenly felt that this thing was a joke before the other party. Raza took a deep breath, his hands drooping, powerless. The sand in the air lost its chakra support and fell to the ground. Raza pushed aside Maki and strode up to Uchiha Shien, deeply bowing. "I did not expect your esteemed presence. I apologize for the poor reception." "Suna is willing to heed your every command." Shien leaned back on the sofa, showing no reaction to Raza's timely compliance. "Your choice is quite wise, saving me the effort of taking action." Shien stood up, dusting off his sleeves. "In 5 days, Konoha will hold a meeting of the ninja world. Do not be late." As his words fell, the pressure weighing on everyone disappeared instantly. Raza lifted his head only to find the sofa empty, with only the scattered sand proving that the man had been there. His legs went weak and he collapsed into the chair, wiping the cold sweat from his face. Suna village had finally been saved. When Uchiha Shien reappeared in the Konoha command office, the sky outside was just turning dark. The desk was piled high with dozens of scrolls. Uchiha Shisui was standing in front of a sand table arranging defenses, and upon seeing Shien he immediately turned and knelt on one knee, gazing at him with burning eyes. "Commander, all defenses have been fully taken over and no one dares to stir trouble at this time." Shien walked to the desk, sitting down casually as he opened the top scroll. "Is there any movement from the land of water?" Shisui respectfully replied. "Tobarama just sent someone with a state letter reaffirming that Kirigakure will always submit to Konoha and that they will set out early to come. She is a clever woman, knowing how to choose sides at this time." Shien chuckled. The Mizukichi had long been intimidated by him and indeed did not need him to make another trip. "Send the order down." Shien tapped the desk, stating, "In the name of the command headquarters, issue a notice to the 5 great nations and all subordinate small countries. In 5 days the highest meeting of the ninja world will be held in Konoha. The leaders of the 4 great ninja villages and the daimyo of the 5 great nations must all be present." Shizui's hand holding the pen paused slightly. Not only was he summoning the Kage, but he was also calling the daimyo over. The commander was aiming to completely overturn centuries of rules. "Yes. What if someone does not come?" Shizui's voice trembled slightly. Shien walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the illuminated Konoha village, the night wind blowing his black robe. "Those who do not come," Shien gazed out the window, speaking lightly, "will be regarded as declaring war against me." Several eagles soared upward from above Konoha, vanishing into the boundless sky, carrying with them a stern proclamation, its every word radiating unassailable authority. The scroll bore no Hokage's official seal nor any formal address. At its foot stood only a single name: Uchiha Shien. In the shinobi world today, that name alone embodied absolute singular will. In the Raikage's office at Kumogakure, the air hung thick with tension. Every senior leader had gathered, their eyes locked in grim silence upon the proclamation delivered from Konoha. Its script pierced the centuries-old pride of Kumogakure like a blade. Preposterous! Roared an elder known for his fiery temper, slamming his fist onto the table and rising to his feet. This isn't a summit, it's a decree. What does Uchiha Gen take us for? His subordinates. Exactly. The shinobi of Kumogakure answer to no outsider's command. Several radical shinobi immediately echoed the outcry, their faces flushed with indignation. Yet the fourth Raikage, seated at the head of the table, remained utterly silent. His gaze was lowered, fixed upon his empty sleeve. The face once famed for its fierce confidence now bore only exhaustion. Silence, now. Darui growled the command, his hand gripping the hilt of his broken blade, knuckles white and tendons straining, bloodshot eyes burning with raw dread. You have no idea what stands before you. His voice trembled. Before that man, our vaunted Raiton techniques and taijutsu mastery are not even worthy of mockery. He need not lift a finger, his mere presence, that overwhelming aura, forces every one of us to our knees, unable even to raise our heads. Instantly the office fell into utter stillness. All eyes turned to Darui, and then to Mabui, whose pallor mirrored his own. They were the sole witnesses who had stood face to face with Uchiha Gen that night. That sensation had become their lifelong nightmare. At last, slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse and frayed. Prepare for departure. Raikage-sama. An elder stared in disbelief. I said, prepare for departure, repeated, closing his eyes. In 5 days we go to Konoha. His tone held none of the Raikage's former authority, only the quiet resignation of a ruler compelled to bow. Iwagakure. Anoki passed the proclamation to the council elders. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, those younger shinobi, stood grimfist, fists clenched tight. Father. Must we truly obey that man's orders? Where is Iwagakure's dignity? Kuratsuchi burst out. Dignity. Anoki gave a self-mocking smile and turned away beneath the lamplight, his small stooped figure exuded profound weariness. Kuratsuchi, remember this, before overwhelming power the weak possess no right to speak of dignity. He recalled that day aloft, in the vast sky, the young man's unervingly calm gaze. In those eyes he saw neither regard for Iwagakure nor reverence for the title of Tsuchikage. Only the cold, detached gaze one reserves for insects. He alone is an army capable of leveling the entire shinobi world. With what then shall we resist? Anoki waved a weary hand, his voice heavy with age and fatigue. Prepare for departure. The era has changed. The age sustained by cunning and balance is over. Now begins the age in which strength speaks and fists decide. Kirigakure's atmosphere was markedly different. Meitarumi, the fifth Mizukage, studied the proclamation, not with anger but with a long, slow sigh of relief. A faint knowing smile touched her lips. She silently thanked fortune that she had not, like or Anoki, personally endured that terrifying presence. Mizukage-sama, then what shall we do? Chojuro asked, voice taut with nervousness. Issue immediate orders, prepare full ceremonial honors for Konoha. Mei declared without hesitation. Remember, we do not attend a summit, we pay homage to the sovereign of a new age. This Mizukage understood the shifting tides better than any. Meanwhile Konoha, the storm's epicenter, pulsed with its own tense gravity, a gravity born of ruthless immaculate order. Uchiha Shisui himself commanded the operation. The Divine Legion assumed full control of Konoha's defenses. Squads of Uchiha clad in black combat uniforms replaced the former ANBU and village guards patrolling every street and alley. Their expressions were impassive, their eyes sharp and unwavering. They moved without sound, and the chilling aura they exuded sent ordinary shinobi and villagers scattering far from their path. At the Hyuga compound, Hayashi stood by the window watching the white flame squad patrol the streets below, his brow deeply furrowed. Even his Byakugan stunned when gazing upon these Uchiha. He perceived within them a higher, purer energy, utterly distinct from chakra. Father, each of them emits energy signatures no weaker than a Kage's. Hinata whispered behind him, her unsteady Byakugan trembling as she spoke. Hayashi said nothing. Mass-produced cage-level beings. What kind of army had Uchiha Gen forged? Atop the Hokage rock, Gen stood with hands clasped behind his back, surveying all of Konoha. To him the impending 5 Kage summit was merely a formality, a notification, not a negotiation. His thoughts had already moved beyond it. Itachi. Gen did not turn. His voice, soft yet absolute, cut through the stillness. Without a whisper of movement, a figure materialized behind him and knelt on one knee. Commander. Compile a comprehensive intelligence dossier on the daimyo system, especially their ties to the samurai class across the nations and their grip on economic lifelines. His gaze drifted toward the capital of the Land of Fire. I require absolute detail. Itachi's frame tensed almost imperceptibly, then he bowed, his head firm and decisive. Understood. He understood perfectly. The commander's gaze had already swept past the 5 Kage, fixing instead upon the true architects of this world, the daimyo. A reckoning far more thorough than any shinobi war was about to begin. While the great shinobi powers watched Konoha, an unseen current stirred beyond their perception. In the Land of Fire at the daimyo's palace, In a lavishly appointed chamber, the daimyo of the Land of Fire hurled his teacup to the floor, shattering it. His plump face flushed deep crimson with rage. Uchiha Gen. A man who isn't even Hokage, how dare he command the 5 Kage? Where does he place us, the daimyo? He could not abide a force outside his control, one that towered even above the Hokage. Secretly contact the other 4 daimyo, immediately. He snarled at his chief retainer. Tell them this sword called the shinobi has grown too sharp, it threatens to turn and slit its master's throat. We must unite to cut off supply to the villages and remind them who truly rules this land. One after another sealed missives sped across the nation, delivered not by shinobi but by trusted non-chakra-bearing couriers. These pampered parasites still clung to the decrepit rules of the old world, seeking to constrain a god of the new. They did not realize their final desperate flailing was not even worthy of Xian's notice. On the eve of the 5 Kage summit, Itachi placed a thick dossier meticulously compiled before Xian. Xian flipped through it, idly records of daimyo embezzling military funds, indulging in decadent excess. Even during wartime they schemed against one another, vying for power, hoarding privilege. A cold, disdainful smile flickered at Xian's lips. A swarm of parasites feeding on shinobi blood. He closed the scroll. His voice held no warmth, no inflection, only finality. It is time they were cleansed. On the day of the 5 Shadows Conference, the sky over Konoha village was gloomy. There were no welcoming parties at the village entrance, no flags waving, and not a hint of festive atmosphere. The main gate stood wide open, revealing a dark interior. The 4th Reikage AI was the first to arrive, dressed in the white ceremonial robe representing his status with empty sleeves that looked somewhat awkward. He descended from his war chariot with a grim expression, stepping onto the ground of Konoha, feeling a chill emanating from the earth beneath him. Following closely behind him were Darui and Mabui, both visibly tense, their hands firmly gripping their weapons. Only a team of Uchiha police force members came to greet them. The team leader wore a neutral expression, merely bowing slightly to AI. Raikage-sama, please follow me. The meeting venue is ready. His tone was flat, devoid of any hint of respect. AI clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. As the 4th Reikage, he was accustomed to the highest standards of reception in any village, yet today he was treated so dismissively by a few juniors. But he held back. He still clearly remembered the feeling of helplessness from that night in the office. Not long after the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki arrived. The old man hovered in midair, his aged face drawn long. He gazed down at Konoha village, his murky eyes filled with complex emotions. Karatsuchi and Akatsuchi followed closely behind, both young men wearing expressions of vigilance and unwillingness. Next came Mizukage, Terumi Mei, and Kazekage Raza. Terumi Mei wore a smile, but it did not reach her eyes. Chijiro, standing behind her, was nervously fidgeting, unsure where to place his hands and feet, the weight of his twin swords heavy on his back. Raza displayed a face of indifference, his golden Kazekage robe billowing in the wind. Beside him, Maki had his hand on the scroll at his waist, his eyes darting around, very alert. The 4 leaders, once the highest authority in the ninja world, were now being led by a Uchiha captain resembling prisoners as they walked into the village. The road was wide and clean. Yet there was not a single passerby in sight, and the shops on either side were all closed. The entire Konoha village was eerily silent. After walking a few steps, all of their movements suddenly halted. A patrol team turned the corner from the street. They were not wearing umbu uniforms, nor were they ordinary ninjas. 10 individuals, all dressed in black tight-fitting combat attire with armor emblazoned with the Uchiha fan insignia. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon them. Darui broke into a sweat instantly. He could never forget this pressure. Though it wasn't as terrifying as Uchiha Obito's, even a single member from this patrol team could render him immobile with their presence. Moreover, there were 10 of them. Karatsuki's breath hitched. She instinctively tried to channel chakra, only to find her energy utterly insufficient in the face of these individuals. Her pride shattered in an instant. What kind of monsters are these? Chujiro's voice trembled to him. They were not even human, but 10 monsters disguised in human skin walking down the street. Maki's face turned pale as well. As an elite jōnin of Sunagakure, he knew very well that any one of these individuals could easily take him down. This was no ordinary patrol team. These were 10 shadow-level powerhouses. The expressions of the 4 leaders changed. Ace's eyes twitched. He finally understood that Uchiha Obito's power was not solely his own. That monster was using methods beyond their comprehension to create such powerhouses in batches. Raza's back was drenched in sweat. He recalled the man in his office whose mere gaze had frightened the one-tails into submission. Looking back now, it wasn't an illusion but pure strength overwhelming them. Terumi Mei's smile faltered. She felt a twinge of relief about her decision. If Kirigakure dared to resist, it would likely be unable to withstand even such a small team. Anoki stood frozen in place, trembling slightly. Having lived so long, fought in 3 ninja world wars and seen countless experts, he had encountered no shortage of Kekkai Genkai. But he never dreamed that power could be created in such a manner. The patrol team passed by them without even glancing. In the eyes of these white flame warriors, the term shadow seemed no different from a stone on the roadside. Did you see that, Karatsuchi? Anoki's voice was old and weary, carrying a tone of despair. That person. He is a god in himself. He is still creating gods in batches. This statement struck like a hammer against the hearts of everyone present. For the rest of the journey no one spoke again. They encountered several more patrol teams like this. Each one was the same cold and terrifyingly strong, the pressure making it hard to breathe. The four shadows and their bodyguards finally understood that Konoha was no longer the Konoha they once knew. This place had become a divine realm. And they were mere mortals coming to pay respects to the gods. The meeting venue was now the conference room on the top floor of the former Hokage building, repurposed as the command center. The room was large and empty. In the center stood a massive black round table, cold and oppressive in appearance. Apart from a few chairs, there was nothing superfluous. The walls were pure black with no windows to be found, only the harsh white light from the ceiling lamps casting a chill over the room. The main seat was empty, the center of the room. The remaining four positions had nameplates prepared for their respective villages. The Uchiha captain led them to the door and left, saying not a word. The four shadows exchanged glances, seeing frustration and helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. They remained silent, taking their seats according to the nameplate positions. Their bodyguards stood like wooden stakes behind them. Time ticked by and the heartbeat in the room could be distinctly heard. AI was losing patience, every muscle in his body was tense like a lion ready to explode. Anoki closed his eyes, appearing to be asleep, but the trembling of his beard betrayed his inner turmoil. Raza and Terumi continually surveyed the room, trying to glean insights into Uchiha Obito's intentions. Just as AI was about to slam his fist on the table, the door to the conference room opened silently. Uchiha Obito walked in slowly. He was not wearing the Hokage cloak or any special attire, just a simple black robe devoid of any embellishments. Following him were Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. The three were also clad in black combat attire, their auras deeper than those of the patrol teams outside. All eyes were suddenly focused on Uchiha Obito. He resembled an ordinary neighbor's boy, even bearing a somewhat friendly smile. But it was this very person who instilled an overwhelming pressure in all the shadows present. This pressure instinctively evoked fear in them, robbing them of the courage to even meet his gaze. Uchiha Obito paid no mind to the complex expressions of those around him, directly approaching the empty main seat. He did not sit immediately but extended his hand to lightly trace the cold surface of the table. Then he leisurely pulled out the chair and sat down comfortably, leaning back against the chair, his hands crossed in front of him. Though his movements were slow, they conveyed a sense that everything was under his control. The moment he sat down, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. The four shadows felt a weight in their chests, the invisible pressure suddenly intensifying, nearly suffocating them. Uchiha Obito raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over everyone present. Ace breathing grew heavy. He forced himself to meet Obito's eyes, but within 2 seconds he awkwardly averted his gaze. Anoki opened his eyes, his murky gaze resigned. Raza lowered his head, unable to meet his eyes. Only Terumi still managed to force a smile, though it looked more like a grimace. Uchiha Obito regarded the four shadows resembling quails without any pleasantries or explanations for their prolonged wait. He simply spoke in a light tone, clear for all to hear. It seems everyone is here. Now let us discuss the future of this war. As soon as Uchiha Shen finished speaking, the tense atmosphere in the conference room dissipated instantly. In the future he alone would have the final say. Oof, what a bold statement. The patience of the fourth Raikage AI was at its end. He suddenly stood up from his seat, unleashing a burst of lightning chakra. Blue arcs of electricity danced around him, crackling and striking the conference table. The table vibrated, yet not a single crack appeared. However, this momentum clearly indicated his stance. Ace bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Uchiha Shen, the veins on his neck bulging. You want to talk about the future of the world? On what basis? Just because it's you alone? Ace roar echoed in the conference room, filled with unwillingness. On the other hand, Inoki wore a cold expression, his murky old eyes squinting into a narrow slit with both hands tucked into his sleeves. Uchiha Shen, you have too little regard for us old folks. Anoki's voice was slow and heavy, carrying a chill. The system of the 5 great shinobi villages was established by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, maintaining the balance of the ninja world for nearly 100 years. You think you can just dismiss it with a single sentence? You want to destroy our centuries-old foundation. The old man invoked the names of the first Hokage and Madara, attempting to pressure them with history. But he had chosen the wrong target. Uchiha Shen didn't even glance at the two of them. He merely snapped his fingers. Shisui. Yes, Commander. Uchiha Shisui stepped out from behind Shen, holding 4 scrolls. His footsteps were light, yet each step made people's hearts race. Shisui expressionlessly approached the table, placing the 4 scrolls in front of the 4 Kage. What is this? Terumi looked at the scrolls, managing a strained smile. Blueprint for the future of the ninja world as planned by the commander. Shizui's voice revealed nothing. AI stared intensely at the scroll in front of him, the empty sleeves of his robe trembling slightly. Darui, standing behind him, understood and stepped forward to unravel the scroll. Rashi and Terumi exchanged glances and slowly unfurled their scrolls as well. In the next second, both pairs of pupils constricted. Darui's face turned pale. Anoki frowned and finally opened the scroll. As they deciphered the inked words on it, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. The title of the scroll was simple: Ninja World Unification Treaty. The content was even simpler. The first clause from today onward the hidden village system of the fire wind water lightning and earth countries is abolished. Second clause all ninjas from the 5 great shinobi villages will be restructured into the Ninja World United Army. The supreme commander of the army is Uchiha Gen. Third clause the title of Kage is abolished. The former 5 Kage will be assigned as the commanders of the first army group in each region under the Ninja World United Army directly reporting to the supreme commander. Fourth clause all ninjutsu secret techniques forbidden techniques and the data on bloodline limits from all shinobi villages must be submitted to the headquarters for unified management and distribution. Each clause struck the faces of the 4 Kage like a whip leaving them dazed. This was not a blueprint. It was annexation plain and simple. You bastard. AI could no longer contain himself roaring as the lightning chakra erupted obliterating the scroll in front of him into a flurry of black ash. He heaved panting heavily. Uchiha Gen you intend to annex the entire ninja world. In our cloud village from the 80-year-old elders to the 3-year-old children there isn't a single coward. We will never take orders from an outsider nor become your private army. Anoki's body trembled as well the scroll in his hand being crushed his old face flushed red. What do you take us Kage for? Your subordinates. What do you consider the centuries-old heritage of the ninja villages? Trash that can be casually discarded. Darui Karatsuchi and Maki the guards each drew their weapons nervously staring at Uchiha Gen. Although they knew rushing forward would be tantamount to seeking death as Kage's guards they could not retreat. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly escalated to a peak of tension as if bloodshed would occur in the next moment. Facing the violent reactions of the two and the blades pointed at him Uchiha Gen's expression remained unchanged. He even picked up the teacup beside him gently blowing on the steam. Are you done? He took a sip of tea before leisurely lifting his eyelids his gaze sweeping over AI and Inoki as if he were watching two quarrelsome children. First let me clarify something. Xian set the teacup down with a light clink. Not subordinates you are not qualified for that yet. Commander is merely a title convenient for me to issue orders. Secondly I am not here to negotiate with you but to inform you of the outcome. Xian leaned slightly forward and immense pressure instantly enveloping the entire conference room. A faint blue arc flickered deep within his black pupils. Crack, the black circular table in the conference room suddenly split open down the middle. Thud. Thud. Darui Karatsuchi Chojuro and Maki the 4 guards didn't even let out a sound as their eyes rolled back fainting under the weight of this pressure and collapsing to the ground. The bodies of the 4 Kage sank heavily feeling as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. AI and Karatsuki's kneecaps creaked both groaning as their legs buckled kneeling straight down. Their knees struck the hard floor creating 2 shallow dents. Rashi and Terumi may although still seated had faces as pale as paper their bodies trembling violently. Don't forget you are here because I allow you to be here. Xian's voice was not loud yet it exploded in every ear. Your villages still exist because I have no interest in personally erasing them from the map. My patience is limited do not continually challenge it. The conference room fell into a terrifying silence with only the heavy breathing of a few people remaining. The glimmer of defiance in the eyes of AI and Karatsuchi faded completely. In the face of absolute power all unwillingness and dignity appeared laughable. In this suffocating silence a calm voice emerged. Sand Village agrees. The one who spoke was Rashi. He lowered his head and no one could see the expression on his face. Yet his action of signing the treaty showed no hesitation. Next Terumi May also picked up the pen and signed her name on the scroll. She lifted her head and smiled faintly at Xian though that smile carried a tinge of sorrow. Mist Village has no objections. The statements of these two struck AI and Inoki hard in the face. They were instantly isolated. AI trembled all over the pain and his severed arm flared up again and the lightning chakra ran amok on the surface of his body. Unwilling to accept he knew that the centuries-old foundation of Cloud Village could not be destroyed by him. Grasping at straws he raised his head and roared at Xian Even if we agree the daimyo will never consent, the military expenses of the ninja villages and the economy of the countries are all in their hands. Without their support how can you sustain the ninja of the entire ninja world? Your united army wouldn't last a day. Anoki seemed to have thought of something his eyes brightening as he continued The order of the ninja world exists because of the cooperation of the daimyo and the ninja villages. If you wish to break it you are going against the rules of the entire world. They placed their final hope on the lofty daimyo. Upon hearing the words daimyo a clearer smile appeared on Uchiha Gen's lips. He looked at AI who was kneeling on the ground and Inoki who was slumped over the table his eyes filled with pity and mockery as if watching two fools. Daimyo. He leaned back in his chair leisurely adjusting his sleeves. Xian's voice carried a hint of amusement. Upon hearing the words daimyo AI and Haida's spirits lifted. That's right. Daimyo. AI knelt on the ground suddenly raising his head a twisted expression on his face. The order of the ninja world is one of coexistence between the daimyo and the ninja villages. To overthrow it is to go against the rules of the entire world. Daimyo also leaned on the table panting heavily his murky old eyes suddenly brightening. Uchiha Gen you are indeed very strong almost inhuman. However ninjas do not come into being from thin air nor do ninja villages operate on a whim. The old man's voice was hoarse yet sharp. Military funds, resources, mission commissions, these are all in the hands of the daimyo. Offending them is akin to cutting off the lifeline of all ninjas. He thought he had grasped Uchiha Shin's weakness. A brute who only knows how to kill could not possibly understand the workings of politics and economics. However, Uchiha Shin's reaction left both of them dumbfounded. Leaning back in his chair, a smirk appeared on his lips and he even began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The applause echoed in the silent conference room, sounding somewhat jarring. Well said, truly well said. Shin looked at them, his gaze filled with mockery. Coexistence. System. Rules. He leaned forward, finding the situation amusing, resting his elbows on the table, his delicate face inching closer. Old man, let me ask you, who instigated the third great ninja war? Daimo's lips moved, but he said nothing. For a piece of barren land, for a laughable mine, or even because a certain daimyo had an ominous dream one night, war began. Shen's voice was calm, each word piercing the heart, and then. We ninjas were sent out like dogs, tearing each other apart, blood flowing like rivers. Parents die on the battlefield, leaving orphans. Brothers die on the battlefield, leaving siblings. In every village whose family doesn't have a few black and white memorial photos. We sacrifice our lives for so-called victory. Those daimyo hiding in safe places raise their wine cups, celebrating their expansion of territory and how much more tax they can collect. They treat our sacrifices as military achievements, our blood as topics for conversation at the banquet table. Then they toss us a little reward, like dismissing a beggar, making us feel grateful. Shen paused, sweeping his gaze over everyone present. This is not coexistence, old man. This is parasitism. They are parasites sucking blood from the massive body of ninjas, each one fat and gluttonous. Yet you all have maintained this ridiculous system for hundreds of years, proud as if it were the truth of the world. Daimo's face turned red, then pale. Ace breathing grew heavy. He wanted to retort but found himself unable to utter a word. Uchiha Shin spoke nothing but the truth. They as shadows could hardly be unaware. Yet for the sake of their village's survival they had to bow to the daimyo and execute those absurd orders. You. Daimo's lips trembled. This is heresy. Heresy. Shen sneered and turned his head slightly towards Uchiha Itachi behind him. Itachi understood his meaning, stepping forward silently and slamming a thick stack of scrolls and account books onto the conference table. This is the secret account book of the daimyo of the Land of Fire for nearly a decade. Shen pointed at the pile. He took military funds under the pretense of supporting the front lines, and 70% of it went into his own pockets. Used to build palaces and to support over 100 wives. He used the remaining 30% of military funds to aid Konoha while secretly supporting rogue ninjas from the grass and rain countries, instigating friction on the borders. The goal was to exhaust Konoha's strength, allowing this daimyo to maintain his grip on power. Oh, by the way, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could embezzle the fourth Hokage's inheritance and mistreat the hero's son, all with this daimyo's tacit approval. Because a too powerful Hokage does not align with his interests. Not just in the Land of Fire. Shen's gaze shifted towards AI and Rasha. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning loves rare beasts. How many ninjas do you jōnin send every year to capture them? How many have died? The Land of Winds suffers from constant drought with its citizens nearly starving, yet your Land of Winds daimyo is using gold to build himself a toilet. Rasha, does some of your magnetic release sand go towards his toilet? Rasha's face drained of color. Ace fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. These matters were top secrets in their respective villages, and also a shame they were reluctant to mention. Now however they were laid bare by Uchiha Shin so easily right on the table. In their eyes we powerful ninjas are not humans, merely more useful tools, obedient dogs. Their so-called support only sends us to bite other dogs. When we grow old, toothless or disobedient, they will not hesitate to slaughter us and replace us with new ones. Shin's voice echoed in the quiet conference room, each word like a hammer shattering the last bit of fantasy in the hearts of the four shadows. They always knew the world was dirty, but they chose to compromise to fit in. The youth before them however chose the most direct and violent method, flipping the table. Even if what you say is true. They do control the economic lifeline of the nation. The grain and resources. If you kill them, the entire country will be thrown into chaos. Tens of thousands of civilians will be displaced and starve. Do you want the entire world to be buried for your one? He attempted to pressure Shin with righteousness and morality. Hearing this, Uchiha Shin's expression finally turned cold. He slowly stood up, the chair sliding backward with a scraping sound. Chaos. He walked step by step to the massive floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the orderly Konoha village, now under the control of the Divine Army. With me here, this world cannot fall into chaos. His tone was calm yet carried an unarguable power. He turned around, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion, only coldness remaining. He said one sentence to the four shadows who were filled with suspicion and fear. It seems you want fine peace until these trash are cleaned up. Wait for me here. I will be right back. As soon as the words left his mouth, Uchiha Shin's figure vanished before everyone's eyes. No hand seals. No fluctuations of spacetime ninjutsu. Not even a ripple in the air. He simply disappeared. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. AI and Haida knelt on the ground while Rasha and Terumi may remained seated, all wide-eyed and gaping, unable to speak. Their minds were blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Where did he go? What was he going to do? What does "I will be right back" mean? After a long time, the silent guard behind Terumi Meichin finally scanned the entire room with his transplanted Byakugan, muttering uncertainly in a dry voice. Where is he? Where did he go? No one could answer him. AI raised his head, looking around, trying to find any trace of distorted space. There was nothing. This room was like an absolutely sealed iron box with nothing able to leave silently. What does "I'll be right back" mean? Luo Sha's voice trembled slightly. Arrogant fool. AI gritted his teeth, getting up from the ground, the sharp pain in his knee making his facial muscles twitch. Who does he think he is? A god? Does he think he can fly to the daimyo's mansion thousands of miles away? Although he said this, AI felt no confidence in his heart. The shock brought by Uchiha Gen had repeatedly shattered their common sense. Anoki lay on the table, his murky old eyes flickering uncertainly. He was thinking frantically, trying to understand this ability that transcended the realm of ninjutsu. What exactly was this? Was it a spacetime ninjutsu more advanced than the Flying Thunder God technique? Or was it some unknown bloodline limit? Time passed second by second. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling and maddening. Every second felt like a century. In the land of fire, the capital, at the daimyo's mansion. In a luxurious bedroom, incense wafted through the air. The daimyo of the land of fire, a middle-aged man as fat as a pig, was embracing two beautiful maidens, admiring the performance of the dancers below. A bunch of ignorant ninjas. The daimyo raised his golden cup, taking a sip of fine wine, his face full of contempt. Do they really think they are the masters of this country? Once I unite with other daimyos and cut off your military funding, let's see how arrogant you can be. The samurai leader beside him bowed and said, Your Excellency, you are wise. Those ninjas are nothing but dogs we raised. It's time for them to understand their place. The daimyo nodded in satisfaction, preparing to take another sip. Suddenly he felt the temperature in the entire room drop sharply. The sounds of singing and music vanished. He found himself unable to move. The two maidens nestled in his arms froze, their smiles stiff as if the pause button had been pressed. The dancers and musicians below also remained motionless in various poses. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. A black figure appeared before the daimyo without warning. It was Uchiha Gen. The daimyo's eyes spun wildly, his pupils filled with ultimate fear. He wanted to scream, to call for guards, but he couldn't even move a finger. Xian's gaze was calm, as if looking at an inanimate object. He reached out and casually removed the crown from the daimyo's head, a symbol of the highest secular power of the land of fire. The jewels embedded in the crown sparkled under the light. Your era has ended. Xian's voice resonated directly in the daimyo's mind. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. The power that had frozen everything in the room disappeared with him. Ah! The daimyo let out a scream that resembled no human sound, his corpulent body rolling off the soft couch and collapsing on the ground. A foul liquid spread from the luxurious leg of his trousers. His pants were wet. Almost at the same time. In the land of lightning, at the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo of the land of lightning was discussing with several samurai officials how to deal with potential changes in the cloud-hidden village. That guy AI is becoming increasingly disobedient. We must find a way to weaken his power. Just as his words fell, a figure appeared before him. Xian didn't waste words, he ignored the samurai, who instantly drew their swords and stood frozen in place. He stepped forward and took down the blade that had been passed down for hundreds of years, a symbol of the power of the land of lightning. The figure vanished, leaving behind a room full of samurai with shocked expressions, unable to move. In the land of earth, the daimyo was lying in the courtyard enjoying a massage from a maiden while shaking a luxurious gilded fan. Xian's figure appeared and took the fan from his hand. The daimyo only felt a void in his grasp before he could react. The figure disappeared. In the land of water, the daimyo was admiring a newly acquired jade rui. Xian appeared and took the jade rui away. In the land of wind, the daimyo was reprimanding his servants while leaning on his golden scepter. Xian appeared and took the scepter away. In less than a minute, Uchiha Xian's figure, like a messenger of divine punishment, descended upon the centers of power of the 5 great nations. In the face of countless elite samurai who couldn't react, he took the symbols of power that the 5 daimyos regarded as their very lives, and left a single phrase in the minds of each of them. From this day forth, all military and political power will be transferred to the command headquarters of the Ninja Alliance. Konoha Command Headquarters Conference Room. A minute has passed. Anoki glanced at the clock on the wall, his voice hoarse. He hasn't returned. Perhaps he is just putting on a show. AI snorted coldly. Maybe he knows he's in the wrong and is looking for an excuse to slip away. I don't believe he can really. His words got stuck in his throat. A subtle ripple appeared again in the air at the center of the conference room. Uchiha Xian's figure materialized out of thin air, returning to the position he had previously stood. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll outside. You returned. Terumi Mei's voice trembled slightly. Xian did not answer her. He simply raised his hand and waved casually. Clang. A crisp and piercing sound of metal clashing against jade resonated throughout the silent conference room. 5 items were casually tossed onto the massive black round table by him. One was the crown of the daimyo of the land of fire. One was the blade of the daimyo of the land of lightning. One was the gilded fan of the daimyo of the land of earth. One was the jade rui of the daimyo of the land of water. And the last was the golden scepter of the daimyo of the land of wind. These 5 items were all too familiar to everyone present. They frequently appeared at various celebrations and announcements, the highest symbols of secular power of the 5 great nations. Now they were piled on the conference table like a heap of garbage. Everyone in the conference room looked at those 5 items in a daze. Ace's eyes were wide as saucers, his mouth open enough to fit an egg, yet he could not make any sound. He stared intently at the familiar blade, the national treasure he personally polished for the daimyo every year. Anoki's murky old eyes were fixated on the fan, his body trembling like chaff. The schemes and political maneuvers he prided himself on had become a joke at that moment. Luosha and Terumi Mai's faces drained of color, leaving only endless astonishment. They finally understood what kind of existence they were facing. This is not a ninja. This is not a human. This is a god. A god who speaks no reason, only facts. Uchiha Gen leisurely walked back to his main seat and sat down. He picked up the cup of tea that had long since gone cold, taking a gentle sip. Then he raised his head, looking at the 4 shadows who had become completely petrified as if their souls had been drawn out, and spoke lightly. That voice was like the final judgment. Now, does anyone have any objections? In the entire conference room, only the heavy breathing of 4 figures could be heard. The 4th Reikage AI stared intently at the familiar dagger on the table, his body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. This was the national treasure of the land of lightning, inherited for 300 years. Every generation of Reikage had to personally polish the blade for the daimyo, swearing allegiance. Now this blade, symbolizing the samurai spirit of the land of lightning, was carelessly discarded here as if it were garbage. The person who brought it here had taken only a minute. A minute. From Konohagakure to Kumogakure and then back to the other 4 great nations, a round trip. What did Ace pride in his speed amount to in the face of this? A joke. What did his proud strength amount to? An even more ridiculous joke. He didn't even have the qualification to rescue the daimyo. No, he didn't even have the qualification to react. Ace's beliefs were shattered to pieces in that moment. He thought of his father, the 3rd Reikage, the man who could withstand the tailed beast bomb. If his father were alive, what would he do when faced with such a monster? AI didn't know. All he knew was that he had lost so utterly that he was left with nothing. Not just him, but the entire Kumogakure, the entire shinobi world had lost. Their proud ninjutsu bloodline limits and the combat systems built over hundreds of years were as fragile as paper in front of this unreasonable youth. Sachiki Janoki's murky old eyes suddenly shed 2 lines of clear tears. He made no sound, merely crying silently. The black soil behind him witnessed this scene, feeling as if his heart was being cut, yet unable to utter a word. She knew that her grandfather was not crying for Iwagakure nor for the power he was about to lose. He was crying for an era initiated by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, maintained by countless ninjas with blood and life for nearly 100 years. Today this era was hastily concluded by one person in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. They were actually opposing such an existence. How foolish. How laughable. Anoki recalled his youth learning dust release under the 2nd Tsuchikage and realized. At that time he thought mastering this ninjutsu, surpassing bloodline elimination, placed him at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Now he understood that the so-called pinnacle was merely a step beneath others. He trembled as he reached out with his age-spotted hand, picking up the brush in front of him. The brush felt heavy as if it bore the weight of a mountain. He looked at the Shinobi World Integration Treaty in front of him, each word proclaiming the death of the old era. Anoki closed his eyes and slowly wrote his name stroke by stroke on the scroll belonging to the land of earth. Anoki. After writing these 2 characters, it was as if all his strength had been drained and he slumped over the table, motion. Anoki's action was like knocking down the first domino. AI watched the scene and the last glimmer of struggle in his eyes was extinguished. He dejectedly sat back down, picked up the brush. He didn't look at the contents of the scroll again, for that would drive him mad. He simply mechanically wrote his name on the paper with all his strength. After signing, he slammed the brush onto the table, producing a crisp sound as if venting his last unwillingness. Next came Raza. He had long resigned himself to fate, picked up the brush and quickly signed his name. Karatsuchi looked at the 3 men and smiled bitterly. She too picked up the brush, signing her name on the scroll belonging to the land of water. 4 scrolls. 4 signed decrees. They were neatly placed on the table. Uchiha Shisui stepped forward, collecting the 4 scrolls one by one, respectfully presenting them to Uchiha Izuna. Izuna didn't even glance at the scrolls. It was as if they were just 4 inconsequential documents. He slowly stood up, hands in his pockets, and walked step by step to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at the orderly Konoha below, as if overseeing the entire shinobi world. From today this land would have only one master. From today there will no longer be the land of fire, the land of wind, the land of water, the land of lightning, or the land of earth. Izuna's voice echoed in the spacious conference room, not loud yet clearly, reaching everyone's ears as if carrying a certain power of law. War, hatred, division. All these laughable things come to an end here. In this world there will be only one voice, and that is my voice. My will is the only order in this world. His words lacked fervor devoid of excitement, only the calmness of inevitability. It was as if he was not announcing the arrival of a new era but merely stating a fact that had long been destined. This calm was more terrifying than any roar. Ai Inoki Raza Karatsuchi, the four once mighty shadows, now sat like four prisoners awaiting judgment, their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. They knew their era had completely ended. They didn't even have the qualification to become history, they would merely be seen as a trivial stepping stone before the opening of a new era. Izuna turned around, his black eyes sweeping over the four disheartened former shadows. He issued his first command as the supreme commander of the shinobi world. Return and reorganize your troops. Confiscate all resistance forces and deal with those disobedient nobles and samurai. A month from now I want to inspect the newly formed Shinobi Alliance army in the Land of Iron. I do not wish to see anyone who should not be present nor hear any voices that should not be heard. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Do you understand? Yes. The four of them weakly replied in unison. Good. Izuna nodded, seemingly satisfied with their attitude. Itachi Shisui, see them out. With that he no longer paid attention to them and turned to leave the conference room. He had more important matters to attend to. The unification of the shinobi world was just the beginning. The true enemies, those hiding on the moon, were still waiting for him. As Uchiha Izuna departed, the suffocating pressure that had almost made it hard to breathe in the conference room slowly dissipated. Ai and Karatsuchi climbed up from the ground, the sharp pain in their knees making them grimace, but what they cared about more was the hollow feeling inside. Raza and Karatsuchi also stood up, their faces filled with numbness. The fallen Darui and others also slowly regained consciousness. They looked at their leader in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Let's go. Ace's voice was hoarse as he turned, first walking towards the door, his back exuding an indescribable desolation. Anoki, supported by Karatsuchi and Akatsuchi, staggered behind. Raza and Karatsuchi also left this place that had instilled in them an unforgettable shame and fear with their respective guards silently. When they exited the headquarters building and saw the sky over Konoha again, they felt as if they had returned from another world. On the streets, the Uchiha patrols dressed in black combat uniforms continued their tasks indifferently. They didn't even raise an eyebrow when they saw the four shadows emerge. To them, these individuals were no longer the exalted shadows but just four defeated generals recently conscripted under the command. The four teams split ways at the village entrance, each embarking on their journey back to their own villages. What they would bring back was news that would overturn the entire shinobi world. A new era has today been forcibly initiated in the most barbaric manner. In the commander's office, Uchiha Shan sat back in his main seat. The entire ninja world had submitted, yet there was little expression on his face. Unifying the ninja world was merely the first step, as it was aimed at making space for the true enemy. Quan, notify the medical department. Have them prepare to receive the medical ninjutsu data from each village and quickly integrate a new battlefield rescue method. Yes, Lord Xian. Uchiha Quan looked at Xian, her eyes shining. She understood that Xian was undertaking a monumental task that no one had ever attempted before. Shisui. Your subordinate is here. Uchiha Shisui knelt on one knee, his posture impeccable. From today onwards we will establish the Commander's Department. You will serve as the head of intelligence, overseeing the entire intelligence network of the ninja world. I need to be informed immediately of any movements on this land. Furthermore, you will supervise the reorganization of each village. Anyone who dares to disobey will be executed. Understood. Shisui's voice was cold, carrying an uncontainable killing intent. Itachi. Commander. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, his expression solemn. The original troops of Konoha will be reorganized into the 1st Legion of the United Ninja Army, and you will be the Legion Commander. The task is to ensure the troops quickly become familiar with the new command system. Uchiha Xian finished speaking and took out a small booklet from his drawer. This was something he had spent all night obtaining from the system. The beginner's gift package from the system contained the original version of the basic applications of Chi Handbook. That thing was powerful, but it had excessively high demands on human will and talent. Even the elites of the Uchiha clan had to struggle to the brink of death in the gravity chamber just to grasp the basics. It was impossible to have all ninjas learn it. Thus Uchiha Shen deleted all the esoteric content regarding spirit will and emotional bursts from the original version. He only retained simple methods for energy perception and physical training. The chi cultivated in this manner would possess only about 1/10 of the power of the elite version. However, the advantage was its low threshold. As long as one was a ninja willing to invest time in training, they could succeed. What Uchiha Shen desired was not a few unreplicable divine legions, but a vast number of soldiers capable of overpowering the ninjas of the old era. That would be sufficient. He handed the booklet to Itachi. This is a simplified version of the basic training method for Chi. Find some people in the 1st Legion to promote it. I need an army that can keep pace with me, not a group of useless individuals who only know how to manipulate chakra. Itachi extended his hands, carefully accepting the booklet, his fingers trembling. He was fully aware of the weight of this booklet. Even in its simplified version, it was enough to change the power dynamics of the entire ninja world. To disseminate such a thing to the army showed a boldness that seemed beyond human capability, almost like the work of a divine being. Your subordinate will not disgrace the mission. Itachi bowed deeply, his reverence for Xian reaching an entirely new height. Once all matters were addressed, the others gradually withdrew. The office was empty, leaving only Uchiha Xian alone. The night had grown deep. Once quiet settled in, the long unheard system prompt finally appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the phased main quest, Unification of the Ninja World. Quest description: using absolute military force end the old era of division among the 5 great nations and establish a singular supreme dominance covering the entire ninja world. Quest rating S. The host has reshaped the world order with efficiency far exceeding expectations in the shortest time possible. Quest rewards being calculated. World order reshaping. Detecting new threats. Warning. New threats are awakening, please prepare, host. Hearing the series of prompts from the system, Xian's expression remained unchanged, as if he had long anticipated it. He stood up, his figure flickering, and he was already atop Hokage Rock. He stood on the face of the first Hokage, looking down at the brightly lit Konoha village beneath him. The night wind blew through his black cloak and the moonlight fell upon him. He raised his head to gaze at the moon in the sky, which appeared oddly large. Since breaking through to Super Saiyan 2 in the Rain Village, he had vaguely sensed an energy emanating from the moon. Now that he had unified the ninja world, that feeling had become much clearer. The energy resembled chakra but felt more ancient and colder. Come out, Xian said softly. The patterns of his left eye's Sharingan began to rotate, the 6-pointed star design glowing red. In sight. In an instant his vision seemed to penetrate space. The distance of 380,000 kilometers between the Earth and the Moon was continuously shortened under the power of his gaze. The craters on the Moon's surface grew larger and clearer in his sight. His gaze passed through the surface of the Moon and directly into its interior. He soon saw it. On the dark side of the Moon, a cluster of structures that should not exist was floating. They were bizarre palaces like remnants of some ancient civilization. In the deepest part of the largest palace, Xian sensed a massive source of chakra that was sleeping. The scale of that energy was even greater than that of the outer path golem from the Rain Village. But Xian's attention was not on that chakra source. His gaze fell upon the throne of that palace where a person was sleeping. This was a person dressed in a white robe with a white cloth covering his eyes. His aura was weak, yet the essence of his bloodline was pure. It was a presence akin to Otsutsuki Kagaya, but unlike Kagaya, it was not mixed with the powers of the divine tree and the Ten Tails. This was a more primitive Otsutsuki bloodline. So this is where you were hiding. Xian withdrew his gaze and the Sharingan in his left eye transformed back into a normal black eye. His expression grew serious. The true enemy had arrived. Those gods who treated humanity as livestock and the planet as an orchard had always been hiding on the Moon. Everyone could see the Moon, yet no one had ever thought about what might be up there. They looked down from their lofty heights, coldly observing everything that occurred on this planet. The corners of Uchiha Xian's mouth twitched into a cold smile. He muttered to himself, as if speaking to the beings on the Moon but also to himself. Otsutsuki, wait for me. I will soon ascend and personally visit you. His voice was scattered by the night wind, yet that killing intent seemed to solidify in the air. At that moment, deep within the distant Moon in the palace that had remained silent for thousands of years, the young man in white robes Otsutsuki Sho, whose eyes were covered, suddenly moved his eyelids. It was as if during his long slumber he sensed a gaze coming from the blue planet. That gaze made him feel uneasy. Xian stood atop Hokage Rock, gazing at the Moon above, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his left eye gradually ceasing its rotation. The scene from 380,000 kilometers away vanished from his mind. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xian's mouth as he withdrew his gaze and snapped his fingers with his right hand. He disappeared instantly. The night breeze of Konoha blew through, leaving Hokage Rock eerily empty. In the Iron Country fortress, heavy snow was swept by the cold wind, crashing down hard onto the ground. In the vast training ground, 100,000 ninjas from the original 5 great ninja villages stood. Everyone had removed their previous headbands and donned unified black combat uniforms of the allied forces. The supply distribution point at the edge of the formation had turned into utter chaos. Huangtu of the original IWA ninja village had a grim expression, gripping the collar of Darui from the original Kumogakure tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Huangtu felt that the people from Kumogakure were deliberately provoking, handing out moldy rations and rotten medicine to their IWA brothers. Darui gripped the handle of his blade, pulling it halfway out, the blade reflecting white light in the snow. The dozens of IWA and Kumogakure ninjas nearby immediately surrounded them, each gritting their teeth, hands reaching for their ninja tool pouches at their waists. Centuries of hatred couldn't simply vanish with a piece of paper. Looking for death. Huangtu roared, his fist glowing with earthy yellow chakra encased in a thick layer of rock, smashing toward Darui's face. Darui also drew his long blade, the edge crackling with blinding lightning, resolutely meeting Huangtu's attack. The two were about to collide. A figure clad in a black robe suddenly appeared between them. Uchiha Itachi stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze cold, not even glancing at the two. Itachi's body erupted with a blinding white mist. The violent airflow instantly transformed into a tangible pressure, pushing away all the surrounding snowflakes and crashing hard onto the ground within a radius of several meters. Bang! The doton on Huangtu's fist shattered instantly, along with the rock armor on his arm exploding into dust. He was forced to kneel on the ground, his kneecap cracking with a sound that made one's teeth ache. Darui fared worse. The ninja blade in his hand was snapped into 3 pieces and his body uncontrollably fell into the snow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The dozens of old-era ninjas surrounding them who were ready to take action felt as if they had been struck in the chest by a large hammer, collapsing to their knees, finding it hard to even breathe. The training ground that had just been noisy fell silent. Tens of thousands of terrified eyes gathered on the scene. Itachi slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the trembling crowd on the ground. The rules of the Allied forces dictate only obedience. Itachi's voice pierced through the wind and snow, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The grievances of the old era are dead. Now you all have only one life, that is the life of the commander. If there is any private fighting, you will be directly thrown into the incinerator. Huantu gasped on the ground, his face filled with shock. His most skilled Doton had shattered before that layer of white mist, not even lasting a second. Darui gritted his teeth, burying his face in the snow, lacking even the courage to raise his head. Itachi withdrew the white mist and turned to walk toward the command tent, leaving the old era ninjas dumbfounded. They looked at Itachi's retreating figure, finally understanding that the initial cultivation manual issued was not an ordinary taijutsu but a form of absolute power beyond chakra. Inside the medical tent at the corner of the training ground, the smell of blood was pungent. Tsunade stood in front of a hospital bed, her brow furrowed tightly. A member of the Anbu from Kirigakure lay on the bed. He had failed to control his strength during the high-gravity adaptation training, resulting in 8 broken ribs from tenfold gravity, with bone fragments piercing into his lungs and near his heart. 3 high-level medical ninjas from the old era were sweating profusely, their hands glowing with green medical chakra, desperately pressing against the patient's chest. But the green light was growing weaker. The patient's breathing was visibly slowing, his mouth continuously foaming with blood. An old medical ninja sighed, retracting his hands, dejectedly shaking his head, repeatedly saying the internal damage was too severe to Tsunade bit her lip, a wave of despair washing over her. She thought this was a deliberate attempt by the Allied forces to exhaust their Kirigakure members using the terrifying gravity chamber. Suddenly the tent flap was flung open. Uchiha Izumi strode in a gust of cold wind, following him. He walked briskly to the hospital bed and abruptly pushed the old medical ninja aside. Tsunade was about to speak to stop him. Izumi's hands were already pressed against the injured man's bloody chest. No hand signs were made. There was no fluctuation of chakra extraction. A blinding white light erupted from Izumi's palms, enveloping the patient's entire upper body in an instant, filled with pure life energy. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, her body frozen in place. Under the illumination of the white light, the patient's sunken chest began to visibly swell back up. Crack! The broken ribs automatically reconnected beneath the muscle, making a crisp sound. The bone shards that had pierced the lung were forcefully expelled. The ruptured internal organs healed rapidly, and even the skin that had been rolled back began to grow new flesh within seconds, scabbing over to reveal smooth skin. In less than 10 seconds, the patient suddenly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and threw off the covers, sitting up from the bed. He touched his chest in disbelief, his complexion healthier than before his injury, and directly jumped off the bed, taking a few steps. The 3 medical ninjas around him were so startled they fell to the ground, staring at Uchiha Izumi, their mouths agape. Tsunade stood in place, her mind buzzing. This was not medical ninjutsu at all, this was forcibly creating life. There was no need to understand human anatomy nor to finely control chakra, just pouring in this white energy could instantly pull a dying person back from the brink of death. Tsunade swallowed hard, lowering her head, her pride as the Mizukage completely shattered. She realized that the so-called 5 great nations were truly just a group of barbarians who had not even touched the threshold before Uchiha. At the highest point of the Iron Country fortress in the commander's tent, Uchiha Shan leaned back in a wide black throne, his legs crossed, eyes closed in. The sounds of wind and snow outside were completely blocked by an invisible barrier. Uchiha Shisui walked in, stirring a cold wind, and quickly knelt heavily before the throne on one knee. Commander, the cleansing operation has concluded. Shisui lifted a bloodstained scroll high with both hands, his voice laced with killing intent. The remaining nobles of the Land of Fire and Land of Earth formed an alliance with 300 exiled warriors intending to ambush our supply convoy at the border. Shen didn't even open his eyes, merely turning his neck slightly. Have they been dealt with? The first Anbu team was deployed and all 300 were beheaded. The nobles' mansions along with everyone inside were burned to the ground. This is the list of the rebels. Shen did not reach for the scroll. He leaned back against the throne, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Hang all 300 heads on the border's wooden stakes of the Iron Country. I want every soldier in this 100,000-strong army to clearly see them during drills. Shen opened his eyes, his black pupils filled with cold, killing intent. The trash of the old era should be swept into the grave, there is no need to remember names. Shisui immediately bowed his head in acceptance, his eyes brimming with fervor. He stood up and retreated. The tent flap was lifted once more. The former Reikage AI and former Tsuchikage Anoki entered. The two no longer bore the imposing airs of their past, dressed in plain black uniforms resembling 2 ordinary old soldiers. As they reached the throne, AI and Anoki exchanged glances and simultaneously bowed deeply at 90 degrees. Anoki raspingly called out, "Commander." AI stepped forward and cautiously placed a statistical report on the table before Shen. The basic application manual has been distributed across the entire army. After these days of training, about 30% of the 100,000 have started to sense chi, able to form a weak protective layer on their bodies. AI lowered his head, not daring to meet Xian's eyes. However, the remaining 70% have become accustomed to refining chakra, making it difficult for their meridians to adapt to this new energy in a short time. Forcing the training could even lead to meridian damage, completely halting progress. Xian chuckled coldly. The unabashed mockery echoed in the tent, causing AI and Anoki to shiver, a chill running down their bones. Xian stood up, descended the steps, and walked step by step toward the two. The heavy sense of oppression descended instantly. Anoki felt as if his neck was being tightly gripped by iron pincers, making it hard to breathe. AI felt a chill run down his back, cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the carpet. Hard to adapt. Xian looked down at them, his gaze sweeping over their heads. Tell the ones below if they can't ignite even a white flame in a month, they will have their hands and feet cut off and be tossed into the mines to dig stones. The Allied forces do not support useless individuals. Anoki suddenly raised his head, wanting to argue for his subordinates, but upon seeing Xian's emotionless eyes, the words caught in his throat. Do not mistake my mercy for an excuse for your laziness. Xian turned and returned to the throne, sitting back down. If these 100,000 useless people do not transform quickly when the things from above come down, they won't even qualify to be cannon fodder. AI and Anoki stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. They could not comprehend Xian's words, only feeling an inexplicable fear enveloping them. Xian waved his hand, his face full of disdain. Get out, speed up the process. The two dared not ask another word, feeling as if they had received a great pardon, turning and fleeing from the tent. As the cold wind blew outside, Anoki realized that his clothes were already soaked through. 380,000 kilometers away in the pitch-black universe. On the far side of the moon, a massive palace that had been hidden in darkness for 1,000 years was covered in thick dust. It was deathly silent, showing no signs of life. At the end of the great hall, a person sat quietly on a high throne. He wore a loose white robe, a white cloth band covering his eyes, resembling a statue that had turned to stone. Suddenly, the fingers of Otsutsuki Shin's hand moved slightly. The white cloth covering his face silently slid down, landing on the dusty stone floor. He suddenly opened his eyes. They were pure white eyes, devoid of pupils, yet emanated a cold indifference that looked down upon all beings. Shin slowly stood up, the bones in his body cracking as he stepped down from the throne, walking step by step to the center of the palace. There, a huge energy sphere emitting a faint yellow light floated. Shin extended his pale hands, pressing them against the cold surface of the energy sphere. Pure Otsutsuki chakra continuously flowed into it. The energy sphere's glow brightened, instantly illuminating the entire dark palace. Shin closed his eyes, using the enhancement of his Rinnegan to extend his perception across the vast starry sky, directly projecting it toward the blue planet. Moments later, Shin's brow furrowed tightly. A hint of extreme shock flickered in his white eyes, which then swiftly transformed into rage. He could not find chakra. The chakra network that originally covered the entire earth like a great net had nearly vanished. In its place was a violent, domineering energy that was completely unreasonable. Those energies felt like countless sharp blades stabbing painfully into his perception. They have abandoned the chakra granted by their ancestors. Shin's voice echoed through the empty palace, carrying a judgment-like, cold, killing intent. They are inferior beings who have betrayed their god. He clenched his fists tightly. The enormous energy sphere in the center of the palace erupted with blinding light, causing the crust of the far side of the moon to violently tremble. Shin's chakra surged madly, connecting through the core to the lunar surface's craters. Since you have chosen to betray, then this failed planet shall turn to cosmic dust along with you. Boom. Huge cracks opened up on the surface of the moon. 3 gigantic rocks, each several hundred meters in diameter, broke free from the moon's gravity and slowly ascended. With the strong push of chakra, the 3 massive meteors streaked across the dark universe, generating terrifying heat from intense friction, trailing long red tails as they hurtled towards Earth. The training ground of the Iron Nation fortress was pierced by the shrill scream that tore through the wind and snow. 100,000 black-clad ninjas halted their movements, staring up at the sky. The gray clouds vanished and the entire sky was set ablaze in a blood-red hue. The temperature of the air rose rapidly, and the thick snow accumulated on the ground for half a month melted, instantly rising in large clouds of steam. 3 massive fireballs penetrated the atmosphere, bearing the pressure of catastrophic destruction as they hurtled toward the Iron Nation fortress. These were not ninjutsu, they were 3 gigantic meteors, each several hundred meters in diameter. Before the meteors could land, a giant shadow already enveloped the entire valley. The high-temperature air pressure bore down mercilessly on the heads of the 100,000 soldiers. Anoki instinctively wanted to form hand seals to block the attack, but his hands froze in midair. He realized that under the oppressive force and high temperature of the meteors, the chakra in his meridians felt as if it had been frozen, utterly immobile. AI craned his neck, his muscles tensed. He wished to unleash his lightning release armor, but the moment the blue arcs began to flicker, they were crushed by the high-pressure air. Loquat and Terumi felt their legs weak and unable to even stand. Panic spread through the 100,000 troops, causing the formations to break apart. Countless old era ninjas discarded their weapons, covering their heads and kneeling in the mud, wailing in despair. This was a natural disaster that sought to wipe an entire nation from the earth. Uchiha Gen stood atop the command platform, his eyelids not even fluttering, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Gen stepped down with his right foot and the entire rock command platform collapsed instantly. He transformed into a streak of black light soaring up into the sky against the three meteors. He issued no commands, he alone charged into the catastrophe. In midair, Gen clenched his right fist, unleashing the energy within him in an instant. A golden flame erupted, transforming into a soaring pillar of light that pushed back the pressure brought by the meteors. Gen threw a punch at the largest meteor in the center. The golden punch wind morphed into an energy shockwave, colliding with the massive rock that was several hundred meters wide. There was no stalemate, no sound. The meteor, capable of destroying a nation, disintegrated from its core the moment it made contact with the golden punch wind, reduced to a cloud of powder scattered across the sky. Inoki knelt in the muddy water, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out, his jaw nearly hitting his chest. Without the need for hand seals or charging energy, a single ordinary punch reduced the natural disaster to ashes. The remaining two meteors still howled as they fell. Gen turned midair, his legs slightly bent, his hands resting at his waist. Massive energy converged in his palms, erupting in a blinding blue light. Gen let out a low roar, pushing his palms toward the sky. A blue energy pillar over 10 meters wide shot forth, then split in midair, transforming into two blue dragons. The blue light pierced through the cores of the remaining two meteors. A tremendous explosion finally resounded through the skies above the Iron Nation as the two massive meteors were detonated from within, exploding into countless burning fragments. The sky was filled with fiery meteors cascading down the edges of the fortress, resembling a fireworks display. The 100,000 allied ninjas stared blankly upwards, gazing at the figure enveloped in golden light, their minds utterly blank. AI gaped, gasping for breath. The last shred of pride he felt for the old era ninjutsu was crushed by this blue light. Itachi and Shisui stood by the ruins of the collapsed command platform, their eyes filled with fervor, nearly kneeling in worship toward the sky. This was the power of a commander, a means possessed only by the divine. Gen stood amidst the rain of fire, raising his right hand, pointing at the enormous moon visible even in daylight. A deep voice echoed in every ninja's ears. The trash of the old era has perished, now it's time for the false gods in the sky to taste the fists of the allied forces. As soon as the words fell, the flames in the sky suddenly twisted. A massive chakra appeared out of nowhere, gathering the flames and smoke above. Seconds later, a gigantic phantom several hundred meters high, entirely composed of chakra, materialized above the Iron Nation. It was Otsutsuki Shinjiro, clad in a white robe, eyes closed. The chakra pressure emitted by the phantom was 10 times stronger than that of the meteors just now. The original 5 great village ninjas, who had just begun to breathe easy, were once again pressed to the ground by the chakra emanating from their bloodline source, their bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Inoki spat out a mouthful of blood, desperately trying to lift his head, but found his body trembling uncontrollably. The gigantic phantom of Shinjiro loomed over the earth. He kept his eyes closed, yet there was an air of disdain, as if looking at mere ants. A grand voice echoed through the valley. I, Otsutsuki Shinjiro, will erase you weeds on behalf of my ancestors, you inferior beings who have abandoned chakra. The phantom raised its enormous palm, gathering green light in its palm, preparing to unleash a strike that would annihilate this continent. Gen looked at the hand that obscured the sky and couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't be bothered to say more. The golden flame within him expanded once more, directly breaking the sound barrier with the sky dance technique. In midair, an explosion of sound erupted, and Gen's figure left a golden afterimage as he dashed toward the face of the phantom. The phantom of Shinjiro paused, seemingly taken aback that the insect on the ground dared to charge forward. Gen's right hand, covered in golden energy, grasped the phantom's throat. Destroy the earth. With you cosmic thieves who steal fruit. You dare to stand here and speak. The golden light in Gen's palm erupted, transforming into countless blades of energy that poured into the phantom's neck. The chakra that Otsutsuki took pride in felt like paper in the face of such domineering energy. This force forcibly severed the energy connection between the phantom and the moon. The expression of superiority on the phantom's face froze, turning to shock. Golden cracks spread across the surface of its several hundred-meter-high body. Gen tightened his 5 fingers. With a loud crashing sound, the phantom of Otsutsuki collapsed inch by inch, transforming into a sky full of green light points. From the appearance of the phantom to its being crushed, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. The 100,000 ninjas lying in the muddy water could only watch in disbelief as the chakra deity was crushed like a chicken by their commander. Breath ceased and the training ground fell into utter silence. Loquat swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes transfixed on the light points in the sky, a deep reverence for Uchiha Gen etched into his bones. Gen descended back to the ground amidst the silence, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeves. He turned to glance at Uchiha Shisui, who was still kneeling in a daze, and issued a command. All troops clear the debris from the fortress and practice diligently. I will head to the heavens and slay that godlike rat. After finishing this statement, Gen's left eye Sharingan began to spin, the blood-red 6-pointed star flashing with a menacing light. His gaze penetrated the sky, ignoring the vacuum of space, locking onto the palace on the far side of the moon 380,000 kilometers away. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Gen's lips as he casually snapped his fingers. A ripple spread through the air and Gen's figure vanished into thin air. What remained was the sight of the 100,000 soldiers of the Allied forces kneeling in the muddy water, fervently worshipping the sky alongside the stunned-aged faces of Inoki and others. The spatial fluctuations ceased. Xian landed on the far side of the moon, standing on the cold surface of a crater. There was no air around, nor was there gravity. The cosmic rays and low temperatures could not penetrate his body, blocked by an invisible energy field. His heart beat powerfully and the energy within him circulated automatically, completely isolating him from the lethal environment outside. Xian lifted his head and glanced at the desolate lunar surface. The blood-red six-pointed star in his left eye began to rotate, his ocular power slicing through the space ahead. His vision pierced through hundreds of meters of rock layers, tearing apart the illusionary barrier that the Otsutsuki clan had hidden for thousands of years. A massive bronze door dozens of meters high appeared at the end of his sight. The door was engraved with ancient clan emblems exuding a scent of decay. Xian stepped forward, his leather shoes crunching on the gravel, kicking aside several obstructing meteors as he approached the giant door. A dull sound of grinding gears echoed as the mechanisms activated, causing the ground to tremble. The bronze door slid open from the center to both sides. Blinding searchlight beams shot out from behind the door, illuminating the dark passage in a stark white. Thousands of pale puppets surged out from the door. These killing machines had no facial features, and green chakra blades sprang forth from their arms. Hundreds of light blades intertwined in midair, sealing off all his escape routes. The puppets in the back row opened their mouths, unleashing a barrage of chakra energy bullets aimed at him. Xian kept his hands in his pockets, raising his eyelids slightly. Instead of stopping, he quickened his pace. Pure white flames erupted from his body, forming a dazzling halo around him. The first few puppets charged forward, leaping into the air and swinging their several meter-long light blades down at Xian's head. As the blades approached within a foot of his body, it felt as though they had hit a wall. The chakra crumbled like paper before this energy, instantly disintegrating into green light particles that scattered in the air. The energy bullets struck the white flames, creating no ripples, evaporating instantly. The white flames rolled violently, crashing into the puppet formation. The solid metal skeletons melted rapidly upon contact with the halo, turning into pools of boiling molten iron that splashed onto the ground. Xian, expressionless, stepped into the underground passage, treading on the bubbling dark red liquid. Countless puppets leaped down from the walls, lunging at the white light. No matter how many came, they were all melted away, unable to slow him down by even a second, only allowing the molten iron on the ground to accumulate more. His vision suddenly cleared. A massive underground palace appeared with a gigantic reincarnation eye energy core floating in the center, emitting a blinding yellow light. Otsutsuki Sharon, dressed in a white robe, floated above the steps in front of the throne. His pure white eyes, devoid of pupils, looked down at Xian, who had intruded. Sharon's brow furrowed tightly. He couldn't understand how this individual who had no chakra fluctuations managed to pass through his army of puppets unscathed. Inferior being daring to soil this sacred land, Sharon's voice echoed in the vast hall. You have destroyed the order left by the Sage of Six Paths, and today you shall face judgment here. Ha! Xian laughed, directly interrupting him. Stop pretending to be divine with borrowed power. A group of thieves who steal energy from other planets across the universe are fit to speak of judgment. The word thief pierced Sharon's nerves. A murderous intent suddenly surged in his calm white eyes. Sharon crossed his hands in front of his chest and waved, causing the massive reincarnation eye behind him to shrink abruptly. Dozens of compressed green energy spheres appeared out of thin air, crashing down with a sound that tore the air apart. Each energy sphere's power was enough to level a mountain, and the temperature in the entire palace began to rise rapidly. Xian remained in a lazy posture with his hands in his pockets and his feet casually apart. The green energy spheres bombarded his chest and shoulders in succession. The deafening explosions reverberated throughout the palace, fireballs and debris engulfing the area where Xian stood. Shockwaves spread outward, shattering dozens of stone pillars, and heavy chunks of rock fell from the ceiling. A cold smile crept onto Sharon's lips, believing the intruder was dead. As the smoke cleared, Xian slowly raised his right hand, casually brushing away the dust before twisting his neck, the bones cracking in a series of sharp pops. His black uniform showed not a single sign of damage. An invisible field had blocked all attacks. Sharon's smile froze, his eyes filled with horror and his hands trembled slightly. Xian didn't give him a chance to recover. He stomped his right foot violently against the ground. The jade stone floor exploded with a thunderous crack, collapsing into a massive pit several meters deep, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the entire hall. With a loud bang, Xian's figure became a black shadow, moving so fast it broke the sound barrier. Sharon barely perceived a blur before a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Xian's right fist landed solidly against his stomach, the fist sinking in. Otsutsuki's body felt as brittle as paper before this force. His organs were crushed and Sharon's eyes nearly bulged out as he spat a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. His body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 walls and burying him beneath a pile of rubble. Xian slowly retracted his fist, his gaze icy. With this little capability you dare to claim you will destroy Earth? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a violent tremor suddenly erupted from the ruins. An anomaly occurred. Sharon was not dead, instead he had descended into madness. A hoarse roar emerged from beneath the rubble as he pressed both hands against the gigantic reincarnation eye energy core floating above. The surface of the yellow sphere was instantly covered in cracks, then exploded with a thunderous sound. Thousands of years of accumulated energy transformed into a golden torrent, frantically surging into Sharon's body. His power went out of control, breaking through its original limits. A thick dark golden beam shot into the sky, directly piercing through the palace's dome. The violent airflow crushed all the stones pressing down on him. Sharon's body rose with the beam, strange dark patterns appearing on his skin, and dark golden light flowed within his white eyes. 9 pitch-black Dao-seeking orbs coalesced behind him, growing several times larger than before, exuding a chilling aura. This descendant of the Otsutsuki had transformed into a mindless monster. Sharon raised his arm, pointing his fingertips at Xian below. Space collapsed. Xian suddenly looked up, a hint of danger flashing in his eyes. Just as he intended to exert force, his abdomen suffered an invisible blow. This speed was far greater than before. Xian's body was smashed into the ground like a meteor, crashing through several thousand meters of lunar rock layers, finally breaking through the moon's surface. Boom! A cloud of dust exploded on the lunar wasteland as Xian's back shattered, a dozen craters carving out an unfathomably deep ravine. Debris tumbled down. Xian knelt on one knee at the bottom of the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and glancing at his abdomen. His black uniform was torn, revealing a deep wound that almost showed the bone, blood dripping from the injury. This was the first time he had been wounded directly since awakening. Sharon transformed into a dark golden flash, pursuing him relentlessly, offering Xian no chance to catch his breath. The 9 Dao-seeking orbs behind him elongated, transforming into a sky full of black spears raining down upon Xian. Xian let out an angry roar, the pure white flames instantly turning into a dazzling gold. The first stage of Super Saiyan erupted completely. His fists ignited with golden light as he wildly swung at the sky full of black rain, colliding with the spear-like Dao-seeking orbs. The sound of metal clashing triggered an energy resonance in the vacuum, and large portions of the moon's crust shattered in the aftermath. Yet at this moment Sharon had fused the full power of the reincarnation, the energy flowing endlessly. The Dao-seeking orbs exploded suddenly, the powerful gravitational field suppressing the golden flame's sharp currents, slicing through Xian's body like countless blades. Xian's skin cracked extensively, blood spurting forth, dyeing the golden halo with a layer of dark red. The excruciating pain that tore at his nerves continuously bombarded his brain. Yet the fighting spirit deep within his cells ignited like being doused in oil, completely exploding. The Scion's near-death enhancement trait activated in this dire situation. Xian not only did not retreat but instead laughed joyfully against the storm, his laughter filled with excitement. The remnants of golden flames on his body expanded once more, the brightness reaching a terrifying level. Wild blue arcs of electricity danced around the golden light, crackling as the surrounding space twisted and collapsed under this energy. The second stage of Super Saiyan had arrived. Xian bent his legs slightly, transforming into a pillar of light intertwined with blue lightning shooting upward against the barrage of black spears. His right fist struck Sharon's face with a thunderous roar that could tear apart stars. The dark golden chakra shield shattered like glass. Sharon's nasal bone shattered instantly, his eyes bulging out as his body tumbled into the shattered lunar surface. The dignity of the Otsutsuki was trampled underfoot by the ant in his eyes. Sharon went completely mad, squeezing out the last vestiges of life within him, even beginning to burn his soul. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, forming a complex seal. The remaining Dao-seeking orbs behind him fused in his palms, the immense energy of the reincarnation I poured in without reserve. A dark golden chakra sword thousands of meters long took form in the lunar sky. The golden will rebirth blast, carrying enough pressure to split a planet in half, descended from above. The hard crust groaned under the sword's weight as bottomless fissures spread outward from the sword's edge. Xian's arm muscles bulged, his skin breaking open in numerous bloody wounds. He quickly drew his hands together at his waist. A massive energy compressed in his palms, bursting forth with blinding blue light. Xian let out a low growl at the descending sword. Kamehameha. He thrust his palms upward fiercely. A blue energy beam several hundred meters in diameter roared out, accompanied by raging blue lightning colliding heat with the golden will rebirth blast. The two destructive energies collided violently in midair. The blinding flash drained all color from the surrounding star field. Sharon's sword, fueled by 1,000 years of expended power, surprisingly gained the upper hand, the dark golden blade pressing down inch by inch with world-destroying weight. The blue energy beam began to tremble violently. Xian's arm bones creaked, his teeth biting through his lip, feeling his life force being rapidly drained. In this life and death moment, a sudden clarity washed over Xian's mind. Amidst the raging blue arcs of electricity, a profound silver glow flashed. It was the power of the cosmic laws. The blue energy beam underwent a qualitative change, its force multiplying several times within a tenth of a second. The Kamehameha surged forward, pulverizing the 10th centimeter-long dark golden sword inch by inch. The furious beam engulfed Sharon in midair. The last remnants of the Otsutsuki's bloodline didn't even have time to scream, his body and soul were completely vaporized in the intense heat. The blue beam maintained its momentum, piercing through the universe, the shockwave's edges forcibly carving a chasm thousands of kilometers long in the moon. The moon trembled violently, its orbit slightly shifting. Xian slowly retracted his hands, feeling utterly drained, kneeling heavily on one knee among the rubble. The golden flames surrounding him extinguished completely, panting heavily, sweat and blood mingling as they dripped to the ground. In the sky, an ancient black stone slab slowly descended from the light, producing a muffled sound. Xian forced himself to stand up, stepping forward to pick up the dust-covered stone slab. The kaleidoscope in his left eye struggled to turn, scanning the surface of the stone. The stone slab reacted to the energy stimulus, the ancient runes glowing instantly. A vast cosmic star map projected into the vacuum. On the edges of the star map, Earth was marked with an insulting symbol. God Tree Seedbed. Xian's gaze followed the intricate patterns to the very center of the star map. At that moment, when the star map lit up, a wave of terrifying fluctuations suddenly swept through the deepest part of the boundless star sea. The star map flickered wildly, sending a silent alarm. Around the red glow, 3 pairs of enormous, immeasurable pure white eyes slowly opened in the starry sky. The cold gazes crossed an unknown number of light years, accurately locking onto this battered moon, zeroing in on Xian's bloodied figure. Those beings who called themselves gods had already sensed the anomaly in the seedbed. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xian's battered body swayed but stood tall. He looked up, gazing at the three enormous eyes deep in the starry sky. The fighting spirit within him surged once more, and a dangerous smile gradually crept across Xian's lips. The battle that would engulf the entire universe had only just begun. The power scaling has become a bit chaotic. This book will end here and I will rethink the next one.